He is the ultimate weapon of the night, watchman, a god of death, who commands the world. 3 years ago, during a perilous assignment, he sustained grievous wounds and lost all recollection of his past. Rescued by a benevolent soul, he married the daughter of his savior in a gesture of gratitude. For 3 long years, he toiled like a beast for his mother-in-law and wife, yet in their eyes, he remained no more esteemed than a mere dog. At long last, his memory reignites, and the king returns. Chapter 1. Divorce. In Jiangcheng, at a construction site, Yi Xin appeared somewhat disheveled, clad in a tank top that revealed his sun-kissed skin, slightly yellowed from exposure, alongside his well-defined muscles. He bore the weight of 4 or 5 bags of cement on his shoulders. This was his task for the morning, to transport an entire truckload of cement from the entrance of the site to the designated location, for which he would earn 400 yuan. Beside him, a strikingly attractive woman with short hair followed closely, gesturing animatedly as she tirelessly explained something to him. "Mr. Yi, please believe me, I am not a fraud. You are indeed the ace of our mysterious unit, the Night Watchman. You are the most formidable weapon of the Night Watchman. However, during that crucial mission 3 years ago, you went missing. It seems you sustained severe injuries and suffered from amnesia, rendering you unable to recall anything." Despite the burden of nearly 400 kilograms, Yi Xin maintained a light step. He paused and glanced at the woman, saying, "Could you not hinder my work?" The woman was correct. Yi Xin's memories only spanned the past 3 years. Anything prior remained a blank slate. The mysterious woman was taken aback, observing Yi Xin as he moved the cement. A pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. This man, once a force to be reckoned with, known as the strongest asset of the Night Watchman, had now fallen to the plight of laboring on a construction site. "Mr. Yi, if you return with me, we will find a way to help you regain your memories. Moreover, you will no longer have to toil in this place. You will possess unimaginable wealth." Yi Xin dismissed her, resuming his labor. The beautiful woman bit her lip, her expression resolute as she said, "Mr. Yi, please reconsider. I shall return tomorrow." Ignoring her, Yi Xin delivered the cement to the designated spot, dropping it onto the ground, sending dust flying and coating him further in grime. He was accustomed to this, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared to continue toward the entrance. At that moment, a car pulled up nearby, and a well-dressed, middle-aged woman exited, approaching him with cautious steps, as if afraid of dirtying her elegant black shoes. "Mother!" Upon seeing her, Yi Xin's expression tightened, and he hurriedly spoke. This woman was his mother-in-law, Bai Lianxiang. "Do not call me mother." Bai Lianxiang looked at the filthy Yi Xin with disdain, then pulled a document from her bag, stating, "This is the divorce agreement between you and Qing Xue. Sign it immediately." Yi Xin's expression shifted slightly as he asked why. When he lost his memory, it was Bai Lianxiang's husband, Lin Yaowen, who rescued him. Under Lin Yaowen's arrangement, he married Lin Qingxue, but just 3 months after their wedding, Lin Yaowen passed away. For the past 3 years, Bai Lianxiang and her daughter had never regarded Yi Xin with even the slightest respect. Despite their reliance on him for income from his labor at the construction site, they remained perpetually dissatisfied, viewing him as nothing but a worthless burden. Why? There is no reason. You simply cannot provide the life we desire. Tell me, aside from your brute strength, what do you have to offer? Bai Lianxiang shot him a scornful glance. Kingsu's new boyfriend is a wealthy heir. Do you see this bag? It's worth 30,000 yuan, a gift from my new son-in-law. Today, he is preparing to gift Qingxue a BMW. And what about you? Covered in dirt every day. How much do you earn? We can't even afford a more expensive bag. Anger surged within Yi Xin. For 3 years, he had worked diligently, handing over every penny he earned to the mother and daughter. Yet he received not a hint of appreciation. In their 3 years of marriage, he had not even touched Lin King's hand. "Enough of this talk, just sign." Bai Lianxiang scoffed. "By signing this agreement, you will sever all ties with us. Your belongings are already packed and waiting for you at the security booth at the entrance. Go fetch them. I have given you all my money. I have not a cent to my name. Are you trying to drive me away?" Yi Xin's expression darkened further. "The house belongs to us naturally. You cannot live there after the divorce," Bai Lianxiang retorted disdainfully. Yi Xin gritted his teeth. "But I paid the down payment." Bai Lianxiang laughed derisively. "But it is under my and King's names. It has nothing to do with you." Hurry and sign the divorce agreement. Lingering here will only make me dirtier. Ha! Yi Exan struggled to suppress his inner fury. For the promise made to his benefactor, he had endured for 3 years, striving to win the favor of the mother and daughter, desperately trying to maintain this marriage. Yet now it seemed futile. He accepted the agreement, signed it, and pressed his thumbprint onto the document. At least you were sensible. Bai Lianxiang cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Exan. It seems Qingxue has been unfortunate to be tied to you for these 3 years. Thankfully, it is finally over. She can pursue her own happiness now. Happiness, it seems, is merely finding a wealthy patron. Yi Exan thought coldly. Well, now there is no relationship between us. Do not disturb our lives again. Your presence is an eyesore. Bai Lianxiang could not resist offering a final barb as she departed. Watching Bai Lianxiang walk away, Yi Exan felt a heavy knot in his chest. This world is nothing but a realm driven by wealth. Recalling the beautiful woman from earlier, Yi Exan gritted his teeth and hurried toward the entrance of the site. At the entrance, the beautiful woman stood by the roadside, engaged in a phone call. Yes, boss, I'm hailing a cab and will be there shortly. Noticing Yi Exan approach, she ended the call and greeted him. Mr. Yi. Yi Exan exhaled. You weren't deceiving me, were you? Absolutely not. The beautiful woman replied with delight. Are you willing to return with me? No. If you are truthful, please provide me with proof. You mentioned that returning would bring me unimaginable wealth. Demonstrate this by transferring several 100,000 to my bank account. Yi Exan looked intently at the beautiful woman. The woman furrowed her brow, then seemed to recall something. I have an urgent mission to attend to. However, within your personal belongings is a diamond card from Shanghai Bank with a password that is your birth date. Your assets have always remained untouched. You need only check at the bank. Yi Xin's expression shifted indeed. He possessed such a card, although he had never regarded it as a bank card, leaving it untouched all this time. He glanced at the beautiful woman before turning and running toward the security booth. Yi Exan, just now a woman dropped off a package for you, saying it was your belongings. The security guard smiled faintly upon seeing Yi Exan. What she termed a package was merely a large garbage bag filled with his items. Bai Lianxiang had refused to even provide a box when she insisted he leave. Yi Exan let out a bitter laugh as he rummaged through the bag. Inside, he found only a few articles of clothing. After a moment of searching, he discovered a faded blue card adorned with numerous diamond illustrations. Sir, please hold on to these for me. I need to step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. Yi Exan smiled at the guard. Of course, but do not delay. You still have a truckload of cement to move. If you take too long, the foreman will scold you, the guard cautioned. Yi Exan did not respond at this moment. He had little concern for the cement. With the card in hand, he sprinted toward Shanghai Bank. Chapter 1. Divorce. In Jiangsheng, at a construction site, Yi Exan appeared somewhat disheveled, clad in a tank top that revealed his sun-kissed skin, slightly yellowed from exposure, along with his well-defined muscles. He bore the weight of 4 or 5 bags of cement upon his shoulders. This was his task for the morning, to transport an entire truckload of cement from the entrance of the site to a designated location in exchange for a payment of 400 yuan. Beside him, a strikingly attractive woman with short hair diligently followed, gesturing with her hands as she tirelessly explained something to him. Mr. Yi, please believe me, I am not a fraud. You are indeed the ace of our mysterious unit known as the Night Watchman. You are their most formidable weapon. However, during a critical mission 3 years ago, you went missing. It appears that you sustained severe injuries and suffered amnesia, which has led to your inability to recall anything. Despite carrying nearly 400 jin of weight, Yi Exan moved with surprising ease. He halted, casting a glance at the woman, and said, "Could you refrain from hindering my work?" The woman's words rang true. Yi Xin's memories were limited to the past 3 years. He could not recall anything from 3 years prior. The mysterious woman was momentarily taken aback, observing Yi Exan as he labored with the cement. A pang of sorrow struck her. This man, once renowned and celebrated as the most powerful force of the Night Watchman, had now been reduced to manual labor at a construction site. Mr. Yi, if you return with me, we will find a way to help you regain your memories, and you will no longer have to toil in this place. You will possess unimaginable wealth. Yi Exan, uninterested in the woman's entreaties, resumed his work. The beautiful woman bit her lip and replied through gritted teeth, "Mr. Yi, please consider this carefully. I shall return tomorrow to see you." Ignoring her, Yi Exan transported the cement to its designated spot, depositing it on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that settled upon him, making him appear even more soiled. However, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he intended to continue toward the entrance. At that moment, a sleek car came to a halt nearby, and a well-dressed, middle-aged woman emerged, carefully approaching him. She wore a mask and walked with utmost caution, seemingly fearful of soiling her black shoes. "Mother!" Upon seeing her, Yi Zin's expression shifted to one of tension as he exclaimed. This woman was his mother-in-law, Bai Lianxiang. "Do not call me mother." Bai Lianxiang glanced disdainfully at the grimy Yi Xin, then pulled a document from her bag and stated, "This is the divorce agreement between you and Qing Xue. Sign it promptly." Yi Zin's expression faltered slightly. Why? He had lost his memory after being rescued by Lin Qing's father, by Liang Xiang's husband, Lin Yaowen. Under his encouragement, he had married Lin Qingxue, but just 3 months after their marriage, Lin Yaowen passed away. For the past 3 years, Bai Lianxiang and her daughter had never regarded Yi Xin with even a modicum of respect. Despite being unemployed and relying entirely on Yi Zin's earnings from the construction site, they continued to harbor grievances against him, deeming him a useless man. Why? There's no need for a reason. It's simply because you cannot provide the lifestyle we desire. Tell me, what do you have aside from brute strength? Bai Lianxiang shot him a scathing look. Qingsu's new boyfriend is a wealthy heir. Do you see this bag? It cost 30,000 yuan, a gift from my new son-in-law, and today he plans to gift Qingxue a BMW. What about you? You're filthy every day, earning mere pennies. We can't even afford a nice bag. Anger surged within Yi Xin. For 3 years, he had worked tirelessly, handing over every yuan he earned to the mother-daughter duo, yet he received not a shred of appreciation. In 3 years of marriage, he had not even touched Lin Qing's hand. Enough of this nonsense. Sign it quickly. Bai Lianxiang sneered. Once you sign this agreement, you will have no further ties to us. I have already packed your belongings and sent them to the security booth at the site. You may collect them yourself. All my money has gone to you too. I have not a single cent left. Are you trying to expel me? Yi Zin's expression darkened further. That house belongs to us. Once divorced, you naturally cannot reside there, Bai Lianxiang stated, her tone dripping with disdain. Yi Xin gritted his teeth. But I paid the down payment. Bai Lianxiang laughed derisively. But it is in my name and Qingsu's. You have no claim to it whatsoever. Sign the divorce agreement quickly. Lingering here will only soil my eyes. Huh? Yi Xin struggled to suppress his rising fury. For the sake of his benefactor's promise, he had endured 3 years of hardship, striving to win the favor of the mother-daughter duo and maintain this marriage. But now it was no longer necessary. He took the agreement, signed it, and pressed his thumbprint. At least you have some sense. Bai Lianxiang cast him a contemptuous glance. It's fortunate that Qingxue can finally end this misfortune and pursue her own happiness. Happiness? Is it merely about finding a wealthy patron? Yi Xin thought bitterly. All right, henceforth, there will be no relationship between us. Do not disturb our lives. Your presence is an eyesore. As she departed, Bai Lianxiang could not resist throwing in one last jab. Watching Bai Lianxiang retreat, Yi Xin felt a knot tightening in his chest. This world is nothing but a realm that worships wealth. Recalling the beautiful woman from earlier, Yi Xin gritted his teeth and hurried toward the entrance of the construction site. At the entrance, the beautiful woman was still standing by the roadside, engaged in a phone call. Of course, Chief. I'm hailing a cab now, and will be there shortly. Upon noticing Yi Xin approaching, she ended the call and greeted him with a bow. Mr. Yi, Yi Xin exhaled. You weren't deceiving me, were you? Absolutely not. The beautiful woman exclaimed with delight. Are you willing to return with me? No, if you are truthful, please provide me with proof. You mentioned unimaginable wealth. Upon my return. Show me. For instance, transfer several 100,000 yuan to my bank account. Yi Xin stated, fixing his gaze on the beautiful woman. The woman furrowed her brow, then seemed to recall something. I have a task to attend to immediately. However, within your personal belongings, there is a diamond card from Xinhai Bank. The password is your birthday. Your assets have remained untouched. You can verify this at the bank. Yi Zin's expression shifted indeed. He possessed such a card, albeit it was unlike a typical bank card. He had never regarded it as such and had left it untouched all this time. He glanced at the beautiful woman before turning and sprinting toward the security booth. Yi Xin, a woman just delivered a package for you. claiming it was your belongings. The security guard smiled as he saw Yi Xian approach. What was referred to as a package was in fact a large garbage bag containing his possessions. Bai Lianxiang had refused to even provide him with a box when urging him to leave. Yi Xian let out a wry chuckle as he began to rummage through the bag. Inside, he found only a few articles of clothing. After some searching, he uncovered a slightly faded blue card adorned with numerous diamonds. "Sir, please hold on to these for me. You'll step out for a moment and return shortly." Yi Xian smiled at the guard. "Of course, but don't take too long. You still have a truckload of cement to move, and if you delay, the foreman will scold you," the guard reminded him. Yi Xian did not respond at that moment. He was far beyond caring about the cement. With the card in hand, he dashed towards Xinhai Bank. Chapter 2. The diamond card. The Xinhai Bank, shrouded in an aura of mystery throughout the scorching summer, is a modest establishment that does not accept deposits below the sum of 10 million. In other words, it caters exclusively to the affluent. Due to its exceptional confidentiality, this bank has become the choice of countless wealthy individuals. Yi Xian raced towards the bank's location, driven by the urgency of his situation. He possessed not a single cent, and every penny he earned at the construction site would be handed over entirely to Lin Qingxue and her mother. He exhaled deeply and approached the entrance. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he found himself halted by the security guard stationed at the door. The guard furrowed his brow and regarded Yi Xian with a critical gaze, stating, "Xinhai Bank, unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter." Yi Xian promptly replied, "I am here to conduct business." "Conduct business?" The guard regarded him with an expression that oscillated between amusement and disdain. "Leo, you even know what kind of bank this is? Do you really think you can handle any transactions here?" As a security officer for Xinhai Bank, he had encountered countless clients, glamorous individuals arriving in luxury vehicles or adorned in designer attire. Yet here stood Yi Xian, freshly emerged from the construction site, his appearance disheveled and dirty. His hair was matted with cement dust, his once white tank top had nearly turned black, and his tattered sneakers rendered him indistinguishable from a beggar. What business could such a person possibly have at Xinhai Bank? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly resonated behind Yi Xian. Upon hearing that voice, he involuntarily trembled. It was a sound he knew all too well. His wife? No, his ex-wife, Lin Qingxue. He slowly turned around and indeed, a brand new BMW had come to a stop nearby, from which a man and a woman emerged. The woman, adorned with subtle makeup, was stunningly beautiful, and upon exiting the vehicle, she effortlessly linked her arm with the man's in an affectionate manner. Yi Xian's heart sank. Their familiarity suggested they had likely been together for some time. Meanwhile, he had been married to Lin Qingxue for 3 years without ever having touched her hand. This was the reality of Yi Xian. The couple approached, and the man cast a sardonic glance at Yi Xian, exuding an air of superiority. "Your ex-husband?" he remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Only in name," Lin Qingxue scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Yi Xian. "He hasn't even touched my finger once." "Don't read too much into it with that." She turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Han Shuhua. You must have heard of him." Indeed, Yi Xian had heard of this individual, Han Shuhua, a notorious second-generation rich heir in Jiangsheng. His reputation was widely known, albeit not in a positive light. Yi Xian was taken aback to discover that Lin Qingxue's new boyfriend was none other than him. Han Shuhua smirked at Yi Xian, cheerfully stating, "Thank you for taking care of Qingxue for these past 3 years." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes and retorted, "Take care? What could he possibly provide? Working tirelessly for a month, he barely earns over 10,000. That wouldn't even cover the cost of a handbag. You are infinitely better than him." This blatant humiliation unfolded before Yi Xian, leaving him utterly deflated. Yi Xian lowered his head, gritting his teeth, as a surge of anger welled up within his chest. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qingxue inquired, her brow furrowed. "I am here to conduct business," Yi Xian replied calmly. Suddenly, Han Shuhua let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Conduct business? Do you even have the right to enter through this door?" As he spoke, he strode confidently towards the entrance, the security guard who had barred Yi Xian's way not hindering him but instead smilingly saying, "Young Master Han, right this way, please." Lin Qingxue cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xian, linking her arm with Han Shuhua as they made their way into the bank. As they walked, Han Shua's voice carried back to them, "Qingxue, I gifted you a BMW and purchased a 500,000 yuan fund for you. Surely my sincerity is sufficient. Why not stay the night?" Oh dear, Lin Qingxue responded in a coy tone. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's fists clenched tightly. He glanced at the bodyguard before resolutely striding towards the entrance once more. Stop! The bodyguard confronted Yi Xian, brandishing his stun baton menacingly. Leave the bank. You are not qualified to enter. I truly am here to conduct business, Yi Xian reiterated. What is happening here? A cool voice resonated from behind them. Yi Xian turned to see a tall, attractive woman in uniform, wearing glasses, who had appeared without him noticing. She examined Yi Xian, then glanced at the security guard, her brow slightly furrowing. A name tag on her chest read Zhou Qianqian. This person claims he is here to conduct business. The guard pointed at Yi Xian, stating, I suspect he has ulterior motives. Do not allow him entry. Zhou Qianqian regarded Yi Xian with a hint of wariness but still asked, You say you are here for business. Are you making a deposit, a withdrawal, or something else? I would like to inquire about my bank card balance, Yi Xian replied honestly. The guard interjected, Manager Zhou, why waste your breath? With his attire, he cannot possibly conduct business at our bank. However, Zhou Qianqian looked at Yi Xian and asked, If you wish to inquire, you must have your bank card with you. May I see it? Yi Xian nodded and retrieved a deep blue bank card from his pocket. Due to the dust, he carefully wiped it on his clothing, inadvertently adding more dust to it, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. At that moment, Zhou Qianqian's expression changed abruptly as she fixated on the bank card, her voice trembling slightly as she exclaimed, A diamond. Diamond card? Yi Xian was taken aback, his heart filled with suspicion. Is it true? Could it be that the woman is not a fraud? Was I truly once an extraordinarily wealthy individual? Zhou Qianqian exhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling rapidly. After a moment, she smiled warmly at Yi Xian, saying, Esteemed diamond client, the guard's offense is a result of our inadequate service. I shall address this matter and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Beside them, the guard's face turned pale in an instant. Clang! The electric baton in his hand clattered to the ground, and he stammered, gazing at Yi Xian. Respected, esteemed diamond card user. Although he was merely a security guard, he fully understood the significance of a diamond card holder. Having just obstructed such a distinguished guest, he feared he might lose his job and, according to the security protocol, could be liable for a considerable sum of money. However, Zhou Qianqian paid him no further heed. Smiling as she said, Please follow me. I shall personally attend to you. Yi Xian, bewildered, trailed behind her as they entered the bank, directly traversing the lobby towards the VIP section at the back. There were few clients at Xinhai Bank, and at that moment, only Lin Qingxue and Han Shuo were present. Upon seeing Yi Xian actually enter and head toward the VIP area, both of their faces displayed expressions of astonishment. 2 minutes later, a commotion erupted among the bank staff as one individual was heard on the phone saying, Hello, President, we have a diamond-level client at our branch. Please come to the bank at once. Lin Qingxue and Han Shuo exchanged concerned glances. Lin Qingxue inquired of the counter staff, Excuse me, miss, is the diamond user level exceedingly high? The counter attendant smiled sweetly at her and replied, Our bank employs a tiered card system. For instance, Mr. Han Shuo possesses a silver card, which requires a deposit of 1 million, a deposit of 10 million grants a gold card, while a platinum card necessitates a deposit of over 100 million. Diamond cards are rarely issued. Since the establishment of the bank, it seems only 9 diamond cards have ever been distributed. What? Lin Qingxue gasped, her face contorting in disbelief as she glanced toward the VIP seating. Why Yi Xian, a man who, apart from his brute strength, possessed no other merits, held a diamond card? Impossible! Lin Qingxue turned to the counter and asserted, That man is my ex-husband. I know exactly what kind of person he is, a mere construction worker, utterly devoid of any capabilities. Do not be deceived by him. The counter attendant chuckled lightly and said, This matter is beyond our control. Our president is already on his way. He will attend to the situation personally. Very well, Qingxue, you know what sort of person he is. Han Shuo disdainfully glanced in Yi Xian's direction and remarked, We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us not allow him to disrupt our date. Lin Qingxue obediently nodded and, as she departed, added to the counter attendant, Please ensure to investigate thoroughly. It is highly likely that this Yi Xian is a fraud. Do not let yourselves be deceived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Xian was seated on an exceptionally comfortable sofa. Before him, Zhou Qianqian handed him a tablet, saying, Input your password here, and you will be able to check the balance of your bank card. Yi Xian exhaled deeply, entering the birth date from his identification card. Immediately, the screen before him flickered slightly, followed by a long string of numbers appearing before his eyes. Chapter 3. Astronomical figures on the tablet before Yi Xian. The screen displayed the number 12, followed by 8 zeros. This indicated that the balance in this bank card amounted to a staggering 1.2 billion. Hiss. Yi Xian inhaled sharply, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of utter shock. Prior to this moment, he had toiled tirelessly for a mere 400 yuan, laboriously loading an entire truckload of cement. Suddenly, an astronomical sum of 1.2 billion yuan had fallen upon him, rendering him utterly dazed. Dear esteemed diamond user, you need not concern yourself with the balance in your diamond card. Our bank provides exceptional privileges for diamond users. With this card, you can access ample funds, Zhou Qianqian reminded him. However, Yi Xian could not absorb any more. This figure represented an inconceivable fortune. Countless thoughts began to surge within him. This card is genuine. Thus that woman did not deceive me. I was once a member of a mysterious unit. And I was formidable. I possess immeasurable wealth. This mother-daughter duo abandoned me for money, even seizing the house I labored to purchase, aligning themselves with a relatively affluent second-generation rich man. I wonder how their expressions would change if they discovered I am, in fact, an extraordinarily wealthy tycoon. Without waiting for the bank manager to arrive, Yi Xian withdrew 20,000 yuan in cash and left, clutching Zhou Qianqian's business card. He was eager to bid farewell to his current existence. As he was about to depart, Zhou Qianqian informed him that in Jiangqing, he could call her for any matter, and their bank would assist in resolving it. Upon exiting the bank, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the construction site. He was not returning to continue hauling cement, but rather to retrieve his belongings from the guardhouse, items he had left behind 3 years ago, including some essential possessions. As he arrived at the entrance of the site, he overheard a barrage of curses. Where's that scoundrel Yi Xian? He promised to unload this truckload of cement this morning. Where is he? Does he still want to work? If the schedule is delayed, will he take responsibility? At the entrance stood a portly man in a hard hat and a suit, clutching a briefcase, vociferously berating everyone. This was Yi Xian's foreman, Su Dong, an exceedingly harsh individual known for frequently withholding wages. Amidst the tirade, a somewhat frail young man approached Su Dong, smiling apologetically. Why, Yi Xian must have something pressing to attend to. When he returns, I will assist him with the unloading. There is still time, he offered. Yi Xian felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. This man was the only friend he had made over the past 3 years, named Yang Chong. They often worked together on the same site, and their similar ages fostered a gradual camaraderie. Regardless, this task has been assigned to him. If he fails to complete it, I will deduct 2 days' wages from him. Su Dong shot a sidelong glance at Yang Chong. Yang Chong chuckled nervously. Donggu, I still have over 10,000 yuan in wages pending from you. Could you possibly settle it for me first? You know, my child is unwell. Su Dong furrowed his brow and retorted. What are you panicking about? The schedule has not been finalized, and I haven't received payment from above. Where do you expect me to find the funds to settle with you? Donggu, this is a matter of life and death. Yang Chong continued to smile ingratiatingly. No. Su Dong cast a fleeting glance at him, then rummaged through his briefcase, producing 500 yuan as he declared, Here, I'll advance you 500 this. Yang Chong's expression soured. If you want it, take it. If not, then get the hell out, Su Dong retorted, glaring. I see you have no intention of working here anymore, he added. This is life-saving money. Yi Xian exhaled sharply, opening his mouth to say, You are truly lacking in integrity. Su Dong turned around, and upon catching sight of Yi Xian, narrowed his eyes and snapped, What business is it of yours? Are you also looking to quit? I had you unload in the morning, and where did you sneak off to? I'll deduct 2 days' wages from you. If you're unhappy, then get lost. Yi Xian exhaled again, glancing at the billboard atop the construction site, which prominently displayed the name of Xinhai Bank. Clearly, this development was somehow linked to Xinhai Bank. With a composed demeanor, he approached Su Dong and calmly stated, I've found you displeasing for quite some time now. If I and Yang Chong choose to resign, then we shall settle our dues immediately. Su Dong was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Xian to speak so boldly. He then smirked coldly. Not working anymore, is it? Fine. You and Yang Chong can pack your things and leave. As for your wages, I'll give them to you once the upper management settles the accounts. Yi Xian inwardly scoffed. understanding that the phrase "once the upper management settles" essentially meant he would receive nothing. Yang Chang's expression shifted, and he repeatedly gestured to Yi Xian, urging him to refrain from escalating the situation. Yet, Yi Xian remained unflustered as he reiterated, "I insist on settling our accounts now, and if I refuse..." Su Dong derisively glanced at Yi Xian. "Why not report me? Or perhaps you plan to strike me?" "Strike you?" Yi Xian exhaled. "I fear soiling my hands." Su Dong's disdain intensified. He scoffed at Yi Xian, "Then be quick about leaving. I have no time to waste on you. This is of your own making." Yi Xian sighed, retrieving his phone and locating the business card of the earlier mentioned Zhou Qianqian. "Oh?" Su Dong observed Yi Xian preparing to make a call and scoffed. TSK. One might think you're some big shot. Making a call? Aren't you just a brute, destined for a life of toil? Oh, but wait, you do have a beautiful wife. What a pity. Here you are, slaving away like a dog to support her. And she has probably already run off with someone else. I've seen her several times shopping intimately with Han Shuhua. Or do you secretly enjoy this kind of life?" Su Dong looked down on Yi Xian with contempt, while on the other side, Yang Chang's expression darkened as he interjected, "Su Dong, don't push your luck." Su Dong glanced at the two, sneering, "You just said you wanted to leave. Now get out this instant." "Settle our dues?" Yang Chang urged, growing anxious as Su Dong seemed ready to depart, both he and Su Dong disregarding Yi Xian entirely. Neither Su Dong nor the amicable Yang Chang considered Yi Xian's call to hold any significance. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and the melodious voice of Zhou Qianqian resonated through the phone. "Hello, Mr. Yi, how do you know it's me?" Yi Xian inquired instinctively. "I do not share my number casually. Anyone who knows my number is noted in my contacts. Since yours is an unfamiliar number, it was not difficult to deduce," Zhou Qianqian patiently explained. Yi Xian fell silent, clearing his throat before saying, "Miss Zhou, you previously mentioned that I could call you for any needs, and that Xinhai Bank would assist me in resolving them, correct?" "Indeed," Zhou Qianqian replied. "May I ask what trouble you are encountering?" Yi Xian exhaled deeply and said, "Are you aware of the Four Seasons Garden? The property currently under development? I work nearby and noticed an advertisement for Xinhai Bank. That project is indeed being developed by our bank. Have you encountered any issues there?" Zhou Qianqian inquired with patience. "Well, there's a contractor here who is exploiting migrant workers and delaying the payment of wages owed to my friends and me." Yi Xian glanced at Su Dong in the distance and spoke softly. "Is such a thing happening?" Zhou Qianqian's tone turned slightly frosty. "How would you like to handle him? The more severe, the better." Yi Xian exhaled. "Very well, please hold for 5 minutes." Zhou Qianqian concluded before hanging up. Yi Xian squinted at Su Dong from afar, murmuring, "Is this what it feels like to have wealth and power?" Nearby, Su Dong and Yang Chang were oblivious to whom Yi Xian had called or what had been said. Su Dong shoved the frail Yang Chang aside, scolding, "Stop wasting my time. From now on, both you and Yi Xian need to get lost. Don't linger here." He cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xian and added, "Oh, weren't you on a call? Why is it that after your call, I still have no issues at all?" Two useless fools. With that, he turned and marched into the construction site. Yang Chang's expression darkened as he approached Yi Xian. Forcing a bitter smile, "Yi Xian, you are being too impulsive. The construction circle isn't large. Su Dong is well acquainted with many contractors. If we offend him, it will be difficult for us to survive in this city. And he might even withhold our wages. And is still waiting for this money for her chemotherapy. It's all right." Yi Xian chuckled. "Su Dong is finished?" Yang Chang paused, then shook his head, dismissing Yi Xian's words. Chapter 4. Not a family, not entering the same door at the entrance of the construction site. Yi Xian returned to the security room to retrieve his belongings from the guard. Yang Chang stood beside him with a furrowed brow, saying, Yi Xian, you are still too impulsive. The construction circle is not that large. Su Dong is familiar with many contractors. If we offend him, it could be very difficult for us to make a living in this city, and he will likely withhold our pay and is still waiting for money for her chemotherapy, and you need to bring money back for your wife and mother-in-law. If there is no money, they probably won't treat you kindly. I have already divorced Lin Qingxue. Yi Xian exhaled. Yang Chang was taken aback and exclaimed, "Divorced? Well, to be precise, I was unceremoniously thrown out. I signed the divorce agreement just this morning, and all my belongings were hastily packed and discarded." Yi Xian replied with a bitter smile, lifting the garbage bag in his hand. "This?" Yang Chang sighed. "I advised you to put your name on the house. Yet you insisted it didn't matter. He paused, then added, never mind. I should focus on my own worries. And it is set to undergo chemotherapy tomorrow. Yang Chang's expression grew troubled once more as he looked at Yi Xian and said, You've been kicked out and have nowhere to sleep, right? Why don't you come to my place for a while? A warmth spread through Yi Xian's heart. Up to this point, Yang Chang had not blamed him nor turned against him for the lack of funds. He had even voluntarily offered him shelter. Indeed, this was a friend worth having. Don't worry. Su Dong will be back in less than 5 minutes, and he will be begging to give us the money. Yi Xian remarked with a confident smile. Yang Chang scoffed. What skills do you possess that I am unaware of? Anyway, now that you've lost your job, let us head to my place. No rush. Yi Xian's lips curled into a confident smile. Meanwhile, Su Dong strode towards the construction site, wearing a disdainful grin as he muttered, Two useless fools, still daring to curse at me. Who do they think they are? I'll make sure they can't survive in Jiangcheng. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting slightly, before swiftly answering the call. Though the other party couldn't see him, a sycophantic smile crept onto his face as he said, Hello, is this Mr. Lin? What a pleasant surprise to hear from you. You can rest assured that I will complete this project on time and to the highest quality. You need not proceed with it? Came a cold voice from the other end. Pardon? Su Dong's expression altered slightly. I said, You need not proceed with this project. We have found someone else. Moreover, we have discovered numerous instances of substandard work in your previous projects, and we have joined forces with several other real estate companies to sue you. Expect a lawyer's letter by tomorrow. Prepare to face financial ruin. The voice on the line stated calmly. Su Dong's face turned pale as he stammered. Mr. Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You know Yi Xian, don't you? The voice grew increasingly frigid. Why Yi Xian? He works under me. He has nothing but trash. As he spoke, he recalled the phone call with Yi Xian moments ago, and his expression suddenly contorted. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. The caller hung up abruptly. Su Dong stood frozen in place, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as the image of Yi Xian, clad in a tattered vest and looking unkempt, flashed through his mind, making him feel as if his head might explode. At the entrance of the construction site, Yang Chang turned to Yi Xian and said, Stop standing there in a daze. Let us go. Ding dong. At that very moment, his phone suddenly rang. Yang Chang picked it up and glanced at the screen, exclaiming, Oh! He had received a transfer on WeChat from Su Dong. A sum of exactly 20,000 yuan, which was 3,000 more than the salary Su Dong had been withholding from him. Simultaneously, not far away, he spotted a plump figure rushing towards them with great fervor. It was none other than Su Dong. For a brief instant, Yang Chang was taken aback, casting a look at Su Dong and then at Yi Xian beside him, swallowing hard, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Why this time? Su Dong had reached Yi Xian and the others, his chubby face drenched in sweat, though it was unclear whether it was due to exhaustion or cold perspiration. Trembling, he fumbled for a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and extended it towards Yi Xian, saying, Brother Xian, have a smoke. Yi Xian did not accept the cigarette. Instead, he opened his phone, reviewed the transfer record, and after receiving the funds, promptly transferred the excess back to Su Dong, stating, I will only take what is rightfully mine. Brother Xian, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. Could you please show some mercy? Su Dong pleaded, bowing and scraping, a stark contrast to his previously haughty demeanor. Yi Xian shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, Your actions are of no concern to me. I merely wish to reclaim what I am owed. As for everything else, it is not my business. With that, he turned to the dazed Yang Chang and said, Let us go. Thud. Su Dong collapsed onto the ground, muttering, It's over. What is going on? Yang Chang was utterly stunned. Yi Xian chuckled, offering no explanation. He found it impossible to elucidate the situation to Yang Chang. That woman had mentioned that he was part of a covert unit, undoubtedly harboring many secrets. Until confirmed, he dared not speak recklessly. Moreover, even if he did explain, he suspected Yang Chang would not believe him. Casting a glance at Su Dong, he took Yang Chang and departed the construction site, leaving Su Dong to face the consequences of his own actions. This isn't you're doing, is it? Yang Chang asked incredulously after walking for a while. What do you think? Yi Xian replied with a grin. Certainly not. I would recognize the sin of your flatulence. If you had that capability, you wouldn't be toiling away at a construction site, and your wife wouldn't either. As he spoke, Yang Chong smirked and shifted the topic, saying, "Be honest, did you manage to find something incriminating on this guy?" "Sort of," Exine chuckled. Yang Chong then smiled and remarked, "I knew it, but it does feel quite satisfying to have received the money." "Watch out!" On the sidewalk, a woman riding an electric scooter seemed to have lost her brakes, barreling directly towards Exine. Naturally, Exine noticed and swiftly sidestepped in his evasive maneuver. The electric scooter veered and crashed into a nearby tree, scattering documents all over the ground. The young, beautiful girl atop the scooter sighed in relief upon realizing she hadn't hit anyone, then turned her head and froze upon seeing Exine, exclaiming, "Exine?" Exine recognized her as well, his brow slightly furrowing. The girl was Lin Qian, the cousin of Lin Qingxue. Certainly, Exine harbored little fondness for Lin Qian's family. The Lin household could be considered somewhat bourgeois. Both of her parents were educators, and Lin Qian herself held a relatively respectable job. When Lin Qingxue wed Exine, her family was vehemently opposed to the union. But ultimately, it was Lin Qingxue's father who, against the tide of dissent, facilitated their marriage. However, on ordinary days, Lin Qian's family never extended a warm welcome to Exine. "Why, Exine? Do you not watch where you walk?" Lin Qian exclaimed, her eyes narrowing. "Did you not see the car approaching? You made me crash into a tree." Exine felt a surge of exasperation within. Over the past 3 years, he had never held his head high in the presence of Lin Qingxue's relatives and friends. He had largely endured their mockery. But now, with the divorce, his status had shifted. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, "You were riding your bicycle on the sidewalk and nearly collided with me, yet you choose to blame me? You have the audacity to claim righteousness?" Lin Qian shot back, "Look at you, all filthy and disheveled. Just the sight of you is repulsive. I truly cannot fathom why my uncle ever consented to marry my sister to you. Thankfully, you are divorced now, and my sister has found her own happiness. You deserve every bit of this." A glint of anger flashed in Exine's eyes. Clearly, they were cut from the same cloth. "What, do you intend to strike me?" Lin Qian, undeterred by the fury in Exine's gaze, advanced and continued her tirade. "You are utterly unreasonable, woman," interjected Yang Chong, unable to stand by any longer. Lin Qian cast him a disdainful glance and retorted softly, "What business is it of yours?" Yang Chong attempted to voice his thoughts further, but Exine placed a hand on him, glancing at Lin Qian as he spoke. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Mark my words, you, Lin Qingxue, and your relatives will inevitably come to regret this." "Regret? On what grounds? Are you planning to toil away at the construction site until we regret it?" Lin Qian scoffed. "Why, Exine?" Uninterested in further debate, exhaled slowly. "Yang Chong, let us depart." "Stop!" Lin Qian shouted as Exine turned to leave. "My bike is damaged. You must compensate me and pick up these papers from the ground." Exine seethed with frustration. These people had truly grown accustomed to bullying him. He took a deep breath, disregarding Lin Qian's demands, and walked away with Yang Chong. "Humph, useless." Lin Qian sneered at Exine's retreating figure. After they had walked a distance, Yang Chong sighed. "Are you really going to let it go like this? I toil endlessly to support them, working myself to the bone, only to return home to cook and clean for them." Exine's face flickered with anger as he replied, "Now they can casually kick me aside. If not for certain events, I would likely be sleeping on the construction site tonight. How can I simply let this slide?" Yang Chong sighed again. "Perhaps it's best to let it be." Lin Qingxue has taken up with Han Shuhua, whose family is quite affluent in Jiangcheng. Furthermore, Lin Qingxue's uncle runs a company. We, as ordinary folk, cannot contend with them. Indeed, Lin Qingxue's uncle has established a company, albeit one of modest scale. Previously, Exine had also mentioned the prospect of working at her uncle's firm. However, her uncle deemed him unskilled and was only willing to offer him a position as a security guard, with a salary far too meager to sustain Lin Qingxue and her mother. Consequently, Exine sought employment at a construction site. Exine pursed his lips, opting not to elaborate further. Yang Chong resided alone, renting a single room in the older district of Jiangcheng. Much like Exine, his life was fraught with challenges, perhaps even more so. Hailing from a rural background, he married and fathered a child at the tender age of 20. However, upon arriving in the city, his wife soon abandoned him, vanishing without a trace. Most tragically, his son, Yang Anan, was diagnosed with a congenital illness, necessitating monthly chemotherapy sessions. Yang Chong, though frail in stature, was the most diligent worker. for if he did not exert himself, his son's life hung in the balance. Upon returning home, Yang Chong changed into a fresh set of clothes and said, "You stay at home for now. I will go to the school to pick up Anin for his treatment. As for dinner, you can manage that yourself." Isn't Anin's condition operable for a complete cure? Xin inquired. It is indeed possible, but it requires 300,000 as you know. My monthly earnings are consumed by this financial abyss, leaving me unable to produce such an amount. Yang Chong sighed. "I can lend you the money?" Xin offered. Yang Chong was momentarily taken aback, then replied with exasperation, "Don't jest with me. I must go and fetch Anin now." With that, he disregarded Xin and hurried out the door. Xin managed a bitter smile, touching his nose as he thought, "Indeed, no one is willing to believe that I have suddenly acquired wealth." He shook his head, took a shower in the restroom, changed into clean clothes, and organized his belongings. His brow furrowing slightly, he realized that Bai Lianxiang had not yet been fully delivered. He recalled a metal box that he had clutched tightly when he was rescued. However, he could not remember its contents, as it had later been taken by his family and placed on the balcony as a makeshift support. It now seemed that this item was likely tied to the mission during which he had lost his memory. A return trip was necessary. Xin pondered. Thinking of Lin Qingshua's family, his expression grew somber. I recall that Lin Qin works in human resources at a company called Qingshu. Xin contemplated, then retrieved his phone and once more located Zhou Qianqian's number. "Hello." Soon, Zhou Qianqian's melodious voice resonated on the line. "Mr. Yi, how may I assist you today? Are you familiar with Qingshu Company?" Xin inquired. "Yes, I have heard of it. It is a relatively large logistics firm in Jiangqing, with which our bank has some business dealings. I am responsible for the liaison," Zhou Qianqian replied. Xin hesitated for a moment before exhaling deeply. "Then, is my current funding sufficient to acquire their company?" You wish to acquire Qingshu?" Zhou Qianqian asked, slightly taken aback. "Indeed," Xin affirmed with a nod. "With your current funds, acquiring them is entirely feasible. The company's market value is approximately 200 million, and your cash flow is more than adequate," Zhou Qianqian informed him. Zhou Qianqian nodded hastily, saying, "Very well, I am not particularly knowledgeable about acquisitions. Would it be possible for me to hire you to assist me with the purchase? We can negotiate the compensation." Xin replied, "If feasible, the sooner the acquisition is completed, the better." Zhou Qianqian smiled slightly and said, "No problem. I will have it sorted out within today. Tomorrow, you may simply wait to sign the contract." "Thank you," Xin said hurriedly. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile crept onto Xion's lips as he thought, "I wonder how delightful Lin Qian's expression will be when she discovers me sitting in the office of their company's president." He mused, "The beautiful woman will come to the construction site to pick me up tomorrow. I hope she can help me regain my memory." The god of war from the secret forces. Gathering his thoughts, he rose and left his home, intending to retrieve the iron box first. He stepped outside and, as per habit, took the subway back home. Over the past 3 years, frugality had become second nature to him. Upon arriving at the neighborhood, he headed straight for his residence, or rather, his former residence. At the doorstep, he pulled out his key and was about to unlock the door when he heard peals of laughter emanating from within. "Sister, congratulations! You've finally rid yourself of that useless Xin. You have no idea, I ran into him today. He looked like a beggar. Thank goodness you found a handsome and wealthy boyfriend now. I am utterly envious. I heard he gifted you a BMW and bought you funds worth hundreds of thousands." The voice belonged to Lin Qian. Xin felt a stir in his heart. It seemed Lin Qingxue had some sense, as she had not spent the night with Han Shuo. "With your beauty, you will surely find an even more handsome and affluent husband in the future," Lin Qingxue said cheerfully. "Finding a boyfriend is one thing. Being able to divorce the Xin is a blessing in itself. I don't know what Big Brother was thinking, insisting you marry Xin. Apart from his brute strength, he is utterly useless. It is the 21st century now. Brute strength has long lost its value. Someone like him will forever remain at the bottom of society." Another voice chimed in. It was Lin Qian's father, Lin Jing'an. "Oh, let us not speak of that useless fellow anymore. We must congratulate our sister-in-law for finding a golden son-in-law. After all these years, she has finally emerged victorious." Exactly. A chorus of voices followed, filled with delight. At the doorstep, Xion's gaze glinted with coldness. This family seemed to be celebrating his divorce. With a sigh, Xion exhaled and inserted the key, turning it only to discover that he could not unlock the door. The lock had been changed. He let out a cold chuckle and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a voice from inside. Soon after, the door creaked open, revealing Bai Lianxiang standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Yi Xian, she momentarily froze before impatiently asking, "What are you back for?" Planning to cling on stubbornly? In the living room, a large table was occupied by a dozen individuals, all of whom displayed unabashed disdain upon seeing Yi Xian. "I'm here to retrieve my belongings," Yi Xian stated calmly. "Hasn't your belongings already been delivered to you?" "The rest I discarded long ago," Bai Lianxiang said, preparing to close the door. Yi Xian pressed his hand against the door, reiterating, "There is an iron box resting on the balcony. It is the very box I held when my uncle rescued me. I must take it with me." As he spoke, he made to step inside. "Do not enter. I shall fetch it for you." "Please do not dirty my home," Bai Lianxiang hastily replied. Yi Xian, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Dirty it? This house was purchased with my hard-earned money, and I am the one who regularly cleans the floors." Yet, he refrained from entering, coldly chuckling to himself, "Tomorrow, when I acquire Lin Qian's company, your expressions will be quite the spectacle." Standing at the threshold, he noted how the relatives in the living room of Lin Qingshua's household regarded him with disdain. The once lively atmosphere had turned somber with his presence. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow, rising to approach the door. "I understand your resentment, believing that my mother and I have acted excessively. However, you must also recognize that a person like you is truly unworthy of me," she stated. "Our marriage was primarily to fulfill my father's wishes." Yi Xian scoffed, ignoring her. "Once you retrieve your belongings, do not come to see me again. I fear that Han Shuo may become displeased." Lin Qingxue added, "At that moment, Bai Lianxiang appeared at the door, pinching a dusty little iron box between her fingers, tossing it towards Yi Xian. "All right, you may leave now." Yi Xian caught the box, feeling a slight relief, then cast a cold smile towards the interior of the room. "You all that will regret this." "Regret? Yi Xian, let me tell you, if you ever achieve success, I, Lin Qian, shall remain unmarried for life." Lin Qian retorted disdainfully from within. Yi Xian looked up at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Remember your words." Chapter 6. You have been dismissed naturally. Lin Qingshua's family paid no heed to Yi Xian's words. After tossing the item to him, Bai Lianxiang slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Faced with the tightly shut door, Yi Xian rubbed his nose, chuckling coldly before turning to leave. The residence at Garden Community, Building 6, Apartment 7-2, which Yi Xian had painstakingly purchased, a 3-bedroom apartment, now rendered him unqualified for occupancy. After grabbing a bite to eat outside, he took the subway back to Yang Chang's home. On the subway, Zhou Qianqian called him, informing him that she had successfully negotiated with Shangshi Company. They had agreed to a full acquisition for a price of 190 million. This saved Yi Xian a considerable sum. The signing was scheduled for the following morning at 10 o'clock. Yi Xian's heart soared with joy, eagerly anticipating the morrow. Lin Qian's expression, he imagined, would be utterly delightful. Simultaneously, he hoped to recover his memories the next day. With a multitude of emotions swirling within him, he made do on a chair at Yang Chang's home for the night. The next morning, he bid farewell to Yang Chang and left his house, then looked up the address of Shangshi Company online before heading to the subway in haste. By 9:30, he arrived at his destination without incident. In the bustling metropolis of Jiangxing, Shangshi Company stands as the preeminent logistics entity, boasting a 6-story office building. As Yi Xian approached the entrance, the security guard promptly halted him, inquiring, "Halt! What brings you here?" Yi Xian momentarily paused, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Well, I suppose I am here to commence my duties." "Commence your duties? Where is your identification badge?" the guard pressed, stepping closer. The guard appeared to be a robust man, seemingly not yet 30. Yi Xian began to explain, but was interrupted by a voice from behind him. Yi Xian? Turning to the source, he beheld Lin Qian, who had just dismounted her electric scooter at the company entrance. Lin, the beautiful one. What brings you here so late again?" "Be cautious of reprimands," the guard jested. "I have already informed the boss." "What is he doing here?" Lin Qian queried. "He claims he is here to start work," the guard elucidated. "Start work? Are you here to be a security guard?" Lin Qian asked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Did you not say yesterday that you would make our family regret it? Is becoming a security guard at our company the means to that end?" Yi Xian responded with a cold chuckle. "You will soon find out." Whether I regret it or not remains to be seen, but I know for certain that you will regret it now. Lin Qian retorted with a mocking laugh. The guard's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He sensed the tension between the two and felt compelled to assert himself before such a striking beauty, perhaps hoping for an opportunity. Turning to Yi Xian, he said, "So, you are here to be a security guard? Who hired you?" "As the head of security, I was unaware of this." "You might as well leave." Yi Xian shot him a glance, calmly inquiring, "Since when does a head of security possess the authority to dismiss someone?" "You?" The guard's face flickered with indignation. "While I may lack the authority to expel you, there are those who do." Lin Qian sneered, pulling out her phone to make a call. In a sweet tone, she said, "Hello, boss? The company has hired someone I particularly dislike as a security guard. Could you arrange for his dismissal?" After a brief exchange, she hung up and turned to Yi Xian, stating, "You seem unaware, but I work in human resources at this company, and my boss is the HR director. Dismissing you would be a matter of mere moments." Indeed, just 2 minutes later, a sharply dressed middle-aged man in his 30s emerged from the building. Upon seeing Lin Qian, a broad smile illuminated his face. His gaze towards her revealed his intentions as a suitor, while Lin Qian's response indicated her disinterest, viewing him more as a backup option than anything else. Approaching the entrance, the man scrutinized Yi Xian and remarked, "So, this is the new security guard?" Lin Qian nodded affirmatively. The man appraised Yi Xian from head to toe, then declared, "You need not return." He then turned to Lin Qian and said, Qian, let us ascend. I have prepared breakfast for you." Lin Qian, with an air of arrogance, shot a disdainful glance at Yi Xian, revealing a hint of contempt as she replied, "I truly regret this." With that, she pushed the cart and walked towards the office building alongside the director of human resources. Yi Xian remained silent, absent-mindedly touching his nose. Moments later, the security captain, noticing that Yi Xian had yet to depart, glared at him and exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get lost." Yi Xian coldly glanced at him and retorted, "You dare to glare? I see you are courting death." Just then, a Mercedes slowly approached, honking its horn. The window rolled down, and a middle-aged man leaned out, inquiring, "What is going on?" The security captain immediately nodded and bowed, saying, "Boss, it's merely a small matter. I'll open the door for you right away, Mr. Yi." At that moment, from the other side of the back seat, a melodious voice called out. Yi Xian turned to see Zhou Qianqian, adorned with glasses and clad in uniform, also seated in the car. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Zhou Qianqian's words, looked at Yi Xian in astonishment and asked, "Is he the Mr. who intends to acquire our company?" Zhou Qianqian affirmed, "Indeed." The middle-aged man promptly opened the car door, stepping out before Yi Xian, and said, "Mr. Yi, you are truly impressive. To be so young yet capable of fully acquiring our company." Zhou Qianqian followed suit, winking at Yi Xian before smiling and introducing, "Allow me to introduce. This is He Gang, Mr. He." He Gang frowned and remarked, "Mr. Yi, why are you not upstairs waiting for me?" Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat began to form on the security captain's forehead as he gulped nervously and stammered, "Boss, have you perhaps made a mistake? He seems to have come to our company as a security guard." Understanding the situation from the security captain's reaction, He Gang smiled at him and said, "In a moment, this Mr. will be your new boss." The security captain's face turned pale. He Gang refrained from saying more and gestured invitingly, "Let us discuss this inside the company." Yi Xian nodded with a smile, then looked at the security captain and stated, "You need not come to work anymore." The signing process was rather straightforward. Yi Xian affixed his signature and seal, while Zhou Qianqian managed the intermediary procedures. The company experienced minimal upheaval, with only a few high-ranking officials being privy to the news. By 10:30, the acquisition contract officially took effect. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and turned to the company's executive president, saying, "The first order of business is to dismiss the human resources director and seek a replacement." The executive president was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an order immediately after Yi Xian had signed the contract. But he nodded and replied, "Understood. I will take care of it right away." On the third floor of the company, there lies an office belonging to the Human Resources Department. This moment, their HR director, Chen Feng, is seated beside Lin Qian, smiling as he inquires, "These buns are quite delicious, aren't they? I drove over 10 kilometers this morning expressly to buy them for you. You must accompany me to the movies after work today." The other members of the HR department are unfazed by this exchange. It is well known that Chen Feng harbors feelings for Lin Qian. Lin Qian pouts slightly, just about to respond, when someone enters through the door, stating, "No need to go after work." Chen Feng's expression shifts subtly as he quickly rises, bowing his head in respect. "Mr. Su," he exclaims. Mr. Su glances at Chen Feng and calmly replies, "Go settle your salary with the finance department, then pack your belongings and leave." Chen Feng stands momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "Mr. Su, what do you mean?" Mr. Su gazes at him and responds, "It's quite simple. You have been dismissed." Chapter 7. A beautiful Dr. Chen Feng remains frozen in place, convinced he must have misheard. Dismissed? Without any prior indication? Beside him, Lin Qian also appears momentarily taken aback, only to quickly reveal a fleeting smile that teeters between amusement and disdain. To her, Chen Feng is merely a backup option. Of course, Chen Feng's position is commendable. Having ascended to the role of HR director at Jiangxing's largest logistics company at a relatively young age, his annual salary is certainly in the hundreds of thousands. However, Lin Qian's standards are exceedingly high, especially after witnessing Lin Qingshua's choice of Han Shuhua. She believes she can find someone of equal or even superior caliber to Han Shuhua. Naturally, their assessment of a man's worth is primarily based on his financial standing. "Mr. Su, what is happening?" Chen Feng, disregarding Lin Qian's expression, quickly inquires. After a moment of stunned silence. Mr. Su coolly replies, "Our company has been acquired. The new owner is a young man who made it clear from the outset that you were to leave. I am powerless in this matter." Chen Feng yearns to ask more, but Mr. Su has already turned away, stating, "I have other matters to attend to. You should be aware of whom you have offended." With that, he departs. Chen Feng slumps into a nearby chair, contemplating the absurdity of his situation. While he has indeed crossed paths with individuals he should not have, none were of such stature as to orchestrate the acquisition of a thriving company. His demise seems inexplicably unjust. Meanwhile, following the completion of the acquisition, under the persuasion of Zhou Qianqian, he gang ops to remain with the company, continuing to oversee its operations, albeit as an employee rather than an owner. In contrast, Yi Xian takes a hands-off approach. This arrangement suits Yi Xian well, as he lacks expertise in such matters and prefers to leave professional tasks to those more qualified. Once everything is settled, Zhou Qianqian rises and states, "I consider this matter resolved, so I shall take my leave now." Yi Xian also stands, saying, "I have matters to attend to as well. Let us leave together." Up until this point, Zhou Qianqian has yet to mention the topic of compensation. In truth, Yi Xian yearned to present himself before Lin Qian as her superior at this very moment. However, pressing matters required his departure. The striking woman with short hair had been arriving to seek him out around noon these past few days, and the hour was drawing near. Zhou Qianqian adjusted her glasses, revealing a sweet smile as she said, "All right." The two exited the company, and Yi Xian exhaled, saying, "Manager Zhou, I am still unsure how to express my gratitude, and I anticipate that I will require your assistance on numerous occasions in the future. How much compensation do you think would be appropriate?" Zhou Qianqian smiled gently, replying, "As for compensation, let that be. You are a diamond cardholder at our bank, and as long as you make a request, we will comply with you 100%. Yi Xian was taken aback, not realizing that diamond cardholders held such esteemed privileges at Xinhai Bank. Of course, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, you could assist me with a small favor, accompany me to an evening banquet, Zhou Qianqian said, her smile sweetening. In simpler terms, I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Yi Xian paused momentarily, then nodded, saying, "That's no problem." Zhou Qianqian's eyes sparkled slightly, and she nodded in response. "Once you agree, there's no turning back. I will call you tonight and come to pick you up." Yi Xian nodded in affirmation. As their conversation drew to a close, they arrived at the entrance. After bidding each other farewell, they each took a taxi to depart. At precisely 11:20 a.m., Yi Xian arrived at the construction site, and indeed, as he approached the entrance, he spotted the short-haired girl, who was exiting with a look of disappointment, carrying a lunchbox. Upon noticing Yi Xian, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly ran towards him. "I thought you weren't coming," she said with a smile as she reached him. "Yesterday, I checked my bank account balance. You must have been truthful." Yi Xian sighed in relief. "So, are you willing to return with me?" The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired. Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, absolutely." The beautiful girl pumped her fist in the air, exclaiming, "Guardian Zero is finally making a comeback to this world." "Guardian Zero?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow, puzzled. We are a covert unit, each member assigned a code name, typically numerical. The more formidable the individual, the higher their rank. You were previously Guardian Zero, our most powerful asset. She added with a hint of embarrassment, however, due to your disappearance over the past 3 years. Many assumed you perished during the last major operation, so the title of Zero now belongs to someone else. Yet, I believe that once you regain your memory, you will swiftly reclaim it. Yexian scratched his head, utterly bewildered by her words, and coughed lightly. What must I do to recover my memory? Well, I will take you to see Dr. Zhe right now, she replied. Dr. Zhe is the finest physician among our guardians, and one of the best in the world. Yexian nodded. Very well, by the way, I still do not know your name. The girl paused for a moment, then scratched her head and said, I am now No. 66.as for my name. You should be able to recall it if your memory returns. A peculiar sensation stirred within Yexian. The use of numbers as designations felt oddly reminiscent of addressing a technician. She hailed a cab, and the two of them climbed in. Their destination was not a hospital or clinic, but rather a place that Yexian was very familiar with, the garden community. Indeed, their destination was the garden community. We had intended to facilitate your return, so we purchased a residence in the building next to yours. Both Dr. Zhao and I reside there, the short-haired girl explained with a smile. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Dr. Zhe, known as Zhe Qiuyu, was a woman, quite different from Yexian's expectations. He had imagined Dr. Zhe to be an elderly individual, but he was taken aback upon seeing her. She was stunningly beautiful, even surpassing the likes of Lin Qingxue, and appeared to be under 30, remarkably youthful, however. Upon seeing Yexian, her expression soured. She cast a cold glance at him, arching her elegant brows, and remarked, Have you lost your memory? I suppose so, Yexian replied. Lie down on the sofa, Dr. Zhe said in a frigid tone. I will fetch something. With that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. Yexian felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and quietly inquired, did I owe Dr. Zhe any money in the past? Not quite, the short-haired girl chuckled. It's just that while you were a night watchman, you persistently declared your affection for Dr. Zhe, professing that you would marry no one but her. Now that we've come to find you and investigate your background, we discovered that you were married, which seems to have irked Dr. Zhe a bit. Did she have feelings for my former self? Yexian asked in astonishment. The notion that he had once been so impressive, to attract the interest of such a stunning woman, was bewildering. Not at all. Dr. Zhe rejected you countless times, the girl laughed heartily. Yexian was left speechless, so why would she be upset now that I'm married? Enough with the chatter. Just then, Dr. Zhe emerged, producing a pocket watch from her pocket and saying softly, Focus your gaze on the watch. The pocket watch began to sway back and forth. Yexian's eyes followed its rhythmic motion. Dr. Zhe's voice transformed. It was no longer cold but imbued with an extraordinary gentleness. Gradually, Yexian felt a wave of drowsiness washing over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the soothing murmurs continued to resonate in his ears. You are Yexian, born in Linhai City. When you turned 18, you died. As the soothing voice unfolded, guiding him, a series of images and countless memories began to materialize in Yexian's mind. Chapter 8. Restoring memory. Countless memories began to emerge in Yexian's consciousness. He was not born in Jiangxing but rather in Linhai City, the young master of the Yi family in Linhai. The Yi family can be considered a prominent clan. However, within the lineage, Yexian's household is merely a collateral branch. Nevertheless, in comparison to the majority of families, they are indeed affluent. At the tender age of 18, he encountered an elderly man, and the youthful Yexian was persuaded to become a night watchman, a role he upheld for 6 long years. During this time, he exhibited an astonishing martial prowess, achieving exceptional feats within a year. By his 3rd year as a night watchman, he earned the prestigious Starry Honor Medal, ultimately rising to the esteemed rank of Zero, the epitome of the night watchman. He was also referred to as the God of Death, for he executed his missions with unwavering decisiveness. 3 years ago, alongside the night watchman ranked 2 and 7, he received a covert assignment that brought him to Jiang City. Unfortunately, they fell victim to an ambush, resulting in the immediate death of the 7th member, and amidst the chaos, he and the 2nd member became separated. Yexian, clutching the mission items, fought his way out through a sea of blood, but not long after, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, saved by Lin Qingxue's father, who treated him with great kindness thereafter. However, reflecting on it now, It seems that Lin Qingshua's father perceived something extraordinary in him, believing Yi Xian to be a significant figure, which led to the later proposal of Lin Qingxua marrying him. As the zero of the night watchman, Yi Xian accumulated unimaginable wealth over those 6 years, with the 12 billion on that diamond card merely being the tip of the iceberg. The gentle whispers continued to echo in his ears. "Do you recall? You were once a figure that instilled terror in this world, a beacon amongst the night watchmen. Those lurking in the shadows trembled at the mere mention of your name. You are the zero of the night watchmen, the sovereign of the city of sin, with countless lives lost upon your hands, yet you have also saved innumerable souls." Countless scenes, myriad memories, surged forth from the depths of his mind. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until he gradually opened his eyes, only to behold a delicate visage before him. Zhiqiuyu sat upon a chair, and upon noticing Yi Xian's awakening, a faint smirk curled at the corners of her lips. "How do you feel?" At that moment, a short-haired girl leaped forward, inquiring eagerly. Yi Xian offered her a slight smile, propped himself up, and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Yes, I remember now. It's been 3 years, and our little Nan has grown increasingly beautiful." "You remember me?" The short-haired girl's tone brimmed with excitement. Indeed, Yi Xian recalled. The girl before him was named Ming Xiaonan, one whom Yi Xian had personally brought into the ranks of the night watchmen. That was his inaugural mission 9 years ago, when Lin Xiaonan was merely 12 years old. During that mission, her parents tragically perished, and Yi Xian took the 12-year-old back to the night watchman. With a sigh of reminiscence, Yi Xian turned to Zhiqiuyu and expressed, "Thank you, Dr. Zhe." Zhiqiuyu scoffed lightly, "Thank you? I never expected you to utter that word." "People do change," Yi Xian replied with a smile, then pondered for a moment before asking, "How are those elderly folks faring?" "Still as robust as ever," she replied. Ming Xiaonan cheerfully remarked, revealing 2 faint dimples, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Now that you have regained your memory, executing this mission should be considerably simpler." Yi Xian pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the nature of your mission?" "Blood Lotus's operatives," Zhiqiuyu replied calmly. "3 individuals have already been lost." Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. If Lin Qingshua's family were to witness such an expression from Yi Xian, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Over the past 3 years, Yi Xian had presented himself as submissive and hardworking, leading them to believe he was merely a simpleton. However, upon hearing the name Blood Lotus, an unmistakable aura of lethal intent emanated from him. Genuine bloodlust. "Have we located number 2? Yi Xian asked again. "Not yet, and we haven't found the body of number 7 either," Zhiqiuyu responded. "The target of Blood Lotus this time is..." Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang unexpectedly. He retrieved it to find it was a call from Zhou Qianqian. After glancing at Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan, he answered, "Hello, Manager Zhou. Where are you?" "I've finished work, and you promised to pretend to be my boyfriend for the evening banquet," Zhou Qianqian said. "Send me the address. I'll drive over to pick you up." Yi Xian was taken aback, realizing it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. He had slept the entire day away. "I'm at the Huayuan community. Just drive over. But call me in advance so I can meet you at the entrance," he replied. "All right, see you in 10 minutes. Zhou Qianqian concluded before hanging up. "I have something to attend to shortly, so please hand me the keys. I currently have no place to stay, and I'll just spend the night here," Yi Xian said, clearing his throat. Zhiqiuyu scoffed lightly, ignoring him as she turned toward the bedroom. Ming Xiaonan's eyes brightened. She quickly retrieved a key and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, "Here are the keys, by the way. What is Blood Lotus's target?" "The daughter of Jiangqing's wealthiest man, Jiang Wanwan," Ming Xiaonan replied. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, asking, "What is your plan?" "It's complicated. We can't clarify it all right now. You should go ahead with your business and we'll explain it in detail when you return," Ming Xiaonan said. Yi Xian did not press further, nodding as he made his way to the door. Once he closed it, Ming Xiaonan sighed with a wry smile and said, "Dr. Zhe, do you think he will agree to our plan? After all, he just got divorced. He must agree, whether he wants to or not," Zhiqiuyu replied, pushing the door open and speaking coolly. Yi Xian, oblivious to their scheme, soon found a bright red sedan pulling up at the community entrance. The window rolled down and Zhou Qianqian called out to him, "Get in." Once inside the car, Yi Xian asked, "What kind of banquet is this?" "It's a gathering for young professionals from major companies in Jiangcheng, called by the city's wealthiest. Most of the top second-generation rich kids will be in attendance." Zhou Qianqian pouted and remarked, "Our bank has sent me here, Sigh. I truly despise such social engagements. Those rich second-generation heirs are simply. At this point, she let out a bitter smile and added, So, I can only impose upon you. It's a trivial matter, Exian replied, scratching his nose. Indeed, Zhou Qianqian was strikingly beautiful, single, and quite capable. It was only natural that suitors would be abundant. Zhou Qianqian glanced at Exian's attire, wanting to say something, but ultimately hesitated and started the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Jiangqing Marriott Hotel. This was the finest hotel in Jiangqing, with an average expenditure reportedly exceeding 3,000 per person. Previously, when Exian was still working on the construction site, he had dreamed of one day bringing Lin Qingxue and her family here for a meal. Perhaps then they would no longer look down upon him. However, for him now, it mattered little, as he had witnessed too many high-end gatherings. After parking the car, Exian and Zhou Qianqian stepped out, with Zhou Qianqian naturally linking her arm with his. Come a bit closer, Zhou Qianqian said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Otherwise, others won't believe we're a couple. Why Exian, taken aback, complied and moved in closer, and thus, the two strolled hand in hand towards the hotel. Just as they reached the entrance, a voice called out, Manager Zhou. Exian turned to the source of the voice, his brow furrowing slightly. In the distance, 3 individuals were approaching them. He recognized 2 of them, Lin Qingxue and Han Shuo. He had not anticipated that both Lin Qingxue and Han Shuo would attend this banquet. At that moment, Lin Qingxue, clad in a stunning black evening gown, froze slightly upon spotting Exian and asked, Exian, what brings you here? Exian glanced at her and Han Shuo, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the young man with gray hair beside Han Shuo cast a scrutinizing gaze at Exian and inquired, Manager Zhou, who is he? Zhou Qianqian smiled gently and replied, Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Exian. She then turned her gaze towards Han Shuo, saying, You know Han Shuo. This is Chun Fan, the second young master of the Qin group. As her words fell, the 3 individuals across from them were momentarily taken aback. Han Shuo appraised Exian from head to toe and remarked, Manager Zhou's taste is rather unique. My brother has pursued you for 2 years, yet you steadfastly refused. You have chosen such a man as your boyfriend, and a recently divorced one at that. Indeed, Exian is merely a brick mover on a construction site. Manager Zhou, you are so beautiful and capable. It's hard to believe you would settle for someone of such low caliber, Lin Qingxue interjected. Zhou Qianqian smiled slightly and said, I find Exian quite admirable. I can't believe it, Qianqian. You must be doing this to make me give up hope? He retorted disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Exian and added, Surely, he is someone you hired online. If you are going to hire someone, at least make it look convincing. This fellow's attire will surely embarrass you at the banquet, Chun Fan declared, turning his gaze to Exian and warned, Get away from Qianqian, you scoundrel. Zhou Qianqian's expression shifted slightly, seemingly exposed, and instinctively tightened her grip on Exian's arm. Exian raised his head and glanced at Han Shuo and the others, wrapping his arm around Zhou Qianqian's waist as he said, Shall we go in? Zhou Qianqian was momentarily taken aback but then nodded, and the two turned to enter the hotel. This fellow. Qin Fan's face flickered with anger. Don't worry, Han Shuo replied with a smile. This guy is just a country bumpkin. Someone of Zhou Qianqian's caliber would never look his way. You seem to know him quite well? Qin Fan asked in astonishment. He is my ex-husband, a mere construction worker who carries bricks, nothing but a complete waste. Lin Qingxue looked at Exian's departing figure, displaying a look of disdain, accompanied by a sense of inexplicable annoyance. Indeed, he was a toy who had been utterly devoted to her for 3 years, and now it felt as though he was being snatched away, which greatly displeased her. She was also irked by the way Exian had looked at her. Is he the waste you were just speaking of? Han Shuo asked, surprised. Then a cold smile crept across his face as he continued. I shall ensure he loses all face at the banquet later. Chapter 9. You, get out. Though it was termed a banquet, it was essentially a party. As a representative of Xinhai Bank, Zhou Qianqian's connections were evidently formidable. The moment she stepped into the banquet hall, she became the focal point, with numerous attendees approaching her to greet her, to which she responded with polite smiles. Many of these individuals cast curious glances at Exian, their faces revealing a peculiar expression. The banquet hall was not overly crowded, housing perhaps 30 to 40 people, yet this small gathering comprised nearly all of the city's elite second-generation rich. The hall was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Yixian glanced around, cleared his throat, and inquired, I hope it's all right if I grab a bite. Zhou Qianqian paused for a moment, then smiled gently. Feel free? Great. Yixian nodded, took a plate, selected some food, and sat down at a table with Zhou Qianqian, then began to eat contentedly. They appeared somewhat out of place amidst the gathering. Most attendees were mingling in small groups, sipping wine and engaging in conversation, while Yixian sat alone, enjoying his meal. Zhou Qianqian felt no embarrassment, grabbing a drink for herself and sitting beside him. At that moment, Han Shuhua, accompanied by Lin Qingxue and Chen Fan, entered the banquet hall. From a distance, they spotted Yixian, who was eating alone. Chen Fan scoffed, as expected, a country bumpkin. This gathering is meant for networking and exploring collaboration opportunities, yet he's over there just eating. He clearly has never experienced the world, Lin Qingxue sneered. I bet it's his first time at the Marriott. He probably has never tasted their cuisine before and wants to give it a try. Humph. Today, I'll make sure he learns what it means to be embarrassed. Chen Fan remarked with a cold chuckle, walking over to grab a glass of red wine before heading straight towards Yixian and Zhou Qianqian. As Yixian stood before him, gazing down at the food he was consuming, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He then spoke, his voice resonating loudly. Manager Zhou, is this gentleman beside you your boyfriend? Earlier, Zhou Qianqian had already made mention of this, and his reiteration, coupled with the volume of his voice, was clearly intended to capture the attention of all present. Indeed, as his words echoed through the hall, many pairs of eyes turned in their direction. Yixian lifted his head, casting a calm glance at Chen Fan, while Zhou Qianqian cheerfully added, Yes, let me take this opportunity to introduce him to everyone. This is my boyfriend, Yixian. A fleeting shadow of a smirk crossed Chen Fan's face as he remarked, Ah, who would have thought that our beloved goddess, the stunning Qianqian from Xinhai Bank, would be won over by this brother here. Many suitors are bound to feel heartbroken. Yet, judging by his attire, he seems rather out of place at this gathering. Zhou Qianqian's brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Yixian, noticing his remarkably composed demeanor. In truth, she was quite curious about him. The first time she encountered Yixian, he appeared no different from a beggar. Yet, this very individual possessed a diamond card from Xinhai Bank, an asset not easily obtained, even with wealth. Observing Yixian's tranquil expression and recalling his previous attire and behavior, she speculated that he was likely a modest person, preferring not to flaunt his status. With a gentle smile, she remarked, he is merely an ordinary person. Chen Fan chuckled, ordinary? That's quite the understatement. By the way, Manager Zhou, you aren't trying to dishearten your suitors by hiring someone online to pose as your boyfriend? Are you? This is a gala presided over by Old Master Jiang. After all, not just anyone can waltz in. Hey, I'm talking to you, buddy. Noticing Yixian's silence, Chen Fan turned to him and said, if I'm not mistaken, you work on a construction site, moving bricks by playing the role of someone's boyfriend your side gig? How much can someone like you earn pretending to be someone's boyfriend? Suddenly, laughter erupted from various corners of the hall. Chen Fan, with a teasing smile, looked at Yixian and jovially urged, Come on, don't be so quiet, brother. Say something. Yixian, rising from the table with a plate in hand, disregarded Chen Fan and addressed Zhou Qianqian. My dear, it seems there are some barking dogs here. It's quite distracting while trying to eat. Shall we find another place? As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. His gaze turned icy as he shot back at Yixian. Who the hell are you cursing at, you little thief? A brick mover like you is trying to act tough with me? At that moment, the door to the banquet hall swung open, and a young woman entered, assisting a man in his 60s. The instant they appeared, all eyes were drawn to them. How beautiful! A chorus of gasps echoed from the female attendees. Indeed, the girl at the entrance was stunning. She stood nearly at a height of 1.70 meters, possessing a flawless figure and a visage reminiscent of an angel. When she graced the venue with her presence, she instantaneously became the center of attention. Yixian couldn't help but feel a slight astonishment. In terms of appearance and demeanor, this girl was nearly indistinguishable from Zhe Qiuyu. That man is Jiang Qing's wealthiest tycoon, Jiang Zhenan, and the woman is his daughter, Jiang Wanwan. Zhou Qianqian explained beside Yixian. Is it really him? Yixian inwardly gasped, realizing that he was acquainted with Jiang Zhenan. Zhou Qianqian glanced at Yixian in surprise, asking, You know him? I have a vague impression, Yixian replied with a smile, but we are not particularly familiar. The atmosphere was quite lively. Just a moment ago, I seem to have overheard some unpleasantness at the entrance of the banquet hall? Jiang Zhenan wore a slightly benevolent smile as his gaze slowly swept over the young individuals present. However, when his eyes fell upon Yi Xian, his expression abruptly shifted. His glance quickly darted back, and his entire body began to tremble slightly. Then, to the astonishment of all, he strode briskly towards Yi Xian. He approached Yi Xian, and amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he suddenly knelt before him with a thud. "It is you. After our brief encounter, you saved me and then vanished. I wished to repay your kindness, but never had the opportunity. I never expected to see you at my banquet point 3 years ago. I heard you were in Jiangcheng." Jiang Zhenan's voice quivered. Yet before he could finish, Yi Xian interrupted, saying, "You have mistaken me for someone else." The Night Watchman, a clandestine organization in Yinxia, remained unknown to ordinary people. However, those who achieved a certain status would have heard whispers of it. Jiang Zhenan had previously crossed paths with Yi Xian, who had rescued him from the clutches of Suelian at that time. He had learned the names Shuilian and Night Watchman, but afterward, he had signed a confidentiality agreement, forbidding him from speaking of these matters. Why Yi Xian feared that Jiang Zhenan, in his heightened emotional state, might inadvertently reveal these secrets. Jiang Zhenan, having risen to the pinnacle of wealth in Jiangcheng, was undoubtedly adept at reading the room. He understood that Yi Xian wished to remain undisclosed. He trembled slightly, wiped away the tears from his face, and then stood, saying, "Ah, I must be getting old, my eyesight failing me. I have indeed mistaken the person." Jiang Wanwan quickly helped him to his feet. Her beautiful eyes swept over Yi Xian, revealing a hint of curiosity. At that moment, Chen Fan finally exhaled in relief. Just now, when Jiang Zhenan had knelt, he had nearly been paralyzed with fear. A person capable of bringing Jiangcheng's wealthiest tycoon to his knees was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. Now, seeing Jiang Zhenan claiming to have mistaken Yi Xian for another, he spoke up, "Precisely, old Master Jiang. This fellow is likely just a boyfriend hired by Manager Zhou, merely a laborer from the construction site, here to freeload. You must have mistaken him. He is nothing but a waste." Jiang Zhenan wiped away his tears, then turned away, pointing at Chen Fan and then at the doorway, speaking in an undeniably firm tone. "You, get out." "Ah." Chen Fan was taken aback. "I could hear your incessant whimpering from outside. Since this gentleman was brought by Manager Zhou, he is indeed a guest. I am hosting this banquet to facilitate communication among the younger generation, not to allow you to create trouble and humiliate others, so be quick and leave," Jiang Zhenan stated coldly. This. Chen Fan's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to his neck. To be expelled from such a gathering in front of everyone was utterly humiliating. "I said leave, do you not understand?" Jiang Zhenan's tone grew even colder. Chapter 10. Misfortune in meeting you. Chen Fan exited the banquet hall, his face still burning with embarrassment. He dared not defy Jiang Zhenan. Remaining stubbornly here would only amplify his disgrace. Once he departed, a smile emerged on Jiang Zhenan's face as he cheerfully announced, "Everyone, please continue, please continue. I'll step next door for a bit and not disturb your youthful exchanges. I will return shortly to announce something." With that, he glanced at Yi Xian, who had resumed her meal nearby, before making his exit. Jiang Wanwan, being one of the younger attendees, naturally remained. As soon as he left, the banquet hall buzzed with liveliness once more, and Jiang Wanwan was quickly surrounded by several young people. Conversations about their own affairs ensued, inevitably touching upon Chen Fan's embarrassment and Yi Xian. Everyone appeared to return to normal, with 2 exceptions. Lin Qingshua's brows were slightly furrowed. She had been observing quietly, hoping to witness Yi Xian's disgrace, yet throughout, Chen Fan had continually pointed out Yi Xian's shortcomings. While Yi Xian maintained a composed demeanor, something felt amiss. Gazing at Yi Xian seated not far away, she felt a twinge of discomfort. "What is wrong?" Han Shua inquired as he glanced at Lin Qingxue. "Nothing." Lin Qingxue shook her head. Han Shua chuckled. "Now that I've brought you to such a high-end venue, how about you indulge me tonight?" "Oh dear," Lin Qingxue replied coyly. "Let me take a few more photos for my social media. My friends will be absolutely envious." "Thank you, darling. We can discuss the evening's events later." Another somewhat unusual presence was Zhou Qianqian. She remained seated beside Yi Xian, observing as Yi Xian devoured her 3rd serving. Her curiosity intensifying. Truly enigmatic, a smile crept across her lips. "How long will this banquet last? It's rather dull." "I'm already full," Yi Xian remarked. once old Master Jiang arrives to make his announcement. It should come to an end, Zhou Qianqian replied, leaning back on the sofa with a sweet smile. Honestly, this has been the easiest banquet for me, by the way. If there are similar gatherings in the future, I'll invite you, and you must assist me. Yi Xian nodded. No problem. With delicious food and drinks, it's a win-win. As their conversation unfolded, the grand doors of the banquet hall were once again pushed open, revealing Zhang Zhenan, who entered the hall holding a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, you are all the talented youth of Jiangxing. The purpose of gathering everyone here, aside from providing an opportunity for, is to announce something significant. All eyes turned towards him as he smiled slightly, his gaze resting on Jiang Wanshan in the distance. That is to announce the lifelong affairs of my daughter, Jiang Wanshan. What? The crowd was taken aback. My daughter is already 25 and has remained single for far too long. As a father, I have witnessed this and felt anxious about it. Therefore, I hope that if anyone here has affections for my daughter, you should pursue her boldly. I will not intervene. Before Zhang Zhenan could finish his sentence, a petite figure swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, snatching the microphone and exclaiming, Dad, please don't say such things. I'm so embarrassed. Zhang Zhenan chuckled. What I just said is absolutely valid. Jiang Wanshan's fair face flushed crimson. Nearby, Yi Xindu was stupefied, thinking, is this really her father? With a soft laugh, Zhou Qianqian remarked, this old man Jiang is quite humorous in his dealings. Yet, do not be deceived by his jovial demeanor. When it comes to business, he is ruthless and decisive. This is why Qin Fan was so apprehensive of him earlier. Yi Xian smiled, and as the farcical scene unfolded, the gathering began to draw to a close, with attendees gradually taking their leave. Once a considerable number had departed, Zhou Qianqian stood up and said, shall we be on our way? At the entrance, Zhou Qianqian greeted Zhang Zhenan, who glanced at Yi Xian, pursed his lips, and remained silent. The two successfully exited the banquet hall, and upon reaching the hotel entrance, Zhou Qianqian cheerfully offered, where are you headed? I can drive you. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. I'll just take a taxi, Yi Xian replied. Zhou Qianqian did not press further, nodding in understanding. All right, thank you for today. If you need anything, just give me a call. Yi Xian nodded, and as Zhou Qianqian departed, he approached the hotel entrance and planned to hail a taxi. At that moment, a middle-aged man briskly approached him, saying, Mr. Yi. The newcomer was a well-dressed man in a suit, who introduced himself, I am secretary of Zhang Zhenan. Here is Zhang's business card. He asked me to remind you to call him no matter what. Yi Xian calmly accepted the business card and nodded. Understood. He then hailed a taxi and got inside. Instead of heading directly back to the garden community, he directed the driver towards Yang Chang's residence, as he had some belongings still with him. Most importantly, that iron box. 3 years ago, for the sake of that iron box, the Night Watchman's top 10 nearly lost 3 members, including himself, the former 0.as for the contents of the iron box. He was, in fact, uncertain. Initially, he had merely been assigned a task without being informed of its nature. Half an hour later, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Xian arrived at Yang Chang's residence without a hitch. Upon standing at the entrance, Yi Xian discovered that the door was ajar. From the stairwell above, Yang Chang's voice resonated. Hey, Li Ge, are you still in need of workers over there? No? My apologies then. If you do require assistance, please give me a call. I'm currently free and have no work to attend to. Yang Chang was on the phone, evidently seeking employment, and his choice to remain outside was likely to avoid being overheard by his son. Yang Anin, as Yi Xian ascended, he noticed a plethora of cigarette butts strewn across the corridor. Yang Chang was a truly down-to-earth migrant worker, lacking the identity transformation that Yi Xian had experienced. Losing that job was tantamount to losing his livelihood. He did not possess the immense strength that Yi Xian had. In fact, he had nearly exhausted himself in pursuit of funds for Yang Anin's chemotherapy. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Yang Chang discarded the cigarette but he held, extinguishing it as he spoke. I thought you wouldn't be back today. Damn it, I've called several construction sites, and none of them are hiring. If I can't find work soon, next month's chemotherapy expenses for an. Yi Xian smiled gently and replied, I have a job for you. Would you like to come and try it out with me tomorrow? Yang Chang's eyes brightened. Which construction site? Not a construction site, it's Shangshi Company, Yi Xian replied. The logistics company? Yang Chang's expression shifted slightly, but working in logistics means running around everywhere, and if I leave, who will take care of an? You won't need to run around, Yi Xian assured him. Is it manual labor? Unloading goods and such? What's the pay like? Yang Chong inquired eagerly. It's not manual labor. We just need to meet at their company entrance at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for the pay, if you're not satisfied, you can simply walk away. Yi Xian chuckled. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Chong nodded. That works. Given that I can't find work at the moment, it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. But by the way, how do you know someone from that company? Just a fortunate coincidence. Yi Xian smiled, knowing full well that revealing the truth would likely not be believed by Yang Chong. Yang Chong did not press further. With the news from Yi Xian, his mood seemed to brighten considerably. He tilted his head and asked, "Are you staying over tonight?" "No, I found a place to stay. I just came to collect some things," Yi Xian replied with a smile. "All right, let us go in and grab your stuff. Just keep it down. Anan is still doing his homework, and we don't want to disturb him," Yang Chong said. Yi Xian nodded. After retrieving his belongings, he returned to the Huayuan community where Zhiqiuyu and Lin Xiaonan resided. When he returned, the two were evidently out. A night watchman, of course, was expected to safeguard the tranquility of the night. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Yi Xian set out early. By 8:30, he arrived at the entrance of Shengshi Company. Just as he reached the door, a black sedan came to a halt, and Yi Gang stepped out. Spotting Yi Xian, he waved and exclaimed, "Oh, Yi Zong, you're here so early today. I came over due to a matter that required my attention. Ordinarily, I would not make such a visit. I feel quite reassured in trusting the management of the company to you." Yi Xian remarked, "Let us ascend together. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Naturally, he was referring to the arrangement for Yang Chong to work here. After concluding his statement, Yi Gang nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will handle it." "What about the salary? 1 million a year should suffice." Yi Xian replied calmly. "Regardless of the position, he will receive this remuneration. Of course, confidentiality can be maintained." Yi Gang nodded thoughtfully and then added, "By the way, you might need to have a photograph taken today to be displayed on the company wall, so that everyone knows you are the boss. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing if you cannot enter your own company next time." Yi Xian smiled slightly and agreed, and during this opportune moment, Yi Gang arranged for someone to take Yi Xian's photograph. 9 o'clock, Yi Xian's phone rang. It was a call from Yang Chong. After exchanging a few words, he hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Yang Chong standing there, peering nervously inside. The security guard had indeed changed, and he recognized Yi Gang personally escorting Yi Xian inside, offering no significant resistance. "Come in," Yi Xian called out to Yang Chong as he approached the door. At that moment, a beautiful woman rushed over. She scanned her card at the entrance, glanced at Yi Xian, and a look of disdain crossed her face. Indeed, the newcomer was Lin Xian. "What are you doing here? Haven't you been fired already?" she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. "The person who dismissed me has since been let go, and I have been reinstated," Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Humph, feeling so proud as a security guard. Can you even earn 5,000 a month? You're nothing but a useless guard," Lin Xian retorted scornfully. Inside the security booth, the guard felt an urge to curse. "Did you see my sister's moments yesterday? Han Shuhua took her to attend a gathering of the wealthiest elite in Jiangsheng, at the Marriott Hotel. The food there likely costs more than your entire monthly salary," Lin Xian sneered at Yi Xian. "Of course, my sister has probably deleted your WeChat by now. You must be unaware." Yi Xian looked at her, amusement bubbling within him. "Quickly step aside. Encountering you brings misfortune. The day before yesterday, I crashed my car after running into you. And yesterday my boss was dismissed, leaving me unable to enjoy even a little extra sleep this morning. You are a harbinger of bad luck. It is no wonder my sister has cast you aside. Just look at her life now. I am envious." As Lin Xian spoke, she shoved past Yi Xian and walked into the building. Observing her retreating figure, Yi Xian chuckled softly to himself. "You must be having quite an unfortunate day. Especially when you see my photograph in the bosses section." Chapter 11. The shocked Lin Xian watching Lin Xian's silhouette, Yi Xian smiled faintly, not overly concerned. Yang Chong, however, expressed his disbelief. "I never expected Lin Xian to be working here. Does that mean we will be subjected to her ridicule daily?" Yi Xian paused, then smiled gently. "Just ignore her. Besides, who knows who will end up ridiculing whom? With regard to Yang Chong's position and salary arrangements, he has already conferred with Yi Gang. His role is that of the newly vacant Human Resources Director. Naturally, there is no expectation for him to undertake any strenuous tasks. Merely reclining and enjoying himself suffices." "Are we here to serve as security personnel?" Yang Chong inquired. Yi Xian scratched his head and replied, I am uncertain as well. We shall see what arrangements they have once we enter. Yang Chong, filled with skepticism, followed Yi Xian through the entrance and ascended the stairs. Before long, they arrived at the 6th floor, standing before a door marked General Manager's office. My goodness, Yang Chong exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. What are we doing here that necessitates the General Manager's personal presence? Is this an interview? Consider it an interview, Yi Xian chuckled. Do not be overly anxious, by the way. Did you bring the salary card and your identification? Yes, I brought them. Yang Chong nodded, his voice trembling slightly. Then let us proceed, Yi Xian encouraged. Aren't you coming in with me? Yang Chong's nerves intensified. No need for me to accompany you. Rest assured, the General Manager is quite amiable, Yi Xian assured him. Oh. Yang Chong exhaled deeply, his hand shaking as he rapped on the door. Come in, He Gang's voice echoed from within. With trepidation, Yang Chong stepped into the room, and upon seeing his demeanor, He Gang smiled and said, Ah, Yang Chong. Please have a seat and no need to be nervous. Greetings, sir. Yang Chong stammered, hesitant to take a seat. He was merely a rural man, accustomed to associating with those from the lower strata of society. While he might have felt indifferent when hearing about executives in casual conversations, the reality of facing one, and the implications for his future sustenance, induced genuine anxiety. Well, you're quite likable and I appreciate that, He Gang remarked cheerfully. You are hired? Huh? Yang Chong was taken aback. Although he had never undergone an interview, he was aware that they typically involved a barrage of questions. Yet here, not a single inquiry had been posed. That's how I operate, He Gang explained with a smile. I hire based on first impressions. You appear sincere, and I find that very appealing. As it happens, we have an opening for a human resources director, and I would like you to fill it. There won't be much to do, just some signing and oversight. Regarding your annual salary, how does 1 million sound to you? What? Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Yang Chong's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse against the wall. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared incredulously at He Gang. Thoughts raced through his mind. Surely, he couldn't be asking me to engage in illicit activities. At that moment, Yang Chong was overwhelmed with an array of thoughts. Sir, this salary is far too high. I cannot accept this position. I am just an honest man, he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Outside, Yi Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This fellow was undeniably timid. However, it was evident that He Gang possessed remarkable eloquence. With his patient persuasion, Yang Chong gradually came to believe that this was indeed a legitimate opportunity. Yet, as he emerged from the office, he remained in a daze, filled with numerous questions for Yi Xian. However, at that moment, He Gang stepped forward and said, How about this? I will take you to the Human Resources Department to complete your onboarding procedures, and I will also give you a brief introduction to the department and the HR director, who is essentially the second in command here. By the way, have you prepared your bank card? The finance department will prepay you half of your salary shortly. The position of HR director comes with an annual salary. Half will be advanced, and the remainder will be disbursed monthly. What about him? Yang Chong inquired, gesturing towards Yi Xian. He Gang smiled at Yi Xian without elaborating, and then led Yang Chong down to the Human Resources Department. Observing Yang Chong's timid demeanor, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle, touching his nose as he watched Yang Chong depart. With this salary and the advance payment, An's surgical expenses should be well taken care of, he mused, before descending the building. As for work, he had no obligations. He was merely a figurehead. Lacking restored memories, he was unaware of the privileges associated with his diamond card from Xinhai Bank. Yet he was acutely aware now. The diamond card enabled him to access formidable funds at Xinhai Bank, and he could also utilize the financial team at no cost. In other words, the assistance provided by Zhou Qianqian was well within the scope of his card's privileges. Of course, Zhou Qianqian had not spoken harshly to him due to his appearance, which endeared her to Yi Xian. With such a top-tier financial team at his disposal, he had no concerns about He Gang engaging in any financial misconduct. As Yi Xian pondered, he reached the ground floor, where a few individuals were busily affixing a photograph to the boss's section. As he passed by, a subtle smile graced his lips. He did not linger, stepping outside to hail a taxi, heading straight for the garden community. By this time, Ming Xiaonan and Zhou Qiuyu should be returning, making it a perfect opportunity to inquire about their specific tasks. Just as Yi Xian departed, the Human Resources Department of Shangshi Company was bustling with activity. He Gang entered with Yang Chong and clapped his hands, saying, Everyone, please set your tasks aside for a moment. Following yesterday's events, the entire company was aware that He Gang had transitioned from owner to employee due to the complete acquisition. Nevertheless, everyone still held He Gang in high regard. Lin Qian, seated at her desk, looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Chong standing beside He Gang. Wasn't he the one who had been accompanying Yi Xian? His attire seemed rather shabby. How had he come to stand next to the boss? Was the boss hiring a bodyguard? Could it be that Yi Xian was also a bodyguard rather than just a security guard? Lin Qian pondered. After all, she could understand Yi Xian's role as a bodyguard. Despite her perception of him as somewhat inept, she recognized that he possessed considerable physical strength. At that moment, He Gang spoke up. Allow me to introduce our new Human Resources Director, Yang Chong. Come, Yang Chong. Please introduce yourself to everyone. Yang Chong had never addressed such a large group before and felt somewhat anxious, but he steeled himself and said, Hello everyone. My name is Yang Chong, and I hope we can have a pleasant working relationship moving forward. Beside her, Lin Qian's mind suddenly erupted in chaos. Just 2 days ago, this impoverished, disheveled individual trailing Yi Xian, laboring away with bricks, had inexplicably arrived at their company to work, and to top it off, had become her immediate superior? Lin Qian felt as though her entire worldview had crumbled. All right, I have matters to attend to. Xiao Zheng, please help Director Yang familiarize himself with the Human Resources Department, He Gang instructed, directing his gaze towards a figure not far off. Understood, He Zong. A young man promptly stood up in response. The Human Resources Department resumed its bustling atmosphere, though most were engaged in discussions about Yang Chong's arrival. Meanwhile, Lin Qian sat at her desk in a daze, sensing that something was amiss. Yang Chong had arrived as the Human Resources Director. Could it be that he had some familial connection to the boss? Was Yi Xian the one who had introduced him to the company? What role did Yi Xian play within the organization? Yi Xian had previously mentioned that she would make Lin Qian regret it. Could it be that he had come to work at Shangshi Company? Her mind was awash with swirling thoughts. Hey, Lin Qian. At that moment, a woman seated next to her spoke up. Have you met our new boss? Lin Qian felt a flicker of annoyance and shook her head, replying, No, I haven't. Why do you ask? Whoever acquired our company must belong to a major corporation, at the very least, an elderly man in his 40s or 50s. You might have overthought that, the woman said with a mysterious smile. I just stepped out, and upon returning, I saw the new boss's photograph hanging on the wall. He's not old at all, looks to be in his 20s. A rich second-generation heir? Lin Qian's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a hint of excitement. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, events were unfolding in the Human Resources Department. He hailed a cab and returned to his residence at the garden community. Just as fate would have it, upon arriving at his doorstep, he encountered by Lian Xiang, who was returning from grocery shopping. Why, Yi Xian? What are you doing back at the garden community? Bai Lian Xiang glared at him. Clearly lacking any cordiality. Aren't you done yet? You've already signed the papers. I have nothing to do with Qingshui anymore. You better leave. Don't dirty my eyes by being here. Yi Xian chuckled inwardly. Lin Qingshui's father was a reasonable man. Yet he had married such a woman. He shook his head, intending to ignore her, and proceeded towards the entrance. Stop right there, Bai Lian Xiang screeched. What do you think you're doing? If you continue like this, I'll call the property management to have you thrown out. I bought an apartment here after my divorce. Is that a problem? Yi Xian glanced back at her and replied. Bai Lian Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Firstly, she was stunned by Yi Xian's words, instinctively thinking how could he possibly afford to buy a property here when he devoted his entire salary to her. Secondly, she was taken aback by his audacity in speaking to her so boldly, as the former Yi Xian would never have dared to breathe a word in her presence. She regained her composure. Fury surged within her. You stop right there. How could you possibly afford a place here? She charged towards the entrance, chasing after Yi Xian. Chapter 12. Fate's irony. Of course, she was no match for Yi Xian. She believed that Yi Xian lacked the means to purchase a house here, yet Yi Xian reappeared in the garden community, likely seeking to exact revenge on her and her daughter. Thus, she pursued him, running a few steps, only to realize she could not catch up. Moreover, Yi Xian did not enter the building where her home was located, but instead walked into another building. She sighed in relief and muttered, This useless person, Yi Xian, indifferent to Bai Lian Xiang, harbored gratitude towards Lin Qingshui's father. However, the experiences of the past 3 years had pushed him to his limits. He could refrain from retaliating against the mother and daughter. But that was all. were at the old him. Entering the elevator, he returned to the residence of Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan. Upon opening the door, a delightful aroma wafted towards him. I can finally enjoy the meals prepared by Dr. Zhe again. I haven't had them in 3 years, and I miss them dearly, Exian exclaimed with a grin. Zhiqiuyu, aside from her exceptional medical skills, also possessed remarkable culinary prowess. She glanced at him and placed a dish on the table, asking, "Where did you run off to so early?" "Just handling a little matter," Exian replied cheerfully as he took a seat at the table. Ming Xiaonan hurriedly served him a bowl of rice. And as Exian picked up a piece of meat and savored it, he remarked, "Delicious, Dr. Zhe. I think you'd be better off opening a restaurant. Dealing with the deceased every day doesn't quite match your looks and temperament." Zhiqiuyu shot him a glare and replied, "Let us get down to business." Oh, Exian nodded. "Please elaborate on the specifics of this matter." "Blood Lotus targets the wealthy. This is not the first or second time. From my current investigation, they have deployed at least 5 top assassins," Zhiqiuyu stated calmly. Exian raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile. "Top assassins, a bunch of trash. Do you know their whereabouts? I can take care of them. That is the crux of the matter. This operation of Blood Lotus is highly covert. Their target is Jiang Wanan, but based on their past conduct, their ultimate aim seems to be leveraging Jiang Wanan to threaten Jiang Zhenan, forcing him to join their organization," Zhiqiuyu continued, eating calmly. "During our investigation, we have already lost 3 night watchers," she added. Exian furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is your plan?" Zhiqiuyu glanced at him and replied dismissively, "You needn't worry about this. We will call upon you when necessary." "All right," Exian nodded. Meanwhile, Ming Xiaonan blinked, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Shengshi Company. It was noon, and many employees began to head downstairs for lunch. Although a considerable number brought meals from home, Lin Qian did not have the habit of bringing lunch. In the past, many men would invite her out to eat, as she was arguably the most beautiful woman in the office. Among them, Chen Feng had been the most frequent inviter. Although Chen Feng had since left, there were still plenty of others eager to take her out for lunch. Indeed, as the clock struck 12, a colleague from the same department rose and inquired, "Lin Qian, shall we go for lunch together?" Lin Qian had been somewhat dazed throughout the morning, her curiosity piqued by Yang Chang's arrival and Exian's activities. Upon hearing her colleague's invitation, she responded with a sweet smile, "Sure." "Ah, how fortuitous. This would provide an opportunity to glimpse the new boss, rumored to be a young man capable of fully acquiring our company and managing General He with unwavering authority. He must surely be a quintessential rich second-generation heir. If only he were to pursue me, the man I find would undoubtedly surpass Han Shuo," Lin Qian mused internally. Subsequently, the two made their way to the first floor, where they could overhear numerous discussions. "This boss is incredibly young. Indeed, with the surname Yi and so wealthy, I've never heard of him before. I wonder if he is single." Amidst the chatter regarding the new boss, Lin Qian and her male colleague descended the stairs, where he cheerfully suggested, "How about we have some spicy hot pot? The place right outside the company serves quite delectable dishes." "Whatever," Lin Qian replied nonchalantly, though internally, she harbored disdain. She envisioned a future where her meals would be enjoyed at the Marriott Hotel. As for this male colleague, he was merely a backup option. Neither rejecting nor accepting, she would graciously accept any benefits offered. Upon reaching the first floor, she noticed many individuals pausing to glance at the photo wall, which displayed images of the company's entire management team. She leaned closer and raised her gaze to the first row. There was only one photograph, yet when she beheld it, her expression changed dramatically, and she gasped, "How is this possible?" Yes, she was utterly stunned. Prominently featured among the photos of the bosses was none other than Exian. Her exclamation drew the attention of everyone around her. Lin Qian swallowed hard, her eyes fixating on the name beneath the photograph. As she clearly discerned the characters Exian, her pupils dilated, and she instinctively retreated 2 steps. While it was conceivable that appearances might bear resemblance, the identical looks and name were utterly implausible. In that moment, Lin Qian felt as though her mind had exploded. She finally grasped why Yang Chang had become her direct superior. It was all orchestrated by Exian. However, she could not fathom how Exian could possibly be the one, that good-for-nothing who worked at a construction site, possessing nothing but brute strength. Impossible, impossible. If he were truly so wealthy, he would not be laboring at a construction site. Nor would he have endured 3 years of humiliation at home. I must be losing my mind. Lin Qian shook her head repeatedly. Lin Qian, what is the matter with you? Her male colleague, who had invited her to lunch, inquired. Lin Qian shook her head and replied, It's nothing, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I want to join you for lunch. I think I'll go rest for a while. Unwell? Her colleague asked anxiously. Where do you feel unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Lin Qian shook her head, disregarding her male colleague's concern as she turned and ascended the stairs. She felt that this day had been extraordinarily unfortunate, completely overturning her world. In the quaint garden community, after finishing their meal, Ming Xiaonan and Zhu Qiuyu retired to their room to rest. Yexin, reclining on the sofa, indulged himself in a video for a while when suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he said, Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Jiang Zhenan, came the voice on the other end. Without allowing Yexin a chance to respond, Jiang Zhenan hurriedly continued. I got your number from Manager Zhou at Xinhai Bank. I gave you my business card yesterday, but you haven't called me, so I asked Manager Zhou for your number. Please don't take offense. Yexin pondered for a moment, recalling the incident. There's something you need? He inquired. Jiang Zhenan cleared his throat and replied, Not much, really. You saved my life previously, and I've been wanting to thank you in person. I would like to invite you to dinner at 6 this evening at the top of the Marriott Hotel. Additionally, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. That sounds fine? Yexin nodded in agreement. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply, crossed his legs, and began to meditate. In the realm of martial arts, he had neglected his training for 3 years. It was not until 5:30 that Yexin finally opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and freshened up before heading out to catch a taxi to the Marriott Hotel. It was mealtime. The entrance of the Marriott was bustling with patrons, predominantly elite individuals from Jiang City, each with substantial incomes to dine at such an establishment. To his surprise, Yexin encountered Han Shuo and Chen Fan, who were standing at the entrance. Chen Fan gazed expectantly into the distance. Han Shuo, you weren't deceiving me, were you? Lin Qingshue's best friend is truly not inferior to her? He asked eagerly. I've seen her, but whether you can win her over is another matter, Han Shuo retorted dismissively. Chen Fan swallowed hard, remarking, To become Lin Qingshue's best friend, she must be a gold digger. I know how to handle women like that. Once I grow tired of her, we can even switch to this. A hint of amusement flickered across Han Shuo's face. Yexin, overhearing their conversation, felt a flash of coldness in his gaze. It was true that Lin Qingxue was indeed materialistic and had treated him poorly. Nevertheless, she was, in name, his ex-wife. Any man would feel a stir of emotion upon hearing such words. Furthermore, Lin Qingshue's father had saved Yexin's life. He exhaled, approached them, and stated calmly, Han Shuo, if you dare to pursue such actions, you will face dire consequences. Hearing Yexin's words, both Han Shuo and Chen Fan turned to him, with Han Shuo narrowing his eyes and saying, Oh, it's you. What? Planning to put on a tragic act to show you still love Lin Qingxue? Unfortunately, no matter what, you will forever be a sycophant. For 3 years, you haven't even touched her hand, yet you remain infatuated. Truly, the life of a sycophant is remarkable. Han Shuo, why are you wasting your breath on this fool? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been so humiliated yesterday. I'll have someone take care of him, Chen Fan said with a slight narrowing of his eyes, pulling out his phone. At that moment, Han Shuo shook his head and remarked, Lin Qingxue and her friends are arriving. Indeed, not far away, Lin Qingxue approached with a beautiful woman whom Yexin recognized in the days when he and Lin Qingxue were still married. She often visited their home. Her name is Zhou Yu, Lin Qingshue's close friend. What brings you here? Upon seeing Yexin, Lin Qingshue's gaze suddenly turned icy as she remarked, Are you stalking me? My mother mentioned today that you went to Huayuan community again. Zhou Yu disdainfully added, Yexin, your audacity is astonishing. Qingxue has divorced you, yet you still cling to her. Yexin refrained from conversing with the two women and merely addressed Han Shuo with a calm demeanor. Stating, Remember what I just said. With that, he strode directly into the Marriott Hotel. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? As he entered, a staff member hurriedly approached. Yexin nodded. At that moment, the attendant produced a card and said, The elevator is to your left. Simply swipe the card to select your floor. Someone will escort you upstairs. Understood? Yexin affirmed as he accepted the card. The first 6 floors of the Marriott Hotel are occupied by banquet halls, while the upper levels house restaurants, with prices increasing as one ascends. The top floor, however, is not open to the public and is accessible only to a select FEW. TO reach the 7th floor or above. One must use corresponding access cards, each unique to its respective level. Yexin proceeded to the elevator, and at that moment, Chun Fan and his 3 companions arrived. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Chun Fan and his group hurriedly stepped inside. Ding! After Chun Fan swiped his card, he pressed the button for the 10th floor and glanced at Yexin with a smirk, saying, "The average expenditure on the 10th floor is approximately 8,000. That should cover your monthly salary, right?" "Oh, don't say that," Zhou interjected. "It's not guaranteed. Working on construction sites means taking on odd jobs, and it's normal to go a month or 2 without work." Observing their banter, Yexin chose to remain indifferent. Ding! He silently swiped his card and pressed the button for the top floor. Chapter 13. The wealthiest in Jiangxing. Inside the elevator, silence enveloped the space. Zhou and Chen Fan, who had been mocking Yexin, were taken aback, blinking in disbelief as they confirmed that Yexin had indeed pressed the highest floor. Their mouths fell slightly agape, eyes wide with incredulity. The 10th floor of the Marriott Hotel is not open to the public. It is a realm reserved for only the most elite individuals with significant connections, including Lin Qingxue and Han Shuo. Ding! After a brief moment, the elevator came to a halt. As the doors opened, 2 charming attendants greeted them with warm smiles, saying, "Welcome to the 10th floor of the Marriott Hotel." The 4 remained momentarily stunned, and Yexin, with a slight smile, asked, "Aren't you coming out of the elevator?" Only then did they regain their senses. Chun Fan swallowed hard, while Han Shuo wore a faint smile, saying, "It seems you made quite an impression on Zhou Qianqian yesterday, as she has taken the liberty of introducing you to others." His implication was that Yexin was once again employed by someone, and the individual who hired him must belong to the upper echelons of Jiangxing's elite. "Have you truly decided to rely on others for your sustenance from now on?" Lin Qingxue remarked, her expression shifting slightly, her demeanor reflecting surprise. "It seems that even the wealthy women possess rather poor judgment. To favor someone like you," scoffed Zhou, Lin Qingxue's close friend, who stood beside her. Yexin raised his gaze and replied coolly, "Which is more despicable, relying on others or being kept?" "What do you mean by that? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Lin Qingxue's face flushed with anger in an instant. Indeed, for the past 3 years, Yexin had never dared to retort her, always submissive. When one endures bullying for an extended period, it becomes a habit. Thus, when that individual suddenly begins to resist, it ignites fury within the heart. "You all should leave now," Yexin stated calmly, glancing at them. Han Shuo looked at Yexin and sneered, "Humph, what a waste, tagging along for a meal like a parasite. Come back to flaunt your success when you can afford to dine at the Marriott on your own." With that, he exited the elevator. Throughout, they had never believed that Yexin could reach such a place solely through his own merits. Once the elevator doors closed, Zhou cursed, "That guy dares to defy you after your divorce." Lin Qingxue's expression remained displeased. She was quite irked by Yexin's attitude. What vexed her the most was that after their divorce, Yexin seemed to be thriving even more than she was. Having visited the Marriott twice, this time they ascended to the top floor. Han Shuo patted her hand and said, "Don't be angry. It's not worth your time to get riled up over such a loser. He merely rides on the coattails of others." Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and asked, "Darling, can we dine on the top floor?" Han Shua's lips twitched slightly. Unbeknownst to Yexin, nor did he care to know their reactions. After regaining his memories, his perspective had long since evolved. Had he not regained his memories, his demeanor upon encountering the wealthy would likely have been no different from Yang Chang's upon meeting He Gang. Ding dong! The elevator halted at the top floor, and as the doors opened, a stunning attendant stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Yexin, a professional smile graced her face as she bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. President Jiang has been waiting for you." With that, she half bowed and gestured for him to follow. Yexin, standing tall, noticed a glimpse of allure at her chest, quite ample indeed. He cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Proceeding forward, soon, they arrived at a private room. As the door swung open, 2 individuals were already seated inside. In addition to Jiang Zhennan, Jiang Wanwan was also present. Upon noticing Yexin's entrance, Jiang Wanwan momentarily froze, her face revealing a hint of curiosity. Indeed, throughout her life, she had never witnessed her father treating anyone with such reverence. Not even the wealthiest tycoons of the summer had elicited such deference. Yet she distinctly remembered her father's excited expression upon seeing Yi Xian just yesterday. Moreover, Yi Xian was remarkably young. Zhang Jinan was just about to speak. Why Yi Xian began to speak, saying, "You may call me Yi Xian." During their previous encounter, Yi Xian was engaged in a task, and at that time, those accompanying him addressed him as 0.as for Yi Xian's name. Zhang Jinan was unaware. "Very well, Yi Xian," Zhang Jinan replied as he stood up, preparing to kneel again. Yi Xian hastily supported him and said, "Uncle Zhang, there is no need for such formality. It was my duty to rescue you. You need not take it to heart. Had it not been for you, I would likely have perished," Zhang Jinan exclaimed, visibly moved upon hearing Yi Xian refer to him as uncle. "It was merely my responsibility," Yi Xian replied with a serene smile. Zhang Jinan then rose and said, "Please, have a seat." Yi Xian smiled slightly and sat down, with Zhang Jinan following suit. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, Zhang Wanwan. I believe I mentioned her last time," he said. "This is that I know? Yi Xian, right? Sister Qianqian's boyfriend. I met you yesterday," Zhang Wanwan interjected. From her address, it appeared she was acquainted with Zhou Qianqian and shared a good rapport with her. "Mind your manners. He is your father's savior," Zhang Jinan admonished with a serious tone. Zhang Wanwan pouted, seemingly unfazed. Zhang Jinan's expression darkened, prompting Yi Xian to quickly interject, "Uncle Zhang, you need not be so formal. Feel free to be at ease. To be frank, I am not Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend. She simply asked me to help her out by posing as such, as she does not like being pursued by the scions of wealthy families. So, you were indeed hired by Sister Qianqian?" Zhang Wanwan asked with a glint of mischief in her eyes. "You may interpret it that way," Yi Xian responded with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Jinan's eyes lit up as he remarked, "Does this mean you are currently single? What do you think of Wanwan? She is also single. Perhaps you too should give it a try, father." Zhang Wanwan's face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing this. Yi Xian was equally taken aback. Zhang Jinan seemed intent on marrying off his daughter to anyone he met. Yi Xian cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. "Shall we first enjoy our meal?" Only then did Zhang Jinan come to his senses, promptly calling out, "Bring in the dishes." Exquisite delicacies were presented one after another on the table, and at this juncture, Zhang Jinan spoke up. "By the way, Yi Xian, it seems you have had a bit of a conflict? I am aware. Chun Fan has pursued Sister Qianqian for quite some time. Yesterday, Yi Xian appeared as her boyfriend, so Chun Fan must be quite displeased." Zhang Wanwan interjected eagerly. Zhang Jinan narrowed his eyes, stating, "These wealthy heirs are often nothing but rascals. Would you like me to have a word with him?" Yi Xian shook his head, replying, "There is no need to concern yourself with that." Zhang Jinan nodded, having clearly observed the formidable presence that Yi Xian possessed. Indeed, Wen Chun Fan was of little consequence. "If you require any assistance while in Jiangxing, do not hesitate to let me know. I will exert my utmost efforts to aid you," Zhang Jinan assured him. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before stating, "In that case, I do have a matter that I need to trouble you with." Chapter 14. Zhang Wanwan's subtle thoughts. Upon hearing that Yi Xian required assistance, Zhang Jinan displayed not the slightest hint of discomfort. Instead, his visage radiated excitement as he promptly inquired, "What can I do for you?" Yi Xian cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing too significant. Really, I merely hope that in the future, you could lend your support to Shangshi Company in its endeavors. After all, you are the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing. Even a modest business engagement from you would suffice to sustain this logistics firm." Zhang Jinan, without delving into further inquiries, nodded affirmatively and declared, "This is a trivial matter. Absolutely no problem." Meanwhile, Zhang Wanwan stood in astonishment. She had witnessed her father negotiating with other business magnates and understood the nature of his persona in the commercial sphere. He had never displayed such generosity before. Who exactly is this individual? Just because he once saved my father, he has my father so utterly compliant. Zhang Wanwan's heart brimmed with suspicion, and her curiosity about Yi Xian intensified. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude with a nod, and the three of them commenced their meal. The culinary offerings at the Marriott Hotel were indeed of the highest caliber and exceptionally delectable. Time slipped by unnoticed. 8 o'clock that evening. Within a desolate factory on the outskirts of Jiangxing, a resounding crash echoed. Ming Xiaonan forcefully kicked open the iron door before dashing into the room, clad in a form-fitting black uniform that accentuated her alluring figure. On her back, she bore 2 knives of differing lengths, an attire that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor as the girl next door. This was the standard equipment of a night watchman. "What's the situation?" she called out as Zhe Qiuyu, equally attired, leapt into the factory behind her. Moments later, their gazes fell upon a spot not far away, their expressions shifting slightly. There, under the dim glow of lights, lay a man dressed in night watchman garb, lifeless upon the ground. He was the fourth victim. Zhe Qiuyu's countenance darkened as he said, "Let them handle it. We shall return to our posts. We must not alert the enemy. Everything must proceed as planned. I fear that Brother Yi Xian might be unwilling to cooperate," Ming Xiaonan murmured, biting her lip. Zhe Qiuyu coldly interrupted her, stating he would dare not refuse. After the meal, Yi Xian initially intended to take his leave. Yet Jiang Zhannan appeared genuinely eager to facilitate a connection between him and Jiang Wanwan. With a smile, he remarked, "You two are young. The evening is still quite early. Why not venture out for some entertainment? I hear there's a grand new bar that is open nearby, quite popular among the youth. Wanwan, do take Yi Xian out for some fun. I shall take my leave now." With that, he swiftly exited. "Dad, Jiang Wanwan contemplated refusing but suddenly considered the opportunity to glean more about Yi Xian's background. Tilting her head, a charming smile graced her face as she proposed, "All right then, since it's still early, shall we visit the bar?" Yi Xian, recognizing he had nothing pressing to attend to and enjoying the prospect of her company, nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." Jiang Wanan's face revealed a cunning smile as the two swiftly departed from the hotel. Accompanied by Yi Xian, she made her way towards the Mingmei Bar, the largest establishment of its kind in Jiang City. It is said that the bar's owner, Wang Zhen, once had ties to the underworld, but later transitioned to legitimate business. Nevertheless, even now in Jiang City, few dare to provoke him in this bar. Disturbances are almost non-existent, making it a favored haunt for many young people. Upon their arrival at the bar's entrance, the sounds of raucous laughter and pulsating music already filled the art. As they entered, the presence of a beauty of Jiang Wanan's caliber quickly garnered considerable attention. They requested a private booth, and Jiang Wanan ordered an assortment of fine spirits. As they settled in, she turned to Yi Xian and said, "Just drink a bit on your own. I need to use the restroom." Of course, Jiang Wanan had no intention of visiting the restroom. Instead, she dashed there and pulled out her phone to make a call. "Hello, Xiaowei, hurry over. I'm at Mingmei Bar. Come join me for some dancing." "Ha, I can hardly believe that. You never go to bars," came the skeptical voice of a girl on the other end. "I'm truly at Mingmei Bar. Can't you hear the noise around me? Once you arrive, help me get someone intoxicated," Jiang Wanan replied with a playful laugh. "Intoxicated? Who's the lucky guy you have your eye on? Planning to get him drunk and take him to bed?" the girl inquired. "Ugh, please. You think I'm like you?" Jiang Wanan retorted with a pout. "Anyway, give me 20 minutes. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Hurry." Meanwhile, Yi Xian sat in the booth, pouring himself a drink. Naturally, the beverages Jiang Wanan ordered were quite expensive, and upon glancing at them, he noticed they were predominantly spirits. He chuckled softly, surmising Jiang Wanan's intentions. Although he had abstained from alcohol for the past 3 years, he had never once been intoxicated. After a while, noticing Jiang Wanan had yet to return, he furrowed his brow and mused, "Is this girl constipated?" He then sighed. "It pains me to think that such a beautiful girl has to relieve herself." Unbeknownst to him, seated directly opposite in another booth were 4 individuals: Han Shuo, Lin Qingxue, Zhou Yu, and Chun Fan. Chun Fan was persistently coaxing Zhou Yu to drink, planning to successfully bed her that evening. "Hey, isn't that Yi Xian?" Han Shuo suddenly pointed toward Yi Xian, who was seated not far away. Lin Qingxue glanced over, her brow slightly furrowing. Having lived with Yi Xian for 3 years, she knew he had never touched alcohol. "Seems like he's trying to drown his sorrows," Han Shuo remarked, tightening his embrace around Lin Qingxue's waist. A cold smirk flickered across Chun Fan's face as he said, "He chooses the path of heaven but refuses to walk it. Yesterday, he made me lose face, and today he is flaunting himself before me. I was contemplating how to teach him a lesson, and here he is, delivering himself to my doorstep." "Are you planning to have someone teach him a lesson?" Han Shuo asked, his eyes lighting up with interest. Chun Fan chuckled coldly, saying, "No need to search for anyone. This vibrant bar is managed by Wang Zhen's nephew, Tao Dingyun, and I am well acquainted with him. Aren't you two at odds?" Han Shuo inquired with a furrowed brow. "That is because he also harbors feelings for Zhou Qianqian, whom I am pursuing as well, hence the discord between us. However, if he were to discover that Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend is Yi Xian, what do you think his reaction would be?" Chin Fan smirked ominously before rising and making his way towards the second floor of the bar. Chapter 15. Threat. Xian held his glass, sipping as he awaited Jiang Wanan's arrival. It wasn't long before a waiter approached and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xian?" Xian nodded in affirmation. "Miss Zhou Qianqian requests your presence," the waiter added with a smile. Xian was slightly taken aback, surprised to learn that Zhou Qianqian was also present. He glanced around but did not see her. "Miss Zhou Qianqian is in a private room on the second floor," the waiter continued to explain. Xian nodded. "Very well, lead the way." The waiter guided Xian to the second floor, then opened the door to a private room. Upon entering, Xian's brow furrowed slightly. The room was quite tranquil despite the presence of several individuals. As soon as Xian stepped inside, the door closed behind him, and two burly men stood at the entrance with their arms crossed. Xian raised an eyebrow and surveyed the room, noticing that Zhou Qianqian was not among them. Instead, he recognized Lin Qingxue and a few others, while the rest were unfamiliar to him. Seated in the room was a young man with dreadlocks, puffing on a cigarette, who looked at Xian and remarked, "The boyfriend you mentioned, Chin Fan, it wouldn't be him, would it? I've been itching to teach you a lesson. If you're deceiving me, why would I deceive you? Han Shuo also knows. You missed the gathering organized by Old Master Jiang yesterday, and at that event, Zhou Qianqian brought him along and publicly declared him her boyfriend. You can ask Han Shuo if you doubt me." Chin Fan nonchalantly replied as he lounged on the sofa. The young man with dreadlocks, now managing the bar, Tao Dingyun, scrutinized Xian before commanding, "Sit." Xian stifled a chuckle, glancing at Lin Qingxue and Han Shuo before boldly taking a seat on the sofa. TSK, Tao Dingyun remarked as he approached Xian. "Had they not told me, I would never have believed that Zhou Qianqian would be interested in someone like you. Point two things. First, call Qianqian and break up with her. Second, I heard she linked her arm with yours." As he spoke, Tao Dingyun tossed a steel pipe onto the table before Xian, declaring, "Which arm did she link? Break it yourself. Otherwise, you shall not leave this room." As his words fell, Chen Feng and Han Shuo displayed smug grins, while Zhou Yu and Lin Qingxue's expressions shifted dramatically. They had initially come merely to observe, expecting Xian to suffer a beating or a lesson. Little did they anticipate that Tao Dingyun's opening statement would involve such a brutal threat. Regardless, they still failed to integrate into the circle of the wealthy second generation, times. Wealth truly allows one to act with impunity. "This is rather excessive," Lin Qingxue remarked, her expression shifting slightly. Han Shuo quickly tugged at her, whispering, "Don't get involved." Meanwhile, Chen Fan interjected, "Brother Yun, I believe that one hand is insufficient. One could beat him to a pulp. Just leaving him a breath to spare. As for the medical expenses, I'll cover half." Xian remained composed, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "What's wrong? Can't you understand?" Tao Dingyun scoffed. At that moment, several individuals surged forward, and Tao Dingyun coldly stated, "If I decide to act, it's likely that more than just one hand will be severed." Observing these men, Xian sighed inwardly, realizing that he had anticipated his first act of violence post-recovery of memories would be against the Blood Lotus, not against this band of ruffians. On the first floor, in a booth, Jiang Wanwan entered with a girl clad in revealing attire. As they stepped in, the girl glanced at the empty booth and asked, "Where's the person you wanted me to get drunk?" Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. She scanned the area, failing to spot Xian. Before summoning a waiter to inquire, "Excuse me, who was seated here previously?" "Him. It seems our boss took him upstairs," the waiter replied. Jiang Wanwan frowned, asking, "What business does your boss have with him?" The waiter, noticing Jiang Wanwan's beauty, smugly responded, "What could it be? He probably offended our boss. Most likely, he'll be lying in a hospital for quite some time. Beautiful lady, I'm only telling you this because of your looks. It's best you leave quickly, lest our boss's wrath be directed at you." Jiang Wanwan's expression changed dramatically. "What?" she exclaimed, pulling out her phone and moving to a relatively quiet spot. "Hello, Dad, there's been an incident. Xian has been taken by some boss at the Mingmei bar. The waiter said he offended them." "Yes, the one owned by Uncle Wang," she said before quickly hanging up, worry etched on her face. She had brought Xian to the bar out of curiosity, but evidently, her father treated Xian with utmost courtesy. If something truly happened to him, she was at a loss as to how to explain it. On the second floor in a private room, Tao Dingyun, noticing Xian in action, felt a fleeting chill wash over his face. Suddenly, He seized a steel pipe and stood up, striding toward Yi Xian. Han Shuo sneered, "Brother Yun, go hard on him. This brat is my girlfriend's ex-husband, and now he is provoking Zhou Qianqian. Teach him a lesson. Let him know what he should and shouldn't he do." Chun Fan joined in the laughter, adding, "As I said, just leave him a breath. I'll cover half the medical expenses." Tao Dingyun, gripping the steel pipe, twisted his neck, a sinister grin flickering across his face. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at it, quickly answering, "Hello, Uncle. I'm at the bar. Is there something you need?" After a brief moment, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Is that true?" Shortly thereafter, a voice filled with expletives erupted from his phone, demanding, "Apologize at once. If the other party is dissatisfied, you might as well quit your job at the hotel and get the hell out of Jiangcheng." Once the other party finished speaking, the call was abruptly terminated. Chen Fan and the others were oblivious to the conversation's content. They merely observed Tao Dongyun's face darkening further as he hung up. Clearly, this phone call had soured Tao Dongyun's mood considerably, and they knew that when he was in a foul state, Yi Xian would likely bear the brunt of it. The smiles on their faces grew increasingly pronounced. Tao Dingyun exhaled sharply, then abruptly turned and strode toward Chen Fan and Han Shuo, raising his hand. Slap, slap, two resounding slaps were delivered in succession. Both Chun Fan and Han Shuo were momentarily stunned, still reeling from the unexpected assault when Tao Dingyun dashed towards Yi Xian, parting the crowd and circling him. In the midst of everyone's astonished gaze, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Chapter 16. Our company has a new boss. Thud. In a private room on the second floor of the bar, Tao Dingyun faced Yi Xian, kneeling down with a resounding thud. Han Shuo and Chen Fan, still dazed from the earlier slap, sat there in complete shock. Lin Qingxue was equally astonished. The Tao Dingyun described by Han Shuo and Chen Fan, fearless and audacious, suddenly knelt before Yi Xian. The stark contrast left her utterly bewildered. Kneeling on the ground, Tao Dingyun wore a contrite smile. Looking up at Yi Xian, he said, "Brother Xian, I apologize profusely. I had no idea you were a friend of Elder Jiang. Otherwise, even with 100 times my courage, I would never dare to provoke you. Please, do not hold it against me." Yi Xian was rendered speechless. He surmised that after his disappearance, Jiang Wanwan had contacted Jiang Zhenan, who then intervened with a phone call. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue was in a state of disbelief. Yi Xian was a friend of Jiang Zhenan? A friend of the wealthiest man in Jiangxing? Han Shuo and Chen Fan's mouths twitched in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, memories of their kneeling before Jiang Zhenan yesterday flooded their minds, and a multitude of realizations struck them. Why could Yi Xian dine at the top of the Marriott Hotel? Because, quite simply, the Marriott was owned by Jiang Zhenan. Yet, they were perplexed. Hadn't they just been told that they had mistaken him for someone else? Why was he now being helped by Jiang Zhenan? As their minds raced, Tao Dingyun, still wearing a forced smile, suggested, "Brother Xian, how about we let this go? I'll cover all your expenses at the bar today." A slight smile crept across Yi Xian's lips as he brushed off his trousers and stood up, saying, "Don't bother me." Without further ado, he turned and made his way toward the exit. Observing Yi Xian's disinterest in pursuing the matter, Tao Dingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as he watched Yi Xian move toward the door, he suddenly turned to Han Shuo and Chen Fan, exclaiming, "Drag these two bastards out and beat them to a pulp. How dare they try to ruin me? Tao Dingyun, do you dare to provoke us?" Han Shuo's expression changed dramatically as he spoke with a hint of menace. "Strike them, beat them to a pulp." Tao Dongyun's face darkened. Surrounding them, 7 or 8 individuals swiftly advanced towards Chen Fan and Han Shuo. Indeed, Tao Dingyun was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Yi Xian, despite his shabby attire that made him appear rather unremarkable, was someone whom even his own uncle dared not offend. If anything were to happen to Yi Xian under his watch, it would be a matter of him either being forced out of Jiangxing or facing consequences regardless. Hearing the cacophony of commotion and cries of distress from behind, Yi Xian paused at the entrance and calmly uttered, "Do not harm the women. New brother? No problem." Tao Dingyun promptly replied. Yi Xian then chose to disregard the situation within and pushed the door open. Outside, the noise was still deafening, with pulsating music reverberating throughout the air. In the first-floor hall, many were gyrating on the dance floor. Yi Xian weaved through the crowd and returned to his booth. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wanwan patted her ample chest and remarked, "Thankfully, everything is fine." She then turned to the girl beside her and said, "Allow me to introduce my best friend, Qin Xiaowei. This is EXIN." After finishing her introduction, she flashed a faint smile and added, "My alcohol tolerance is rather low, and I feared you might not enjoy yourself, so I brought my friend along. Is that all right?" EXIN smiled and replied, "As long as you're happy, and besides that when it comes to drinking, just a little is sufficient." "Wow, handsome, impressive. Our Wanwan never comes to bars, yet here she is with you. Does Wanwan have feelings for you?" Qin Xiaowei's personality was evidently much more uninhibited. Xiaowei refrained from speaking nonsense. Jiang Wanwan shot her a glare, then leaned in closer to Qin Xiaowei and whispered, "Don't say anything reckless. Just make sure to get him drunk." Qin Xiaowei chuckled non-committally, then filled a glass to the brim and declared, "For our first meeting, I shall drink it all." EXIN was taken aback. This was a strong drink, and she downed it in one go. This girl certainly had potential. Meanwhile, at the back door of the bright bar, Tao Dingyun, with a kick, sent Han Shuo and Chen Fan crashing to the ground, spitting at each of them as he declared, "You two fools, daring to provoke anyone." Scram behind them, Lin Qingxue and Zhou Yu stood pale-faced, trembling in fear. Tao Dingyun glanced at the two women, curled his lip in disdain, and turned to lead his group back into the bar. Once he departed, Lin Qingxue and Zhou Yu hurriedly approached to help Han Shuo and Chen Fan to their feet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Pa!" Han Shuo spat out some bloodied saliva, his expression darkening. Tao Dingyun naturally did not dare to inflict serious harm. Both Han Shuo and Chen Fan had their own backgrounds. If anything serious were to occur, he would have no way to explain himself. Yet, being bruised and battered was inevitable. "Didn't you say EXIN was merely a worthless laborer on a construction site?" He glared at Lin Qingxue with displeasure. Yes, he was filled with anger, but he could not confront Tao Dingyun directly. Instinctively, he redirected his ire towards the women. Lin Qingxue's expression shifted slightly as she said, "Indeed, I have been married to him for 3 years, yet he is nothing but a useless individual. At home, he never retaliates when struck or insulted. You saw how he presented himself when we first encountered him at Xinhai Bank, so why does Tao Dian fear him?" Han Shuo asked with a darkened expression. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then whispered, "I am not certain." Han Shuo's face grew increasingly grim as he looked at Lin Qingxue, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I am injured. You must stay with me tonight, or we shall part ways. You will have to return the car I gifted you and the funds I invested for you." Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow. She was not one to be easily manipulated. She understood that if Han Shuo found it too effortless to attain her, he would not cherish her. "No, I have matters to attend to at home this evening." Lin Qingxue hastily shook her head and replied. Meanwhile, in the Huayuan community, at Lin Qingxue's residence, Bai Lianxiang sat on the sofa recently purchased by EXIN, watching television. Beside her, Lin Qian sat with a worried expression. "Qian, what troubles you?" "Qingxue may not return for some time," Bai Lianxiang remarked, glancing at Lin Qian. "Have you encountered some concerns?" Lin Qian gritted her teeth and responded, "Auntie, our company has changed its owner. Oh, what if it has? That shouldn't affect your work," Bai Lianxiang replied dismissively. Lin Qian shook her head, saying, "It does affect us. You know who our new boss is? It's EXIN, Lin Shue's ex-husband." Bai Lianxiang stared at Lin Qian in astonishment. Chapter 17. Impossible. Bai Lianxiang gazed at Lin Qian in disbelief before scoffing. "How could that be? We are well aware of EXIN's capabilities. If he could afford your company, he wouldn't be toiling away at a construction site. Our Qingxue wouldn't have divorced him. She has long supported him, I assure you." "I am not deceiving you," Lin Qian said anxiously. "Moreover, I sense he seems to be targeting me. Yesterday, because of me, my boss clashed with him at the entrance and inexplicably got fired." "You are overthinking it. It is likely just a coincidence due to their similar names," Bai Lianxiang replied nonchalantly. "Stop creating trouble for yourself." Lin Qian shook her head, asserting, "The wall in our company displays his photograph." Bai Lianxiang remained unconvinced, scoffing, "Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you are hallucinating? Let us consider. Even if you did not misidentify him, have you thought about it? If EXIN were truly wealthy, would he need to labor tirelessly at a construction site for 3 years? I do not understand how this is happening. I am genuinely worried. If he truly is our boss, I may lose my job." Lin Qian expressed her concerns with a troubled look. "Oh dear, you are simply overthinking it. Let us not entertain the notion that this is even possible. Even if it were, one could always find another job," Bai Lianxiang reassured her. "My new son-in-law, Han Shuo." runs a company that surpasses your logistics firm. Does it not? I shall ask Qing Xue to speak to my son-in-law about you potentially working at his company. Bai Lianxiang held great affection for her new son-in-law. Once again, he presents her with a bag and gifts his own daughter a car. Such a golden son-in-law is truly hard to find. As for Lin Qian, she doesn't believe it at all. Meanwhile, at Mingmei Bar, it is now around 10 o'clock in the evening. In a corner booth, both Yi Xian and Qin Xiaowei display a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Between them, Jiang Wanshan clutches a bottle of liquor, her cheeks flushed as she pouts and tilts her head to gaze at Yi Xian, exclaiming, "Come on, let us keep drinking. I must get you drunk tonight so you'll confess everything." Indeed, Jiang Wanshan is intoxicated. She initially intended to intoxicate Yi Xian, but ended up consuming a bit herself. However, her tolerance is rather poor. After only 2 glasses of strong spirits, she is inebriated, while Yi Xian remains unaffected. "Perhaps we should refrain from drinking any further," Yi Xian suggested, glancing at Qin Xiaowei. "Let us get her home first." "Home? Absolutely not." Jiang Wanshan grasped Yi Xian's arm firmly, declaring, "Not returning until you're thoroughly drunk. If you're not intoxicated, you cannot leave, Xiaowei. I enlisted you to help me get Yi Xian drunk, so hurry and drink with him." "I'm already intoxicated," Yi Xian quickly interjected, attempting to placate Jiang Wanshan. "Drunk?" Jiang Wanshan's hazy eyes brightened slightly as she inquired, "Then tell me, who exactly are you? Why would a man of my father's stature be so submissive to you?" Yi Xian chuckled inwardly. This girl, having drunk too much, is spilling her thoughts unabashedly. Yet, he did not pay it much mind. Qin Xiaowei approached, wrapping her arms around Jiang Wanshan, and remarked to Yi Xian, "You hold your liquor quite well." Indeed, Qin Xiaowei was somewhat astonished. She is renowned for her exceptional tolerance, rarely getting drunk in a bar. Yet, just moments ago, Yi Xian had undoubtedly consumed more than she had. If it were anyone else, they would have been sufficiently intoxicated 2 or 3 times over by now, but Yi Xian appeared completely unfazed. "Xiaowei, stop wasting time. Quickly make him drink until he is inebriated," she insisted, punctuating her statement with a playful huff, though her words were somewhat drowned out by the surrounding noise. Suddenly, Qin Xiaowei gently tapped Jiang Wanshan on the neck, causing her to momentarily freeze before slumping against Qin Xiaowei. Why, Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly at this display. Just from that single action, he discerned that Qin Xiaowei had undergone training. "Could you kindly assist by carrying her to the car? We need to take her home," he requested. With a wry smile, Qin Xiaowei replied, "I'll call a designated driver." Yi Xian nodded, lifting Jiang Wanshan in a princess carry, and together they made their way towards the exit. He glanced down at Jiang Wanshan in his arms, a smile creeping onto his lips. The first time he encountered this girl, she exuded an icy demeanor, embodying the essence of a goddess. Yet, upon this private meeting, she displayed a quirky charm. Now, in her drunken state, her flushed face and playful demeanor were utterly endearing. It is unfortunate that such a girl has caught the attention of those from Blood Lotus. Yi Xian pondered, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Qin Xiaowei summoned a designated driver, and they sped towards Jiang Wanshan's home. Jiang Wanan resides in a luxurious villa community in Jiangcheng, where properties command exorbitant prices, with each villa valued at several tens of millions. However, for Jiang Wanan, the daughter of the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng, such an amount is negligible. The car slowly navigated into the villa enclave and reached its destination. The chauffeur announced, "We have arrived." "Thank you," Qin Xiaowei replied from the back seat, gently assisting Jiang Wanan as she pushed open the door, calling out to Yi Xian, "Come, lend a hand." Yet, Yi Xian remained motionless in the passenger seat, his gaze fixated intently on the rearview mirror. He licked his lips and murmured, "Are they from Blood Lotus?" He was aware that Blood Lotus had set their sights on Jiang Wanan. During this time, Zhi Qiuyu and Ming Xiaonan had also been preoccupied with this matter, but he had never anticipated that he would encounter it himself. The chauffeur opened the door, and at that moment, Qin Xiaowei's expression suddenly shifted as she exclaimed, "Assassin!" In an instant, 2 shadowy figures lunged forward. One of them charged towards the driver's seat, brandishing a glinting dagger aimed directly at his heart. In a critical moment, Yi Xian yanked him back, but the assailant's dagger pierced into the chauffeur's thigh. "Ah!" the chauffeur cried out in agony. Meanwhile, the other shadow darted towards the rear seat, targeting Qin Xiaowei. Qin Xiaowei quickly slammed the car door shut, evading the attack while delivering a swift roundhouse kick towards the intruder's abdomen. "Lock the doors!" she shouted, simultaneously securing the rear door to ensure Jiang Wanan's safety. Even without prompting, the chauffeur locked the doors, disregarding the pain in his wounded thigh, while Yi Xian had already vacated the passenger seat. Upon seeing Yi Xian emerge from the passenger side, Qin Xiaowei felt a surge of hope, believing he was coming to assist. You deal with, however, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xian had vanished in an instant. What a coward! Qin Xiaowei fumed, her anger boiling over in such a dire moment. Yi Xian chose to hide in the car, but she never expected him to flee altogether. Yet, there was no time for her to ponder further. After the doors were locked, both shadowy figures lunged toward her. Yi Xian had not fled. Rather, he moved with remarkable speed, leaping over the wall of Jiang Wanan's villa. The two individuals outside were merely pawns. Though Qin Xiaowei was outnumbered, Yi Xian assessed her capabilities and deduced she could handle the two without issue. The real threat, however, was concealed within Jiang Wanan's home. Chapter 18. Yi Xian takes action. It seems the intelligence was flawed. Reports indicated that the bodyguard by Jiang Wanan's side was inept, yet he managed to detect my presence. Clearly, the information was incorrect. As he spoke, the living room lights flickered on. There, lounging nonchalantly on the sofa, was a young man with dyed blonde hair, casually twirling a dagger in his hand. His expression tinged with mockery as he regarded Yi Xian. Yi Xian remained silent, scrutinizing him in turn. Not bad, the young man said, calm under pressure. Too bad, you are already a dead man. You think you can take me? Yi Xian let out a light laugh. Indeed, it is I, the young man remarked nonchalantly. I am the youngest red card assassin within Honglian. As he spoke, a trace of disdain flickered across his lips. You probably haven't heard of Honglian, have you? Well, such clandestine organizations are not meant for ordinary people like you. The fact that you discovered me is beyond my expectations. However, in 30 seconds, you shall become a corpse. Speak your last words quickly. It was evident that this young man was arrogant and conceded. 3 seconds. Yi Xian stated coolly. What? The young man's expression shifted. I said 3 seconds to eliminate you. As the words fell, Yi Xian moved. Since regaining his memories, this was his first strike. After 3 long years, he was finally taking action. In that fleeting moment, anyone familiar with Yi Xian over the past 3 years would be utterly shocked by his gaze and demeanor. His eyes resembled the arrival of death itself, cold, savage, and murderous, like a deity of death descending upon the world. What? The young man's face paled drastically. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was already at his side. Yi Xian's lips curved slightly as he declared, a piece of trash, a red card assassin, dares to show off before me. Boom. The young man had no time to react. Yi Xian's fist had already struck his face. Bang! He was violently propelled off the ground, but in the next instant, he felt a grip on his foot, and he was slammed back down onto the ground. The tiles in Jiang Wanshan's home cracked beneath the impact. Without any chance to respond, he realized that the dagger he had been holding had somehow fallen into Yi Xian's possession. The cold blade pressed against his neck. Goosebumps erupted on the young man's forehead and back. A wave of chill surging up his spine, flooding his mind. He had always been confident, considering himself a prodigy of Honglian, the youngest red card assassin. He rarely missed his mark. Yet, before Yi Xian, he hadn't even had the opportunity to strike. The disparity was insurmountable. I am He Xun and my grandfather is He Lan Tian, the leader of Honglian. You cannot kill me, the young man pleaded in a low voice. He Lan Tian? He would do well to live his life as a coward, and if he dared to show his face, I would be the first to sever his dog head. Yi Xian chuckled coldly, his icy gaze fixed on the young man's face. He licked his lips and said, It has been 3 years since I last took a life. Congratulations, you have become my first kill upon my return. 3 years. The young man paused momentarily, then exclaimed in horror, You are Night Watchman Zero. The one. Swish, however, before he could finish, Yi Xian's dagger swiftly glided across his throat. Blood began to seep from the wound. The shock in the young man's eyes lingered, yet his breath had already ceased. Yi Xian smiled faintly, casually tearing off a few sheets of paper to cover the corpse's neck, preventing blood from staining the ground. He then glanced outside. Outside, shouts erupted. This coward actually ran away. He actually fled, leaving a woman to face 2 men. From now on, if you dare to approach Jiang Wanshan, I will strike you down every time I see you. The voice belonged to Qin Xiaowei. Ye Exine chuckled to himself as he gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, acutely aware that it would not bode well for Qin Xiaowei and the others to witness this scene. He hefted the corpse onto his shoulder, cast one last glance outside, extinguished the lights, pushed open the adjacent window, and leaped out. As a night watchman, it was their expertise to handle such matters discreetly, ensuring that ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the incident and undisturbed in their tranquil lives. He skillfully evaded all surveillance cameras, carrying the body to a secluded area, and then promptly dialed Zhiqiuyu, stating, "Hello, I have dealt with a red label assassin. My location is..." Shortly thereafter, an off-road vehicle halted beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan, clad in night watchman attire and bearing a pair of swords, one long and one short, who fell within Ye Xian's line of sight. "What's going on?" Zhiqiuyu inquired. Ye Xian opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse inside before climbing into the vehicle, where he recounted the details of the situation. After listening, Zhiqiuyu's expression darkened as he remarked, "Why didn't you capture him alive? If we had him, I could extract all their plans from him." Ye Xian scratched his head, replying, "He was showing off in front of me, and I couldn't help but stab him to death." Ming Xiaonan chuckled and said, "Dr. Zha, relax. Resolving a red label assassin is quite an achievement." "Humph," Zhiqiuyu scoffed. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom, where Jiang Wanwan awakened with slightly bleary eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a face applying a facial mask. "Xiaowei." Jiang Wanwan's eyes flickered as she asked, "What are you doing in my house? You say that, yet you have no idea how perilous last night was." Qin Xiaowei retorted, glaring at her. "Last night, someone attempted to assassinate you." Jiang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback and then pouted. "You must have scared them off again, right?" "Of course. Have you forgotten who I am?" Qin Xiaowei replied with a sense of pride. "I got drunk last night. Unfortunately, I couldn't manage to intoxicate Ye Xian and extract information from him. I am truly curious about why my father is so submissive to him and how he saved my father back then." Jiang Wanwan expressed with a hint of regret. "Don't even mention him, that coward!" Qin Xiaowei exclaimed in irritation upon hearing Ye Xian's name. When he saw someone charging at him yesterday, he simply fled without a second thought. How could such a person save Uncle Jiang? I refuse to believe it. "All right, I will freshen up first," Jiang Wanwan declared as she rose and exited the bedroom. After taking a few steps in the living room, she frowned and asked, "Qin Xiaowei, why is the floor in my house cracked?" In the morning, Ye Xian was in remarkably good spirits. He had entrusted the cleanup from the previous night to Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan and had returned home for a restful sleep. It wasn't until after 10 in the morning that he finally arose, slowly washed up, and made his way downstairs to prepare for breakfast. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, a sharp and caustic voice rang out. "Ye Xian, you truly have no shame, renting a place in our community under borrowed money?" Ye Xian was no stranger to that voice. It belonged to Bai Lianxiang, who was returning home after grocery shopping. Ye Xian furrowed his brow and had no intention of engaging with her. Bai Lianxiang remarked, "Let me tell you, this is futile. You and Qingxue are simply not meant to be. What do you possess that could possibly compare to Han Shuo? He is wealthier than you and far more generous. He spends tens of thousands without a second thought." Ye Xian furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Bai Lianxiang and said, "In light of Uncle Lin's past kindness in saving my life, allow me to offer you this warning. Han Shuo is not a good person." "Not a good person?" Bai Lianxiang scoffed. "Do you see my outfit? Han Shuo bought it for me, and it cost several thousand." Ye Xian could not be bothered to engage further. By the way, Qianqian mentioned yesterday that you were the boss of their company. I simply remarked, how could you possibly be a boss? Bai Lianxiang retorted, "What kind of boss wanders around aimlessly at 10 o'clock without showing up for work? You are destined for a life of hard labor." Chapter 19. Zhiqiuyu's scheme. Ye Xian found it pointless to argue with such a shrew, choosing to ignore her and turning to leave. Upon arriving at a breakfast stall, she ordered a bowl of congee and a steamer of buns, simultaneously scrolling through her phone as she began to eat. "You little rascal, here you are." Ye Xian looked up to find Yang Cheng sitting across from her, wearing an expression of exasperation. She was not surprised that he could locate her, as she frequently visited this breakfast establishment. "Why aren't you at work? What brings you here?" Ye Xian asked, puzzled. "If you don't explain what's going on, I might as well quit my job. When I saw your name listed as the boss yesterday, I was flabbergasted. Hurry up and tell me what is happening, and by the way, that incident with Su Xiaodong was also your doing, wasn't he it? Yang Chang grumbled that Su Xiaodong was his foreman, and since the last time when Zhou Qianqian dealt with him, Yi Xian had ceased to pay attention. What happened to him? Yi Xian inquired. You have no idea. Several real estate companies are planning to sue him, and the compensation amount is so vast that selling his wife and children wouldn't suffice. Yang Chang said, grabbing a bun and stuffing it into his mouth. He called me yesterday, begging me to talk to you on his behalf. Regarding Yi Xian's sudden change in status, Yang Chang seemed unfazed. Maintaining their usual rapport, he had brought this upon himself, and it was undeniable that the projects he contracted were indeed riddled with shoddy work. His downfall is of his own making, Yi Xian said calmly. Yang Chang shrugged. I didn't come to discuss this. I want to know how you suddenly became the boss of Shengshi Company. Yi Xian exhaled, feeling there was little to conceal from Yang Chang. I can hardly recall anything from 3 years ago, as you know, Yi Xian stated. Yang Chang nodded, and then? Well, truth be told, I am quite a wealthy individual. Suddenly, my memories returned, and upon checking my bank card, I discovered a substantial sum of money to make Lin Qingshua's family regret their past actions. I decided to acquire Shengshi Company, intentionally allowing Lin Qian to discover my newfound wealth, Yi Xian explained succinctly. As for the night watchman, she certainly had no intention of sharing that with Yang Chang, so you're planning to slap them in the face. Huh? Yang Chang's eyes gleamed with interest. Yi Xian smiled and remarked, I used to think that way, but now, my resentment towards them has considerably diminished. After recovering my memories, my perspective has indeed transformed significantly. I never truly belonged here. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Qingshua's father saved my life. That apartment holds little value for me now, and I consider it a form of gratitude. Of course, the grievances I endured over the past 3 years are not something I can entirely forget. One way or another, it is inevitable that I will feel a sense of disgust towards that mother-daughter duo. You should return to work. Although I am the boss, it is not ideal for you to continuously skip work. Furthermore, you need to learn something while you are here. Although I want to dismiss you, it would be uncomfortable for you to be the subject of others' gossip later on. Yi Xian stated, I understand. But I took a day off today. The company advanced me 500,000 yuan in salary yesterday, and I am quite eager to use it. I already took him into the hospital for surgery yesterday while he was asleep. I came out to find you while he is still resting, Yang Chang replied. Yi Xian nodded. All right then, I will accompany you to see him in shortly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shengshi Company, a balding middle-aged man, dressed impeccably in a suit, anxiously paced back and forth, clutching a briefcase and 2 bottles of fine wine. Soon, a striking figure rushed over, and upon seeing the middle-aged man, she inquired in surprise, Uncle Bai, why have you come to find me? The person before her was none other than Lin Qingshua's uncle, Bai Lianxiang's brother, Bai Bo. Upon seeing Lin Qian, Bai Bo's face broke into a smile as he quickly explained. Qian, the situation is this. I intended to meet with your company's general manager He. Previously, our company's goods were consistently transported by Shengshi, but yesterday he abruptly informed me that our cooperation has been terminated. I sought out other logistics companies, but their prices were excessively high. Lin Qian's expression shifted slightly. She suddenly recalled Yi Xian's words during their divorce, when he had warned them, you will regret this. Now, Yi Xian had transformed into her boss, and their company had ceased collaboration with Bai Bo. She was unsure of the specifics, but one thing was clear to her. Yi Xian was entirely different from her assumptions. Lin Qian forced a smile and said, as for the matter you mentioned, I cannot be of assistance. I am merely a small employee of the company. Bai Bo continued, I just saw General Manager He at the entrance, but he was unwilling to discuss matters with me. I was hoping you could accompany me into the company to seek him out. Lin Qian exhaled deeply and replied, Uncle Bai, although I am unaware of the details, it is indeed a fact that General Manager He is no longer our boss. Our current boss is Yi Xian? Yi Xian? Which Yi Xian? Bai Bo inquired. Lin Qian let out a bitter laugh and responded, who else could it be? It is Qingshua's ex-husband. Bai Bo's expression abruptly changed, filled with undeniable disbelief. Lin Qian added, therefore, instead of seeking me, you might as well look for Auntie and Sister Qingxue. However, I suspect it would be of little use, considering how we treated Yi Xian back then. He is seeking his revenge on us. Bai Bo, with a pallid complexion, spoke softly. In truth, this matter does not pertain significantly to Yi Xian. Yesterday, he had a brief discussion with Jiang Zhenan, requesting him to extend some consideration towards the Shengshi side. Subsequently, Jiang Zhenan promptly reached out to He Gang to discuss collaboration. Upon receiving the call, He Gang was utterly taken aback, for this was none other than the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng. Their operations were vast, and upon receiving this news, he swiftly made the decision to suspend some less critical ventures, conserving resources for matters concerning the Jiang family. Bai Bo was merely caught in the crossfire. Frankly, I find myself in quite a predicament. Lin Xian, her beautiful visage etched with concern, remarked, every moment at the company makes me feel as though I might lose my job. After dining with Yang Cheng at the entrance, Yi Xian accompanied him to the hospital to check on An, then bid farewell to the two before taking a cab back home. Now, he was free from the burdens of manual labor. The company had become a hands-off endeavor for him. As for the night watchman's duties, Zhe Qiuyu had temporarily not assigned him any tasks, leaving him with a sense of aimlessness. By the time he returned home, it was already midday. Zhe Qiuyu and Ming Xiaonan had prepared a meal, and upon Yi Xian's arrival, Zhe Qiuyu glanced at him and said, "You seem rather unoccupied." With a chuckle, Yi Xian replied, "Well, there is nothing to do. And I haven't returned to the night watch, so there are no tasks to be executed." Zhe Qiuyu gave him a sidelong glance and stated, "You need not return to the night watch." "Huh?" Yi Xian asked, puzzled. "You have been absent for 3 years. I just spoke with the old man, and this aligns with his sentiments. During these 3 years, both within the night watch and among other factions, everyone believed you had completely vanished. Thus, you need not reveal yourself for the time being. In this metropolis, it would be easier for you to operate as a shadow, assisting us with certain tasks." Zhe Qiuyu explained. Yi Xian's eyes sparkle with understanding. "That does grant me a bit more freedom. What about you? How are the tasks progressing?" "We are executing according to plan," Zhe Qiuyu replied. "It is time to find you something to do." At that moment, Ming Xiaonan, who had been eating, suddenly coughed. Yi Xian, not paying much attention, brightened up and asked, "Have you already located their people?" "Not exactly," Zhe Qiuyu clarified. "However, we are aware of their intentions, to kidnap or kill Jiang Wanwan in order to coerce Jiang Zhenan into joining their ranks. As you know, Jiang Zhenan is aware of our presence. Upon our arrival, we had already established communication with him. Our foremost priority now is to ensure Jiang Wanwan's safety." "And so?" Yi Xian inquired. "This necessitates that we send someone, under the radar of Hong Lian, to deliver them to Jiang Wanwan in a legitimate manner," Zhe Qiuyu stated calmly, taking a bite of her meal. "Are you suggesting that I act as Jiang Wanwan's bodyguard?" Yi Xian asked, astonished. He did not reject the notion. In the past, he had frequently assumed the role of a bodyguard for targets during missions. "Not a bodyguard, as that would be too conspicuous," Zhe Qiuyu remarked. "If they were bodyguards, it is highly probable they would suspect our involvement, thus opting to act when the bodyguards are absent." At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards Yi Xian and continued, "You vanished for 3 years. In Jiangxing, you were merely an ordinary individual. Therefore, your presence beside Jiang Wanwan would raise no eyebrows, particularly since you would be in the guise of her husband." "Wait a moment." Yi Xian sensed something amiss and hastily interjected. "What do you mean by identity?" "Husband," Zhe Qiuyu replied calmly. "As I mentioned, once we arrived in Jiangxing, we had already established communication with Jiang Zhenan. Consequently, he organized a gathering to publicly announce that anyone could pursue Jiang Wanwan. In the end, you successfully courted her and entered the Jiang family as a son-in-law. As he spoke, he observed Yi Xian's eyes widen in disbelief and added, "This way, you could accompany Jiang Wanwan in and out, and even share the same bed without issue, thereby providing her with round-the-clock protection. I am no longer so ordinary. I have acquired a company, and my photograph is even displayed in the owner's section," Yi Xian stated, rubbing his aching head. "Perfectly fitting. This company is the engagement gift from Jiang Zhenan," Zhe Qiuyu replied with unwavering composure. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that in everyone's eyes, he would indeed appear to be a mere parasite. Chapter 20. Fury, but I have only just divorced. Jiang Zhenan has only publicly announced it 2 or 3 days ago, and now I am marrying Jiang Wanwan. This is faster than lightning," Yi Xian exclaimed in frustration. Jiang Zhenan could no longer remain passive. "Had it not been for you last night, Jiang Wanwan would likely have faced dire consequences," Zhe Qiuyu asserted. Yi Xian exhaled slowly, pondering, his fingers gently tapping on the table. "But Dr. Zhe, you know my body and my heart belong entirely to you. Cease your banter. Only with you by Jiang Wanwan's side can we truly feel secure," Zhe Qiuyu retorted with a disdainful snort. Yi Xian shrugged. "Regarding this matter, setting aside my willingness, Whether Jiang Wanwan is amenable is another question entirely. Jiang Jinan is aware of our existence, but Jiang Wanwan is not. Zhiqiuyu contemplated for a moment. At that moment, Yi Xian's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and was surprised to see a call from Lin Qingshui. Yi Xian frowned and answered, "Hello, what is it?" On the other end, Lin Qingshui's voice resonated. "I hear you are now the owner of Shangshi Company? Quite impressive. I wonder whose soft rice you've been consuming to receive such a grand company." Her tone carried a hint of jealousy. She had always regarded Yi Xian as a failure, believing he could not have acquired such a company through his own efforts. It must have been a wealthy benefactor who bestowed it upon him. Of course, she felt envious. The gifts from Han Shua paled in comparison to what Yi Xian now possessed. Yi Xian found no desire to explain himself. In truth, he felt that distancing himself from this mother-daughter duo, along with his family, following the divorce was a rather prudent decision. "Let us speak of matters at hand. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Yi Xian remarked. "Having acquired wealth has indeed changed you. Now you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Yi Xian, you have truly made something of yourself," Lin Qingshui continued with a hint of sarcasm. "Aren't you residing in my neighborhood? Come to my home. There are certain matters regarding our divorce that I wish to clarify." With that, Lin Qingshui hung up the phone. Yi Xian furrowed his brow momentarily, but ultimately decided to pay her a visit. As it would provide an opportunity to lay everything to rest, he nodded at Zhiqiuyu and said, "I shall step out for a bit. Then the matters I entrusted to you shall remain as such." Zhiqiuyu replied. "What do you mean by remain as such?" Yi Xian countered hastily. "This hasty marriage is hardly advisable. Although this time may be a mere sham, what if Jiang Wanan were to genuinely fall for me? There are numerous safe alternatives for her. Marriage is not the only solution. Allow me to contemplate this further, for it is a strategic consideration." "Indeed," Zhiqiuyu responded promptly. Yi Xian chuckled, offering no agreement, donned his shoes, and swiftly departed. "I told you so." He would never agree, Ming Xiaonan remarked cheerfully. After all, he has only just gone through a divorce, and the previous marriage was far from idyllic. Zhiqiuyu pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "That is true. This is a case of fear of commitment, a condition that requires remedy." As Yi Xian stepped outside, he effortlessly returned to his former residence, knocking on the door. To his astonishment, the door swung open to reveal a large gathering within. At least a dozen people, including Lin Qian's family, his uncle's family, and various relatives. "Do come in," Lin Qingshui, who had opened the door, said. Yi Xian entered the room, and Lin Qingshui closed the door behind him. At that moment, Bai Lianxiang chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, how remarkable. Having divorced and now aligned with a wealthy benefactor, you begin to plot against us, do you?" Though Bai Lianxiang was reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that Yi Xian had suddenly transformed into Lin Qian's employer. However, under the confirmation of her brother Bai Bo, she was forced to accept this reality. "Plot against you? I am not so idle," Yi Xian scoffed, voicing his true thoughts. Bai Lianxiang laughed. "So now you look down upon us, do you? How is it that upon acquiring a company, you immediately sever ties with my brother's business? Is this not revenge?" Yi Xian rubbed his nose, recalling how He Gang had called him that morning to inform him of taking on the Jiang family's business, consequently terminating contracts with several smaller companies, one of which was Bai Bo's. "Have you no retort?" Bai Lianxiang sneered. At her words, Yi Xian's anger began to simmer. In light of the past life-saving favor, even after regaining his memories, he had afforded her some leeway. During their previous encounters, he had brushed off her jibes with a smile. Yet, hearing her mocking tone now, he felt there was no longer a need to endure. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to Bai Lianxiang and stated, "Let us not overlook the fact that I am merely a figurehead. I do not involve myself in the company's affairs. Even if I were responsible for this, what of it?" His tone was somewhat frigid, and in an instant, Bai Lianxiang was taken aback. After a brief moment, she screamed furiously, "Aren't you just a parasite living off others? What gives you the right to be so proud here?" As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Yi Xian and continued, "Do not forget, your life was saved by my husband. We even allowed you to stay in our home for 3 years. And now that the marriage is dissolved, you turn your back on us, you ungrateful wretch." At that moment, Lin Qian's father, Lin Jing'an, hastily chimed in, "Indeed, Yi Xian, 3 years ago, it was my elder brother who saved your life. Your current actions are undeniably lacking in integrity. You're merely pretending to be a good person." Enraged, Yi Xian shot a glance at him and retorted, "In these 3 years, have you or your family ever treated me with kindness? When it comes to being a freeloader, how do I compare to the two of you? Over these 3 years, have you lifted a finger to contribute? Despite the meager earnings I brought home from my laborious work at the construction site, I consistently managed to give you no less than 20,000 each month. What have you done in return? I toiled endlessly to support you for 3 years, yet I have never received a single word of gratitude from you. You look down upon my job, believing that Lin Qingxue deserves to be with a wealthy man, and as a result, I ended up with a peasant worker. Has anyone in your family offered me a kind word in these 3 years?" Yi Xian erupted in anger, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Yet, he coldly remarked, "Do not forget, the house you currently reside in was purchased with my hard-earned money. And what happened next? Lin Qingxue cheated during our marriage, seeking out a wealthy second-generation heir, and you, by Lianxiang, immediately kicked me out and demanded a divorce. You have no right to speak about living off others when you embody the very definition of a shameless leech." Silence. The room fell utterly quiet. They had never anticipated that this formerly meek individual would dare to speak so boldly. Particularly, Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue wore expressions of utmost displeasure. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Lianxiang suddenly screamed, lunging at Yi Xian, shouting, "You ungrateful wretch! I will fight you today with that." She swung her hand towards him. Slap! Yi Xian swiftly raised his hand, delivering a resounding blow to her face, leaving Bai Lianxiang momentarily dazed. "Mom!" Lin Qingxue rushed over to support Bai Lianxiang, her eyes widening as she glared at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, how dare you strike my mother? How dare you hit me? You ungrateful wretch!" Bai Lianxiang was on the verge of madness. "Why?" Yi Xian sneered. "Considering what you have done to me over the past 3 years and during the divorce, this slap is merely settling the score." "Yi Xian, do not take it too far." Several young individuals stood up at that moment. Why? Yi Xian revealed a hint of disdain, raising his chin and addressing them. "What, do you intend to make a move?" In that instant, none of those who had stood dared to take a step forward. Yi Xian's gaze was chillingly cold, so frigid that it rendered everyone around him feeling alienated and fearful. Yang Jing'an was taken aback. As a teacher, he prided himself on his ability to read people, yet the transformation in Yi Xian was overwhelmingly vast. Yi Xian, there's truly no need for violence. Let us part amicably, Yang Jing'an hastily suggested. Yi Xian cast a faint glance in his direction, then turned to Lin Qingxue and stated, "As you have consistently asserted, now that we are divorced, we share no further connection. From this day forth, we shall be strangers. I will not intrude upon your life, and I trust you will refrain from disturbing mine." Beside them, Lin Qian and Bai Bo's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Qian was anxious about potentially losing her job, while Bai Bo's face turned ashen. Their company was not large, and their prior collaboration with Shangshi Logistics had featured relatively modest pricing. In contrast, other logistics companies in Jiangqing charged significantly more and lacked the efficiency of Shangshi, which posed a considerable loss for him. He rose to face Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, regarding our company, Yi Xian scoffed, "Do not discuss this matter with me. I am merely a hands-off owner and do not concern myself with the company's affairs." "Yi Xian, how can you be so heartless?" At that moment, Bai Lianxiang regained her composure. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Yi Xian. "You struck me. Remember this. My son-in-law Han Shua will not let you off easily. Do not presume that your wealth grants you the right to flaunt your power over my family. I have made it clear that from today onward, I wish to sever all ties with you. As for Han Shua, refrain from referring to him as my son-in-law. He has yet to marry your daughter. Should he grow weary of her, he may very well cast her aside." Yi Xian retorted with a disdainful laugh. "Moreover, Han Shua is of no concern to me." With that, Yi Xian pushed open the door and strode away, leaving behind a room full of people, some standing and others seated, all staring blankly at his retreating figure. Chapter 21. The grand confession scene. As Yi Xian stepped out of the elevator, he felt invigorated, as if the very air around him had become more refreshing than usual. Throughout the ordeal, he had never disclosed the source of his wealth. He was indifferent to the thoughts of Lin Qingxue's family, confident that their regret would soon set in, for the origins of his fortune were of little consequence. Indeed, as Yi Xian had surmised, within Lin Qingxue's household, silence reigned supreme. Bai Lianxiang covered her face, her expression contorted with rage as she muttered, "How dare he strike me? This cannot go unpunished. It absolutely cannot." In her mind, Yi Xian remained the man she could command, and that perception had not altered due to a mere slap. Sister, we are in need of Yi Xian's assistance. Your attitude is utterly inappropriate. He is no longer Qingshua's husband, Bai Bo remarked with a hint of reproach. Given the tumult, it was unlikely that Yi Xian would acquiesce to their requests, and as a result, he would likely switch logistics companies, leading to a significant price increase, a tremendous loss for his business. Bai Lianxiang seethed. Who does he think he is? I cannot fathom which wealthy woman could possibly find him appealing. She must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Lin Qingxue supported her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions at that moment. She reminisced about the day of the divorce when Yi Xian had gone to Xinhai Bank, particularly to the VIP section. Subsequently, Yi Xian had begun to associate with Zhou Qianqian, frequently appearing at the Marriott Hotel, and then astonishingly transformed into the CEO of Shengshi Company. Until now, she had believed this to be mere coincidence. However, she now suspected otherwise. After all, the noticeable changes in Yi Xian's demeanor during this period were undeniable. She felt that the Yi Xian of yesteryear, even after their divorce, would have found it difficult to hold his head high in their presence, let alone raise his voice or even slap Bai Lianxiang, of course. Reflecting on all this now seemed futile. They were already divorced, and Yi Xian's recent words had left no room for interpretation. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hummed a tune as he exited the building. Ding ding ding. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Yi Xian glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. He raised the phone, and a slightly whimsical voice on the other end chimed. Guess who I am? Yi Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. It's Miss Zhang Wanwan, isn't it? Boring, you guessed it right away. Zhang Wanwan pouted and said, come out and play. Yi Xian felt somewhat speechless. He understood Zhang Wanwan's motives. This girl was simply too curious, eager to know why Zhang Zhenan was so subservient to him. Moreover, after learning this, the disparity in Zhang Wanwan's personality was striking. When she first appeared, she exuded an aura of a goddess. But in private, especially after a few drinks. Sister, aren't you supposed to be working? Yi Xian remarked. Your father has only you as his daughter. You ought to learn management well, or else no one will take over his company in the future. You don't care. I'm taking you to meet a beautiful woman, Zhang Wanwan exclaimed with a grin. A beautiful woman? Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. Whether she's beautiful or not is secondary. I mainly want to go out and have some fun. Send me the address. Pa, Zhang Wanwan scoffed before hanging up. She then sent Yi Xian a message. Upon receiving the message, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Yi Xian's face as he walked outside, of course. Another reason he was willing to go was to ensure Zhang Wanwan's safety, considering she was currently a target of the Honglian organization. The Honglian organization was quite peculiar. They were a notorious assassin group, boasting 3 members in the top 10 of the underground assassin rankings. This was already a formidable presence. However, they never accepted assassination contracts. Their modus operandi involved various means of coercion or negotiation to compel wealthy individuals worldwide to join their ranks. Yi Xian stepped outside and chose to take the subway to his destination. After walking a short distance towards the subway station, a smile crept onto Yi Xian's lips as he subtly turned to glance behind him. 2 young men were trailing him. Yi Xian could roughly guess who they were. It was either Han Shuo or Chen Fan. The only people he had offended recently who would resort to such actions were these 2. He paid little heed as he boarded the subway, hastening toward his destination. The destination was a towering office building, and when Yi Xian arrived, he looked up to see the words Dingxin Group emblazoned at the top in bold letters. Yi Xian was taken aback. Wasn't Dingxin Group the company owned by Zhang Zhenan? It dawned on him that Zhang Wannan, this little girl, had called him over to play at their company. A sudden urge to flee surged within him. Just then, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of the building, bustling about with some preparations, and a number of onlookers had already congregated at the entrance. A confession scene, Yi Xian mused. Indeed, the setup indicated it was a grand declaration of love. In the open space. A sports car adorned with flowers stood proudly, surrounded by an overwhelming bouquet of roses. 2 rows of people stood nearby, clutching balloons, while candles arranged in a heart shape flickered before them, complemented by a large speaker positioned beside them. Curiosity piqued, Yi Xian edged closer. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhang Wannan calling. He answered, saying, hello. Hey, are you not here yet? Zhang Wannan inquired over the line. I've arrived. You invited me to your company for fun? You must be joking, Yi Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. but I must say, it's not a total loss. Someone down here seems to be making a confession. All right, I'll come down to get you, Jiang Wanan responded. After hanging up, Yi Exine pushed his way further toward the scene. After 2 or 3 minutes, suddenly, music blared from the speakers on the banks of the Seine, at the left bank CAF. I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, my dear. Loving you began that day, oh so sweetly. The melodious sounds resonated throughout the business building, and the onlookers multiplied. My goodness, this is quite the spectacle. They must be extraordinarily wealthy, Yi Exine thought, marveling to himself. Soon, a girl was unexpectedly pushed forward from the entrance, and Yi Exine's heart stirred. The female lead had made her entrance. However, when he looked over, he was stunned to see that the girl being pushed forward was none other than Jiang Wanan. What on earth is happening? Yi Exine was bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Wanan's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly feeling shy under the gaze of so many people. Unlike the way she appeared when facing Yi Exine, she now resembled the cold demeanor she had shown him when they first met at the Marriott Hotel. Her eyes scanned the crowd, as if searching for someone. How intriguing! I'll record a video of her. Yi Exine pulled out his phone and began filming. He squeezed to the front of the crowd, lifting his phone while joining in the cheers. Before long, Jiang Wanan spotted Yi Exine. Upon seeing his eager face, recording her with great enthusiasm, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just then, the car door swung open, and a dashing young man wearing sunglasses emerged, holding an obviously expensive bouquet of roses and smiling as he stepped out of the vehicle. Following him, 7 or 8 impeccably dressed young men trailed behind, while the crowd on either side released their balloons into the sky. The young man held a microphone in his hand, singing along with the music. It must be said that the scene appeared undeniably romantic. The man was tall and handsome, and it was evident that he was wealthy. Most women would undoubtedly not refuse such a declaration of love. As the song concluded, he approached Jiang Wanshan, who was already blushing profusely from the spectacle. She glared and exclaimed, "Lan Xing, what are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed?" Lan Xing ignored her, cradling a bouquet of roses. Then, he knelt on one knee, raising the roses as he proclaimed, "Will you be my girlfriend?" At the very moment he knelt, the crowd behind him simultaneously dropped to their knees, hands clasped together in a gesture of prayer. Yi Exine glanced over, rendered speechless. To his astonishment, he recognized a familiar face among the kneeling crowd. Chen Fan, bruised and battered. "Say yes! Say yes! Say yes!" A large group in the crowd began to cheer, and Yi Exine joined in, shouting, "Be my girlfriend." At this moment, Lan Xing appeared visibly exhilarated, bellowing with joy. No. Amidst the clamor, Jiang Wanshan's cold rejection rang out. The uproar fell silent instantaneously, with everyone casting puzzled glances at Jiang Wanshan, particularly the onlooking women, who wished they could take her place. "Why?" Lan Xing furrowed his brow and said, "I've pursued you for 5 years." Jiang Wanshan replied nonchalantly, "I already have a boyfriend, so please do not bother me any further." "Humph, I don't believe it." Lan Xing retorted coolly, "Any man who gets close to you has been dismissed by me. How could you possibly have a boyfriend?" Yi Exine was taken aback. This fellow was indeed a domineering CEO. Jiang Wanshan shot him a frosty glance and declared, "He is right here." "What?" A glint of coldness flashed in Lan Xing's eyes, but he quickly smiled and said, "Who are you trying to fool?" At that moment, Jiang Wanshan descended the steps, striding purposefully towards Yi Exine, who was filming with his phone. She then turned to Lan Xing and stated, "It's him." In an instant, all eyes in the crowd turned to him. Chapter 22. The red rosy Exine was rendered speechless, holding his phone while gazing at Jiang Wanshan. It was then that he comprehended why she had called him over. It was far from a casual invitation. It was as though she had employed him as a pawn in her scheme. Clearly, this declaration had been meticulously orchestrated long in advance. Jiang Wanshan had probably known about it from upstairs and had called Yi Exine to serve as a stand-in. Yi Exine cursed inwardly, contemplating a hasty retreat. All eyes were fixed on him, including Chen Fan's, who was observing everything unfold. Upon spotting Yi Exine, he momentarily paused and exclaimed, "What is this guy doing here? Isn't he Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend?" Then, his eyes brightened slightly as he mused, "It seems I was right. He must be Zhou Qianqian's invited boyfriend. But why did Tao Dingyun seem so submissive to him at the bar yesterday? And what is his relationship with Jiang Zhenan?" In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts traversed his mind, yet he remained silent. It was a perfect opportunity to utilize Lanqing's hand to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Jiang Wansuan directly entwined her arm with Yi Xian's. Though Yi Xian attempted to extricate himself and make a hasty retreat, Jiang Wansuan held on tenaciously, whispering, "You have aided Sister Qianqian. You must assist me as well." "Assist you? Not a chance," Yi Xian scoffed. Upon witnessing Jiang Wansuan clinging to Yi Xian, Lanqing's face turned a shade of green, and he rose with a dark expression, fixing his gaze upon Yi Xian. Yi Xian cleared his throat and declared, "I'm not his boyfriend. Don't get the wrong idea. We share no relationship." However, it was evident that Lanqing paid no heed, his eyes seething with fury. "Kid, very well. You dare to lay your hands on my woman? Just wait," Lanqing threatened outright. "Who is your woman?" "Mind your words." Jiang Wansuan shot him a frosty glare, then turned to Yi Xian, saying, "Darling, let us head to the office. I have prepared a heartfelt lunch for you." The latter part of her statement sent shivers down Yi Xian's spine. At the same time, it nearly made Lanqing's eyes pop out in disbelief. He had pursued Jiang Wansuan for years, yet she had never spoken to him in such a tone, leaving him both envious and furious. "You son of a..." He gritted his teeth, waving his hand. In the next instant, several individuals surrounded him. Jiang Wansuan's eyes turned icy as she remarked, "Lanqing, do you intend to make a scene in our company? As long as this kid breaks up with you now, I guarantee his safe departure," Lanqing retorted angrily. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. This guy was utterly foolish, having disregarded his explanations entirely. "What are you all crowding around for? Don't you want to work?" Just then, a voice tinged with authority resonated. At the entrance of the office building, Jiang Zhennan, dressed in a tailored suit, emerged, furrowing his brow as he addressed Lanqing. "Lanqing, have you come here to cause a ruckus?" Lanqing gritted his teeth. Looking at Jiang Zhennan, "Uncle Jiang, you said I could boldly pursue Wansuan, so here I am. Yet Wansuan claims she has a boyfriend. Just look at him. Does he deserve Wansuan?" Jiang Zhennan initially appeared taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Jiang Wanzuan. Yi Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders in response. A flicker of surprise danced in Jiang Zhenan's eyes before he turned back to Lanqing and stated, "I said anyone could pursue Wansuan, but that does not include you. Now, get lost, or I shall summon the security to escort you out." "Uncle Jiang," Lanqing's expression shifted slightly. "Who is your uncle?" "Scram," Jiang Zhenan retorted, then directed his ire at the onlookers. "What are you all standing around for? Don't you want to work?" A throng of people hastily dispersed. Only then did Jiang Zhenan add, "Didn't you see? Wansuan already has a boyfriend. Do not seek her out again. Wansuan, come with me upstairs." The smile on Jiang Wansuan's face flickered before she reverted to her icy demeanor, entwining her arm with Yi Xian's as they made their way into the office building. Yi Xian found himself at a loss. It seemed he had no choice but to accept this predicament. This blue star lacks common sense. Even he probably does not believe his own explanation, so he simply refrains from elaborating. Naturally, he would not dare to act recklessly in front of Jiang Zhenan, but when Yi Xian passed by, he darkened his face and uttered, "You are finished." Yi Xian shrugged nonchalantly and followed Jiang Wanwan into the office building. In the lobby, Jiang Zhenan looked at the two and remarked, "Ahem, I didn't expect you to solidify your relationship so swiftly." Jiang Wanwan's face flushed slightly. Just as she was about to clarify, Jiang Zhenan continued, "Yi Xian, there is no need to worry. I am quite satisfied with you, without any reservations. Why don't you both find a time in the next few days to obtain your marriage certificate and arrange the wedding feast?" Yi Xian's lips twitched a few times. How eager could Jiang Zhenan be to marry off his daughter? "Dad!" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her face crimson, as she quickly released her hold on Yi Xian's arm. "What nonsense are you spouting? I only asked Yi Xian for assistance because I saw Lanqing coming over to pester me. Not summoned, but rather deceived," Yi Xian retorted, speechless. Jiang Zhenan was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Ah, indeed, I am getting old. I do not comprehend the world of you youngsters. You carry on with your conversation. I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at the two before turning to depart. "Thank you." Jiang Wanwan then addressed Yi Xian. "I suppose we are even now. You caused me such great trouble, and you think we are even?" Yi Xian replied, exasperated. "You have no idea how insufferable Lanqing is. When I knew him in university, he would threaten and physically assault any male who approached me, which is why I hardly have any male friends left. Jiang Wanwan explained, when I saw him today. You were the first person I thought of. She then pouted and added, also, Xiao Wei told me that when someone attempted to assassinate me yesterday, you fled. You owe me a favor. Consider this even? Yi Xian silently chuckled to himself. His inherently laid-back nature made him disinclined to explain anything to Jiang Wanwan. He shrugged and said, Suit yourself. If there is nothing more, I'll take my leave now. Are you certain you wish to leave? Lan Xing and his group are still outside. Jiang Wanwan cautioned. Yi Xian frowned and replied, Well then, I suppose I'll stay a little longer. Himph, you truly are a coward. No wonder you ran away yesterday. I can't fathom why my father is so courteous to someone like you. Jiang Wanwan observed with a curious expression. Regardless, you have indeed assisted me today, so I must express my gratitude. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and take you to meet a stunning beauty akin to myself. Yi Xian no longer believed her whimsical words, but in order to ensure the safety of Zhiqiu and the others, he acquiesced. All right, then let us head to my office and wait for a bit, Jiang Wanwan suggested, turning away. Meanwhile, outside, Lan Xing and his group left with grim expressions. Leaving the flower-strewn entrance unattended, a group of individuals sought out a bar, where they summoned several alluring companions to indulge in merriment in the broad daylight. Lan Xing sat at a distance, his right arm draped around a provocatively dressed woman. His countenance darkened with displeasure. At that moment, Chun Fan approached, stating, Brother Xing, do not let it vex you. That Yi Xian is merely a lowly fellow. Why Yi Xian? Are you referring to the individual beside Wanwan? Do you know him? Lan Xing inquired, astonished as he gazed at Chun Fan. Indeed, Chun Fan replied courteously, offering Lan Xing a cigarette. He is the ex-husband of Han Shua's current girlfriend. Previously, he was working on a construction site, but somehow, he managed to masquerade as Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend at the gathering hosted by Old Master Jiang a couple of days ago. It appears that Old Master Jiang is acquainted with him. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lan Xing's eyes as he remarked, So, it was because of him that Old Master Jiang expelled you from the gathering? Yes, Old Master Jiang's failure to invite you indicates he harbors a slight grudge against you. Chun Fan hastily clarified. Just yesterday at Tao Dingyun's bar, I intended to teach him a lesson, but Old Master Jiang called Tao Dingyun, stating that Yi Xian is his friend, which resulted in me receiving a beating from Tao Dingyun. However, fear not. Tao Dingyun is wary of Old Master Jiang. Thus, he is merely a man without any connections. Lan Xing mused, a sinister glint momentarily flashing in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the thigh of the woman in his embrace. By 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Wanwan had already departed the office with Yi Xian. She was unconcerned that it was still hours before the official end of the workday, for it was her family's company. The pair drove towards the airport the airport exit. Jiang Wanwan stood eagerly, turning to Yi Xian as she reassured him, Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. My senior was once renowned alongside me as one of the 2 bells of Linhai University. Yi Xian felt a stir of curiosity. You studied at Linhai University? Could it be that you were also? Jiang Wanwan, taken aback, responded, That should not be the case. Those who graduate from Linhai University do not typically end up working on construction sites. Yi Xian's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from elaborating. Linhai was merely his hometown. Before long, individuals began to emerge from the exit. Jiang Wanwan waved towards one of the directions. That moment, Yi Xian felt a sudden jolt of recognition. Swiftly locking his gaze onto a figure, was a woman clad in a striking red dress, who, upon exiting, captured the attention of countless men. Sporting sunglasses and standing at a height of over 1.70 meters, her voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated by the form-fitting garment, rendering her a vision of beauty. Seemingly accustomed to such admiration, she nonchalantly dragged her suitcase through the throng. A cold smirk crept across Yi Xian's lips as he remarked, It seems the death of He Sun has unsettled that old man He Lan Tian. Even the Red Rose has arrived in Jiang City. Yi Xian, what are you looking at? Hurry, let me introduce you. Jiang Wanwan urged. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and turned around, finding himself confronted by 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. Yi Xian's gaze settled upon them. Their eyes simultaneously met his, and both parties experienced a subtle shift in their expressions. Almost instantaneously, the trio across from him spoke in unison. It's you? Chapter 23. Past events at the airport exit, the 3 individuals regarded Yi Xian. Their expressions distinctly varied. The man bore a hint of mockery, an air of disdain evident on his face. Beside him stood a competent-looking young woman clad in knee-high boots, her countenance betraying a semblance of displeasure, seemingly tinged with anger. The other woman, with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, donned a flowing white gown. Her radiant face bore a frigid demeanor, and her gaze towards Yi Xian was laced with complexity, resentment, and astonishment in equal measure. "Senior, do you know Yi Xian?" Jiang Wanwan inquired with surprise. Bai Yao remained silent, while the man beside her spoke with a sardonic tone. "Of course I know him. He is none other than the heir of the Yi family in Linhai City." Jiang Wanwan turned her astonished gaze towards Yi Xian. The Yi family of Linhai was one of the most prestigious families in the country, and if Yi Xian was indeed a member of the Linhai Yi family, it would certainly explain her father's courteous demeanor towards him. However, she found it perplexing. She had previously conducted an investigation into Yi Xian's past and discovered that he had merely been an ordinary laborer on a construction site. Did members of the Yi family truly need to work at a construction site? Was it merely an attempt to experience life? At that moment, the man spoke again. 9 years ago, he was the talk of the town in Linhai. As for his reputation, Yi Xian's brow furrowed deeply. This matter was intrinsically linked to his entry into the night watch. Although Yi Xian hailed from the Yi family of Linhai, they were merely a branch of the family. Nevertheless, under the expansive shade of the Yi family tree, they were also considered affluent. Furthermore, at that time, Yi Xian had performed commendably in his studies and was greatly valued by the elders of his family. However, when Yi Xian turned 18, an unfortunate incident occurred that cast him into a state of disgrace, leading him to face potential imprisonment. At a crucial moment, he was persuaded by an elderly man to join the night watch. Yet, to the people of Linhai and the Yi family, Yi Xian was presumed to be imprisoned. Among the three before him, Yi Xian recognized two individuals. Bai Yao had been his classmate for 6 years during middle and high school, and they had also attended the same university. However, shortly after enrolling, Yi Xian had dropped out. The man was a university acquaintance named Zhou Rue, a fervent pursuer of Bai Yao. During their student days, Zhou Rue had always harbored resentment towards Yi Xian due to his closeness with Bai Yao, even going so far as to orchestrate bullying against him in university. At that time, Yi Xian had yet to join the night watch or learn martial arts. He was simply unable to contend with multiple adversaries. Bai Yao, at that time, seemed to show little interest in Zhou Rui. Yi Xian had never anticipated that, after 9 years, they would both appear in Jiang City. As for Bai Yao, the young Yi Xian had once harbored feelings for her, for she was undeniably stunning. They had known each other since middle school, yet Yi Xian had never expressed his affections. Her esteemed background and haughty demeanor had always kept him at bay. Their closeness had been a serendipitous occurrence until Yi Xian fell from grace. Disappearing from Linhai, everyone assumed he had been imprisoned. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Xian's expression regained its composure. Jiang Wanwan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "A person of great influence? In what manner?" The Yi family, a prestigious lineage, had been marred by Yi Xian's criminal actions, resulting in disgrace and a substantial financial loss. Consequently, Yi Xian's family was expunged from the family tree. Zhou Rue, with a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain, remarked, "I was not mistaken, was I?" A rapist. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wanwan was rendered speechless, while Bai Yao's expression grew increasingly complex. Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly, choosing to disregard Zhou Rue's comment. He cast a glance at Bai Yao and stated calmly, "I have been wronged." Bai Yao's demeanor remained unperturbed as she shook her head and replied, "It's in the past. I no longer care." Yi Xian nodded, considering that a single explanation sufficed. Whether Bai Yao chose to believe him or not was of little consequence. After 9 years, the remnants of their past affection had long been buried deep within his heart. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Wanwan cleared her throat and suggested, "Shall we take our leave? The car is parked outside." Bai Yao nodded and began walking towards the airport exit. After a couple of steps, she abruptly halted and said, "Yi Xian, we are all Bai Yao's seniors and wish to reminisce with her. You need not accompany us." Jiang Wanwan furrowed her brows but remained silent, while Yi Xian merely shrugged indifferently. Nearby, Zhou Rue gazed at Yi Xian with a smug smile, adding, "Yao Yao is right. With your current attire, it would be rather inappropriate for you to walk alongside us." Zhou Rue scoffed. Bai Yao didn't even turn around. After uttering her words, she continued walking outside. Jiang Wanwan offered Yi Xian an apologetic smile before hastily following suit. Zhou Rue lingered behind, casting a derisive glance at Yi Xian, and remarked, "I had thought you would spend your life in prison. It's surprising you're out after just 9 years to be. By the way, Yao Yao and I are getting married. But then again, it matters not to you. Someone like you is no longer in our world." With that, he shot Yi Xian a contemptuous look and exited. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Xian rubbed his nose and mused, "Indeed, we are no longer of the same world. The Yi family, the Bai family, and Zhou Rui's clan had all become inconsequential in Yi Xian's eyes. Having spent 6 years as a night watchman, he had initially been informed that upon completing his mission in Jiangqing, he would be permitted to return to Linhai. However, upon arriving in Jiangqing, he suffered injuries and memory loss, and 3 years had swiftly passed. Once this matter was concluded, he would need to return. There were certain matters that needed resolution. Yi Xian touched his nose and remarked, "Moreover, it has been 9 years since I last saw my parents." With that, he turned, glanced at the sign, and made his way towards the subway station. After purchasing a card, he boarded the train, which was not overly crowded, and chose a seat at random. After a moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Within the depths of his gaze, a fiery figure emerged, stepping through the entrance of the subway. The moment this silhouette entered the train, it captured the attention of numerous passengers, and Yi Xian instinctively turned to look. The woman clad in a striking red dress, her figure alluring, donned sunglasses as she wheeled her suitcase into the carriage. Who else could it be but the infamous Red Rose? To think she would choose to ride the subway was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. This was a top-tier assassin, one who possessed immense wealth. Her decision to travel by subway was indeed surprising. Red Rose surveyed her surroundings before subtly turning and taking a seat beside Yi Xian. Instantly, the carriage was filled with envious and jealous glances directed towards him. Particularly, a bespectacled man with a receding hairline across from Yi Xian gazed at Red Rose, swallowing hard and licking his lips, a clear indication of his intentions. The faint scent of roses wafted through the air, and Yi Xian found himself relishing the moment as he pulled out his phone to pass the time. "Hey handsome, are you from Jiangqing?" Red Rose inquired, her long, delicate fingers gesturing towards Yi Xian's shoulder. He raised his gaze to meet hers. She had removed her sunglasses, revealing a flawless visage devoid of any blemish. "Dumb. I supposed I am," Yi Xian stammered, clearing his throat. In Red Rose's eyes, it appeared that Yi Xian was somewhat flustered by her beauty. Seeing him look her way, she flashed a charming smile. "Well, this is my first visit to Jiangqing. I wonder if you could recommend some interesting sights to see. While there is some information online, I feel that the suggestions from a local would be far superior," she said, her voice smooth and inviting. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, feigning ignorance of her identity, and enthusiastically began to share. "Jiangqing is indeed a city rich in tourism, with countless beautiful sights. If one visits, the White Elephant Pagoda is a must-see. The night view is absolutely stunning. Additionally, it is situated near the river, offering picturesque scenery." He diligently elaborated on the attractions. After a while, Red Rose suddenly spoke up, "You seem to know quite a bit. How about I invite you to be my guide?" With a playful smile, she added, "I trust you won't refuse, will you?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding Red Rose as he replied, "Being a guide, that's not an issue, but, is there any compensation involved?" Red Rose appeared momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that her proactive invitation would be met with immediate acceptance, yet she never anticipated that Yi Xian would inquire about payment. "As for money, that can certainly be arranged, but wouldn't it be more delightful to consider other forms of compensation?" Her words dripped with temptation. Any man hearing such a proposition would likely react. Yi Xian, too, found himself swallowing hard as images of Red Rose's profile flashed through his mind. Red Rose, ranked 7th on the assassins list of the Sin City, was one of the most elite killers. She had gained fame after assassinating a chieftain, her prowess likened to that of the night watchman ranked between 15 and 30. Her personal life was notably chaotic, as she frequently engaged with young, vigorous men. Clearly, Yi Xian had caught her eye and had become her next target. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's reaction, the lips of the Red Rose curled upwards ever so slightly, clearly pleased with his response. "What do you think?" she inquired, leaning closer to Yi Xian, whose arm exuded a remarkable resilience. She did not believe that Yi Xian would reject her. He exhaled deeply before replying, "Sure." Chapter 24. Expelled. "Sure." Yi Xian's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing his words, the Red Rose momentarily froze, and soon after, the smile gradually faded from her face. The seductive tone she once possessed vanished, and she said coolly, "Forget it. I'll entertain myself." Exian was taken aback. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the Red Rose remarked dismissively, "Humph. Men like you lack challenge. It's utterly dull with that." She donned her sunglasses and ceased to cast a glance in Exian's direction. Lacking challenge, so this fellow, despite his chaotic personal life, was also a submissive. The kind of man she could easily seduce, she had no interest in. She desired someone with a bit of challenge, someone who would initially reject her. Observing Exian's conflicted expression, the corners of the Red Rose's mouth inadvertently revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. She relished in this sensation, savoring the thrill of enticing someone into thinking they could easily win her over, only to subsequently deny them access. Exian undoubtedly noticed her smile and cursed inwardly, "What a psychopathic mind!" The Red Rose clearly had no intention of acknowledging Exian any longer. She put on her sunglasses and began to engross herself in her phone. Exian seethed internally, thinking that if it weren't for the crowd, given how she had toyed with him earlier and her affiliation with Hong Lian, he would have swiftly dealt with her. Simultaneously, he cast a sidelong glance at the Red Rose, a cold smirk forming within him as he thought, "Since you have arrived in Jiangxing, I will inevitably ensnare you. When that time comes, I shall thoroughly ravage you." Of course, to the Red Rose beside him, Exian's gaze appeared filled with desire and unwillingness, intensifying her disdainful smile. The subway continued its slow advance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Wanwan was driving, taking Bai Yao and others out for a meal. With curiosity etched on her face, Zhang Wanwan asked, "By the way, what is the story behind the claims that Exian is a rapist? I don't see it in him. Besides, he saved my father's life, and my father is immensely grateful to him. 9 years ago, he once invited Bai Yao's cousin out for dinner and drugged her. He took advantage of Bai Yao's cousin." Zhou Rui exclaimed. If he liked Bai Yao's cousin, he could have pursued her directly, yet he resorted to such despicable means. Bai Yao is quite close to her cousin, so you should keep your distance from him. Zhang Wanwan, astonished, turned to Bai Yao and asked, "Is this true, Sister Bai Yao?" After getting into the car, Bai Yao had remained silent, gazing out the window. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's question, she nodded slightly. Such a person deserves to be imprisoned for life. Who knows which woman he may target upon his release? Zhou Rui scolded. He knows well that he has no face to return to Linhai City. After being released from prison, he fled to Jiangxing. By the way, Wanwan, how did you come to know him? Does he work at your company? Zhang Wanwan replied with a hint of complexity in her mood, shaking her head. No, our acquaintance is somewhat coincidental. He previously worked on a construction site, doing laborious tasks like brick moving. Moving bricks? Zhou Rui burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, after spending years in prison, he knows nothing and can only resort to such physical labor upon his release." Nearby, Bai Yao furrowed her delicate brows at this remark, lost in thought. Zhou Rui continued, "You should avoid associating with him in the future. With your beauty, you might just become his target." On the other side, Exian sat down in a gloomy state after alighting from the subway. Following that, Hong Meiguei did not utter a single word to him, resembling a proud swan, calmly sitting there with sunglasses on. As Exian stepped off the subway, it was already past 6 in the evening. Upon returning home, he found Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan had prepared dinner. After entering, Ming Xiaonan noticed Exian's glum expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Exian scratched his head and replied, "Just a heads up, Hong Meiguei has come to Jiangxing." In the next instant, Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan simultaneously looked up at him. Ming Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise, "You encountered her?" Exian nodded. Zhiqiuyu snorted disdainfully. Every time Hong Meiguei arrives in a city, she ensnares a strong young man as her companion. From your demeanor, it seems you are feeling dejected because she did not take an interest in you. Judging by her photos, she is indeed a stunning beauty. Seriously, how could you even guess that? He replied somewhat sheepishly, "It's impossible. In my heart, there is only you. Doctors and why gloom stems from something else." Zhiqiuyu shot a glance at Exian, while Ming Xiaonan inquired, "What is it then?" "Well, I ran into an old classmate from Linhai City, Bai Yao." "You both should be somewhat aware of my past," Exian said. Zhiqiuyu was taken aback. She was aware of Exian's history, and upon hearing this, her expression shifted as she asked, "What did she say about you?" She didn't say much, only that her companion kept chattering away. Exian replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, went with Zhang Wanwan, who also misunderstood. It seems unlikely I can secretly protect her moving forward. Zhiqiu pondered for a moment without voicing further opinions. She glanced at Ming Xiaonan and said, "Let us eat." Lowering her head, she added, "You can't carry this unjust burden forever. For now, you need not return to the night watchman. Once matters in Jiangxing conclude, you can go back to Linhai City and resolve things." Yi Xian felt a warmth in his heart and remarked, "I knew you still care about me." Zhiqiu disregarded his comment, and after dinner, she and Ming Xiaonan left. The night passed in silence. And the next day, Yi Xian slept until after 10 o'clock, awakened by a phone call from He Gang. "Hello." Yi Xian answered the phone, inquiring, "What is it?" "You need to come to the company right away. A woman has barged in, causing a commotion at the entrance, claiming to be your mother-in-law. She insists that her family holds half the shares, demanding that our company sign a contract with Bai Bo's firm." He Gang remarked, "She claims to be your mother-in-law, and we feel reluctant to use force." Yi Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Lianxiang would audaciously create such a ruckus at the company. "What a shrew! Is she still causing trouble?" Yi Xian inquired. "She's currently being pacified by Lin Qian and is seated in my office," He Gang replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Yi Xian nodded, quickly freshened up, and hailed a cab to rush to the company. The atmosphere at the office seemed relatively normal, yet upon Yi Xian's arrival, many cast furtive glances in his direction. Their expressions varied. It dawned on him that this was his first appearance as the owner. Some even greeted him, calling him boss, to which he responded with a smile. Shortly, he reached He Gang's office, where He Gang stood at the door. Seeing Yi Xian approach, he managed a wry smile, saying, "Your mother-in-law is quite a handful. No worries, I'll handle it." "I've caused you trouble," Yi Xian reassured him. "This is hardly a nuisance, I must say. I never expected you to establish a connection with Jiang Zhenan. With the business he provides, the company's value will surely double within this year," He Gang remarked, seemingly unperturbed by Lianxiang's presence in the office. Indeed, he felt a twinge of envy. As Jiangxing's largest logistics provider, he had long aspired to collaborate with Jiang Zhenan's enterprise but had never succeeded. Yet, upon Yi Xian's arrival, Jiang Zhenan had proactively reached out, delivering an astonishing volume of business. Yi Xian chuckled, saying, "This is trivial. You may continue your work, I will take care of it." With that, he pushed the door open. Inside the room, Bai Lianxiang was seated with her hands on her hips in He Gang's office chair, while Bai Bo and Lin Qian occupied the nearby sofa. Upon seeing Yi Xian enter, she shot him a disdainful glance, stating, "Humph, Yi Xian, I have investigated, and this company is marital property belonging to you and Qingxue. She holds half the shares as well, so you must sign a collaboration with my brother, and we expect dividends." Her tone was exceedingly assertive as she addressed Yi Xian, adding, "Furthermore, you slapped me yesterday. So you owe me compensation?" Bai Bo chimed in, "Indeed, Yi Xian, you cannot be so ungrateful. You were married to Qingxue for 3 years. Her father saved your life, and even though you are divorced, it is only right to extend some consideration to us." Yi Xian regarded Bai Lianxiang with a bemused expression, saying, "This company was purchased after my divorce. It has no connection to Lin Qingxue, nor does it concern you in any way. No connection? If you refuse to comply today, I shall not leave, and I will come to your company every day to cause a scene." Bai Lianxiang retorted with a cold smirk. Yi Xian exhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at Bai Lianxiang before addressing the outside. "Security." Shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in security uniforms hurried in. Bai Lianxiang, with a fierce glare, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "My daughter holds half of your company's shares. This is something that can easily be brought to court. If you dare to lay a finger on me, don't expect to continue working here." Yi Xian regarded her with indifference, stating, "Expel them." He had no desire to engage in conversation with such a shrew. "Yi Xian, you are being utterly excessive. After all, they saved your life," Bai Bo interjected hastily. "And this person should also be thrown out." Yi Xian pointed at Bai Bo. Bai Bo's expression shifted dramatically. They had anticipated merely causing a commotion, believing that Yi Xian would be concerned about his reputation. Even if they could not obtain the shares, they thought a contract could still be secured. However, they had not anticipated that Yi Xian would refuse to converse with them at all. As he spoke, Yi Xian's gaze gradually fell upon Lin Qian. Lin Qian could not help but tremble slightly, and then Yi Xian spoke coolly, "You should also gather your belongings and seek other opportunities. Our company cannot afford to employ you." Lin Qian's complexion paled instantly, her delicate features turning ashen. Chapter 25. By Yao's appointment, Lin Qian was exceptionally beautiful and often carried herself with pride due to her appearance. However, her background was quite ordinary, and although she aspired to attract a wealthy heir, there lingered a sense of conservatism within her. She looked down upon average men, yet had not encountered any affluent suitors. She was merely a very typical office worker. In Jiangxing, the scale of Shengshi Company was not the most prestigious, but it was still relatively large, with assets in the hundreds of millions. Such companies were not abundant. The benefits at Shengshi were quite commendable. Ever since Yi Xian took over as the boss, she had been anxious about being dismissed, yet in recent days, Yi Xian had not mentioned it at all. Initially, Yi Xian had no intention of holding it against her. As long as she performed her duties well, he would remain indifferent, especially since he rarely visited the company. However, he was acutely aware of how Bai Lianxiang and Bai Bo had come to the company, undoubtedly brought in by Lin Qian. Moreover, Bai Lianxiang's recent disturbance was likely premeditated by their family the day prior. Yi Xian had encountered shameless individuals before, but never anyone as audacious as this family. Thus, he truly wished to sever all ties with them, leaving no reason for Lin Qian to remain at the company. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Qian's lovely visage turned ghostly pale. Losing this job meant that finding another of comparable quality would be exceedingly challenging. Lin Qian gritted her teeth and then coldly retorted, Yi Xian, don't think that your wealth makes you exceptional. Who would covet this job? Soon, Han Shua will surely introduce me to a position 10 times better than yours. Yi Xian did not respond to her. Turning to exit the office in the corridor, Bai Lianxiang was still yelling, Yi Xian, you ingrate. Everyone is watching. Your company's boss is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. He divorced my daughter without giving her a penny, yet we saved his life. Once he became wealthy, he turned to a life of vice. Dragged by security, his mouth continued to bellow loudly. Bai Lianxiang and Bai Bo were forcibly escorted down the stairs, where a number of passers-by paused to observe. Yang Chong was among the crowd. He could no longer endure the shouting and stepped forward to scold. How dare you speak ill of Yi Xian? You ungrateful wretch! Indeed, it was your husband who rescued Yi Xian, and he arranged for him to marry your daughter. Previously, Yi Xian, having suffered injuries, was left with no memory and did not even know the password to his bank card. Yet, to support you both, he worked tirelessly on the construction site, hardly resting throughout the year. To provide for you, he toiled like a beast of burden for 3 years. And what did you do? Your daughter cheated during her marriage, entangled with a wealthy heir, and you immediately cast Yi Xian aside. The house Yi Xian painstakingly purchased, with your names on the deed, was unceremoniously taken from him. Yang Chong erupted. He is left with not a single penny. Now that his memories have returned, recalling his former wealth and the acquisition of this company, you come seeking money. How shameless can you be? Yang Chong glared at her, causing the security personnel to instinctively halt their movements. The onlookers furrowed their brows at this unfolding scene. What sort of family are these people? It appeared she was Lin Qian's aunt. I had previously seen Lin Qian escorting them inside. Lin Qian? The one from the HR department? She is no saint either, entangled with many in the company simply due to her looks. This entire family seems to be of questionable character. Just then, Yi Xian descended the stairs, with Lin Qian seething behind him. Upon hearing the exchange, her expression shifted slightly. Bai Lianxiang, upon hearing Yang Chong's words, also wore an unfavorable expression and glared at him, saying, And who are you to meddle in our family affairs? What gives you the right to prattle on? I cannot stand by and watch. Yang Chong retorted, You are truly shameless. He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lianxiang. Initially, her face was displeased, but soon she began to shout even louder, Drag them out. Yi Xian, having descended, spoke calmly. The security personnel escorted the two out, indifferent to Bai Lianxiang's shouts. After all, he no longer had any intention of returning to the company, and he felt unconcerned by their opinions of him. He surveyed the crowd, frowning as he declared, Disperse. There is nothing to see. Turning to Lin Qian, he added, You have half an hour to gather your things and leave. And do remember to inform your entire family. At this juncture, Yi Xian's tone grew icy. My patience has reached its limit. Do not provoke me again, or I shall reclaim that apartment. Lin Qian, gritting her teeth, turned and headed back to her department. At that moment, Yang Chong hurried over, saying, To encounter such a family, you must truly have drawn the short end of the stick. Yi Xian smiled at him. What brings you to the company? Didn't An just finish her surgery? I called my sister over from the countryside. I feel uneasy about her not coming to work with so much money at stake. Yang Chong replied. Xian pondered for a moment. In truth, he harbored a desire to bring Yang Chong back to the night watch, for Yang Chong's character and temperament were indeed commendable. However, the sole obstacle lay in Yang Chong's advanced age. Just then, Xian's phone chimed, prompting him to glance at Yang Chong and say, "All right, you go ahead and attend to your matters. I need to take this call." "Fine. Once an in is discharged, I must treat you to a meal." "Xian, I owe you a considerable favor that could scarcely be repaid with my life," Yang Chong stated with utmost seriousness. "Hurry along. Stop being so sentimental," Xian retorted. With a chuckle, Yang Chong turned and hurried towards the Human Resources Department. After his departure, Xian picked up his phone and discovered it was a call from Jiang Wanshan. The previous day, when Zhou Rui and the others had forced him to leave, Jiang Wanshan had remained silent, evidently intimidated by the term rapist that lingered in the air. Yet, he did not anticipate that Jiang Wanshan would take the initiative to call him. Furrowing his brow, Xian answered, "Hello. I apologize for yesterday. I left you alone at the airport," Jiang Wanshan offered, taking the initiative to apologize. "It's nothing," Xian replied, not overly concerned. "Come find me. Bai Yao and I are at the Baixiang Tower." Jiang Wanshan said, "Bai Yao wishes to meet you." Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Bai Yao to desire a meeting with him. He nodded and replied, "All right, I'll come find you." Stepping outside, he hailed a cab and made his way to Baixiang Tower. Baixiang Tower, a renowned tourist destination in Jiangcheng, is perched atop the highest point in the city, adjacent to the river, offering breathtaking views. Many travelers choose to stay in this vicinity, though the prices are somewhat steep. The area is imbued with a palpable commercial atmosphere. Soon, Xian arrived at a tea house near Baixiang Tower, where he called Jiang Wanshan to confirm their room. He then entered the tea house. As Xian gently pushed open the door to a private room, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of tea. Inside, Jiang Wanshan and Bai Yao were seated across from each other. Upon noticing Xian's arrival, Jiang Wanshan smiled and said, "Come over quickly. You're in for a treat, as you can personally experience Sister Bai Yao's tea artistry." Bai Yao sat gracefully before the tea set, embodying an ethereal beauty, her every movement imbued with elegance. As Xian entered, Bai Yao did not lift her gaze to him but addressed Jiang Wanshan, saying, "Wanshan, may I have a moment alone with Xian?" Jiang Wanshan nodded. "I'll wait outside for a bit." With a curious glance at Xian, she exited the room. Once she left, Bai Yao looked across the table and instructed. Xian nodded and took a seat opposite her. Bai Yao pushed a cup of tea towards him. Without any pleasantries, Xian raised the cup and drank deeply, smacking his lips in appreciation. Observing his actions, Bai Yao furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head, saying, "Indeed, you have changed considerably. You once had a fondness for tea and understood its art." Xian inwardly scoffed. His previous interest in the tea ceremony had stemmed from Bai Yao's passion for it, which he had quietly studied. However, in the realm of the night watch, there was no time for leisurely sipping tea. It has been 9 years. It is only natural for some changes to occur, Xian remarked with a smile. Bai Yao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, then lifted her head, gazing at Xian for the first time as she said, "I am getting married." "To Zhou Rui. I am aware," Xian nodded. "Zhou Rui boasted to me about it yesterday. I do not like him," Bai Yao reiterated. Chapter 26. Speaking while on one's knees, but I do not like him. Bai Yao raised her head, looking at Xian. When she spoke these words, her beautiful eyes remained calm and composed. Xian furrowed his brows and replied, "If you do not like him, then why marry him?" Bai Yao sighed and shook her head, saying, "There is no choice. My family's company has encountered some issues, and coincidentally, Zhou Rui's family can provide assistance. Their only condition is that he marries me. I wish to refuse, but I find myself unable to do so. Within the realm of wealthy families, such entanglements are inevitable." Xian frowned and asked, "So, you intend for me to assist you?" Bai Yao shook her head. "What could you possibly do to help me? If you had not experienced that incident back then, and had maintained your commendable academic performance, gaining the attention of the Yi family, perhaps you could have been of assistance." Xian felt a pang of silence in his heart. In truth, he had not regarded the Zhou family with much concern at all. He possessed a diamond card from Xinhai Bank, and during his 6 years as a night watchman, he had cultivated an impressive network, with numerous ventures both domestically and abroad, not to mention the formidable backing of the night watchman itself. Although he had not returned to Jiangxing, he had ensured that his parents were well taken care of. Perhaps that I could indeed be of assistance, Yi Xian mused, stroking his nose. Bai Yao frowned and continued, Yi Xian, you must understand that I do not have many friends of the opposite sex, if any at all. You were one of the few, and after 9 years, I do not wish to dwell on the past. My cousin has already married, and you have finally managed to emerge from prison. Last night, I spoke to Wan about introducing you to a position at their company. Make something of yourself. Yi Xian chuckled softly in disbelief, realizing that Bai Yao had not absorbed his previous statement of being wronged. He pouted and remarked, So, you brought me here just to say all this? I mentioned that I do not have many male friends, Bai Yao replied, and after 9 years apart, I wanted to see you. To have a few words alone. Zhou Rui was present yesterday. Discussing this in front of him would only make him unhappy. Yi Xian felt a stir in his heart and raised his gaze towards Bai Yao. Over the span of 9 years, while she had matured somewhat, her essence remained unchanged. The inherent coolness and elegance within her persisted. Noticing Yi Xian's gaze, Bai Yao's face flushed slightly. Do you truly not wish to marry Zhou Rui? Yi Xian inquired once more. What does it matter if I do not want to marry? We are already engaged, Bai Yao replied. If I refuse, the losses for my family would be too great. They do not permit it. Yi Xian smiled gently. I understand. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Yao frowned slightly and shook her head. She did not believe Yi Xian could effect any change. Shaking her head, she gazed outside and called, Wan, please come in. Jiang Wan entered, her face adorned with 2 delicate dimples as she remarked, Have you finished your discussion so soon? Bai Yao nodded, then rose to her feet, stating, We must take our leave. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome if Zhou Rui inquires later. Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly, and he concurred, All right, I shall see you off. Jiang Wan went to settle the bill, and the trio exited the tea house, making their way towards the adjacent parking lot. Not long after leaving the tea house, Yi Xian felt a subtle stirring in his brow. He sensed that someone was trailing him from behind. After bidding farewell to Jiang Wan and her companion, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot to ask them the purpose of their visit to Jiangxing. Meanwhile, 2 individuals approached him from behind, one stepping forward to pat Yi Xian on the shoulder. Is there something you need? Yi Xian inquired calmly. Our brother Xing requests your presence, one of the newcomers replied, gazing at Yi Xian with an indifferent demeanor. Brother Xing? Lan Xing? He recalled how Jiang Wan had used him as a shield. This Lan Xing, he had inquired about with Zhe Qiuyu the previous day, discovering that his family was rather prominent as well. Jiang Zhenan was the wealthiest man in Jiangxing, and Lan Xing's family was not far behind. Given the small size of Jiangxing, the 2 families often found themselves in business competition, leading to a strained relationship between them. Affluent individuals of similar age, Lan Xing and Jiang Wan had known each other since childhood and mostly attended the same school. Upon entering university, Lan Xing began pursuing Jiang Wan. Indeed, Lan Xing was also a graduate of Linhai University, the nation's most prestigious institution, where many wealthy families sent their children. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Yi Xian figured it would be prudent to resolve this matter. He rubbed his nose and addressed the 2 men, Lead the way. His words left the 2 momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated Yi Xian to refuse, prompting them to threaten him and showcase their methods. However, with Yi Xian's acceptance, they found themselves spared considerable hassle. One of them let out a sinister chuckle and said, Follow us. With that, he gave Yi Xian a gentle push. Yi Xian smiled and accompanied them into a vehicle. Kid, you have quite the nerve. A woman like Jiang Wan is someone you think you can possess. Once the car was in motion, one of them scoffed. Let me be clear. She is our brother Xing's intended wife. Yi Xian chuckled, but chose not to engage with him. You still find this amusing? When you meet brother Xing, you'll have your moment to lament. The individual's expression hardened as he spoke. However, this threat held no weight for Yi Xian, who relished the thought of a complimentary ride back to the city. An unexpected windfall. After approximately half an hour of travel, the car halted at an auto repair shop, where several luxury vehicles were parked outside. Upon disembarking, one of his pursuers gave him a shove, instructing, Go inside. Yi Xian entered through the main door, only to discover that the interior was remarkably vast. Though it appeared to be merely an auto repair shop from the outside, within lay a myriad of facilities, tennis courts, a small basketball court, and several levels of lofts interspersed throughout. Inside the grand hall, an impressive collection of luxury cars was on display, with at least a dozen gleaming vehicles catching EXIN's EYE.in the center of the venue. A spacious area was furnished with numerous sofas, where a group of over 10 young men and women were seated. As EXIN glanced over, he recognized several familiar faces. The most striking among them was the blue-haired Lan Xing, accompanied by Zhou Rue. Indeed, EXIN was utterly astonished to find Zhou Rue in this place. Beside him sat an alluring young woman clad in seductive attire, and at that moment, Zhou Rue had his arm wrapped around her waist. Witnessing this scene, EXIN's brows furrowed slightly. Upon noticing EXIN, Zhou Rue also displayed a hint of surprise. Additionally, there were several other acquaintances present, including Chun Fan and Han Shuo, whose facial injuries had yet to heal. Some of the other men were also familiar from the previous gathering of affluent heirs. As EXIN entered, he overheard Lan Xing boastfully declaring, "Rue Gu, I'm not bragging, but my base has cost me a fortune. When it comes to modified cars, you won't find many places in the country that do it better than here. All the cars of my brothers have been modified by me. Xinggu, I've brought him along," announced the two individuals who had escorted EXIN. EXIN was ushered into the midst of the group, and Zhou Rue looked at him with a smirk, saying, "So, the boyfriend of Wan you mentioned is him." Lan Xing was momentarily taken aback and turned to Zhou Rue, inquiring, "Rue Gu, do you know him?" "Of course, I do," Zhou Rue replied jovially, "but don't mind me. Handle it however you wished. I'm not well acquainted with him. And, in fact, we might even have some enmity." Only then did Lan Xing let out a slight sigh of relief. He lounged back with his legs crossed, raising his chin to gaze at EXIN, and coolly remarked, "You should kneel first." All eyes in the room, around 20 pairs, were fixated on EXIN. The women, most of whom were attractive and dressed provocatively, seemed accustomed to such spectacles, watching EXIN with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Chin Fan and Han Shuo sat nearby, relishing the unfolding drama. "TSK, do you think that old man Jiang Zhannan is protecting you? I'm not afraid of you. I'm not some coward like Tao Dingyun," Lan Xing declared, his expression darkening as he continued, "Do you not understand what I said? Kneel and speak." As his voice echoed, a few individuals nearby brandished baseball bats, steel pipes, and tennis rackets, simultaneously advancing a few steps forward. EXIN touched his nose, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he scanned Lan Xing with a leisurely gaze. Then, he slightly parted his lips to utter, "Do you really think you're worthy to bark in front of me?" Chapter 27. Fierce. "Do you really think you're worthy to bark in front of me?" EXIN smiled, meeting Lan Xing's gaze with a calm demeanor, engaging in a sharp retort. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes turning to EXIN, many expressions frozen in disbelief. Especially those who had not previously known EXIN were utterly stunned. This place belonged to Lan Xing, a private domain where these young women were often summoned for entertainment, which typically involved drinking with these wealthy heirs, and, of course, included more intimate encounters. They had the opportunity to earn substantial tips from such engagements. Having visited this place numerous times, they have witnessed countless individuals being drawn into the arena by Lan Xing. Some leave with swollen faces, while others find themselves bedridden in a hospital for months on end. Yet, regardless of who it may be, upon entering this establishment and facing Lan Xing, all display a demeanor of submission. EXIN is the first to dare to confront Lan Xing in this domain. After a brief moment of astonishment, an individual approached with a baseball bat, exclaiming, "Kid, what the hell did you just say? Do you believe I would kill you?" EXIN raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and pointed to his own head, saying, "Come on, hit me here. If you miss, you're my grandson." The man's face contorted with rage, advancing with the baseball bat, shouting, "Do you think I want to dare?" Clearly, he had engaged in such conduct before. "Stop. This is amusing, truly amusing." Lan Xing clapped his hands and stood up, declaring, "In Jiangcheng, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner." EXIN smiled at him and replied, "So what? To the uninitiated, one might assume you were a privileged heir from a prestigious family." As Lan Xing spoke, he stepped onto the table, where an array of drinks was displayed. He picked up a glass and a bottle, pouring while approaching EXIN. "Yet, in truth, you are merely a dog hauling bricks on a construction site." As he spoke, he reached EXIN, brandishing the bottle and asserting, "A dog like you, if I were to kill you, no one would seek justice on your behalf. What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly in my presence?" At that moment, his expression twisted into a snarl, and he hurled the contents of the glass at Yexian. Simultaneously, the hefty bottle swung violently towards Yexian's head. A hint of disdain flickered across Yexian's lips. He slightly turned his body, evading the liquid while thrusting both hands forward in an instant. Lanqing found the glass and bottle slipping from his grasp. Yexian executed a swift spin, catching the spilled liquor in midair with the glass, raising his right hand high, bang, in the next moment. The bottle shattered upon Lanqing's head. Crash! The weighty bottle shattered instantly, and Lanqing felt a dizzying blow to his skull. Before he could react, Yexian released the bottle, pressing his palm firmly against Lanqing's head. Smack! He forcefully slammed Lanqing's head down onto the coffee table. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he extended his foot, stepping upon Lanqing's face. Meanwhile, he swirled the glass in his left hand, lifted it slightly, and took a sip, remarking, "What fine wine! It must not go to waste." Indeed, every drop of spilled liquor was caught and reclaimed, culminating in the decisive act of smashing the bottle on Lanqing and pinning him to the table. All executed seamlessly. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, utterly astonished by Yexian's display of prowess, completely baffled as to how he accomplished such feats. These 3 years of amnesia have remarkably tempered my disposition. At the same time, Yexian let out a sigh, reflecting inwardly, to think he is actually held back. If this had been 3 years ago, this fellow would likely have spent his entire life in a hospital bed. Everyone remained in a state of shock, having not even found the opportunity to speak. It wasn't until blood began to ooze from Lanqing's head, streaming down his face and spilling onto the table, that the people around him snapped back to reality. Observing the blood flow, the women began to scream loudly. Zhou Rui narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at Yexian, a hint of a playful smile creeping onto his lips. Nearby, someone shouted, "Kid, you better let go now, or I swear you won't leave here alive." As he spoke, a man brandished a baseball bat, preparing to charge forward. Yexian let out a derisive laugh, pressing his right foot firmly against Lanqing's face. Lanqing's agonized screams intensified. The man who had rushed forward hesitated, unwilling to proceed any further. A disdainful smile played at the corners of Yexian's mouth as he leaned down to Lanqing, saying, "Oh dear, you've opened a wound. Let me disinfect it for you." "What are you doing?" "Stop," one of Lanqing's companions gasped. Yet, it was evident that Yexian had no intention of heeding his words. As he slowly poured the contents of his glass over Lanqing's head, the contact of the alcohol with the wound induced such excruciating pain that Lanqing nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. He wailed loudly. All around, the onlookers were struck with dread, particularly Han Shuo and Chen Fan, who found themselves involuntarily retreating slightly behind the sofa, their bodies trembling. This was too ruthless. Yexian was far too ruthless. They had previously looked down upon him, believing him to be without connections, ripe for their manipulation. However, now it was clear that the barefooted had no fear of the shoot. Yexian's reckless ferocity made their hearts tremble. How painful it would have been had he treated them in such a manner. In that moment, not a single one of the 20 or so individuals dared to step forward. Zhou Rui, still squinting his eyes, remained the calmest among them, reclining with his leg crossed, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused, "He is ruthless, but so what? He is nothing more than a mere laborer. There are countless ways to play him to death." Lanqing is truly foolish. Unbeknownst to Yexian, he did not care for Zhou Rui's thoughts. That moment, he lowered his head to look at Lanqing and calmly stated, "Well, I explained it to you yesterday. There is nothing between Jiang Wanwan and me, yet you refuse to listen. Today, you summoned me here. I had intended to clarify things with you, but you gathered so many people to come at me. Look at your so-called brothers, each one more cowardly than the last. I have reduced you to this state, yet not a single one of them dares to step forward." The corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched in response. "Yexian, do you even know who I am? You really don't want to live anymore." Lanqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he spoke. "So, you still intend to seek revenge on me?" Yexian smiled gently as he looked at him and said, "Consider this a lesson learned. I am not one to cause trouble, nor am I one to shy away from it. If you feel compelled to create issues for me in the future, you are most welcome. It would provide me with an opportunity to stretch my legs, for otherwise, idleness can be quite tedious." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhou Rui, who returned the gaze with a hint of derision. Yi Exine slowly lowered his foot and shrugged, remarking, "Having moved about a bit, I feel much more comfortable now. Since we have concluded our discussion, I shall take my leave. By the way, allow me to remind you that if anyone attempts to lay a hand on me as I exit, I assure you, the consequences will be far worse than what Lan Xing has faced." With that, he strode confidently towards the exit of the factory. "Kid, do you really think you can walk out of here alive?" someone bellowed. Though the shout rang out, not a single person dared to approach. The earlier spectacle had genuinely frightened them. Yi Exine halted, turned around, and with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Who was it that shouted just now?" To his astonishment, no one was willing to confess. Yi Exine was bemused. These individuals were so accustomed to bullying others that when faced with someone formidable, they cowered in fear. He chuckled softly and then shifted his gaze to Han Shuo and Chen Fan, whose faces paled and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down as they sensed his stare. Chapter 28. Parting ways. Recalling how Yi Exine had dealt with Lan Xing, both men felt a chilling dread. "It wasn't us who shouted. It wasn't us," they hurriedly exclaimed. Yi Exine flashed them a grin but refrained from any aggression, instead turning to continue his exit. Once Yi Exine's figure vanished from the factory, Chun Fan and Han Shuo exhaled in slight relief, their backs now thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. Others rushed to help Lan Xing to his feet, asking, "Lan Xing, are you all right?" Lan Xing cradled his head, still feeling a sharp throbbing pain. Zhou Rui stood up and said, "Quickly, get him to the hospital for treatment. If this blood continues to flow, he might not survive." The factory was once again thrown into chaos. An hour later, at a hospital in Jiangxing, Lan Xing emerged with bandages wrapped around his head, his expression a portrait of despair. Inside the hospital, only two individuals remained, Zhou Rui and a young man, around 18 or 19 years old. "Star brother, are you all right?" The young man rushed over upon seeing Lan Xing just a mild concussion. "I'll need to rest for a while," Lan Xing replied darkly, then turned to Zhou Rui and said, "Brother Rui, I apologize for the embarrassment." Zhou Rui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You merely underestimated Yi Exine. He has always possessed great strength and has spent many years in prison. That fierceness still resides within him. It's only natural to suffer a setback against someone like that. However, why engage personally with someone who lacks any substantial background?" Lan Xing's expression fluctuated between anger and frustration, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Those cowards." He then snorted coldly, adding, "This matter will certainly not be left unresolved." Zhou Rui's face revealed a look of satisfaction, and then he spoke. "Unfortunately, I know some individuals who specialize in incapacitating people, even to the point of murder. As long as the payment is adequate, they are exceedingly skilled in this area." Lan Xing's expression shifted slightly as he interjected, "No need for your introduction. Jiangxing has such individuals as well." Meanwhile, at a tea house by the riverside in Jiangxing, Chun Fan and Han Shuo sat in silence, both absorbed in their thoughts. It is worth noting that they were merely ordinary second-generation wealthy individuals, accustomed to using their affluence to bully those of weaker character. They relished such encounters, yet when compared to someone like Lan Xing, a top-tier heir in Jiangxing, they paled significantly in comparison. Earlier, Yi Exine's ruthless demeanor had unnerved them. They recalled the threats Yi Exine had issued at the Marriott Hotel, which they had dismissed at the time. But now, following the incident involving Lan Xing, they found themselves reconsidering their stance. Chun Fan glanced at Han Shuo and remarked, "Han Shuo, this Yi Exine is fearless and particularly ruthless. It's evident from his earlier display that he has undergone training, and didn't Zhou Rui mention that he has a criminal past, having served several years in prison? Engaging with someone like him could lead to disastrous consequences. Even if we were to exchange blows, we would end up worse off. He may be a mere laborer, but perhaps he has connections with Jiang Zhan and that could benefit him later on, making any confrontation unwise." At this juncture, he turned to Han Shuo and added, "Moreover, he seemed particularly incensed when Lin Qingxue was mentioned previously, suggesting he harbors some feelings for her. Indeed, from their perspective, Yi Exine has been selflessly devoted to Lin Qingxue for 3 years. It is improbable that such persistence stems from anything less than genuine affection. Even upon parting, he left with nothing. What a classic case of unrequited love." Han Shuo's expression fluctuated, and after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xinhai Bank? This is Han Shuo. I hold a silver card with you. I purchased some funds with my debit card last time, and I would like to request the complete transfer of those funds to my account." After a brief conversation, he exhaled deeply and called Lin Qingxue. Soon, Lin Qingxue answered, "Hello, darling. You finally decided to call me? I'm at home. Where shall we go for our date today?" Han Shuo replied, his tone frigid. "I just wanted to inform you that we are breaking up. I will come by shortly to retrieve my car. And I have transferred the funds back to my account." "What?" On the other end, Lin Qingshua's expression shifted abruptly. "What do you mean? What has happened?" "Nothing of great significance. I merely discussed our relationship with my parents, and they expressed concern regarding your background, suggesting that you are merely after our family's wealth and deeming us incompatible," Han Shuo stated calmly. "Furthermore, after all this time together, you have never been willing to spend the night with me. I believe you are simply toying with my feelings." He was adept at ending relationships, having navigated the complexities of countless romantic entanglements over the years. Lin Qingxue was taken aback, and she hastily exclaimed, "Han Shuo, please don't do this. I truly love you, and I am willing to spend the night with you. How about I just not go home tonight?" Han Shuo swallowed hard, but recalling the earlier scene, he shook his head and replied, "Forget it. I won't hold you back any longer. Let's just part ways here. You can leave the car in the garage, and I'll come by tomorrow to pick it up. I have a spare key." After saying this, he hung up the phone before Lin Qingxue could respond. In her home at the garden community, Lin Qingxue, who had been watching television in the living room, quickly dialed his number again after the call ended. To her dismay, she found the line was busy, clearly indicating that her number had been blocked. Sending a message on WeChat yielded the same result. She had been removed from his contacts. "Oh." Lin Qingshue's mind went blank, and she burst into tears. Hearing the commotion, Bai Lianxiang rushed out of the kitchen and asked, "Qingxue, what is wrong?" Lin Qingxue looked up at Bai Lianxiang and said, "Mom, Han Shuo wants to break up with me. He has secretly transferred the funds he bought for me back, and he intends to take the car he gifted me as well." Bai Lianxiang was momentarily stunned, but her expression swiftly changed as she remarked, "If he breaks up with you, won't that mean we have no money to spend?" Lin Qingxue was taken aback, her gaze at Bai Lianxiang revealing a hint of confusion. Yixinji, of course, was unaware that his actions had frightened Han Shuo into choosing to end his relationship with Lin Qingxue. In Yixinji's view, Han Shuo and Lin Qingshue's breakup was inevitable. A playboy like Han Shuo was merely infatuated with Lin Qingshue's appearance and could not possibly harbor genuine feelings. This was evident from his previous conversation with Chun Fan. After leaving the factory, he wandered the streets for a while, feeling rather bored. As he strolled, he spotted an internet CAF and decided to go in for a few rounds of gaming. Upon reaching the counter, he pulled out his ID to swipe it, when someone tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Coward." Yixinji turned around, his face displaying surprise as he exclaimed, "Qin Xiaowei, you're here at the internet AF to play games too." Indeed, the girl was none other than Qin Xiaowei, the close friend of Jiang Wanshan. Her outfit was still quite daring, featuring a super short skirt and a crop top that showcased her slender waist, her abs clearly visible. Qin Xiaowei ignored Yixinji and coldly remarked, "If you want to go online, find another internet CAF. You're not welcome here." Yixinji scratched his head and replied, "Well, it seems you have no say in where I choose to go online." With that, he slapped his ID on the counter and said, "Manager, charge me 5 yuan. 5 yuan won't even get you an hour here." Qin Xiaowei retorted with a sneer. "Besides, this internet CAF doesn't welcome you. You really have a wide range of concerns," Yixinji replied. Exasperated, "I can go wherever I please, and you have no authority over that in other places. Perhaps you could dictate where I go, but here, I can say no, because this internet CAF is mine." Qin Xiaowei shot him a frosty glare. Chapter 29. "This matter is under my control, for I am the owner of this internet CAF," Qin Xiaowei stated indifferently. Yexin was taken aback. It was somewhat reasonable that he was not permitted to use the internet in someone else's CAF. He cleared his throat and said, "Fine, I shall take my leave. Moreover, keep your distance from Wanwan in the future." Qin Xiaowei let out a cold snort and added, "As long as I see you near her, I will make it a point to confront you every time." Yexin turned his head, his brows slightly raised. In truth, Qin Xiaowei was quite skilled. She had undoubtedly trained since childhood, but her abilities were trivial in the presence of Yexin. He shrugged nonchalantly, intending to walk towards the exit. Just then, a loud bang reverberated through the air, and Yexin, bewildered, glanced towards the door, noticing several individuals approaching the upper floor. Leading them was Tao Diyun from Mingmei Bar, accompanied by a bald, middle-aged man with a bruised face and sandbags tied around his arms. Ye Xian was mildly surprised. He did not leave but instead approached an empty seat nearby, pulling out a chair and sitting down, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Upon seeing Ye Xian's expression, Qin Shaowei snorted coldly and then bravely faced Tao Diyun. Qin Shaowei, you have some audacity, Tao Diyun sneered as he and his companions entered, carelessly kicking aside anything in their path, clearly there to provoke trouble. Mind your language. If you wish to use the internet, pay up or get out, Qin Shaowei retorted, showing little fear as she stood her ground. Tao Diyun, regarding Qin Shaowei with a cold smirk, questioned the middle-aged man beside him, Uncle Lin. This girl is indeed the one, right? The bald man nodded in affirmation. Qin Shaowei slightly furrowed her brows at the sight of the middle-aged man. Qin Shaowei, I have treated you decently in my bar, offering you discounts when appropriate, Tao Diyun continued with a mocking tone. However, this gentleman is a guest of my uncle, and I believe you are well aware of his standing. Uncle Lin was enjoying his drink at my bar, so what does it mean for you to leave him battered and bruised? If you do not provide an explanation today, I fear your internet CAF may not continue operating. Tao Diyun fixed his gaze on Qin Shaowei. She retorted with a cold smile, that old man laid his hands on me first. Can I be blamed for defending myself? Tao Diyun cast a glance at Qin Shaowei and sneered. You dress so provocatively when visiting bars, isn't it meant to attract attention? You are allowed to entice handsome men, yet others are not permitted to have thoughts about you. You can flirt with them, but not the other way around. Beside them, Ye Xian nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, though course, there is truth in the words. Qin Shaowei replied with a cold smile. He approached me for a drink, and when I declined, he tried to touch me, prompting my response. The middle-aged man standing nearby huffed, Xiaoyun, you handle this as you see fit. Tao Diyun, wary of the middle-aged man, then turned to Qin Shaowei, stating, regardless of your reasoning for acting, the fact remains that you have assaulted my Uncle Lin, and this matter will not be resolved so easily. Even old Master Jiang must treat Uncle Lin with respect. Ye Xian looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of surprise. It was evident that this individual was likely akin to Tao Dongyun's uncle, having once been a figure of the underworld. Ye Xian could sense the ferocity emanating from him. He appraised the man from head to toe, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Qin Shaowei furrowed her brows and inquired, what is it that you desire? I can simply compensate you. Ye Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Shaowei would yield in such a manner. Clearly, Wang Zhen, Tao Dongyun's uncle, commanded a reputation in Jiangxing that instilled fear in many. Compensate. Do you think we are interested in your meager funds? Tao Dongyun retorted while gazing at Qin Shaowei. You will spend one night with Uncle Lin, and then this matter will be settled. Otherwise, your internet CAF and your father's taekwondo studio will face closure. Qin Shaowei's expression darkened considerably, and through gritted teeth, she shot back at Tao Dongyun. You must be dreaming. Tao Dongyun's brow furrowed, and beside him, Uncle Lin casually pulled up a chair and remarked, Xiaoyun, you must handle this to my satisfaction. A flash of menace flickered in Tao Dongyun's eyes as he commanded, smash it. Let us see who dares. Anger flickered across Qin Shaowei's face as she stepped forward, confronting the group with a shout. Yet, she stood alone. Not a single soul from the front desk or the internet CAF dared to intervene, while those still online began to withdraw their payments and exit the premises. These young individuals were all too aware of Tao Dongyun's reputation. Several from the group encircled Qin Shaowei, though she was skilled. She was ultimately a woman, and after taking down two of them, she was overpowered by the throng. Smash it. Tao Dongyun reiterated. One of his associates seized a chair and hurled it towards the beverage machine at the counter. Crash! The machine shattered, spilling drinks across the floor. The middle-aged man rose and approached Qin Shaowei with a smirk that hovered between amusement and menace. Standing before her, he said, I must admit, I find your fiery temperament quite appealing. It's simple. If you comply with Xiaoyun's request, this matter will be resolved. Tao Dongyun exhaled, Qin Shaowei, I know you share a close bond with Jiang Wanwan, but even old Master Jiang cannot intervene in this affair. You might as well acquiesce. You are dreaming, Qin Shaowei retorted sharply. The middle-aged man licked his lips and extended his hand, saying, Teske, quite ample. It should feel nice. His hand rose, aiming directly for Qin Shaowei's chest. Ah! Qin Shaowei let out a scream, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. While consensual intimacy could be acceptable, his brazen attempt to violate her boundaries was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, a languid voice broke through the tension. The middle-aged man's hand froze midair, and all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. The speaker was, of course, Xin, who sat comfortably in a sofa chair in front of a computer, observing the scene unfold. Qin Xiaowei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xin would remain and even intervene to thwart the middle-aged man's advances. However, recalling the events of that fateful night when Xin had fled in the face of danger, a chill ran through her. This fellow was nothing but a coward. What good would his presence here do? No, perhaps it could be beneficial. If he were to contact Wan, perhaps the esteemed elder Zhang Zhenan could come to her rescue. Hastily, she shouted, Xin, quickly go outside and call Wan. Tell Elder Zhang to save me. Beside her, Tao Dingyan noticed Xin and, with a change in expression, said, Brother Xin, what brings you here? You should not concern yourself with this matter. Just leave at once. Uncle Lin also cast a glance at Xin, inquiring, who is he? Tao Dingyan promptly explained, Uncle Lin, he seems to be a friend of Elder Zhang Zhenan. We had a bit of a misunderstanding last time. Elder Zhang? Uncle Lin scoffed, then turned his gaze to Xin, saying, Kid, even if Zhang Zhenan himself were here, he would not be able to intervene. This girl struck me first. I am entitled to some reparation. You'd best scram and not make things worse for yourself. Xin stood up with a cheerful smile, winking at Qin Xiaowei before striding toward the middle-aged man, addressing Tao Dingyun, as for this matter, I shall take charge. At his words, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically, including Qin Xiaowei's. She had assumed that after a few threats, Xin would bolt without a second thought. To her astonishment, he had chosen to stay and assert his involvement. Uncle Lin's eyes narrowed, and Xin could distinctly perceive a flicker of murderous intent within them. Chapter 30. We cannot win indeed. Xin keenly sensed the malevolence emanating from his gaze. He understood that such an expression could only arise from one who had truly taken a life. This man was likely a formidable opponent. His previous defeat at the hands of Qin Xiaowei must have been due to his inebriation. Xin pondered inwardly. Uncle Lin merely cast a glance at Xin before returning to his seat, seemingly waiting for Tao Dingyan to resolve the situation. Tao Dingyan furrowed his brow and glanced at Xin, stating, Xin, the only reason I address you as Brother Xin is out of respect for Elder Zhang. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have any real standing. I have made it abundantly clear that Uncle Lin is not someone even Elder Zhang would wish to provoke. Qin Xiaowei is at fault here. At fault? In what way? Xin shrugged and replied. That balding old man attempted to touch Qin Xiaowei. How could she not refuse? Should she strip and present herself instead? Tao Dingyun's expression shifted once more. Xin, do not overstep your bounds. Xin stepped forward, looking up at Tao Dingyun with a smile and stated, My face requires no validation from you. He then glanced at the side and remarked nonchalantly, That beverage machine has been damaged. You shall compensate for it, and once you do, you may leave. With that, he turned his attention to the two men restraining Qin Xiaowei, raising his hand to grip one of their wrists. As he exerted a slight pressure, the man yelped in pain and immediately released Qin Xiaowei's arm. Qin Xiaowei freed herself from one individual and swiftly turned to drive her knee into the abdomen of another. The man let out a piercing scream, clutching his stomach as he crouched down, allowing Qin Xiaowei to escape effortlessly. However, at that moment, a throng of people suddenly surrounded them. Tao Dingyun's expression darkened to an extreme as he declared, Xin, do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you? Indeed, you wouldn't dare. Xin replied with a smile still gracing his lips. Anger flickered across Tao Dingyun's face, his teeth clenched, and his dreadlocks seemed ready to fall away in his fury. Qin Xiaowei's complexion shifted slightly as she curiously scrutinized Xin. The Xin before her now bore no resemblance to the one from that fateful night. This version exuded an unwavering assertiveness that left her utterly incredulous. Very well, since I found myself kneeling before you that day, harboring a sense of indignation, if you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige you today. Tao Dingyan proclaimed, raising his fist to strike Xin. With a cold smirk, Xin raised his hand in response. Slap! His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he delivered a resounding blow to Tao Dingyun's face. In that fleeting moment, Tao Dingyun felt a sharp, stinging pain on his cheek, followed by a powerful force that sent him staggering several steps back until he collided with the bar. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, expelling 2 broken teeth along with blood. Kill him, he bellowed in fury. His uncle, Wang Zhen, was a formidable figure in Jiangcheng. and it was the first time he had ever been slapped in such a manner. Enough! At that moment, Uncle Lin, who had been seated, suddenly spoke up. He rose to his feet and regarded Yi Xian with an approving gaze. "Young man, you possess quite the skills." Yi Xian flashed him a smile before turning his attention back to Tao Dingyun, offering another grin. The sight of that smile drove Tao Dingyun to the brink of madness. He longed to pin Yi Xian to the ground and stomp on him. "Fine, I shall grant you this favor this time. But I have taken a liking to this woman. I plan to remain in Jiangqing for a while, and you are to ensure she is under your watchful eye 24 hours a day. Otherwise, she will inevitably find herself in my bed." Uncle Lin sneered. "Let us go." Tao Dingyun's expression shifted slightly as he glared at Yi Xian. "Uncle Lin, this brat slapped me. It cannot simply end like this." Uncle Lin interrupted. "Leave." Bloodied and seething with rage, Tao Dingyun glared at Yi Xian. Having suffered twice at Yi Xian's hands, once kneeling before him and now receiving a slap that cost him 2 teeth, leaving the right side of his face swollen, he found himself at a loss, forced to grit his teeth in compliance with the middle-aged man's orders. "Did I say you could leave?" Yi Xian suddenly interjected, his tone nonchalant. Uncle Lin halted, turning to face Yi Xian. "Young man, my departure is a courtesy extended due to your impressive skills. It is quite generous of me." Yi Xian scratched his nose and replied, "Furthermore, you have yet to compensate me." Uncle Lin exhaled sharply, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he regarded Yi Xian. "Since you are acquainted with Jiang Zhenan, you must have heard of my name. I am Zhou Yuland. I care not who you are." Yi Xian retorted with a dismissive smirk. "Will you pay or not?" Zhou Yuland's lips twitched slightly, his expression shifting between shadows of uncertainty and resolve. Finally, gritting his teeth, he chose to endure. Turning to Tao Diyun, he declared, "Compensation." Tao Diyun's countenance altered imperceptibly. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yulan would concede. His gaze drifted to Yi Xian, a growing apprehension evident in his demeanor. After a brief pause, he clenched his teeth, scanned the QR code on the counter, and transferred 20,000 to Qin Xiaowei, stating, 20,000. "Will this suffice?" Qin Xiaowei nodded affirmatively. "It's sufficient. Let us go." Zhou Yulan finally spoke, and with that, he strode towards the exit. Observing their departure, Qin Xiaowei let out a subtle sigh of relief. Turning her attention to Yi Xian. "TSK," Yi Xian remarked with a smirk, "Just moments ago, you were eager to expel me and forbade me from using the internet here. It seems fortunate that I lingered a bit longer. Otherwise, your internet CAF might have met a disastrous fate. Humph. Your assistance does not alter the fact that you are a coward. I still remember that incident from that night." Qin Xiaowei retorted, her eyes narrowing. "In truth, I was off to confront other formidable opponents," Yi Xian replied. "Who would believe such a tale?" Qin Xiaowei sighed in relief, then added, "Regardless, I must express my gratitude. However, you have provoked Tao Diyun, and Zhou Yulan is no minor adversary. This may lead to complications for you. Do not concern yourself. Focus on your own matters," Yi Xian responded. "That old man is unlikely to let this go lightly." Qin Xiaowei furrowed her brow and, after a moment, reiterated, "In any case, thank you once more. And how shall I be compensated?" Yi Xian chuckled. "Might I suggest an offer of your body? Alternatively, the old man's proposal is not without merit. A night in your company would suffice." Qin Xiaowei paused, momentarily taken aback, then surveyed Yi Xian from head to toe, remarking, "Not bad." Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, only to realize that Qin Xiaowei was known for her boldness. Often frequenting bars, it dawned on him that he had attempted to tease her, only to find himself the subject of her jest. "Damn it." Qin Xiaowei laughed heartily, declaring, "Since it's noon, I shall treat you to a meal. Afterward, I need to seek out Wan. This matter likely requires Uncle Zhang's assistance." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a pang of hunger and grinned. "Then you must treat me to an extravagant feast." "Very well." Qin Xiaowei nodded. "Choose whatever you desire." "I crave braised chicken rice." Yi Xian licked his lips, while Qin Xiaowei rolled her eyes in exasperation, silently thinking, "This guy." After imparting a few instructions, Qin Xiaowei decided to temporarily close the internet CAF. Once she had done so, she led Yi Xian out of the establishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tao Diyun and Zhou Yulan settled into the car, with Tao Diyun pressing his palm against his right cheek, still acutely aware of the lingering searing pain. "Lin Shu, why did you prevent me from confronting that brat? Do you know him? Does he possess such a formidable background that even you regard him with caution?" Tao Diyun inquired. Zhou Yulan shook his head. I have no knowledge of who he is. How could I ascertain his background? Merely. Upon reaching this juncture, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "The reason I suggested we depart is that the fellow in question is a formidable expert, the kind that is truly formidable. Should we engage, it is likely we would not prevail. Despite our numbers." Tao Diyun expressed his disbelief. Zhou Yulin cast a glance at him and replied, "In the presence of a genuine master, numbers hold little significance. Let us return and inquire with Wang Jian about this lad's background. As for the woman, I am determined to win her over. I am quite fond of her fiery temperament." Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted slightly as he gestured for Tao Diyun and the others to be silent. The screen boldly displayed 3 words. Red Rose, Chapter 31. The unfading spirit below the internet CAF. After shutting the door, Qin Xiaowei pressed a button on a nearby car, causing its lights to flicker. She said, "Get I in. Tio, express my gratitude. I will treat you to a sumptuous meal at an exquisite restaurant." Yi Xian's eyes brightened, and a flicker of anticipation arose within him. The car roared to life and began its journey. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xian noticed the surrounding architecture seemed familiar. He opened his eyes and realized they were near the garden community. Of course, during his time in Jiangxing, aside from occasionally having breakfast outside with buns and porridge, he had seldom dined out. Typically, Lin Qingxue and her daughter would not invite him to join their meals, deeming it embarrassing. Only during the new year, when the family gathered for a meal, would he accompany them. Therefore, he was quite oblivious to the culinary offerings near the garden community. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the garden community, where Qin Xiaowei halted the car. Yi Xian, taken aback, inquired, "Is the restaurant you mentioned right at the entrance of this community?" "No, there is something ahead," Qin Xiaowei replied. Yi Xian turned to glance at the entrance, where a small crowd had already gathered. A luxury vehicle was parked at the entrance, and in front of it stood a beautiful woman, desperately trying to restrain a man who was about to get into the car, causing a temporary obstruction on the road. "Han Shuo." Qin Xiaowei frowned. Yi Xian instantly recognized the man as Han Shuo, while the woman trying to hold him back was Lin Qingxue. In that moment, Lin Qingxue appeared somewhat disheveled, her hair tousled and tears streaming down her face. "This spoiled rich kid has likely entangled himself with yet another woman," Qin Xiaowei remarked, her brow furrowed. Observing the scene, Yi Xian felt no emotional stirrings. Qin Xiaowei lowered the car window, allowing the outside commotion to filter in. "Han Shuo, you cannot do this. You cannot abandon me." Outside, Lin Qingxue cried, "You pursued me of your own accord. I divorced Yi Xian to be with you, and now I have nothing. You truly cannot forsake me." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaowei paused in surprise and turned to Yi Xian, asking what he just said was about Yi Xian. "Wasn't he it?" Yi Xian saw no reason to deny it and nodded, stating, "Yes, that woman is my ex-wife. We just finalized our divorce a few days ago." Qin Xiaowei was taken aback. She instinctively glanced at Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian, speechless, remarked, stop looking that I've been betrayed. All right. However, my marriage to her was an accident. Some events transpired before that. In the 3 years of our union, I never even touched her hand." It was evident that Qin Xiaowei did not believe Yi Xian's claims. Yi Xian chose not to elaborate further and continued gazing outside. "It's true that I pursued you, but weren't you aloof and indifferent towards me at first? Then, after that day I drove my sports car to see you. How could you not recognize your own eagerness?" Han Shuo said while struggling against her grasp. "Let us just break up. Stop clinging to me, all right? I've already told you, my family disapproves. No, you can't just abandon me." Lin Qingxue cried, desperately clutching Han Shuo's arm. Han Shuo gritted his teeth and replied, "You're with me for the money. During this time, I've gifted you quite a few handbags, not to mention what I gave your mother. It must amount to at least 100,000. That's more than enough." As the crowd around them grew, he felt his composure slipping and forcefully shoved Lin Qingxue, causing her to stumble and sit down on the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Xiaowei frowned and remarked, "Han Shuo truly is a beast. He is showing his callousness again." She then turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Yi Xian shook his head and replied, "It has nothing to do with me anymore. That marriage was a mistake, and besides, we are already divorced." After pushing her to the ground, Han Shuo adjusted his clothes and shouted at the onlookers, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a breakup scene before?" He glanced at Lin Qingxue, his eyes flickering with a hint of resentment. He had only gained a meager advantage from her and had failed to consummate their relationship. That girl is truly pitiful. Indeed, today's wealthy scions are simply. The bystanders murmured amongst themselves. I in the security booth. A guard remarked amidst the crowd, do you think she's a good person? Her ex-husband is from our community. The one who comes home in rags every night after working at the construction site. Later, she found a rich man, divorced him, and even kicked him out. I've seen her mother berate her ex-husband several times at the community entrance. People like her deserve what they get. Nearby, the ex-scion's lips twitched slightly. That security guard was quite the character. He had indeed had a few altercations with Bai Lianxiang at the community entrance, and he never expected the guard to remember every detail. Lin Qingxue sat on the ground, weeping, while Han Shuo, having lost interest, got into his car and sped away. Qin Shaowei looked at Lin Qingxue on the ground, frowning as she asked, aren't you going to do anything? Let us drive. Where shall we eat? The ex-scion suggested. Qin Shaowei furrowed her brow and said, you truly are heartless. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your ex-wife. Isn't she? If you knew how her family treated me when I married her, you wouldn't say that, the ex-scion replied. Let us drive. Upon hearing the ex-scion's words, Qin Shaowei chose to remain silent. She started the car, which began to move forward slowly. Due to prior traffic congestion, the vehicle's pace was not rapid. As they passed the entrance of the residential complex, the ex-scion sat inside, deliberately avoiding a glance at Lin Qingxue, who sat on the ground. However, Lin Qingxue inadvertently caught sight of the ex-scion. She momentarily froze. Watching the ex-scion drive past her, she also noticed Qin Shaowei at the wheel. After the divorce, she had anticipated a better life, envisioning herself married to Han Shuo, living the life of a wealthy lady. Meanwhile, the ex-scion remained merely the laborer lifting bricks at the construction site. Yet, the reality post-divorce was starkly different from her expectations. Han Shuo was not as she had imagined, and now she had lost him entirely. As for the ex-scion, he had established a company and transformed into a wealthy individual. The women surrounding him, from Zhou Qianqian to the one currently in the car, were all equally striking in appearance. A profound sense of disparity filled her heart. As she watched the ex-scion recede into the distance, she stood up, adjusted her disheveled hair, and ran back into the complex in a daze. After driving for a while, Qin Shaowei found a parking spot by the roadside and led the ex-scion into a nearby small alley. Are there places to eat in here? The ex-scion asked, surprised that you're not trying to trick me, are you? Get lost. Qin Shaowei retorted, I'm not interested in married men like you. This is the former home of the head chef of the Marriott Hotel. Now, his apprentices are the chefs there. Since his retirement, he runs a small business at home, but due to his age and hand injuries, he prepares only a limited number of dishes each day. I brought you here on a whim. We might not even get to eat. Ye ex-scion's eyes lit up. The standards of the Marriott Hotel were indeed remarkable. The two meandered through the alley, soon arriving at a courtyard where a few wooden tables were set up outdoors. It wasn't luxurious, but it was clean. At that moment, there were already some patrons present. Wan, Qin Shaowei suddenly exclaimed, what are you doing here? Indeed, among the people in the courtyard were Jiang Wanwan, Bai Yao, and their companions. Jiang Wanwan turned around, surprised to see Qin Shaowei and the ex-scion together. Shaowei, how did you end up with the ex-scion? Bai Yao looked slightly taken aback but said nothing, while Zhou Rui scoffed, truly relentless. He then pulled out his phone, found Lan Xing's WeChat, sent a location, and typed. The ex-scion is here, in the courtyard. Several wooden tables were arranged, one of which was surrounded by 4 individuals. Jiang Wanwan, Bai Yao, Zhou Rui, and a girl dressed in a polished manner. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Shaowei, bewildered, and asked, how did you end up with the ex-scion? Qin Shaowei chuckled softly and remarked, he went to the internet's AF to surf the web, and conveniently helped me resolve a little trouble. I was thinking of inviting him to Master Su's place for a meal, hoping that Master Su might whip something up for us. As she spoke, she peered inside and inquired, where is Master Su? I just notified his apprentice, but Master Su is still asleep. He should be awake by now. Zhang Wanshan replied. Ye ex-scion, perplexed, asked, with only us here, we should be able to eat, right? Not necessarily, Qin Shaowei sighed. Whether Master Su is willing to cook depends on whether he finds us pleasing or not. When he finds us agreeable, he will be inclined to prepare something. Otherwise, he simply won't. Moreover, he might find you charming this time, but not the next. His temperament is rather peculiar, Yi Exian thought to herself. Feeling somewhat at a loss, it seems even more eccentric than the old night watchman. Nearby, Zhou Rui scoffed. He's just a chef. As long as the money is sufficient, I refuse to believe he wouldn't cook. As soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. Jiang Wanshan quickly interjected, Senior Zhou, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Master Su is not someone who is motivated by money, and he doesn't lack for it. Zhou Rui chuckled derisively, yet he graciously chose to remain silent. I had intended to prepare a splendid meal today. Hearing that Wanshan was bringing her friends, just then, a robust voice resonated. Following this, an elderly man with graying hair, yet a rosy complexion, emerged from a nearby room. Clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 30s, whose attire remained remarkably clean and immaculate, despite the humble surroundings. Jiang Wanshan's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly plastered a smile on her face, saying, Grandpa Su, my senior doesn't quite understand the customs here. Please don't hold it against him. Master Su cast a glance at Zhou Rui and replied coolly, the establishment is closed today. I must ask you all to leave. 50,000. At that moment, Zhou Rui extended 5 fingers and stated nonchalantly, for this meal, I can offer you 50,000. Master Su abruptly turned to face him, his expression darkening. Zhou Rui smirked, looking at Master Su's furious countenance, and continued, 100,000. What an insufferable fool. Exine couldn't help but curse inwardly. It seemed that for Zhou Rui, a wealthy second-generation heir, in this world, no one could resist the allure of money. It could resolve any matter, contingent upon the amount offered. Jiang Wanshan and Qin Shaowei furrowed their brows. Upon hearing Zhou Rui's words, Master Su's body visibly trembled. 200,000. Zhou Rui persisted, while simultaneously casting a challenging glance at Exine, as if to say, can you match such an amount? Impudent child. You have gone too far, Master Su bellowed suddenly, turning on his heel and striding back into the room. Beside him, the middle-aged man cast a glance at Zhou Rui and calmly remarked, my master has retired for the day. The establishment shall remain closed, and no dishes will be prepared. I kindly ask you all to take your leave. Furthermore, from this day forth, none of you are welcome to dine at our humble establishment. While we do not wish to provoke the affluent among you, we reserve the right to choose whom we serve. At these words, the expressions of Jiang Wanwan and her companions shifted dramatically. Zhou Rui scoffed, what, just a mere chef? If we cannot eat here, then let us depart. We can dine elsewhere just as well. Jiang Wanwan and Qin Shaowei furrowed their brows, with Jiang Wanwan glancing at Zhou Rui and saying, Senior Zhou Rui, your words are rather excessive. Qin Shaowei sighed, adding, Exine, let us leave. It seems fortune is not on our side today. Zhou Rui maintained an air of indifference, believing this Master Su to be overly pretentious, merely a cook, yet acting as if he were something more. Perhaps I have a way to persuade Master Su to prepare a meal for us. Exine suddenly interjected, drawing frowns from the others. Zhou Rui laughed derisively. He refused to cook for us even when I offered 200,000. Do you think you stand a chance? You were just a laborer in Jiang City. Do you intend to carry bricks in his kitchen as well? Bai Yao raised an eyebrow, looking towards Exine. Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected, Exine, let it go. Master Su is already quite averse to us. Please do not complicate matters further. After all, they have stated that they will no longer serve us. So the worst outcome will be just that. Exine, with a smile, remarked, by the way, I noticed Master Su's right hand has been trembling. Did he perhaps suffer an injury in his youth? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man at the door furrowed his brows. Jiang Wanwan sighed. Indeed, Master Su was once the head chef at a Michelin-starred Chinese restaurant. Later, my father became acquainted with him, and they developed a deep friendship. Subsequently, my father invited him to the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel is one of the enterprises under Jiang Wanwan's family. Once he arrived, his culinary skills significantly elevated our establishments. However, our competitor, the Lan family, faced a setback in the culinary industry and sought to poach Master Su with financial incentives. As Jiang Wanwan recounted this, she let out a bitter laugh. Naturally, Master Su declined. Later, he injured his right hand and could no longer wield a chef's knife. Disheartened, he chose to retreat, occasionally cooking in this small alley. Exine raised an eyebrow. If he can no longer grip a knife, he surely cannot manage a pot either. Zhou Rui scoffed. I refuse to believe he can produce anything of quality. Jiang Wanwan frowned. Currently, every ingredient prepared here is meticulously crafted by Master Su himself, with Master Qin taking charge of the cooking. Master Qin Hua is the finest disciple of Master Su. She glanced at the middle-aged man at the door. He merely snorted, remaining silent. Zhou Rui cast a disdainful glance at him. Then, with a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine, turned to Yi Xian and remarked, "Did you not claim that you could arrange for us to dine once more? Your inquiry is akin to tearing open a festering wound." Yi Xian paid him no heed. Instead, he stepped forward, approaching the middle-aged man. With a subtle smile, he spoke in a tone barely audible to the two of them. "Isn't Master Su's hand generally quite normal, yet lacks strength? The moment he tries to exert force, it feels as though his power fails him." Qin Hua glanced at Yi Xian and inquired, "And if so?" Yi Xian replied with a cheerful demeanor, "You could enter and inform Master Su that I possess a method to restore his arm, I assure you. Not only can he grip a knife, but he could also wield it with ease." Qin Hua was momentarily taken aback before he scoffed. "Since my master was injured, we have scoured numerous hospitals across the country, including many renowned doctors in remote mountains. Yet none have been able to provide a solution. We only learned of a method that has a chance of recovery, but it is far too obscure." Gui Min Shi Sanjian. Yi Xian calmly interjected, "I am aware of that." Upon hearing this, Qin Hua's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at Yi Xian and asked, "How do you know?" "It is a result of damage to the meridians. And in terms of treatment, this is indeed the most extraordinary approach," Yi Xian whispered. Qin Hua's expression shifted between hope and skepticism as he regarded Yi Xian. "Can you perform it?" Yi Xian replied with a smile. "I cannot, but I know someone who can. Moreover, I am confident that he can effect a cure." Chapter 33. "She is the best doctor in the world." Qin Hua's demeanor suddenly became fervent as he gazed at Yi Xian. "You cannot do it yourself? Why should I trust you?" Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, "Gui Min Shi Sanjian is not something that the average person would know about. The fact that I can mention it serves as proof of my credibility. How about this? My friend and I came primarily to savor the dishes crafted by Master Su. If you could prepare a meal for us, I shall call my friend and have him come to diagnose Master Su. What do you say?" Qin Hua's expression flickered with uncertainty as he exhaled heavily. "Let me consult my master." With that, he turned and dashed into the room. Yi Xian felt a surge of confidence. He did not believe that Master Su would refuse him. It was evident that he had a profound love for cooking. Even now, when he could no longer wield a knife with his right hand, he still operated a small restaurant and welcomed guests. Having offered him a glimmer of hope, however faint, Yi Xian was certain that Master Su would choose to take a chance. He rubbed his nose and retreated into the alley. Zhang Wanshan, eyeing Yi Xian with suspicion, asked, "What did you say to him so mysteriously? Will he truly cook for us?" Yi Xian chuckled and replied, "I am certain that we will be able to partake in the meal. As for you all, I cannot say for sure." He decided to tease Zhang Wanshan a bit. With wide eyes, Zhang Wanshan exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you saying you haven't included us?" Yi Xian shrugged and said, "Indeed, originally, Qin Xiaowei and I were supposed to separate from you." "You are rather stingy," Zhang Wanshan retorted, exasperated. Beside him, Zhou Rui scoffed, saying, "What a farce. I spent 200,000 and still couldn't manage it. I don't believe a few words from you could persuade him to cook. Yao Yao, let's leave. There's no point in waiting here." In the midst of their conversation, the door to the room swung open once more, and Qin Hua emerged. He approached Yi Xian and politely stated, "Brother, my master has agreed." The slap of reality often arrives unexpectedly. Yi Xian cast a half-smile at Zhou Rui and replied, "Then I shall trouble your master." Qin Hua nodded, glancing at Zhou Rui with disdain. Were it not for the hope his master had seen, he would never deign to cook for someone like Zhou Rui. "Please wait a moment. My master and I will go prepare. Also, do not forget your promise." Qin Hua said coolly. Yi Xian nodded with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, it shall be done." Qin Hua nodded again and turned to re-enter the room, while Master Su remained conspicuously absent. After they departed, Zhang Wanshan jumped out, exclaiming, "Yi Xian, how did you manage that? Master Su really is willing to cook for us." "I merely informed Master Su that I know a doctor capable of healing his hand." Yi Xian replied with a grin. "In a way, Master Su's hand has been examined by nearly every renowned hospital and physician, both domestically and internationally, and no one could remedy it." Zhang Wanshan asked in astonishment. "You actually know such a doctor?" Zhou Rui interjected sarcastically. "What a ruse. First, you lure us in for a meal, then vanished out a person who spent years in prison, working on a construction site, knows a famous doctor? That's laughable. But then again, after spending years in prison, deceiving others must come easily to you. If you believe I'm fabricating this, then feel free not to eat later, Exian replied, looking at him with a light chuckle. Zhou Rui was taken aback, then scoffed, thinking to himself, laugh all you want. When the people Lan Xing invited arrive, let's see if you can still muster a smile. He ceased his banter, plotting to expose Exian's alleged deceit. Exian paid him no mind and stepped aside to pull out his phone, locating Zhe Qiuyu and making the call. Indeed, the person he knew was Zhe Qiuyu, one of the finest doctors in the world. Soon, the call connected, and Zhe Qiuyu, evidently still asleep, groggily answered, "Hello, I'm sleeping. What do you want?" Clearing his throat, Exian replied, Qiuyu, could you come over? I've encountered a patient only you can heal. I'll discuss it when I wake up. Zhe Qiuyu retorted. Please, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, Exian urged. After a brief struggle, Zhe Qiuyu finally sat up and said, give me the address. Exian breathed a sigh of relief, hung up, and sent the address to Zhe Qiuyu via WeChat before taking a seat. Bai Yao and the others had overheard the conversation, looking at Exian in astonishment. Jiang Wanshan hesitated and asked, you really do know the renowned doctor? Indeed, in this world, there exists the finest physician, unmatched by any other, Exian remarked with a hint of tranquility. Zhou Rui scoffed dismissively, harboring doubts about Exian's ability to truly summon such a healer. At that moment, a delightful fragrance began to waft through the alley, tantalizing the senses and stirring appetites. Exian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. After what felt like a brief interlude of 10 minutes, at the entrance of the alley, Zhe Qiuyu, clad in pristine white attire and carrying a medical bag, appeared at the threshold. The instant she emerged, the onlookers within the alley, regardless of gender, could not suppress their astonishment. Zhou Rui, observing Zhe Qiuyu, felt compelled to swallow hard. Qin Shaowei, eyeing the medical bag slung over Zhe Qiuyu's shoulder, also swallowed nervously and inquired, is this truly the doctor you have summoned? Just then, Zhe Qiuyu approached, disregarding everyone else, and addressed Exian with an air of calm authority. Where is the patient? I shall escort you there, Exian replied. Rising, he glanced at the others before leading Zhe Qiuyu towards the room. In the back kitchen, Master Su and Qin Hua were busily engaged in their tasks. After a brief introduction, Zhe Qiuyu took hold of Master Su's hand for examination. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and declared, indeed, the Ghost Gate's 13 needles can remedy this ailment. With a measured exhale, she added, please arrange for a tranquil room. I shall commence the treatment immediately. Upon hearing Zhe Qiuyu's words, Master Su's entire being trembled with anticipation, while Qin Hua cast a worried glance at her and asked, are you truly certain of this? Exian replied calmly, when the Ghost Gate needle is wielded, even the King of Hell must yield. In this world, only the esteemed Dr. Zhe before you possesses mastery over the Ghost Gate's 13 needles. Qin Hua's face lit up with exuberance as he exclaimed, very well, I shall procure a quiet room for you at once. Master Su interjected, I will accompany Dr. Zhe. You remain here to oversee the kitchen. Qin Hua nodded and turned to Exian, saying, then I must trouble you to wait in the alley. The dishes will be ready shortly. Exian acquiesced, retreating from the kitchen. Once outside, Qin Shaowei hurriedly inquired, what transpired? As I stated, the doctor I engaged is the finest in the world. She will undoubtedly resolve the issue, Exian assured her. Zhou Rui snorted derisively, clearly skeptical of Exian's claims. Exian, disinclined to elaborate further, continued to wait. After another brief span of approximately 10 minutes, the door to the room suddenly swung open, and Qin Hua emerged, his face alight with excitement. His exuberance startled Jiang Wanshan and the others. Zhou Rui scoffed, this is it. They likely recruited a quack, and now the charlatan has come to settle the score. Suddenly, Qin Hua dashed toward Exian, dropping to his knees with a thud. Master Qin, what are you doing? Exian exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Thank you, young brother, truly thank you. The injury that plagued my master for years has been a torment. For a chef, being unable to wield a knife is a cruelty beyond measure. Just moments ago, after Dr. Zhe administered the treatment, my master has once again taken up the blade. Dr. Zhe remarked that after a few more attempts, a complete recovery would be achievable. Qin Hua knelt before Exian and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, thank you, truly thank you. His eyes brimmed with tears, reddened with emotion. Ye Exine quickly assisted him to his feet, reassuring him, "It is but a trivial matter. If you wish to express your thanks, direct them towards Dr. Zhe. I merely lent a slight hand." Meanwhile, Jiang Wanshan and the others stood in stunned silence. It was evident that the Dr. Ye Exine had summoned had indeed restored Master Su's hand. Chapter 34. I wish to remarry you'd actually know such an esteemed physician, and moreover, a strikingly beautiful one. Jiang Wanshan exclaimed in astonishment. Both she and Qin Shaowei regarded Ye Exine with a newfound curiosity. Indeed, the more they looked, the more enigmatic he appeared. They realized they knew remarkably little about Ye Exine. As their conversation unfolded, Dr. Zhe emerged from the room, her medical bag slung over her shoulder, her demeanor still one of icy composure. At this point, Qin Hua had regained his footing. He sniffled, wiped away his tears, and said, "Please wait a moment. All the dishes are nearly ready. They will be served shortly." With that, he approached Dr. Zhe, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Dr. Zhe maintained her indifferent expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning to Ye Exine, saying, "I encountered a few petty thieves at the entrance. I dealt with them on your behalf. They claimed they were sent by Lan Xing." Upon hearing this, Ye Exine's brow slightly furrowed, while Zhou Rui's expression shifted subtly. What was the situation with Lan Xing, that their hired hands could be dispatched by a doctor, and a female one at that? He inwardly cursed. Ye Exine nodded and replied, "Very well. Shall we sit down for a bite?" Dr. Zhe cast him a cold glance and retorted, "I have no appetite. I shall settle the matter of your disturbing my rest once you return home." Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. The implication was clear. Ye Exine and this beautiful doctor resided together? A fleeting ripple of emotion crossed by Yao's otherwise serene face before she regained her composure. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Wanshan inquired, "Doctor, do you and Ye Exine live?" She barely completed her question before Dr. Zhe shot her a dispassionate look, scoffed softly, and turned to leave. Throughout the encounter, she had not engaged with anyone but Ye Exine, which left Jiang Wanshan feeling somewhat awkward. Ye Exine merely chuckled, fully aware of Dr. Zhe's nature. He refrained from further comments, instead casting a cheerful glance at Zhou Rui. When he had arrived, no one had followed him. If they had, he would have noticed. However, now that Lan Xing's people had sought him out, it could only mean one thing. Zhou Rui had informed Lan Xing of his whereabouts. After enduring several humiliating moments, Zhou Rui fell silent, sulking in his seat with a darkened expression. At that moment, dishes began to be brought to the table. Ye Exine picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and could scarcely contain his delight. "Wow, this is exquisite, truly exceptional," he exclaimed. Beside him, Jiang Wanshan exaggeratedly echoed, "Indeed, it is remarkably delicious." Ye Exine vowed that throughout his life, he had savored a myriad of delicacies from both land and sea. Yet, without a shadow of a doubt, this meal was the finest he had ever had. Yao's eyes flickered momentarily, and after a brief pause, she lifted her gaze to Ye Exine and inquired, "Ye Exine, is your doctor truly the best in the world?" Ye Exine furrowed his brow and nodded, asking, "In my opinion, yes." "Why do you ask?" Yao clenched her teeth, glanced at Zhou Rui beside her, and chose not to elaborate, lowering her head to continue eating. Ye Exine understood her hesitation. She likely felt it inappropriate to speak in front of Zhou Rui. With a stirring in his heart, he cast a glance at Zhou Rui but refrained from probing further. Resuming his meal, meanwhile, within the confines of the Huayuan community, at Lin Qingshua's residence, Lin Qingxue sat vacantly on the sofa, while Lin Xiang held a bowl of rice, gently urging her, "Qingxue, regardless of the circumstances, you must eat something." Beside her, Lin Qian supported her, saying, "Yes, Sister Qingxue, please eat. It's just Han Shuo. After all, with your figure and beauty, you could easily find someone even better." Tears continued to flow from Lin Qingshue's eyes, and after a moment, she suddenly lifted her head, looking at Lin Xiang as she said, "Mom, I regret it." Lin Xiang instinctively responded, "Regret what?" "I regret divorcing Ye Exine," Lin Qingshu replied, wiping away her tears. Lin Xiang sighed and sat down beside her. Regret was not foreign to her either in the past. Ye Exine had been utterly obedient to them, complying with their every request, and for 3 years, he had been no different from their household servants, dutifully handing over every penny he earned, and now, he had become the president of a company, amassing wealth. Had they not divorced, that company would have belonged to Lin Xiang and Lin Qingxue. The same could be said for Lin Qian. The individual who had worked alongside Yi Xian at the construction site had, after Yi Xian acquired the company, directly become her superior, earning a six-figure salary. If only Yi Xian and Lin Qingxue had not divorced, perhaps with a little more kindness shown to him, she might have been the HR director by now. She sighed inwardly, reflecting on how just a few days after the divorce, the stark contrast in their circumstances had become painfully evident. I want to remarry, Lin Qingxue declared, wiping her tears. Both Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qian turned to her in surprise. I want to remarry, Lin Qingxue asserted with unwavering determination. Simultaneously, within a villa in Jiangcheng, a middle-aged man was playfully engaging with a child using a toy, a benevolent smile gracing his face. However, those who knew him well would recognize that he was far from a kind-hearted individual. In Jiangcheng, he was a figure of notoriety, the infamous uncle of Tao Dingyun, the behind-the-scenes owner of Mingmei Bar. Wang Zhan, ding dong. The sound of knocking suddenly echoed through the air. The housekeeper promptly opened the door, revealing Tao Dingyun and Zhou Yulin standing at the threshold. Upon seeing them, Wang Zhan quickly rose and approached Zhou Yulin, courteously addressing him, Brother Lin. Zhou Yulin scoffed, Wang Zhan, you claimed that my arrival in Jiangcheng would not subject me to any indignities. Wang Zhan gazed at Tao Dingyun's bruised face, his brow furrowed as he remarked, let us discuss this in my study and the study. Tao Dingyun recounted the events in detail, gritting his teeth as he asserted, Uncle, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. He slapped me, and as if that were not enough, he showed no respect for Lin Shu. I believe this scoundrel should be. Just then, Wang Zhan abruptly raised his hand and delivered another slap across Tao Dingyun's left cheek. Taken aback, Tao Dingyun stared at Wang Zhan in disbelief. I told you last time not to provoke him. After all this effort to avoid conflict, you still went looking for trouble. Are you incapable of understanding reason? Wang Zhan bellowed in fury. Beside them, Zhou Yulin frowned and said, Wang Zhan, I believe your nephew acted correctly. That fellow is merely a sidekick of Zhang Zhenan. What is there to fear? I can smooth things over with Zhang Zhenan. He turned to Wang Zhan and added, you seem to be losing your edge. Now you are afraid of a mere young lad. As he spoke, he extended his arm to reveal a small tattoo on his forearm. Upon seeing the tattoo, Wang Zhan's expression changed dramatically, and he gritted his teeth, asking, Lin Gu, what do you intend to do? Zhou Yulin smirked slightly and replied, I want that woman, and I want that young man to kneel before me, watching as I enjoy myself with her. Chapter 35. Are you going to abandon me as well? Meanwhile, in an atmosphere tinged with peculiarity, the dinner gathering was drawing to a close at the table. Jiang Wanan and Qin Shaowei regarded Yi Xian with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely. The appearance of Zhe Qiuyu only intensified the mystery surrounding Yi Xian in their eyes. Jiang Wanan pondered whether her father's recovery was due to a medical condition for which Yi Xian had introduced him to a doctor. On the other hand, Qin Shaowei found Yi Xian exceedingly strange. He had previously displayed timidity, yet had shown remarkable assertiveness during the incident at the Internet CAF. Freshly divorced, he was now cohabiting with an extraordinarily beautiful doctor. Such behavior struck her as utterly bizarre. Zhou Rui kept his head down. No matter how delicious the meal was, he found it somewhat tasteless. The master Su he had failed to impress was effortlessly managed by Yi Xian, leaving him quite displeased. Bai Yao and Chen Yining remained relatively quiet, nibbling at their food. Amidst the strange atmosphere, the dishes on the table rapidly diminished. Let's settle the bill, at last. Zhou Rui felt it was time to make his move. With a grand gesture, he declared, Jiang Wanan, as seniors in the city, we cannot let you pay. Allow me. Such a matter could not possibly allow a lady to foot the bill. Let us men split the costs. He then turned to Yi Xian with a smile, saying, I am correct, am I not, Yi Xian? Earlier, he had overheard Jiang Wanan's introduction. Although Master Su had prepared fewer dishes due to an injury, the prices were exceedingly steep. The average cost for a meal would surely be 2,000 to 3,000, and the total would certainly exceed 10,000. This price was not far off from that of the top tier at the Wanhao Hotel. Certainly, from a gustatory perspective, the expenditure is indeed justified. However, he is acutely aware that Yi Xian's salary is undoubtedly modest. Even if he could muster the funds, it would surely cause him considerable distress. Yi Xian merely curled his lip in response, choosing to ignore him. Observing Yi Xian's silence, Zhou Rui's sense of satisfaction burgeoned, and with a sly smile, he remarked, Oh dear, how could I forget? You are no longer a member of the Yi family. You are merely employed at a construction site now. Asking you to contribute half the cost might truly be a burden. Allow me to cover this meal. He then turned to Yi Xian and continued. On another note, Yi Xian, your work at the construction site seems exceedingly arduous. How about I recommend you for a job? This time, you can accompany us back to Linhai. Our family holds a certain standing there, and securing you a position should not pose a problem. Of course, given your past incarceration, I cannot promise you a respectable role. Zhou Rui chuckled. What about working as a security guard or a cleaner at my company? Rest assured, the salary will be generous, 20,000 a month. Surely an improvement over what you earn at the site. His words caused the others to furrow their brows slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, this meal was earned through Yi Xian's efforts, and they understood that Zhou Rui's remarks were merely intended to vex him. Why Yi Xian could not possibly consider working for him. He raised his eyes to Zhou Rui and replied coolly, Have I ever asked you to find me a job? Zhou Rui frowned and retorted, I was only trying to be helpful. Since you are reluctant, so be it. Waiter, come here and bring the bill. How much is it? At that moment, Xinhua stepped forward, courteously addressing Yi Xian. My master has instructed me to express gratitude for your assistance, young brother Yi Xian. This meal is on the house. In the future, should you wish to dine here, you are welcome anytime, free of charge. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanshan and Qin Xiaowei exchanged envious glances. Jiang Wanshan promptly exclaimed, Yi Xian, you must bring me along next time. Yi Xian smiled and stood, saying, I extend my thanks to Master Qin and Master Su. After a few pleasantries, the group emerged from the alley, where Jiang Wanshan inquired, We plan to visit Yuxiang Mountain. Would you care to join us? Yuxiang Mountain is another tourist attraction in Jiangxing. I'm indifferent. I have no plans for the afternoon, Qin Xiaowei replied. Then they turned to Yi Xian. Zhou Rui's brow furrowed, clearly reluctant to include Yi Xian. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, Yi Xian stated, so I shall pass. Zhou Rui felt a slight relief, thinking to himself, at least this fellow is sensible. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Qin Xiaowei, whispering, Be cautious while you're out. His caution encompassed two aspects, one being the possible threat from Hong Lian's associates towards Jiang Wanshan, and the other being the potential trouble that Tao Dingyun and Zhou Yulin might pose for Qin Xiaowei. Of course, the night watchers would undoubtedly have sent someone to keep an eye on Jiang Wanshan, ensuring that her safety was relatively secure while she was with Qin Xiaowei and the others. After a few individuals departed, Yi Xian unsteadily made his way home. Just as he reached the entrance of the community, his phone began to ring. Upon checking the screen, he discovered it was a call from Lin Qingxue. A smile crept onto his face. How curious that she would choose to call him at this moment. He had witnessed the scene at the entrance of the community quite clearly just moments ago. With a chuckle, he answered the call, calmly stating, Hello? Yi Xian, came Lin Qingxue's voice, somewhat choked with emotion. Where are you? Let us meet for a moment. There is nothing to discuss, Yi Xian replied coolly. Did I not make it clear the last time? I have severed all ties with you and your family. Your uncle saved my life. I cared for you all for 3 years, and I even provided you with a house. Consider it settled. No, I have something important to discuss with you, Lin Qingxue insisted, her voice still wavering. I've just left my house. Let us pick a place to meet. How about the CAF at the entrance of the community? There is really nothing to talk about, Yi Xian reiterated. Without further ado, he ended the call and turned to walk back into the community. Just as he pivoted, he spotted Lin Qingxue emerging from the entrance, her eyes red, and she hurried towards him. Yi Xian furrowed his brow and addressed her. If you have something to say, then say it here. After this, let us part ways and cease all communication. Lin Qingxue bit her lip and confessed, Yi Xian, I've broken up with Han Shuo. He is just a scoundrel. Yi Xian chuckled. To be honest, you and your mother are quite similar. It's a pity to part ways, as you both seem intent on causing trouble for others. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her gaze. I know you must despise you, yes, only after losing something that one learns to cherish it. Over these past 3 years, my mother, my family, and I have treated you unfairly to this point. She pressed her lips together and looked up, asking, Yi Xian, after the divorce, you've continued to appear near me, even renting a place in the garden community to be closer. Haven't you? You must still have feelings for me, right? Yi Xian felt dizzy. Why residing in the garden community is merely coincidental. It's just that Shichiyu and the others rented a place here. You're overthinking it, he scoffed. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth again. Why Yi Xian? Let us remarry. This time, I promise to be good to you. to stop overthinking things. We can lead a proper married life together. If you're willing, I can give myself to you tonight. Haven T, you always said that after 3 years of marriage, you've never even held my hand. Whatever you desire tonight, we can have a child together. Stop, stop. Yi Xian quickly waved his hand. At that moment, tears streamed down Lin Qingshua's face as she gazed at him. Why, Yi Xian? I truly have nothing left. Are you really going to abandon me too? Chapter 36. Zhe Qiuyu is leaving at the entrance of the garden community. Lin Qingxue, with disheveled hair and tear-streaked cheeks, looked at Yi Xian with a pitiable expression. Just a few days ago, in the presence of Yi Xian, she maintained an air of superiority, her face contorted in disdain. Within the span of mere days, her attitude had shifted dramatically. Such is the reality. I find myself utterly devoid of everything now. Will you forsake me as well? Lin Qingxue gazed at Yi Xian, her voice tinged with a near-pleading tone. A shiver ran down Yi Xian's spine. It might have been bearable if such words had come from another woman, but hearing them from Lin Qingxue left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Please stop, Yi Xian replied calmly. Our marriage was, from the outset, a mistake that I was suffering from amnesia at that time, and out of a sense of gratitude. You, not wanting to defy your father's wishes, agreed to this union, which is merely a formality. Indeed, their marriage was a blunder. Had Yi Xian not lost his memory, he would never have been attracted to someone as superficial and materialistic as Lin Qingxue. If, over the past 3 years, Lin Qingxue had behaved like an ordinary woman, perhaps it would have been acceptable. However, the duo of mother and daughter was truly beyond description. Secondly, you are well aware of how you have treated me over these 3 years. The debts of gratitude I owed have been repaid sufficiently during this time. The moment I signed the divorce agreement, our relationship was irrevocably concluded. Yi Xian spoke with a serene demeanor. Thirdly, although our marriage was merely a facade, the outcome reveals that you have betrayed me. Why forbearance and not retaliating against you is already the limit of what I can tolerate. You cannot simply discover my newfound wealth or realize that Han Shuo no longer wants you and then come crawling back to me. I, Yi Xian, have not descended to the level of being a fallback for any woman, especially not for someone like you. Yi Xian's tone remained unflinching. His words were not harsh, yet they bore the weight of truth. Lin Qingxue sobbed, I know. It is I who failed to cherish what I had. I was insatiable and I truly acknowledge my wrongdoing. Will you grant me another chance? Yi Xian replied indifferently, the house, I will leave to you. There is absolutely no possibility for us, and I shall say no more. You must take care of yourself. I am clarifying things today. From now on, we shall maintain our boundaries. I will not interfere in your life, nor should you approach me, especially your mother. If she causes a scene at my company again, do not blame me for being unkind. He understood by Lianxiang all too well. Now that Han Shuo had abandoned Lin Qingxue, they were devoid of financial means, and Bai Lianxiang would undoubtedly create a disturbance at the company, either for the sake of property or to attempt a reconciliation. Lin Qingxue stood frozen, contemplating. She and Bai Lianxiang, along with Lin Qian, had calculated that Yi Xian must still harbor feelings for her. Yet, his current demeanor was resolute. Meanwhile, she bitterly chuckled to herself, realizing, indeed, every woman now surrounding him possesses beauty equal to or surpassing her own, and with his newfound wealth, he could easily find a woman superior to her. He must certainly have lost interest in her. Yi Xian chose not to engage with her further, feeling he had articulated enough. He yearned to sever all ties with this family. Ignoring Lin Qingxue, he turned and re-entered the community. Lin Qingxue stood dazed at the entrance, watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, her mind in a haze. In just a few days, her life had undergone a tumultuous transformation. Does she feel regret? She truly regretted it. Her insides twisted with remorse, and emptiness engulfed her heart as she wearily made her way home once more. Lost in despair, Yi Xian, however, seemed largely unconcerned. He returned home, opened his room, and discovered Ming Xiaonan and Zhe Qiuyu seated at the dining table, enjoying their meal. In astonishment, Yi Xian inquired, Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Zhe Qiuyu cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, You woke me up. I couldn't fall back asleep after you returned. This is all for the sake of saving someone. Yi Xian cleared his throat and explained, Well, I had to step in for Jiang Wanwan. Zhe Qiuyu let out a cold huff, then lifted her head and remarked, By the way, those 2 little rascals claim to be from the Blue Star. How did you manage to provoke them? Yi Xian offered a wry smile and recounted how Jiang Wanwan had dragged him into the fray. After listening, Zhiqiuyu responded with a half-smile. Seems like you have quite the entourage of women. One moment you're pretending to be Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend, and the next, Jiang Wanwan's. Yi Xian chuckled. What can I say? Being exceptionally talented does come with its burdens. I can't help but attract attention. Pa Mingxiaonan scoffed. Zhiqiuyu glanced at Yi Xian without engaging in banter, instead stating, since Jiang Wanwan has proclaimed herself as your girlfriend, this conveniently aligns with my previous suggestion. You should appear by her side as her husband and protect her. With you around, Xiaonan and I, along with others, can retreat for now. There are many ways to ensure her safety, such as becoming her bodyguard or working at her company. Yi Xian interjected. Zhiqiuyu's lips curled into a slight smile. All right then, I'll speak with Zhang Jinan shortly and arrange for you to work at their company. As for your position, Zhang Jinan will assign it. You should be under Jiang Wanwan's supervision. Didn't you mention that the Red Rose has arrived in Jiangqing? I hope the next time we meet, you can bring the head of the Red Rose with you. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Are you all leaving? Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan nodded. The mission here has dragged on for too long. Hong Lian's operations have been exceedingly clandestine, and we have other matters to attend to. Now that you have recovered and are operating from the shadows, your presence here suffices. She paused thoughtfully. In any case, try to avoid exposing your identity. This card you hold will serve as a trump card. Yi Xian frowned slightly and exhaled. All right then. Zhiqiuyu regarded him. Her brow furrowed. Also, be cautious this time. Don't lose yourself again. By the way, weren't you planning to head to Linhai to resolve some past matters? Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, that is my intention. As for the affairs in Jiangqing, Jiang Wanwan is the only task at hand. Assuming all goes well, I shall depart after that. Then once you go, investigate the whereabouts of number 2, Zhiqiuyu suggested. Yi Xian's heart stirred slightly. Have you managed to uncover number 2's trail? 3 years ago, number 2 and Yi Xian embarked on a mission in Jiangqing, during which watchman number 7 was killed in action, and number 2 mysteriously vanished. Yi Xian suffered from amnesia. Zhiqiuyu shook his head and remarked, it is merely a few scattered clues. I have just received news that 2 bodies have been discovered in Linhai, and from the manner of their demise, it appears to be the work of number 2. Yi Xian, astonished, inquired, ordinary people? Uncertain, replied Zhiqiuyu. In any case, once you arrive in Linhai, do make time to investigate. From the outset, number 2 has only ever trusted you. Yi Xian exhaled deeply and said, understood. Zhiqiuyu pondered for a moment before advising, by the way, to spare you some trouble, I will handle matters concerning the Lan family. How will you resolve it? Yi Xian asked. Taken aback, I shall ensure their family goes bankrupt, Zhiqiuyu stated calmly. Yi Xian was rendered speechless. However, judging by Master Su's affairs, the Lan family has been known to employ unscrupulous tactics in business. Such entrepreneurs deserve to face consequences. For the watchman, bringing down a mere Lan family is but a trivial task. With that, Zhiqiuyu set down his utensils, rose to check the time, and remarked, their vehicle should be arriving shortly. Please tidy up these things. Xiaonan and I must take our leave. Yi Xian nodded. Allow me to see you off. Ming Xiaonan paused momentarily, then a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she replied, perhaps it is best if you do not. Why not? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. Ming Xiaonan bit her lip and said, it is number 0 from the watchman who has come to pick us up. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 37. The new number 0. The watchman, a mysterious organization in Huaxia, possess combat prowess that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Number 0 represents the pinnacle of their strength. Yi Xian joined the watchman at the age of 18 and ascended to the rank of number 0 by 21, a position he maintained exclusively until his amnesia and subsequent disappearance. However, number 0 cannot remain vacant. Naturally, others must step in. Currently, Yi Xian is neither officially reinstated nor has his combat abilities been reassessed, leaving the position of number 0 occupied by another. Now, this new number 0 has arrived at Huayuan community to escort Zhiqiuyu, Ming Xiaonan, and a series of watchmen from Jiangqing. At this juncture, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Ming Xiaonan's face as she remarked, in your absence over the past 3 years, there was no way for number 0 to remain vacant. We couldn't hold it for you. Yi Xian chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, what are you thinking? I do not place such importance on that title, and if it rightfully belongs to me, I shall reclaim it in due time. However, his expression shifted as he continued, your withdrawal from Jiangqing, coupled with the involvement of number 0, must indicate that you are about to undertake a rather formidable mission, is it not? The activation of number 0 is not trivial. They must also bring along Dr. Zhe. Dr. Zhe glanced at him but remained silent, won't he pry further. In any case, do ensure your safety, and should danger arise, contact me immediately. I will come at once. Yi Xian said earnestly, looking at Zhiqiuyu. Zhiqiuyu exhaled softly, saying, You too. All the night watchmen in Jiangxing will withdraw, leaving only you to be cautious. Yi Xian smirked coldly and replied, I would welcome the arrival of all the Honglian people. It would allow me to resolve everything in one fell swoop. Such riffraff. Knowing Yi Xian's capabilities, Zhiqiuyu chose not to elaborate further. She returned to her room and emerged, dragging a suitcase, declaring, Then let us depart. Yi Xian sighed and made his way downstairs. At the entrance of the garden community, several vehicles were parked in AROW. At the forefront stood a silver-white Land Rover SUV, beside which lingered a young man sporting a buzz cut. He wore a cheap black tank top and beach shorts, flip-flops dangling from his mouth. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age, with dark skin and a modest stature. Under normal circumstances, one might easily dismiss him as a carefree fool. However, leaning against the grand and luxurious Land Rover, the gaze of onlookers shifted dramatically. This individual was none other than the current Zero of the Night Watchman, Lu Yang. Standing at the entrance, he awaited patiently, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Inside the garden community, Yi Xian was hauling 2 large suitcases belonging to Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan. With an astonished expression, he remarked, You mean this new Zero has only been with the Night Watchman for 3 years? Not even 3, Ming Xiaonan replied. He arrived before you went missing, but you probably haven't met him. Like you, he rose swiftly through the ranks, becoming the Zero of the Night Watchman, and his ascent was even a bit faster than yours. Yi Xian nodded. To ascend to the position of Zero in less than 3 years was indeed a remarkable feat. He himself had taken 3 years and 17 days to achieve the same status. Interesting, he mused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Soon, they reached the entrance of the garden community, where Lu Yang promptly approached them. He disregarded Zhiqiuyu and Ming Xiaonan, walking straight up to Yi Xian, fixating on him with an unwavering gaze. You are Yi Xian? He inquired. Yi Xian nodded, replying, You must be Lu Yang. The current Zero. A fleeting expression of pride crossed Lu Yang's face as he affirmed, That is indeed me. Yi Xian scrutinized him from head to toe, inwardly astonished. This individual did not appear to embody the essence of a true master. His attire was even more difficult to describe than his own. What a pity, he thought. If it weren't for the crowd, I would truly wish to engage you in combat, Liu Yang remarked, although I have become the Zero. There are still many within the Night Watchmen who doubt my capabilities. I believe it is time to demonstrate to them that the Night Watchmen now belong to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's brows slightly arched. He then touched his nose and said, In truth, they are not entirely mistaken. You truly cannot defeat me. Is that so? Lu Yang's expression brightened with eagerness. Are you planning to dismantle this entrance? Zhiqiuyu fixed her gaze upon Yi Xian with a piercing look, then addressed him, saying, Very well, you may return now. We shall take our leave. But remember your promise to me. No unforeseen incidents must occur in Jiangxing. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. However, Yang, with a dismissive smirk, remarked, What a pity. The next time we meet, I shall certainly leave you searching for your teeth. To which Yi Xian sighed, By our next encounter, you may find yourself in the position of being number 1. Sensing that the conversation between the two might escalate into a confrontation at the entrance, Zhiqiuyu hurriedly dragged her suitcase towards the vehicle. Yang cast a lingering glance at Yi Xian before returning to the car. Soon after, the vehicle started, a convoy of 4 or 5 cars gradually departing from Jiangxing. As he watched the cars fade from view, Yi Xian made his way home. Upon his arrival, a phone call from Jiang Zhenan came through. Hello. Yi Xian answered the call. Is this Yi Xian? Dr. Zhe just informed me, Jiang Zhenan stated politely. I must trouble you once again. It's merely my duty, Yi Xian replied with a smile. I have arranged for you the position of Assistant Vice President. Currently, Wanwan holds the title of Vice President in our group, but her responsibilities are rather nominal as far as you are concerned. Jiang Zhenan explained. Regarding compensation, what do you think is a suitable amount? How does 5% equity sound? Yi Xian did not decline. He could not simply offer protection without due recompense. Besides, the Night Watchmen had no stringent demands, as their members needed to consider their own families as well. Throughout his past missions, Yi Xian had acquired shares in numerous large corporations. 0.5% was neither excessive nor insignificant. I have no objections. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Very well then, come to the office tomorrow morning. Just find me upon your arrival, and I will take you to the HR department for registration, Jiang Zhenan instructed. Yi Xian nodded and ended the call. The following day, Yi Xian awoke at 10 o'clock, and after a simple breakfast, he leisurely made his way to Jiang Zhenan's company via the subway. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the building and headed straight for the reception desk. A beautiful receptionist noticed Yi Xian, her eyes lighting up with recognition. With a sweet smile, she said, "Are you here to see General Manager Jiang Wanwan?" Surprised, Yi Xian replied, "You know me?" The receptionist flashed an ambiguous smile and said, "Who in the company doesn't know you? You are our general manager's boyfriend." Yi Xian was rendered speechless. The last time he visited, Jiang Wanwan had publicly declared him as her boyfriend, and many were recording the moment, likely circulating the video within the company afterwards. Scratching his head, Yi Xian conceded, "All right then." The receptionist smiled again, handed him a card from the counter, and said, "Just swipe this card to enter." Yi Xian nodded. Just as he was about to fetch the card, a figure swiftly approached, snatching the card away while exclaiming, "What is wrong with your front desk? How can you allow just any random person to enter the company? If something gets stolen, can you bear the responsibility?" "Thank you, Mr. Xie." The receptionist hurriedly lowered her head and replied, "But he seems to be Mr. Zhang's boyfriend? Nonsense. Since when did I know that Wanwan has a boyfriend?" Mr. Xie retorted in a low voice. Yi Xian glanced at him. The man before him was slightly taller, remarkably handsome, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of youthful success. Upon noticing Yi Xian's gaze, he sneered, "If you need someone, wait outside. Our company is not a place for idle people to roam freely. Just look at yourself. With that pathetic appearance, do you think you deserve Wanwan?" Chapter 38. Employment. The office building of Dingxing Group, the largest skyscraper in Jiangxing, is exclusively owned by Dingxing Group. As the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing, Jiang Zhenan's enterprises span various industries across the city, employing a substantial workforce. At this moment, on the first floor of Dingxing Group, Yi Xian was dressed in a somewhat worn t-shirt and a pair of ordinary shorts, accompanied by a pair of shabby sneakers. Although he had regained his memories, he had neglected to purchase new clothing, automatically dismissing the matter. His attire consisted mostly of inexpensive items purchased during his time with Lin Qingxue. Beside Yi Xian, the impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome sales manager of Dingxing Group, Xie, looked at him with a mocking smile and said, "You should wait outside. Your presence in our building has lowered the company's standards. Even our security and cleaning staff uniforms are better than what you're wearing. With your appearance, how could Wanwan ever be interested in you? It's utterly laughable." Yi Xian had heard such remarks countless times over the past 3 years. He was long accustomed to them. He shrugged nonchalantly and turned to the receptionist, saying, "Did you hear that? He asked me to leave. I didn't choose to walk away." The receptionist was taken aback. Xie was regarded as a promising young talent within Dingxing Group. Having graduated from an overseas postgraduate program, he quickly ascended to the position of sales manager within a few years, showcasing exceptional abilities. Although he had never openly declared it, everyone in the company was aware of his interest in Jiang Wanwan. The rumors surrounding Yi Xian and Jiang Wanwan displeased him greatly, so when Yi Xian appeared, he displayed an intimidating hostility. Mistaking Yi Xian for someone who would back down, he sneered, "What I said stands. Hurry up and get out." Yi Xian pulled out his phone, located Jiang Zhenan's number and dialed. Xie brow furrowed slightly, then he chuckled coldly, "Even if Wanwan is here, you won't set foot in this company today." Ignoring him, Yi Xian's call was quickly connected. On the other end, Jiang Zhenan's voice came through. "Hello, Yi Xian? Have you arrived? Just ask the front desk for a card to get in." This task has become insurmountable. Yi Xian sighed and remarked, "There is a grandson downstairs who claims that my attire is too shabby and detrimental to your company's image, insisting that I should be ousted. Since I am not fully awake, I shall take my leave and return home for a nap." "What?" Jiang Zhenan exclaimed hurriedly. "Yi Xian, please do not be angry. I will come down immediately to resolve this matter." It was needless to say. He was aware of the existence of the night watchman and the fact that he was currently being scrutinized. Previously, Zhe Qiuyu had informed him that the night watchman had all retreated, and Jiang Wanwan's safety was largely reliant on Yi Xian. Although he had arranged for some bodyguards for Jiang Wanwan, He knew all too well that their capabilities paled in comparison to EXIN's. Now, someone had dared to provoke EXIN. What would happen if EXIN truly decided to walk away, and Jiang Wanwan were to come to harm? Infuriated by this thought, he declared, "Please hold on. I am already at the elevator." EXIN chuckled and replied, "Very well. I shall await your arrival." With that, he hung up the phone and turned to gaze at Xiaokuan with a smile. Xiaokuan sneered, "Are you finished? So what? I have already stated that as long as Jiang Wanwan is here, you shall not set foot in this building." EXIN flashed him a smile and sauntered over to a sofa in the adjacent lobby, taking a seat. Observing that EXIN showed no signs of leaving, Xiaokuan approached with a glare and demanded, "Did you not understand my command to vacate the premises? By what authority?" EXIN inquired. Lifting his gaze, "By virtue of my position as the sales manager of Dingxing Group, a member of the management team. A 6-figure annual salary, is that sufficient?" His tone was laced with a hint of arrogance. "Oh," EXIN responded nonchalantly, "one might mistake you for Jiang Zihunan. Do you believe you can address General Manager Jiang so casually?" Xiaokuan glared. "Xiaokuan, what are you doing?" At that moment, a booming voice resonated through the lobby. As the sound faded, the entire floor fell into silence, with all eyes turning towards the elevator, where Jiang Jinan stormed out in a fit of rage. "General Manager Jiang! General Manager Jiang!" In an instant, many bowed their heads in greeting. Jiang Jinan, without uttering a word, strode across the lobby amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, approaching EXIN and bowing slightly as he said, "EXIN, it is my failure to manage this situation. Please do not take offense. I will rectify it." Xiaokuan stood there in shock. He had always believed EXIN was merely someone Jiang Wanwan had hastily selected to appease Lan Xing. Perhaps an acquaintance, but certainly not her boyfriend. Moreover, even if EXIN were indeed Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend, Jiang Jinan was his father-in-law. It was inconceivable that he would bow his head in apology. In that moment, his mind felt as though it had exploded, leaving him in utter confusion. At that juncture, Jiang Jinan raised his head and cast a glance at Xiaokuan. "General Manager, I find his attire does not align with our company's standards." He stammered. "After all these years in our company, have you learned to judge a person by their appearance?" Jiang Jinan glared at Xiaokuan, his tone seething with anger. "Effective immediately, you are to be removed from your position as sales manager and reassigned to the branch office." Xiaokuan's expression shifted dramatically. He is currently the sales manager at the headquarters, and being suddenly transferred to the branch office is akin to a significant demotion. Moreover, you must immediately apologize to EXIN. Jiang Jinan stated with a dark expression. Xiaokuan's countenance fluctuated, for the person before him, Jiang Jinan, was poised to reduce his rank, and if he did not apologize, he might as well pack his things and leave. Jiang Jinan uttered sharply. Xiaokuan gritted his teeth, then approached EXIN, bowing his head and saying, "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. I should not have judged by appearances. It was my oversight earlier, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Jiang Jinan also turned his gaze towards EXIN. It was evident that Jiang Jinan did not wish for this individual to depart. In other words, Xiaokuan must indeed possess considerable capabilities. EXIN waved his hand and replied, "As long as you handle it well, that suffices." Jiang Jinan exhaled in relief, casting a fierce glance at Xiaokuan before leading EXIN towards the elevator. Once EXIN and Jiang Jinan disappeared into the elevator, Xiaokuan collapsed onto the sofa, his expression one of despair. Nearby, those who witnessed this scene were left in a state of astonishment. They began to wonder about EXIN's identity. Inside the elevator, Jiang Jinan, noticing that EXIN was not displaying any signs of anger, finally relaxed and said, "You may have to endure a bit of hardship moving forward. My daughter has spoiled me, and she is quite curious about you. So she might. It's all right," EXIN replied with a smile. Jiang Jinan chuckled, then tilted his head and inquired, "By the way, last time Wanwan mentioned you were her boyfriend. I must say, I quite approve of you. Why not turn this pretense into reality? Wanwan is quite beautiful, and though her temperament is a bit eccentric, such a character can bring a lot of joy to life." EXIN was bewildered. This old fellow seemed almost anxious about his daughter not finding a suitable match. He refrained from responding, as Jiang Jinan guided him to the HR department to complete his onboarding, then led him to Jiang Wanwan's office. He knocked lightly on the door and pushed it open. Inside the office, Jiang Wanwan was seated, wearing a pair of glasses and dressed in an OL uniform, her hair cascading down. exuding a cool and intellectual aura reminiscent of their first encounter. "Wan Wan, I have brought your assistant," Jiang Jinan announced. Jiang Wanwan set aside the document in her hands, lifted her head, and her eyes sparkled slightly upon seeing Yi Xian. Observing Jiang Wanwan's reaction, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Jinan's mouth as he remarked, "You seem pleased." "Very pleased." Jiang Wanwan's face displayed a sly expression. "Well then, I shall leave you two to converse," Jiang Jinan concluded, winking at Yi Xian as he exited the office, closing the door behind him. Chapter 39. Qin Xiaowei has been captured within the office. Jiang Wanwan removed her glasses, rising to her feet and surveying Yi Xian with a bemused expression, as if to convey that he had finally fallen into her grasp. To avoid any disadvantage, Yi Xian decisively returned her gaze. Jiang Wanwan noticed Yi Xian's stare and, with her eyes wide, admonished, "Where do you think your eyes are wandering?" Yi Xian cleared his throat and moved to the side, seating himself with a thud. Jiang Wanwan chuckled and said, "All right, you are now my subordinate. I command you to tell me how you saved my father, and also, what is the story behind Bai Yao and Zhou Rui accusing you of committing a crime? Speak honestly." Yi Xian was at a loss for words, then looked up at Jiang Wanwan and replied, "Your father was in danger, and I happened to rescue him." As for what Zhou Rui said, you must have noticed his attitude towards me. However, I was indeed sentenced. I was framed. Details. I demand details, Jiang Wanwan insisted, her eyes wide. Yi Xian did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow and asked, "By the way, what are Bai Yao and Zhou Rui doing in Jiangcheng?" Jiang Wanwan skillfully shifted the topic, pouting as she said, "They specifically came to deliver my wedding invitation and are also here for a little sightseeing." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then made himself comfortable, collapsing onto the office sofa and shutting his eyes. "Hey!" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed upon seeing Yi Xian lying down. "You're here to assist me, not to lounge around like a lord. Go downstairs and get me a cup of coffee. I want it hot." Yi Xian ignored her, keeping his eyes closed. Frustrated, Jiang Wanwan stamped her foot, shot him an angry glare, and returned to her desk, picking up a document to read. Yi Xian discreetly opened his eyes to observe her, noting that she appeared quite professional while working. He decided to indulge in a brief nap. Half asleep, he sensed someone approaching him swiftly, causing him to suddenly open his eyes and sit up. "Ah!" Jiang Wanwan, startled by Yi Xian's abrupt movement, cried out and fell back onto the floor. Upon realizing the person was Jiang Wanwan, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wanwan glared at him from the ground. "Why did you suddenly sit up? You nearly scared me to death." Yi Xian scratched his head and asked, "Did you come over for something?" Jiang Wanwan nodded vigorously, saying, "Xiaowei is in trouble." She then handed her phone to Yi Xian, who examined it to find a WeChat message from Qin Xiaowei containing only 2 words, "Save me." Along with it was a location pin, pinpointing the internet CAF she managed. "Tao Dingyun and his group have begun their retaliation," Yi Xian said, his gaze turning icy. "Tao Dingyun?" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed anxiously. "After I got home yesterday, I told my father about Xiaowei, and he contacted Uncle Wang. Why are they still taking action? I need to find my father." Jiang Wanwan clenched her teeth. Yi Xian grabbed her firmly and said, "Zhou Yilin's target is Qin Xiaowei, and your father has already called Wang Zheng. If they still choose to act, it means your father's words hold little weight. What should we do?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears. "You need to inform your father and have him continue calling Wang Zheng," Yi Xian suggested, licking his lips. "As for the internet CAF, I'll go there. They probably have a lot of people, and they might even have knives or something," Jiang Wanwan warned. "Rest assured, as long as they have not vacated the internet CAF, I shall safely escort Qin Xiaowei back to you," Yi Xian declared. "Hand me your car keys." Qin Xiaowei nodded hurriedly, dashed to the desk, and tossed the car keys to Yi Xian. Turning to her, Yi Xian cautioned, "By all means, do not leave this place." Jiang Wanshan nodded and then swiftly ran off. Yi Xian hurriedly descended the stairs and drove straight towards the internet CAF. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the CAF, a sign indicating temporarily closed still hung above, and 2 individuals loitered against the wall at the entrance, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Observing this scene, Yi Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. The presence of these individuals at the door signified that Qin Xiaowei had likely not yet departed. He exited the vehicle and swiftly approached the CAF. As he stepped inside, the 2 individuals at the entrance raised their hands and said, "Brother, Can't you read the sign? We're closed. Go to another place. Xian raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, his arm shot up, causing the two men to feel a sudden impact at the nape of their necks. Almost immediately, they collapsed to the ground. Throughout the encounter, they never even glimpsed how Xian had struck. Xian then proceeded up the staircase leading to the CAF, located on the second floor. As he reached the corner on the first floor, he overheard a commotion from within. Is it useful to message Jiang Wanshan? I already told you, Jiang Zhenan cannot handle this matter. Right now, call Xian and have him come over. The voice belonged to Tao Diyun, who spoke through gritted teeth. That scoundrel slapped me. I even knelt before him. If I don't eliminate him today, I might as well write my name backwards. I don't have his phone number, came the reply from Qin Shaowei. Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. Tao Diyun furrowed his brow and turned to the side, saying, Lin Shu, there's a room in the back. Why don't you take her in there for now? Once it's over, can I also have my turn? No rush, Zhou Yulin replied calmly. I said, I will make that brat kneel before me and watch. Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing this, Xian did not hesitate and ascended the stairs without delay. Inside the CAF, there were at least 30 to 40 people present. Unlike the last time, there were even more individuals this time, most of whom wielded weapons. Knives, steel pipes, baseball bats. As Xian appeared at the entrance. Every gaze turned towards him in unison. Xian, what are you doing here? Not far away, Qin Shaowei was bound to a chair, her restraints quite artistically arranged. Upon seeing Xian, she shouted, Hurry, leave, leave. Tao Diyun sneered, Leaving now? It's too late. As they spoke, several individuals swiftly surrounded the staircase. Tao Diyun, with a mocking smile, looked at Xian and remarked, TSK, I was contemplating how to capture you, but now, it seems you've come to me willingly. Xian rubbed his nose, surveying the interior. Before the bar counter, at a solitary table, two individuals were seated. The only ones in the establishment. One of them was Zhou Yulin, while the other was a middle-aged man. His brow furrowed in evident concern. This man was undoubtedly Wang Zhan. Beside him, his phone persistently vibrated, and as Xian approached, he noticed the screen flashing with the name Jiang Zhenan. Your phone is ringing? Xian remarked. Upon hearing Xian's words, Wang Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xian to maintain such composure in this situation. Addressing Xian, he said, Old Jiang cannot intervene in this matter. I refuse to answer his call. Keeping him out of this is for his own good. It is absolutely inadvisable for you to provoke Lin Gu. Is he someone of significant influence? Xian inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yulin. You need not concern yourself with my stature. Suffice it to say, I am not someone of Jiang Zhenan's caliber to provoke, Zhou Yulin replied with a smile, rising to his feet. Weren't you rather audacious last time, young man? Qin Shaowei grit her teeth and declared, Let him go. If you release him, I will accompany you to bed. Xian looked at Qin Shaowei in astonishment, thinking to himself, this girl possesses quite the spirit. She had willingly placed herself in jeopardy. Did she truly believe she could escape? Zhou Yulin scoffed, when we indulge ourselves shortly, he will be watching from the sidelines. The mere thought is rather exhilarating. Tao Dingyun licked his lips and asked, Uncle Lin, may I have the pleasure of giving this brat a thorough thrashing first? Wang Zhen observed Xian's unflappable demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained silent. Zhou Yulin nodded, saying, That's permissible, just don't kill him. I still need him to witness the live performance later. Tao Dingyun, licking his lips again, approached Xian, who remained motionless. His gaze narrowed as he scrutinized Zhou Yulin's wrist, where a tattoo was visible. Chapter 40. Close your eyes to the average person in this world. The tattoo would seem inconsequential, a mere decoration. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary design. A petite lotus flower, intricately lifelike, with a slender dagger interwoven through its center, so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet Xian understood all too well that this tattoo symbolized the enigmatic organization known as Honglian. This infamous assassin syndicate wielded considerable influence over numerous affluent individuals and tycoons across the globe. Their operatives had arrived in Jiangxing with intentions to target Jiang Zhenan, yet their movements were shrouded in secrecy. The night watchmen had only received vague reports and had failed to identify any of their members, resulting instead in the loss of 3 of their own. The sole survivor had met his demise at Xian's hand. Xian had not anticipated that Zhou Yulin was affiliated with Honglian. Wang Zhan must have been aware of certain details, hence his reluctance to provoke them. Indeed, the likes of Wang Zhan or Jiang Zhenan could hardly contend with individuals of Holian's caliber. This organization comprised the elite of assassins, and dispatching an ordinary person was a task far too simple for them. Furthermore, Holian's operatives maintained connections with numerous wealthy merchants, and their combined economic power constituted a formidable force. As Yi Xian pondered, Tao Dingyun approached him, wielding a baseball bat, and came to a halt before him, grinning as he said, "Do you see my right cheek? It's still swollen. I did that to." Yi Xian offered a faint smile, maintaining an air of calm composure. Beside them, Qin Xiaowei's expression had completely unraveled. She shouted, "Yi Xian, run. I'm not saying you're cowardly, just run." Tao Dingyun sneered at Yi Xian, saying, "Just remember that." He shook the bat in his hand, glancing at Yi Xian's hands, and remarked, "Ah, those hands of yours that have held Zhou Qianqian and slapped me. Let's disable them first." With that, his expression abruptly morphed into one of ferocity, and he swung the bat with all his might toward Yi Xian's arm. In that instant, a glint of icy resolve flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Wang Zhan and Zhou Yulin's faces shifted almost simultaneously as they shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. The moment Tao Dingyun made his move, Yi Xian retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Bang! The sound of fabric tearing erupted as Tao Dingyun was sent flying, landing squarely before Zhou Yulin and Wang Zhan's coffee table. Spitting blood profusely, he gasped, "What are you doing? How dare you strike back?" In an instant, the crowd erupted in loud protests. Wang Zhan's face turned pale. He leaped from his chair and rushed to Tao Dingyun's side, exclaiming, Xiao Yun, are you all right?" Tao Dingyun was speechless, his gaze vacant, trembling as blood continued to gush from his mouth, his eyes beginning to glaze over. The cold light in Wang Zhan's eyes intensified as he glared at Yi Xian, declaring, "You dare to harm my nephew." The first time he knelt, I spared him. The second time, he slapped me, Yi Xian replied, touching his nose. One misstep is forgivable, but not a third. I offered him 2 chances, yet he failed to appreciate them. That is not my fault. He then looked at Wang Zhan and said, "Speaking of which, I'm curious. While you think you cannot provoke that bald-headed man, did it never occur to you that you shouldn't provoke me either?" Wang Zhan's expression fluctuated between various emotions. The last time Jiang Zhenan called him, he had not elaborated on Yi Xian's background, merely threatening him to stay away from Yi Xian. Thus, he instinctively believed that Yi Xian's backing was solely Jiang Zhenan. However, this incident involved Zhou Yulin, and while he was reluctant to offend Jiang Zhenan, he feared Zhou Yulin even more. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, deciding to offend Jiang Zhenan first and apologize later. Facing dozens of onlookers, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed, calmly addressing Wang Zhan, "Given your good relationship with Jiang Zhenan, I can let you off this time. Release the person, compensate as necessary, but of course, that bald fellow must remain." Zhou Yulin furrowed his brow. In truth, he considered himself quite skilled among ordinary people, yet he could sense that he was no match for Yi Xian. This time, his reliance lay with this group of individuals. He believed that no matter how formidable Yi Xian might be, in the presence of armed men, Yi Xian would not dare to act arrogantly. Yet, the truth was that Yi Xian did display arrogance. Now, confronted by such a large assembly, he was counter-threatening him. If Wang Zhan, out of fear, truly retreated, leaving him to face Yi Xian in a one-on-one confrontation, he feared he would fare poorly. Of course, when it came to actual combat, should he choose to strike covertly, he still had a chance, for assassination was his forte. Hearing Yi Xian's words, he coldly sneered at Wang Zhan, saying, "You better think carefully about the consequences of crossing me." Wang Zhan exhaled sharply, raising his gaze to Yi Xian as he replied, "Humph, I do not care about your background, but in this Jiang city, on my territory, you have injured my nephew in such a manner. You owe me an explanation." Yi Xian rubbed his nose and replied, "An explanation, you say? For instance, if you do not take him to the hospital within 2 hours, he will die." "What?" Wang Zhan's expression changed drastically. He quickly waved his hand, commanding, "You two, hurry and take Tao Dingyun to the hospital." 2 individuals rushed over to carry Tao Dingyun, hastily making their way downstairs. Yi Xian did not impede them, remaining calm as he stood there, even winking at Qin Xiaowei. Initially flustered, Qin Xiaowei was left in a daze when Yi Xian's punch sent Tao Dingyun flying. Having practiced martial arts alongside her father since childhood, She found Yi Xion's earlier blow entirely beyond her comprehension. Once Tao Dingyun was taken away, Wang Jun finally stood up, glaring at Yi Xion with a sinister grin, stating, "It seems I have been out of the loop for too long. The people of Jiang City have forgotten about me. A mere brat dares to flaunt his prowess before me. Kid, let me tell you, Jiang Jinnan will not save you this time." With a frigid gaze, he commanded, "Attack." No regard for life or death. Bang. As his voice fell, it was as if everyone heard a faint explosion, and just as that group was about to move, they found Yi Xion suddenly barreling forward like a cannonball, causing the floor beneath him to cave in. In an instant, Yi Xion had reached the front of Zhou Yulin and Wang Zhan. "You said it yourself, no regard for life or death." In their ears, Yi Xion's voice resonated like that of the Grim Reaper. Clang! As the sound echoed, Wang Zhan felt a tremendous force impact his head, leaving him no strength to resist. His head was thrust violently against the adjacent wall with a resounding clang, and in a moment, he was left bloodied and sprawled on the ground, life or death uncertain. Beside him, Zhou Yulin trembled uncontrollably. It was terrifying. He was no match. It was impossible to be a match. Shaking, he looked at Yi Xion, filled with endless regret. He could not fathom how such a master could emerge in this small Jiang city. Who exactly are you?" he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his balding head. Yi Xion grinned and turned to Qin Shaowei, saying, "Be good and close your eyes." Qin Shaowei was momentarily taken aback when Yi Xion's voice echoed once more, instructing, "You may only open your eyes when I permit it." Confused by Yi Xion's intent, she nevertheless complied and dutifully shut her eyes. Once Qin Shaowei's eyes were closed, Yi Xion turned his gaze towards Zhou Yulin, asking in a hushed tone, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "What is your rank?" Zhou Yulin's pupils constricted as he hurriedly replied, "You know us. I am a blue card from Honglian. You cannot harm me, or else Honglian will not let you off." Yi Xion smiled at him, saying, "Oh, just a piece of trash with a blue card, huh? Weren't you just inquiring about my identity? Once you descend below, perhaps you can ask a certain red card trash named Hisun. He knows who I am." "Young master, is that you?" Zhou Yulin's expression shifted dramatically, but it was too late. Yi Xion made his move, his hand swiftly slicing through Zhou Yulin's waist, drawing forth a gleaming dagger. In an instant, the dagger glided across, severing Zhou Yulin's throat. Chapter 41. I prefer to keep a low profile. Zhou Yulin's eyes widened in terror, his gaze filled with dread, as if countless questions flooded his mind in that fleeting moment. Who exactly was this person before him? Was it truly he who had caused the upheaval surrounding Hisun's demise? Alas, he would never find out. He slumped to the ground, his body beginning to stiffen rapidly. Behind him, the 30 or so armed individuals instinctively recoiled, their eyes reflecting sheer fear and trepidation. In Jiangqing, they were accustomed to following Wang Zhan and had often acted with impunity. However, the act of murder was far too horrifying for them to fathom. Moreover, with Tao Diyun sent to the hospital and Wang Zhan lying bloodied and unconscious, his fate uncertain, and Zhou Yulin slain, everything had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Their gazes towards Yi Xion transformed into profound terror. Yi Xion paid them no mind. He approached Qin Shaowei and gently covered her ears, shielding her from the words he was about to utter. "Send Wang Zhan to the hospital. Once he awakens, he will know how to handle the aftermath," Yi Xion remarked coolly. Whether Wang Zhan chose to conceal the truth or betray Honglian mattered little to him. His enmity with Honglian was already set in stone. 3 years ago, during that battle, Honglian had been one of the participants. The 2nd and 7th ranks had been Yi Xion's comrades in life and death struggles. Though he had said nothing about the 7th's demise upon regaining his memories, the simmering anger within him was a solitude he alone comprehended. After uttering those words, none of the 30-odd individuals dared to speak. They could only stare at Yi Xion in fear. After all, just moments ago, he had dispatched their leader right before their eyes. Once Yi Xion finished speaking, he lowered his head and untied the ropes binding Qin Shaowei. With her eyes still closed, she felt her heart racing and her cheeks flushing slightly as Yi Xion had covered her ears moments before. In truth, she was inherently a bold girl, frequently seen frequenting bars, a fact that was evident. Yet, in this moment, her sensation felt distinctly different. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt herself being lifted, and almost instinctively, her hand clasped around Yi Xion's arm, quite adeptly it seemed. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xion's voice resonated in her ear. Qin Shaowei opened her eyes, and her gaze fell upon Yi Xian's face. That moment, Yi Xian wore a subtle, elusive smile, cradling Qin Xiaowei as they faced a throng of 30 to 40 armed individuals, steadily making their way outside. Within the internet CAF, that group of ruffians, in an instant, found themselves paralyzed with fear, not daring to accede as Yi Xian approached. They instinctively chose to retreat. Thus, Yi Xian held Qin Xiaowei and traversed the CAF, emerging into the open air. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Xiaowei's eyes remained fixed on Yi Xian, a hint of infatuation gradually surfacing within her expression. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Xian lowered his gaze, their eyes locking in a moment of connection, causing Qin Xiaowei's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ahem! Yi Xian cleared his throat. He gently set Qin Xiaowei down, prompting her to look at him with a smile as she remarked, "I owe you an immense favor now." Yi Xian replied with a slight grin. "So, how do you intend to repay me? I wouldn't refuse a proposal of devotion, of course, and I could also accept something more corporeal." Qin Xiaowei's demeanor shifted. She neither rejected nor affirmed his jest but instead redirected the conversation, saying, "By the way, given your remarkable skills, why did you flee that night?" "As I mentioned, I encountered a more formidable opponent and went to deal with them," Yi Xian explained. Qin Xiaowei instinctively sought to refute this claim, but suddenly, the image of the shattered floor at Jiang Wanwan's residence flashed in her mind. Startled, she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you break the floor at Jiang Wanwan's house?" Yi Xian was momentarily speechless, then nodded slowly. That would seem to be the case. Qin Xiaowei's expression grew somewhat awkward once more. After a brief pause, she exhaled deeply and said, "All right, once I handle the situation at the CAF, I will express my gratitude to you in person." "Where are you headed now?" "I'm going back to work," Yi Xian replied. "I'm currently Jiang Wanwan's assistant. I noticed your distress signal to her earlier, which prompted my rush here." Qin Xiaowei was taken aback, eyeing Yi Xian curiously as she inquired, "Do you have feelings for Wanwan?" Yi Xian, at a loss for words, replied, "You're overthinking it. I've only just divorced. It's rather peculiar that a man like you would be chosen by a woman to leave him for Han Shuhua," Qin Xiaowei remarked. Looking at Yi Xian, Yi Xian rubbed his nose, choosing not to delve into the 3 years of amnesia from his past. "Let me take you to Wanwan's place. I can also assure her of your safety." Qin Xiaowei retrieved her car keys and pressed a button on the vehicle nearby. Yi Xian was quietly astonished. If it had been an ordinary girl, being rescued after being kidnapped, she would likely be left psychologically shaken. However, Qin Xiaowei quickly regained her composure. Her psychological resilience was indeed commendable. Yi Xian licked his lips and remarked, "Perhaps we could take her into the night watch." Each member of the night watch, aside from executing their duties, also seeks to mentor newcomers, guiding them into the fold. Much like how Yi Xian was discovered in the past, of course, this process necessitates a thorough evaluation. In the car, Qin Xiaowei drove while continually stealing glances at Yi Xian. She finally understood why Jiang Wanwan was so intrigued by him. This man was shrouded in an enigmatic mist, utterly inscrutable. By the time they arrived at the base of the Dingxing building, it was nearly noon, approaching lunchtime. They entered the building, and this time, no one obstructed Yi Xian. The two of them successfully obtained their access cards and stepped into the elevator. Once inside, Yi Xian absent-mindedly touched his nose and said, "By the way, regarding how I saved you, please don't mention it to Jiang Wanwan. I prefer to keep a low profile." Qin Xiaowei looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, contemplating for a moment. Indeed, he was quite understated. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed that Yi Xian could be so formidable, especially against dozens of armed individuals. When they arrived at Jiang Wanwan's office, she and Jiang Zhenan were pacing anxiously, their expressions fraught with worry. Jiang Zhenan was repeatedly dialing a number on his phone. Upon seeing Qin Xiaowei, Jiang Wanwan rushed over and embraced her, exclaiming, "Xiaowei, are you all right?" "I'm fine." After Yi Xian arrived, he conveyed Uncle Zhang's message, and they let me go. They shouldn't trouble me again in the future. Qin Xiaowei reassured Jiang Wanwan. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Wanwan. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhenan turned his attention to Yi Xian. Though Jiang Wanwan was oblivious, he understood all too well. If his words held any weight, Wang Zhan would not be ignoring his calls. He glanced at Yi Xian, aware of his identity, and chose not to delve further into the matter. After spending some time together, Qin Xiaowei and Jiang Wanwan had lunch before departing. Simultaneously, at the First People's Hospital of Jiangcheng, a weary doctor emerged from the emergency room, removing his mask. Several individuals quickly gathered around him. "Doctor, is our boss all right?" One inquired. "He is stable now. He just needs to recuperate in the hospital for a while. The patient has already regained consciousness." "Who is Ahua?" the doctor asked. A middle-aged man promptly stepped forward, replying, "I am." "The patient wishes to see you," the doctor said. Bypassing the group, Ahua hurried into the ward, where Wang Jun lay with a heavy bandage wrapped around his head. Looking somewhat weakened, "Boss," Ahua rushed over, asking, "What shall we do now?" Currently, Zhou Yulin's body remains in the internet CAF. This time, Yi Xian committed the act under the watchful eyes of many. He cannot handle it in the traditional manner of the night watch. Wang Jun exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with weakness as he instructed, "Transport the body away, find a secluded spot in the outskirts to bury it. Rest assured, no one will investigate this matter. Furthermore, inform everyone present that if they wish to stay alive, not a single word about today's events should be disclosed." "Understood. I will attend to it immediately." Ahua nodded fervently. "Wait, there is one more thing," Wang Jun sighed. "Locate Qin Xiaowei and personally apologize to her. Offer to purchase her internet CAF at a premium. That individual is not someone we can afford to provoke." Chapter 42. "Do not interfere in my affairs." It seemed as though the matter had passed without a trace. Qin Xiaowei made no mention of it, attributing the credit instead to Jiang Zhennan. Wang Zhun had also cautioned everyone, ensuring that not a syllable would escape their lips. In Yi Xian's eyes, he remained the same Yi Xian, the once lowly worker who had been betrayed by his ex-wife while toiling on a construction site. Of course, a few were aware that he had established a logistics company in Jiangxing. Yet now, he was merely an assistant under Jiang Wanshan. After lunch, Jiang Wanshan continued her work, which was notably light, consisting primarily of reviewing documents and signing them. She made efforts to assign Yi Xian various tasks, mostly trivial errands like fetching coffee. When he was in good spirits, he would oblige, but when discontented, he would recline on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Wanshan would tease him, remarking that she had hired a grand gentleman, yet she bore no anger. Were it not for the ever-looming threat from the Honglian organization against Jiang Wanshan, this job would indeed be exceedingly advantageous. After all, it was effortless, and he received 5% of the shares in the Dingxin Group. The entire afternoon was rather mundane. Yi Xian found himself seated on the sofa until his backside ached, at 4 in the afternoon, in the most opulent hotel near the Baixiang Tower. Within a suite, Hong Meijio sat by the window, adorned in a semi-transparent red dress. Her fiery red lips held a glass of red wine, and her face bore an alluring expression as she gazed out at the picturesque river view. Exuding an irresistible charm, beep, 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 beside her, someone was dialing a number, which displayed the name. Lan Pai, Zhou Yulin. Ah, this useless fellow. I asked him to find me a target, and now he dares to ignore my calls. Hong Meijio's lips curled slightly, her eyes flickering with a murderous intent. Behind her stood a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, who, upon hearing her words, spoke up. Given Zhou Yulin's rank, he would never dare to disregard your call. If he hasn't answered, it likely means he is in peril. Have we located He Sun's body? Hong Meijio inquired. Yes, it has been found, instantaneously killed. The assailant's abilities far surpass those of He Sun, the man replied. This suggests that the perpetrator may very well be among the top 10 of the Night Watch, though it is also possible that it was executed by someone from the assassin rankings, especially since the young master's bounty is still posted in the city of Sin. And what of Jiang Zhenan's stance? Hong Meijio pressed further. Control remains paramount. The target is still Jiang Wanshan, but... Here, the man hesitated. Contemplating, the Night Watch has been increasingly active in Jiangxing of late. There has been little opportunity to take action. Furthermore, at this juncture, the figure behind pondered for a moment and remarked. Additionally, a few days ago, 2 individuals perished in Linhai City, both of whom participated in that battle 3 years prior to it. Is now suspected that the elusive Night Watchman 0 or 2 is responsible. The Red Rose's fingers glided across her lips, exuding an irresistible allure that made the man behind her swallow hard. Very well, I shall not interfere in the matters concerning Jiang Zhennan. You may decide for yourselves. After all, he is not a significant figure. Although He Sun has passed, you still possess 2 red cards and 4 blue cards, and as long as you avoid the Night Watchman, you should face little difficulty. The Red Rose spoke with a nonchalant tone. My purpose for coming to Jiang City, aside from tourism, is to seek information regarding that box it was taken by Night Watchman 0. Are you implying that 0 might still be alive? The man's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "And still in Jiang City?" "Indeed, it is terror." 3 years ago, that individual instilled boundless fear in their organization, to the extent that their leader, Helan Tian, has yet to dare show his face. He has been hiding from the world. At that time, Yi Xian proclaimed he would take Helan Tian's head. Without confirmation of Yi Xian's demise, he has not dared to emerge. This is the very Yi Xian who once struck dread into the hearts of the entire underground world. Who can say? The Red Rose licked her lips and remarked, "In truth, such a man is worthy of pursuit. If one could share a night with him, the experience would likely be most exquisite." Having finished her thought, she turned and stated, "You may take your leave now. If there is nothing urgent, do not disturb me, and ensure that no one else is informed of my arrival in Jiang City." At 4:30 in the afternoon, the door to Jiang Wanwan's office swung open, and two striking figures entered the room. "By Yao and Cheninin. I am about to finish work," Jiang Wanwan said with a smile. "Please wait a moment." Upon seeing Yi Xian, Cheninin furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Wanwan, didn't I tell you? Avoid dealings with this Yi Xian. He was once a rapist." Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked up at Cheninin, saying, "What business is it of yours?" "Humph. I merely wish to make Wanwan aware of who you truly are," Cheninin retorted with a cold laugh. Yi Xian had no recollection of this individual. She must be a friend of Bai Yao's whom he had not met since leaving Lin Hai. Sensing the tension, Jiang Wanwan hastily interjected, "Yinin, he is an assistant my father arranged for me, and I believe he is quite decent, so rest assured." Chen Yinin quickly countered, "One may know a person's face but not their heart. He may appear reformed, but who knows what thoughts lurk within? A rapist would not have those 3 words written upon his face." Yi Xian, irritated by her words, raised his gaze and stated, "Rest assured, even if you were to strip bare and beg me to take you, I would not lay a finger on you." "You?" Chen Yinin's face flushed as she glared and exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who I am? Who you are is of no consequence to me." Yi Xian curled her lips and said, "You?" Chen Yinin, filled with indignation, glared at Yi Xian, only to be resolutely disregarded by him. Jiang Wanshan hastily shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, where is Senior Zhou Rui? Why didn't he come along?" "He went to hang out with Lan Xing," Bai Yao interjected. Steering the conversation away, Lan Xing mentioned he wanted to treat us to a meal. "But as you know, I'm not particularly fond of that person, so I chose not to go." After saying this, she turned her gaze towards Yi Xian and added, "Yi Xian, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Chen Yinin, anxious in her heart, exclaimed, "Yao Yao, please do not be alone with this person. Your cousin was mistreated by him. Do not worry. I know how to handle it." Bai Yao glanced at her. Yi Xian paid no further attention to Chen Yinin and followed Bai Yao towards the door. Once they reached a quiet corner of the company, Bai Yao furrowed her brow and said, "Yi Xian, your words earlier were somewhat excessive. Yinin is from the Qin family. You finally secured a decent job through Wanshan, so don't jeopardize it with careless remarks. Given Yinin's family influence, it would be quite simple for Uncle Jiang to have you dismissed." She continued, "However, rest assured, I have a good relationship with Yinin. I will talk to her later to smooth things over." Yi Xian scoffed inwardly and shrugged indifferently. Seeing his demeanor, Bai Yao frowned and said, "Yi Xian, do not adopt a reckless attitude. Although you can no longer return to the Yi family, you can still live better than many ordinary people under Uncle Jiang's roof. Since you are back, you should embrace a stable and honest life." Yi Xian sighed, clearly perceiving that Bai Yao still did not trust him. Believing that he was indeed responsible for the past incidents, merely dulled by the passage of 9 years, he ceased to offer explanations and frowned, asking, "Did you come to see me for this matter?" "No," Bai Yao replied. "After our conversation the other day, I reflected on it. I could sense you had feelings for me back then. After all, I am a girl and tend to be observant." Yi Xian was rendered speechless. At that moment, Bai Yao continued, "However, you must understand now that we cannot be together. You mentioned you could help, but after much contemplation, I feel it necessary to tell you not to meddle in my relationship with Zhou Rui. I have finally managed to break free. Do not do anything foolish because of me that could lead you back into trouble. Although I am reluctant to be with Zhou Rui, being with him means I could live comfortably in the future, and he has promised not to interfere too much in my life." Chapter 43. You should first turn the raw rice into cooked rice. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian sighed deeply. It was evident how challenging it would be to alter the perceptions those individuals held of him in the past. Even someone like Bai Yao, who had once been closest to him, still harbored doubts about his character. Though her words were not particularly pleasing to Yi Xian, they stemmed from a place of concern, and thus could be considered kind, indirectly affirming that Bai Yao held some feelings for him, be it friendship or otherwise. Therefore, he refrained from rebutting her and simply listened quietly, having long since grown accustomed to misunderstandings. Unfazed by such matters, Bai Yao gazed at Yi Xian's serene countenance before continuing, moreover, the third issue. With that, she turned to Yi Xian and inquired, "Could you possibly ask that doctor you know to examine my grandfather's condition?" Yi Xian regarded her. Bai Yao's grandfather was a remarkable man, having built their family's enterprise single-handedly, which had ascended to the pinnacle of Linhai City's elite families. Yi Xian had met her grandfather. However, the old man had always looked down upon him, considering him merely a side branch of the Yi family, and deemed his origins somewhat inferior. He was even reluctant for Bai Yao to associate too closely with Yi Xian. Following the incident involving Bai Yao's cousin, her grandfather would have relished the chance to see Yi Xian suffer. Dr. Zha has left Jiangcheng. I am unaware of his current whereabouts, Yi Xian stated. While his words held truth, Bai Yao perceived them differently, suspecting Yi Xian bore a grudge against her grandfather, thus hesitating to make an introduction. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Yi Xian, it has been 9 years since that incident. I have moved on. Why must you harbor resentment towards my grandfather?" He was merely reacting to the unfortunate events surrounding his granddaughter. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, "Whether you believe it or not. Dr. Zha has indeed departed Jiangxing and cannot return for the time being. I possess a modest understanding of medical matters. While I may not be as proficient as Dr. Zha, I could examine your grandfather when I next visit Linhai. Should you trust me?" Bai Yao paused, realizing that, as a night watchman, he would have acquired some basic medical training, as it was impractical to always have a top-notch physician at one's side during missions. She frowned, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and finally said, "You should refrain from returning to Linhai if you do. My cousin's family will not let this matter rest, and you have already seen the animosity from Zhou Rui. You can thrive here in Jiangxing at that moment." Yi Xian chuckled, looking at Bai Yao. "You still do not believe that I was wronged. I must return. My parents are still in Linhai. Although they may have fared well materially over these 9 years, their spirits must surely be burdened by having a son with such a tarnished reputation. Therefore, I shall prove my innocence. Those who conspired against me will not evade justice." Bai Yao regarded Yi Xian and sighed. "Do as you wish, but do your utmost to avoid provoking Zhou Rui. If you must return, maintain a low profile." With that, she turned and strode towards Jiang Wanwan's office. Observing her graceful silhouette, Yi Xian touched his nose, thinking, "Though you still doubt my innocence, you are the only one who has wished me well over these past 3 years. For that reason alone, I shall not allow you to fall into the clutches of someone like Zhou Rui." With that thought, a cold glimmer flickered at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Humph, the Zhou family." In truth, from the information Bai Yao had divulged, he could surmise a great deal. The venerable elder of the Bai family has been beset by a grave illness, rendering him indifferent to matters of business, which has consequently thrust the Bai family into a passive predicament. Meanwhile, it is likely that Zhou Rui and his associates have seized upon this vulnerability, gaining control over certain vital aspects of the Bai family's enterprise. Thus, they are compelled to sacrifice Bai Yao, compelling her to wed Zhou Rui in a bid to safeguard their familial assets. Yi Xian exhaled a sigh, and at that moment, Jiang Zhannan approached him, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Yi Xian, inquiring, "Care for a smoke?" Yi Xian did not decline. He smoked occasionally, though he was not addicted. After lighting up, Jiang Zhannan exhaled a puff and remarked, "I just confirmed with Wang Zhan regarding the situation with Qin Xiaowei. You deserve our gratitude for your assistance." "It's nothing," Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Let's keep this under wraps. As you know, we prefer to maintain a low profile." "Understood," Jiang Zhannan nodded. "I just purchased the villa next to Wanwan's home. If you have some free time, perhaps you could move in." Yi Xian looked at him in astonishment. Indeed, wealth affords one the liberty to act as one pleases. He understood Jiang Zhannan's intentions, to bring him closer to Jiang Wanwan, thereby ensuring her safety more securely. Naturally, Yi Xian would not object to this arrangement. He even planned to have Yang Chong bring an Anne and her companion along to move in as well, for living alone could become rather monotonous. Jiang Zhannan observed Yi Xian and then inquired, "By the way, Yi Xian, may I ask you something? Are you truly indifferent to our Wanwan?" Yi Xian was at a loss for words. This fellow was at it again. "Is it that Wanwan is not beautiful?" Jiang Zhannan asked with a hint of suspicion. Yexin shook his head. Not at all. Jiang Wanwan is indeed quite stunning, ranking among the most beautiful women I have encountered at is it because of her temper? Jiang Zhannan probed further. Not really, Yexin replied. Her temperament is rather pleasant. She may appear frosty towards strangers, yet she is whimsical and intriguing with those she knows well. Then why do you feel nothing at all? Jiang Zhannan sighed. Lan Xing has pursued Wanwan for years, and aside from my disapproval, she holds a particular disdain for him. He struggles to even share a meal with her. Yet you, among the closest boys to her over the years, seem to evoke some fondness in her. Jiang Zhannan suggested, how about I take the lead and arrange for the two of you to marry first, and then gradually cultivate your feelings? Yexin was taken aback. Jiang Zhannan seemed excessively eager to marry off his daughter. Well, Uncle Jiang, you needn't worry about your daughter's marriage. She is exceptionally beautiful, and with you as her pillar, she epitomizes the ideal. Rich and beautiful, as long as she is willing. There would be a line of suitors encircling Jiang City. Yexin remarked. Sigh. Jiang Zhannan exhaled deeply, releasing a plume of smoke. That is precisely my concern. Over the years, I have never witnessed her with a boyfriend, and it appears that all her close companions are female. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yexin, quietly drawing closer to whisper. I now find myself questioning whether she harbors any inclinations towards same-sex relationships. Perhaps you could assist me in probing this matter? Given the circumstances, it would be timely for a marriage. Blimey. Yexin looked at him, astonished, and replied, Uncle Jiang, your thoughts are rather audacious. Coughing lightly, Jiang Zhannan remarked, one must keep pace with the times. Should you not ponder this seriously? He gazed at Yexin, adding, in any case, I am exceedingly pleased with you. Yexin regarded him with a bemused smile and said, well, I shall give it some serious thought. Jiang Zhannan patted Yexin on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, do your best. With that, he extinguished his cigarette and departed from the smoking area. Yexin observed Jiang Zhannan's retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief. At 5 o'clock, Jiang Wanwan concluded her workday punctually, accompanied by Bai Yao and Chen Yining as they exited the office together. Naturally, Yexin did not leave immediately. Although he was technically off duty, with all the night watchmen of Jiang City having departed, he felt compelled to ensure Jiang Wanwan's safety and thus shadowed the three girls discreetly. Along the way, Chen Yining fervently urged Jiang Wanwan to dismiss Yexin and to cease all dealings with him. Jiang Wanwan merely offered a perfunctory response. The trio wandered through the mall, indulging in some snacks before returning to their respective homes. At Jiang Wanwan's residence, there were 10 bodyguards, making it relatively secure. It was only after Jiang Wanwan arrived home that Yexin exhaled a sigh of relief. He resolved to return to the garden community to retrieve his belongings. After placing a call to Yang Chong to discuss the situation, Yang Chong promptly agreed. Having been frugal for so long, despite a decent salary now, he had yet to fully transition his mindset. Once Yexin sent him the address, he began organizing the move. Meanwhile, Yexin hailed a taxi and made his way to the garden community. Upon arriving at the entrance, his brow furrowed as he spotted Bai Lianxiang sitting there. Upon noticing Yexin's arrival, she hastily stood and rushed over. Chapter 44. Finding a way to conceive his child. The specter lingered. One of the reasons Yexin wished to vacate the garden community was to definitively sever ties with Bai Lianxiang's family. He understood them all too well. If Lin Qingsheng were still with Han Shuo, it might be tolerable, as Han Shuo could provide financial support. However, now that Han Shuo had discarded Lin Qingsheng, despite gifting the mother and daughter some luxurious bags and clothing, such items were not liquid assets, and their second-hand value was limited. They had lost their source of income. Bai Lianxiang was unlikely to find employment, and although Lin Qingsheng was young and educated, she had been idle for 3 years, never having worked post-graduation, and possessed no experience in this era. It would be nearly impossible for her to secure a high-paying job. In fact, Yexin had previously managed to provide them with an income of approximately 20,000 yuan per month, a figure that surpassed Lin Qingsheng's salary at Shengshi. Lin Qingsheng was quite indolent. She could not handle a job, and even if she attempted to work, earning 20,000 yuan a month would prove exceedingly challenging. In order for the two of them to return to the lifestyle they once enjoyed, or perhaps even one of greater affluence, they had no choice but to seek out Yexin. Despite Yexin's previous admonishments having been sufficiently stern, Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue were unequivocally unwilling to let the matter rest. Since he seldom appeared at Shengshi Company, Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue could create a scene there, and he could remain blissfully unaware. However, Residing in the garden community presented a different scenario. For instance, he now found himself face to face with Bai Lianxiang. She approached him at a hurried pace. Yet this time, she did not exude the previous air of arrogance and disdain. Instead, she addressed him with a tone of civility, saying, "Yi Xian, you're back. I've been waiting for you all day." Without allowing Yi Xian a moment to respond, she continued with a smile. "I prepared some of your favorite dishes at home. Why not come back and have a bite? They say a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. You and Qingxue have been married for 3 years, and although you are now apart, there is no need for us to be so at odds. That house was purchased with your money, and after careful consideration, Qingxue and I believe it's only fair to add your name to the property deed." Yi Xian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "You prepared my favorite dishes? Do you even know what I truly enjoy? Over the past 3 years, aside from lunch, I've been the one cooking dinner for you both. I felt like a servant during my time with you." He frowned and replied, "Didn't you previously instruct me to refrain from bothering you? Now, I kindly request that you refrain from pursuing me as well." With that, he sidestepped Bai Lianxiang and proceeded towards the community. This time, Bai Lianxiang did not react with anger or harsh words. Instead, she quickly fell in step beside him, saying, "Yi Xian, I understand that you're upset. I admit that I have acted excessively in the past, and all of these matters are my doing, not Qingxue's." Yi Xian halted and turned to her, asking, "So, it was you who was with Han Shuo and not Lin Qingxue? An affair during marriage, seducing a wealthy man and promptly casting me aside?" Bai Lianxiang's expression faltered as she confessed, "We were wrong, and we truly regret our actions. We didn't see clearly at the time. Regardless, Qingxue's father saved your life, and now she wishes to live well with you again. Please agree to remarry her." "I promised." Yi Xian let out a derisive laugh, ignoring Bai Lianxiang and continuing towards his residence. He needed to hasten his move to Jiang Wanwan's place. "Yi Xian, how can you be so heartless?" Bai Lianxiang exclaimed, noticing his indifference. She stamped her foot and added, "Now that you have money, you wish to abandon us completely? Your life was saved by our family. Let us not dwell on that." Yi Xian retorted, "If it weren't for Uncle Lin saving my life, do you believe you could live comfortably in that house? Although it bears your names, it is marital property purchased with my money. Even if it were to go to court, I could claim half of it now. I'm relinquishing my half. After supporting you for 3 years, I've done more than enough." "Fine." Bai Lianxiang rushed in front of him, arms outstretched to block his path. "If you refuse to remarry, then we demand half of your company shares." As she spoke, she tossed her face aside with a flick, reverting to her shrewish demeanor, and declared, "Otherwise, I would surely pester your company every single day. As long as you are unashamed, feel free to do so. After all, I rarely visit the office." Yi Xian shrugged, responding that as for your intention to sue us, go right ahead. Just a side note, lawyers these days do not come cheap, so you might want to hire a decent one. Having said that, he circumvented Bai Lianxiang and quickened his pace. Bai Lianxiang continued to chase after him, uttering a stream of trivialities, but Yi Xian paid her no mind. Naturally, Bai Lianxiang could not keep up with Yi Xian, and before long, he had distanced himself and entered the elevator, with a grim expression. Bai Lianxiang stamped her foot in frustration before returning home. Inside, Lin Qingxue still looked haggard, while Lin Xian, now unemployed, sat beside her. Upon seeing Bai Lianxiang return, Lin Qingxue quickly rose to inquire, "How did it go? Did you manage to see Yi Xian?" "I did, but he refused," Bai Lianxiang cursed. "That ingrate. Once he has money, he forgets his roots." Lin Xian sighed, "Alas, no one expected him to suddenly become so wealthy. Now that I've lost my job, it truly feels like fate is playing tricks on us. Sister Qingxue, what will you do? Why not join me in searching for work?" Lin Qingxue's expression shifted slightly at the suggestion. Working a job that pays a mere few thousand yuan would hardly suffice to cover the mortgage on this apartment. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "No, I must find a way to marry Yi Xian. If worst comes to worst, I shall find a way to conceive his child." Upon returning to his room, Yi Xian found his belongings sparse. As he tidied up his clothes, he furrowed his brow, stating, "The more I look at these garments, the angrier I become. This mother and daughter duo truly have not regarded me as a human being over the past 3 years. All of these clothes were cheap, with none of the summer attire costing more than 50 yuan. Contemplating the current situation of the mother and daughter, he smirked coldly. After a brief tidying up, he exited the room, locked the door, and took a taxi towards the villa district where Jiang Wanwan resided. The villa was adjacent to Jiang Wanwan's home. Upon arriving at the entrance, he glanced over at Jiang Wanwan's place, where two individuals were stationed at her door, accompanied by several robust men inside. Jiang Jinan had evidently invested heavily in the security of her household. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a neighboring villa, Yang Chong was sitting with bags in hand, smoking a cigarette while curiously observing Jiang Wanwan's residence. Upon spotting Yi Xian approaching, he quickly stood, exclaiming, "No way, bro. Are we really moving in here?" Yi Xian smiled and replied, "Why would I deceive you?" With that, he pulled out his keys and unlocked the door to the room. Yang Chong swallowed hard, his face brimming with anticipation, once Anan is discharged from the hospital. Showing him that he will be living in such a splendid place will surely delight him. Then, as if recollecting something, he added, "By the way, Anan's mother came to the hospital today." Yi Xian frowned. "Your ex-wife?" "Not quite an ex-wife," he corrected. "We haven't finalized our divorce yet." Yang Chong let out a sigh and remarked, "Before Anan underwent surgery, she had remained elusive. Now, I am uncertain from where she learned of my newfound success, but she has come to see Anan Ha. It appears that there are indeed many opportunistic individuals. You must not show any weakness towards such women." Yi Xian cautioned, "I understand." Yang Chong nodded and said, "Let us proceed inside." However, at that moment, Yi Xian's gaze narrowed slightly as he glanced towards the entrance of the community and said, "You go ahead and move the items inside. I have a matter to attend to." Before Yang Chong could respond, Yi Xian had already dashed towards the entrance of the community. Chapter 45. Selecting a gift Lanqiang Garden, the most expensive community in Jiangxing, is also the only villa district in the area. This location is the residence of Jiang Wanwan, and of course, Yi Xian now resides here as well. At this moment, not far from the entrance of the community, Yi Xian jogged out, glancing around and noticing the continuous flow of vehicles. He furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, "Did I misjudge the situation?" Just as he was about to enter the house, he sensed a flicker of unease. However, after walking a short distance, that feeling dissipated. Nevertheless, Yi Xian chose to step outside and take a look. With a puzzled frown, he ventured not far from the community to purchase some barbecued food to take away, while quietly observing his surroundings for anything amiss. Yet, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After packing the barbecue, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and headed home. It was evident that Jiang Zhenan had managed things well. The villa was impeccably clean, with all necessities provided, including bedding and the like. The refrigerator was also stocked full of food and beverages. Upon returning, Yi Xian found Yang Chong excitedly exploring the place. When he saw Yi Xian returning, he exclaimed, "My goodness, I never imagined I would have the opportunity to live in such a grand and luxurious house in my lifetime." "Stop rambling and come eat," Yi Xian retorted, exasperated. Yang Chong chuckled to himself as they both sat down at the table. Yi Xian looked at Yang Chong and inquired, "By the way, when will Anan be discharged from the hospital?" "The doctor said it would be about another week," Yang Chong replied, his brow furrowing as he continued, "I am currently worried that woman will cause some trouble." "Why didn't you divorce her when she left?" Yi Xian asked, frowning. Yang Chong sighed and replied, "At that time, I couldn't bear to do it. I married this girl early on. When I came to Jiangxing from the countryside, I was only in my 20s. Over the years, I kept dragging it out and lost contact with her. I also blame myself for speaking too freely." Yang Chong lamented, "After you provided me with this job and salary, I couldn't help but boast a little to my relatives and friends. I suppose it reached her ears. Just be careful. Make sure not to give her even a penny." "Understood," Yi Xian advised "Mm." Yang Chong nodded. At that moment, Yi Xian's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Zhou Qianqian. Yi Xian answered the phone, saying, "Hello, Manager Zhou," on the other end of the phone. Zhou Qianqian smiled and said, "There's no need to be so formal. You can call me Qianqian or by my full name, Zhou Qianqian." Yi Xian responded, somewhat taken aback, "All right, is there something you need?" Zhou Qianqian nodded and replied, "Tomorrow is my birthday, and I plan to host a birthday party, inviting some friends and colleagues. Would you do me the honor of attending?" "Of course, that is not an issue," Yi Xian said with a smile. He then inquired, "By the way, I am currently working at Dingxing Group as Jiang Wanwan's assistant, so I might need to seek her approval. Rest assured, given my close relationship with Wanwan, how could I possibly not invite her to my birthday celebration?" Zhou Qianqian chuckled. Yi Xian felt a slight sense of relief. Until the situation with the Red Lotus Group in Jiangxing was thoroughly resolved, he needed to remain close to Zhou Qianqian to avert any unforeseen complications. "So it's settled then. We will dine at the Marriott Hotel tomorrow evening and then head to Dihao KTV, Zhou Qianqian declared. No problem. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian fell into contemplation. Since it was a birthday, he ought to prepare a gift. Moreover, Zhou Qianqian had indeed been immensely helpful to him prior to his memory recovery. It was she who first guided him into Zhonghai Bank. Had he not confirmed his financial standing, he would have likely perceived Ming Xiaonan as a fraud and would not have met Qiuyu, nor would he have been able to recover his memories. Furthermore, Zhou Qianqian had assisted him in acquiring Lin Qian's logistics company. While this may seem trivial to the current Yi Xian, it had been a monumental favor back then. He needed to make adequate preparations. With a sigh, Yi Xian reflected on their recent barbecue, during which Yang Chong had tidied up the remnants, and the two had returned to their respective rooms. The night passed in silence. The following day, after confirming that Jiang Wanwan had left, Yi Xian followed her out. Upon arriving at the office, he entered Jiang Wanwan's office, whereupon her expression soured as she remarked, "You need not remain at the office today. Come with me." "What are we doing?" Yi Xian inquired. "It's Qianqian's birthday today. I need to pick out a gift for her," Jiang Wanwan replied with a smile. "Did she not invite you? Are you planning to go empty-handed?" Yi Xian silently marveled at the absurdity. She was skipping work to select a gift? In truth, it seemed Jiang Wanwan had little work to do, merely reviewing documents for signatures without managing any projects, as all decision-making fell to Jiang Zhenan. "All right then," Yi Xian acquiesced. Jiang Wanwan tossed the car keys to him, saying, "We're off to Sihai Garden." Yi Xian was taken aback. He was aware that Sihai Garden was an antique market in Jiangcheng, indeed one of the largest in the country. This location was also a hallmark of Jiangcheng, attracting wealthy tourists eager to hunt for treasures, though, naturally, the prevalence of counterfeit goods was considerable. Yi Xian was not unfamiliar with this place. Having often visited Sihai Garden with Yang Chong for part-time work, primarily manual labor such as unloading goods. What could one possibly seek to purchase at Sihai Garden for Zhou Qianqian's birthday? Could it be that one should purchase a night pot from the Qing dynasty as a gift for her? Yi Xian inquired, rendered speechless. Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare and retorted, "How vulgar. Sister Qianqian has a penchant for collecting antiques. My father possesses quite a few, but they are his prized possessions, and he would never part with them. Thus, I intend to visit Sihai Garden to see if I might select something for her." A flicker of interest crossed Yi Xian's mind as he remarked, "She enjoys antiques?" Jiang Wanwan nodded affirmatively. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the two of them drove towards Sihai Garden. Sihai Garden is a rather chaotic place, filled with numerous large shops alongside many street vendors. After parking their car, Yi Xian and Jiang Wanwan meandered through the bustling market, and it seemed Jiang Wanwan had a specific destination in mind, as she headed directly towards a sizable antique shop. Upon reaching the entrance, a middle-aged man wearing golden-rimmed spectacles and a long coat approached them with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Wanwan, my dear niece, you have arrived." Jiang Wanwan returned his smile and said, "Uncle Peng, I am not well versed in antiques. Please do not deceive me." "How could I? If I dared to deceive you, Jiang Zhenan would flay me alive," the man chuckled. Upon noticing Yi Xian, his expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, Yi Xian." Yi Xian rubbed his nose. He recognized this middle-aged man, having worked for him a few times due to his considerable strength and speed in moving items, which naturally made a lasting impression. The man's name was Peng Hai, and he owned the largest antique shop in Sihai Garden. Yi Xian was also aware that such individuals often doubled as the most unscrupulous merchants. "Do you know each other?" Jiang Wanwan asked, puzzled. "Yes, Yi Xian has worked for me before. He is quite strong." "How did you two come to know each other?" Peng Hai inquired with a hint of skepticism. In his mind, Yi Xian and Jiang Wanwan belonged to entirely different worlds, one from the lowest echelons of society and the other a wealthy heiress. Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly and replied, "He is currently working under me." Peng Hai paused for a moment, his expression towards Yi Xian tinged with curiosity. However, Jiang Wanwan paid little heed to this, cheerfully saying, "I am not very knowledgeable about antiques either, Uncle Peng. Could you bring me a few exquisite items in the range of around 300,000? Just as her words fell, a sudden commotion erupted from a shop across from them. Yi Xian turned to see a crowd gathering around a store. "What is happening over there?" Jiang Wanwan asked, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Peng Hai smirked slightly, saying, "It seems yet another unsuspecting tourist is about to be swindled." A A stirring sensation coursed through Xian as he recognized the shop across the way. Named Jubao Xian IT had only been established 2 years prior, and he had worked there during its construction, having returned several times to help move items. If Peng Hai was a cunning merchant, then the owner of the shop across was nothing short of a shameless scoundrel. Initially, during the process of moving items, one of their colleagues had also fallen victim to deceit. He accidentally broke a piece of porcelain, which was clearly a replica at first glance. Nonetheless, this unfortunate worker was extorted for 30,000 yuan, AT that time. Xian and his companions could only seethe in silence, and thereafter, they dared not assist this establishment any longer. From Peng Hai's words, it appears they frequently target unsuspecting tourists from out of town. What is going on? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Astonished, in our line of work, we adhere to the principle of once bought, never returned, which implies that if you purchase counterfeit goods, once payment is made, returns are no longer an option, Peng Hai explained. However, the people of Jubao Xian are different. They create fabricated mistakes, feigning that the customer has damaged an item, and then claim that it is of great value, coercing the customer to compensate. Jiang Wanwan furrowed her brows, exclaiming, "Is that even permissible? This industry is fraught with peril." Peng Hai shook his head, adding, "Moreover, their presence has adversely affected our business, as the reputation of Si-Hai Yuan has suffered considerably." Jiang Wanwan frowned and declared, "Then I must go and investigate." Peng Hai's brow furrowed, yet he remained silent. Jiang Zhenan, as the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, held a significant position. Should Jiang Wanwan manage to reprimand the people of Jubao Xian, it would indeed be a beneficial outcome. Xian cast a glance at Peng Hai, a slight smile gracing his lips, for he recognized Peng Hai's intention to use Jiang Wanwan as a pawn. Without voicing his thoughts, he trailed behind Jiang Wanwan, pushing forward through the crowd, the entrance of Jubao Xian. A middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache was gripping a young girl's arm, exclaiming, "Little girl, this piece is an authentic work by Tang Yin, and you have carelessly damaged it." In his hand, he held a painting torn into 2 pieces, clutching a short-haired girl with a smirk on his face. Beside the girl stood a woman. Both the girl and the woman were strikingly beautiful. The middle-aged woman protectively addressed the girl, saying, "Do not slander us. We merely heard there was an authentic work by Tang Yin, so we came to take a look," and suddenly, the painting fell from the wall and broke into 2. "This has nothing to do with us. This painting is our store's prized possession, having hung on the wall for so long without incident, yet it so happens that it breaks just because you looked at it. Who would believe such a claim?" The man with the handlebar mustache sneered. Xian frowned. He recognized this man as Chen Baiyun, the owner of Jubao Xian, who had previously deceived his colleague, known amongst acquaintances as Chen Ba Pai. "Oh, beautiful lady, if it is broken, it is broken. You do not seem like people who lack money, so just compensate a little and let it be," he said nonchalantly. Indeed, compensating for the damage is only reasonable. Several individuals in the vicinity began to jeer. Xian could tell with a mere thought that these hecklers were undoubtedly hired by Chen Baiyun. Upon hearing these remarks, the expressions of the girl and the beautiful woman shifted slightly. The woman bit her lip, seemingly resigned to the idea of settling with compensation. She cast a deep glance at Chen Baiyun and inquired, "How much?" "Not much, just 15 million, Chen Baiyun replied. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The girl and the beautiful woman fixed their gazes intently upon Chen Baiyun. At this moment, the beautiful woman spoke, "Very well, I shall give you this 15 million, but you must ensure it is kept safe." It was evident that these 2 individuals were neither impoverished nor ordinary. Chen Baiyun likely recognized this fact, which emboldened him to engage in such deceitful practices. As for the threatening undertones in the beautiful woman's voice, he paid them little mind. In Jiangcheng, within the confines of Si-Hai Garden, outsiders posed little threat to him. At that moment, Jiang Wanshan could no longer bear to stand by and was about to rush out. Xian quickly pulled her back, and Jiang Wanshan frowned, saying, "This is clearly a scam. Are you really just going to stand idly by? Xiao Wei is right. You're nothing but a coward." Xian scratched his head and replied, "You don't understand antiques. Even if you go, you won't be able to make any sense of it." Jiang Wanshan was taken aback, and at that moment, Xian smiled at her and said, "Let me handle this, you understand?" Jiang Wanshan asked in astonishment, "I have a basic understanding." Xian coughed lightly and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Oh, Boss Chen." Chen Baiyun turned to Xian, recognizing him at once. His brow furrowed as he said, What are you doing here? I have no work for you today. You should seek elsewhere. I have matters to attend to. Yet Yi Exine approached with a smiling demeanor. Boss Chen, I didn't realize we were actually colleagues. Chen Baiyun's face twisted in disdain as he retorted. Who is a colleague with you? You're merely a laborer. Get lost? How are we not colleagues? Yi Exine scoffed. We both engage in robbery. Chen Baiyun's expression shifted slightly, and a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Kid, what do you mean by that? Watch your words and get away from here. He glared at Yi Exine and then turned to the mother and daughter, saying, You two, hurry up and pay. The short-haired girl pressed her lips together, while the beautiful woman's face darkened as she stared deeply at Chen Baiyun, then pulled out her bank card. Wait. At that moment, Yi Exine raised his hand and declared, Boss Chen, to sell this shoddy counterfeit for 15 million is utterly outrageous. Aren't you afraid your conscience will trouble you at night? As his words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Chen Baiyun's expression became increasingly awkward as he glared at Yi Exine, saying, What do you, a mere laborer, know about antiques? This is an authentic work by Tang Yin. Upon hearing Yi Exine's assertion, the mother and daughter's faces lit up with delight. Why? Yi Exine smiled slightly, then reached out. Before the boss could react, he found the half-drawn painting snatched from his hands. In quick succession, Yi Exine produced a lighter from his pocket. What are you doing? Chen Baiyun's expression changed dramatically. The surrounding crowd looked on in shock. Without acknowledging the tension, Yi Exine suddenly flicked open the lighter and placed the half-drawn painting atop it, which instantly ignited in flames. Are you insane? Jiang Wanshan exclaimed, stunned, as she had not anticipated that Yi Exine's solution would involve burning the painting. Kid, you're finished? Chen Baiyun glared at Yi Exine, his face clouded with fury. Yi Exine, with a cold smile, addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a deep breath through your noses. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but soon many began to inhale deeply. What are you doing? Jiang Wanshan asked, puzzled at that moment. Someone with a discerning eye in the crowd remarked, Once burned, it emits a pungent odor, which indicates that the paper of this painting is made from modern synthetic materials. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Chen Baiyun's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Exine, with a beaming smile, continued, Indeed, Tang Yin lived during the Ming dynasty, unless he traveled several centuries into the future to bring back this paper. Hence, this painting is undoubtedly a forgery. As his words echoed, Chen Baiyun's face turned an ominous shade of black, while beside him, a beautiful woman fixed her gaze on him and demanded, Do you dare deceive me? The crowd erupted into discussions. It had long been rumored that the Zhujiaxuan had a notorious reputation, often leading to disputes over damaged goods, and it seemed the rumors were true. Many vowed never to purchase anything from them again. Chen Baiyun's face was dark as he gritted his teeth and said, I spent 12 million acquiring this piece, believing it to be authentic. Now it appears I, too, have been deceived. This was his stance. And in this industry, he could indeed make such claims without consequence. Those unscrupulous merchants, let us all refrain from visiting them henceforth. Truly shameless, this Zhujiaxuan. Various murmurs circulated through the crowd, and Chen Baiyun, his face still grim, cast a deep glance at Yi Exine. Yi Exine shrugged nonchalantly, ignoring the uproar, and made his way to Jiang Wanshan, guiding her out of the throng and back to the opposite side. Chapter 47. Can you afford it? Upon returning to Peng Hai's shop, Jiang Wanshan, still in awe, exclaimed, Yi Exine, I never imagined you possessed knowledge of antiques. How did you discern that item was a fake? Peng Hai clearly witnessed the scene unfold and remarked to Yi Exine, I never anticipated this. I thought you were merely strong, but it turns out you have a grasp of antiques as well. Yi Exine chuckled softly, acknowledging that he possessed some knowledge in this area. As a night watchman must have a broad range of expertise. With a smile, he turned to Jiang Wanshan and suggested, Please, go ahead and select. I have prepared a few items for you to consider. Peng Hai cast a keen glance at Yi Exine before addressing Jiang Wanshan. Still reeling from Yi Exine's revelation about Chen Baiyun, Jiang Wanshan regained her composure upon hearing Peng Hai's words and curiously glanced at Yi Exine, saying, Then I shall go choose. Yi Exine then looked at Peng Hai and inquired, While she selects, is it acceptable for me to browse around the shop? Peng Hai furrowed his brow. Although Yi Exine had exposed Chen Baiyun's deceit, in his heart, Yi Exine still resembled the robust migrant worker who had once labored tirelessly in his employ. However, Considering that Yi Xian was brought by Jiang Wanwan, he nodded and said, "Feel free to look around. But do be cautious not to touch anything. If anything were to be accidentally damaged, you truly would not be able to afford the consequences." Yi Xian chuckled lightly, not overly concerned, as Jiang Wanwan accompanied Pang Hai to select items. With Jiang Zhenan's connection, he was confident that Jiang Wanwan would not fall victim to any trickery. Meanwhile, he began to wander through the antique shop. The shop was filled with numerous items, from porcelain to jade, displayed on various shelves. After a while of perusing, Yi Xian discovered that while genuine artifacts did exist, there were also a considerable number of fakes. Unsure of what to purchase for Zhou Qianqian, he was not a miser, and he held her kindness in his heart. While he was browsing, a melodious voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Excuse me, sir." Turning around, Yi Xian was surprised to find the mother-daughter pair who had been extorted standing there. "Is there something I can assist you with?" he inquired. The origins of this mother-daughter duo were undoubtedly intriguing, as their accents revealed a distinct Beijing dialect. The girl was now carrying a large easel, presumably for her painting studies. "Thank you for intervening on behalf of us earlier. Otherwise, we would have indeed fallen victim to that unscrupulous merchant," the graceful woman expressed. "We are visiting from out of town. I brought my child to explore, and I have a penchant for antiques. I heard there were genuine works by Tang Yin here, so I came to take a look, only to almost be swindled." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need to dwell on it. I merely lent a hand when the situation seemed intolerable. In a crowd of so many, you were the only one brave enough to step forward." "We certainly owe you our gratitude," the elegant woman remarked. Yi Xian regarded the pair, a thought flickering in his mind. Gratitude indeed. What a charming mother and daughter. At that moment, the woman continued, "I would like to invite you to lunch as a token of my appreciation, and I hope you won't refuse." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing his earlier misinterpretation, and cleared his throat. I'm afraid I can't make it for lunch. I have commitments throughout the day." The woman paused thoughtfully, then pulled out her phone, saying, "How about we add each other on WeChat? That way, you can let me know when you're available and we can arrange something." Yi Xian did not decline, retrieving his phone to find the WeChat QR code, and both mother and daughter scanned it to connect. At that point, the elegant woman introduced herself. "By the way, I haven't yet asked your name. I'm Chen Meixian, and this is my daughter, Chun Shi." Her daughter shares her surname? A wealthy single widow? "Auntie, I no longer wish to strive for success." A myriad of thoughts flooded Yi Xian's mind, yet his face bore a smile as he replied, "Yi Xian." The woman smiled back. "Mr. Yi, we won't take up any more of your time. I shall reach out when you are free." As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to retrieve a business card from her wallet, which he handed to Yi Xian, saying, "By the way, here is my business card. If we are unable to connect on WeChat, feel free to call me." Yi Xian nodded and accepted the card. Chen Meixian acknowledged him with a slight nod before departing with her daughter. Once the two had left, Yi Xian examined the card in his hand. It read, "Chairman of Huanyu Group, Chen Meixian." In a wonder, she could so easily part with 15 million. As the chairman of a group company, she must be quite affluent. Yi Xian pondered this, but soon dismissed the thought, placing the card in his pocket and resuming his browsing. After a while, he noticed a jade bracelet and turned to the nearby attendant, saying, "Excuse me, could you please show me that jade piece?" The attendant furrowed her brow. The items on display were already quite pricey, and this particular bracelet was marked at 1.2 million. Moreover, her role was merely to assist customers. Any negotiation would have to be conducted by her boss. Given Yi Xian's attire, she doubted he could afford such an extravagant item. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan and Peng Hai approached. Jiang Wanwan had already made her purchases and was carrying her bags. Upon seeing Yi Xian conversing with the attendant, the two moved closer. Peng Hai noticed Yi Xian pointing at the jade bracelet and frowned, remarking, "You do have an eye for quality, but that bracelet is exceedingly expensive." His implication was clear. Could you truly afford it? Yi Xian recognized the bracelet's exquisite beauty and wished to examine it more closely. If all was well, he intended to purchase it as a birthday gift for Zhou Qianqian. "Mr. Peng is in the business of selling. Surely, I can take a look," Yi Xian replied. Peng Hai frowned, glancing at Jiang Wanwan, then subtly gestured to the attendant. She nodded and retrieved the box containing the jade bracelet, saying, "You may view it here." Yi Xian, undeterred by the attendant's hesitation, took the box into his hands. Peng Hai's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned, "Be careful. If you damage it, You could end up in financial ruin. I'll buy it, Exian suddenly exclaimed with a smile. Peng Hai was taken aback, staring at Exian in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. I said I will buy it, Exian reiterated. Peng Hai swallowed hard, responding, Exian, that piece is priced at 1.2 million. Jiang Wanwan frowned as well. She had checked on Exian's background, knowing he had only worked on construction sites prior to joining her company. Where could he possibly acquire 1.2 million? I am aware, Exian replied. Looking at Peng Hai, I don't have that much cash on me. Can I use a card? Peng Hai furrowed his brow, saying, brother, please don't jest with me. That's 1.2 million. Can you truly afford it? Exian smiled slightly, pulling out a card from his pocket and handing it to Peng Hai. Please, go ahead and swipe it. Peng Hai was skeptical, but as he beheld the deep blue card, he felt a shiver run through him. Beside him, Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. A diamond card. How could you possibly possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank? Peng Hai stared at Exian, utterly astonished. Beside them, Jiang Wanwan gazed at Exian with a look of sheer astonishment. The diamond card from Xinhai Bank was something her father did not even qualify to possess. In that brief moment, a multitude of realizations dawned upon her. She comprehended the reasons behind Exian's association with Zhou Qianqian, and why Zhou Qianqian would have Exian masquerade as her boyfriend. Logically, Exian had previously been merely a laborer on a construction site, a person of an entirely different echelon compared to Jiang Yuan. Similarly, she also understood why her father showed such deference to Exian, even though she remained oblivious to the specifics of how Exian had saved him. This diamond card was an emblem of status and identity. Only 9 had been issued worldwide. Amidst their astonished gazes, Exian calmly touched his nose and inquired of Peng Hai, so, are you still selling it? Chapter 48. Our family is doomed. Are you still selling it? Exian coughed lightly, his voice swiftly bringing Jiang Wanwan and Peng Hai back from their reverie. Peng Hai, his voice quivering, responded, yes, yes, yes. Yet, his mind was still engulfed in tumultuous waves of disbelief. He could not fathom how this individual, who had once toiled for him, could possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank. Although he had his own account there, it was merely a silver card. This was the first time he had encountered a living diamond card, having only seen it in photographs associated with the bank. Peng Hai hurriedly seized the bank card and handed it to the nearby attendant, exclaiming, quick, the POS machine. His hands trembled slightly. The beautiful attendant, evidently unaware of the card's significance, was of a social standing that had never brushed against the likes of Xinhai Bank. She had merely heard that it was a place where only the affluent could conduct their banking affairs. She produced the POS machine and successfully processed Exian's transaction. Exian closed the box. Lacking any ostentation, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to Jiang Wanwan and said, if you've made your purchase, shall we depart? Jiang Wanwan numbly nodded, still enveloped in the shock of Exian's possession of a diamond card. She swallowed hard and asked, how did you come to possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank? Exian scratched his head and replied, this has been passed down through my family for over 30 generations, and it has now come into my hands. Go away, Jiang Wanwan retorted, glaring at him. Tell me where you got it. A secret, Exian replied with a mysterious smile. This only intensified Jiang Wanwan's frustration towards him. Yet, with Exian remaining tight-lipped, she found herself helpless, her irritation growing. Exian had become increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. Let us be on our way, Exian suggested. Jiang Wanwan nodded, and at that moment, Peng Hai hastily interjected, by the way, you both be cautious. Chen Baiyan holds considerable influence in Jiangxing. He is one of the local power brokers. Exian, you just disrupted his plans, and he likely incurred a loss because of it. Now, the reputation of his establishment, Zhujiaxuan, is utterly tarnished. Given his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Moreover, this person does not harbor grudges overnight. You may find yourselves targeted once you step outside. Peng Hai, expressing his concerns, cast a wary glance at Jiang Wanwan and suggested, shall I send someone to escort you back? He should not dare to harm my people. Before Exian could respond, Jiang Wanwan coldly retorted, let him try to lay a finger on me. I shall ensure he loses everything. Her confidence was palpable, not only because her father was the wealthiest man in Jiang City, but also due to the amicable relationship he shared with Wang Zhan. In Jiang City, she indeed possessed the audacity to utter such words. As for Exian, he remained indifferent, dismissing such commonplace threats entirely. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's declaration, Peng Hai chuckled. Indeed, he should think twice before crossing you. Just be cautious, Ye Xian nodded, and the two strode out of the shop with an air of nonchalance. Across the street, in the Zhujiaxian establishment, Chun Baiyun sat observing their exit, sneering, "That scoundrel Ye Xian dares to thwart my plans. I shall see to it that he is ruined, boss." A companion beside him remarked, "Isn't that woman next to him Jiang Zhenan's daughter, Jiang Wanwan?" Chun Baiyun squinted for a moment, his brows knitting together. "Indeed it is. Send someone to follow them. Once they part ways, strike hard, leave no mercy, and bring him before me." His associate nodded in understanding. Chun Baiyun exhaled, retrieving a cigarette to light, narrowing his eyes as he watched Ye Xian and Jiang Wanwan disappear from view, his gaze gleaming with malice. Simultaneously, at a transformed auto repair shop in Jiang City, as was customary, Lan Xing had gathered a group of affluent heirs and a bevy of beautiful women, reveling in the repair yard. Among them was Zhou Rui, who was embracing a lovely lady, his hands roaming as a grin adorned his face. The beauty leaned in close, whispering, "Hey, Rui Gu, how about a drink? You've been at it all morning." Laughter erupted around them. Lan Xing, grinning, remarked, "Rui Gu, tonight we shall take you to a place that will leave you enchanted." Zhou Rui's eyes sparkled momentarily before he shook his head, saying, "Forget it. I have plans tonight. You all know Zhou Qianqian from Xinhai Bank, right? She is a college friend of Yao Yao and me. Our visit is not just for leisure, but to deliver our wedding invitation and attend her birthday party." "Zhou Qianqian's birthday is today?" Qin Fan exclaimed, his face lighting up, only to dim again as he added, "Alas, she hasn't invited me. In matters of pursuing a girl, one must possess a thick skin. If she hasn't called you, you can always show up uninvited. After all this time mingling with us, how have you not learned a thing?" Lan Xing glanced at him with disdain. Qin Fan retorted, "Xinggo, spare me your judgment. You've been pursuing Jiang Wanwan for ages without success, and both of them have taken Ye Xian as a shield." Upon hearing this, Lan Xing instinctively touched the scar on his head, a flicker of anger momentarily crossing his face. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his phone began to ring. He picked it up and gestured for silence to everyone around him, then answered the call, saying, "Hello, Dad. What's the matter?" On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice, laden with weariness, responded, "Hello, Lan Xing. Are you at your repair shop?" Lan Xing's expression shifted slightly. He was about to deny it when his father's voice continued, "You should sell that abandoned repair shop of yours. Then find someone you trust to hand over all the money as a means for your future living expenses. That should allow you to live comfortably for a while." At this, Lan Xing's face turned pale, and he exclaimed, "Dad, what is happening? Our family might be finished." His father's voice on the other end sounded weathered. As Lan Xing absorbed this revelation, it struck him like a thunderbolt, causing him to tremble violently and collapse onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Ye Xian and Jiang Wanshan were dining in the most renowned restaurant within Sihai Garden. Although the establishment had a decent reputation, its culinary standards paled in comparison to those of the Marriott Hotel. As Jiang Wanshan ate, she incessantly inquired about why Ye Xian possessed a diamond card. Ye Xian continued to respond with the word secret. Her insatiable curiosity was truly overwhelming. After a series of questions, Jiang Wanshan, frustrated by Ye Xian's silence, sulked and refused to speak to him. Ye Xian, enjoying the tranquility, was engrossed in a text message on his phone. The message was from Zhe Qiuyu, stating succinctly that the Lan family would face bankruptcy within 3 days. Upon reading this, a faint smirk of disdain appeared on Ye Xian's lips. He put away his phone and turned to the sulking Jiang Wanshan, saying, "Shall we head back to the company after we finish eating?" Jiang Wanshan shot him an annoyed glance but said nothing. Unbothered, Ye Xian followed closely beside her. After their meal, Jiang Wanshan took the initiative to settle the bill and led Ye Xian out of Sihai Garden. Ye Xian noticed that they were being followed, though the pursuers seemed hesitant to act, likely intimidated by Jiang Wanshan. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it. They successfully drove away from Sihai Garden. Clearly, Jiang Wanshan had no intention of returning to the company. Instead, she took Ye Xian to a shopping mall, where they aimlessly wandered before catching a movie, by 5 o'clock. The two emerged from the mall and drove to the Marriott Hotel to attend Zhou Qianqian's birthday celebration. The event was being held in a banquet hall on the 3rd floor of the Marriott, and upon their arrival at 5:30, they found Zhou Qianqian standing at the entrance in a long dress. Her expression far from cheerful, However, upon seeing Yi Xian and Jiang Wanshan, a radiant smile broke across her face as she exclaimed, "You've finally arrived." Jiang Wanshan rushed forward, asking, "Sister Qianqian, are you feeling unwell? You looked a bit off just now." Zhou Qianqian sighed and replied, "The bank president's son and Chen Fan have shown up, and I hadn't even invited them." Jiang Wanan's expression shifted slightly, followed by a cold chuckle as she remarked, "They dare to cause a ruckus at your birthday banquet. I will not let this matter rest." Chapter 49. I wonder what gifts you have prepared. Yi Xian touched his nose, deducing from their conversation, and from the fact that Chen Fan had shown an interest in pursuing Zhou Qianqian, that it was evident the son of the president of Xinhai Bank's Jiangqing branch was also vying for Zhou Qianqian's affection. Jiang Wanan turned to Yi Xian and said, "By the way, weren't you the one who had Yi Xian pretend to be your boyfriend last time? Why not have him continue that charade this time?" Zhou Qianqian pouted, glancing at Yi Xian. Why, Yi Xian felt exasperated. These two women were truly something else. Moreover, Jiang Wanan had previously used herself as a human shield, and Chen Fan and the others were well aware of it. Now, if he were to masquerade as Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend again, it was absurd to think they would believe it. Zhou Qianqian looked at Yi Xian, who shrugged and replied, "I have no objections, but honestly, with me hopping back and forth between you two, it's a wonder they would believe anything." Zhou Qianqian let out a rueful laugh and said, "That's true. They probably wouldn't buy it. Never mind that for now. You two go ahead and find somewhere to sit. Bai Yao and Zhou Rui have already arrived." Why Yi Xian was taken aback. "You know Bai Yao and Zhou Rui?" Zhou Qianqian nodded. "Bai Yao, Zhou Rui, and I are all university classmates. Speaking of which, Bai Yao never really liked Zhou Rui back in college, and I wasn't fond of his personality either. Who would have thought they ended up together?" Yi Xian chuckled softly to himself, thinking, "Together? It's hard to believe they actually managed that." He glanced at Zhou Qianqian, surprised to learn that she too hailed from Linhai University. Given that it is one of the nation's premier institutions, it was no wonder she secured a position at Xinhai Bank. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Wanan and Yi Xian entered the banquet hall, which was already bustling with guests. The hall was modest in size, featuring only 4 round tables, and was filled with numerous attendees, all seemingly of a similar age, likely friends and colleagues of Zhou Qianqian. As for the older generation, she probably opted to celebrate privately with her family. Jiang Wanan scanned the room and quickly spotted Bai Yao and the others, leading Yi Xian over to join them. Upon seeing Yi Xian join, Zhou Rui frowned and said, "Could you sit at another table? Having you with us diminishes our status." At the table, aside from Zhou Rui, Bai Yao, and Chen Yining, there were also Qin Xiaowei and several unfamiliar faces to Yi Xian. Chen Yining scoffed, "Exactly. Do you even know Zhou Qianqian? Just coming over here to mooch off the food." Why Yi Xian frowned, to which Jiang Wanan interjected, "Sister Yining, Yi Xian was invited by Sister Qianqian." Her words left both Zhou Rui and Chen Yining momentarily stunned. Zhou Rui then spoke up again, "Whatever, there are some empty seats over there. Find your own place to sit." Now that Wanan has taken a seat, there's only one spot left at this table, reserved for Qianqian. "You have no right to sit with us." Bai Yao maintained a calm demeanor, neither supporting nor speaking up, while Jiang Wanan cast an awkward glance at Yi Xian. Why Yi Xian absent-mindedly touched his nose. Feeling disinclined to engage in trivial banter with Zhou Rui, he glanced around and spotted Chen Fan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached and took a seat at Chen Fan's table. Upon noticing Yi Xian's approach, Chen Fan instinctively recoiled, evidently reminded of the incident when Yi Xian had assaulted Lan Xing. The table was occupied by a mix of men and women, and upon seeing Yi Xian, several faces displayed a peculiar expression that hovered between amusement and mockery. At that moment, an individual of modest stature, with somewhat dark skin and dressed in a slightly flamboyant manner, spoke up. Chen Fan suddenly recalled something, his expression subtly shifting as he remarked, "So this is Yi Xian." The person's eyelids flickered slightly before turning to Yi Xian and saying, "Yi Xian, allow me to introduce you. This is Mao Yuxing, the son of the president of Xinhai Bank." Why Yi Xian's demeanor shifted slightly as he regarded Mao Yuxing, who smirked and said, "TSK, so you are Yi Xian. I've heard you pretended to be Qianqian's boyfriend, and then also played the role for Jiang Wanwan. To have provoked Lan Xing and still live to tell the tale, you must be quite fortunate." Nearby, Chen Fan's lips twitched, but he refrained from making any comment. Clearly, Lan Xing had kept this incident under wraps, as it was a profound disgrace for him. Why Yi Xian chuckled lightly and replied, "Not bad." Mao Yuxing let out a derisive laugh and asked, How much do you charge for playing the role of a boyfriend? I heard you were just a brick mover before this. Why would Qin Xian and Jiang Wanwan hire someone like you? They could have found someone better. The others at the table joined in laughter. And Chun Fan also revealed a hint of a sinister smile. That moment, it seemed the gathering had reached a sufficient number as waitstaff began to serve dishes onto the table. Zhou Qianqian elegantly entered the banquet hall, flashing a radiant smile as she said, "Thank you all for gracing my birthday banquet with your presence. Please enjoy your meal and drink well. Afterward, I have booked a luxurious private room at Dihao KTV for us to continue the celebration." Amidst the conversation, a nearby girl produced a box and said, "Qianqian, happy birthday. This is a gift I prepared for you, a pair of earrings." She opened a delicate little box, revealing a stunning pair of earrings. "Thank you, dear." Zhou Qianqian beamed sweetly at her, accepting the box and handing it to a nearby server. Clearly, she had anticipated receiving numerous gifts. Indeed, one by one, gift boxes began to appear. While perhaps not extravagant, they were certainly not inexpensive, each at least worth 1,000. After most guests had presented their gifts, Jiang Wanwan stood up with a smile, carrying a gift box as she approached Zhou Qianqian, opening it to say, "This is a piece of blue and white porcelain. I know you enjoy collecting antiques, so I specifically chose this from Sihai Garden today." Zhou Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight as she said, "Thank you, Wanwan, I absolutely love it." Nearby, Zhou Rue grinned and remarked, "This blue and white porcelain is quite remarkable. Its value must be around 300,000. As his words fell, a collective gasp of astonishment resonated around them. On Yi Xian's desk, Chun Fan furrowed his brows slightly. He had also prepared a gift, which could be considered quite expensive. He had initially thought it would be the finest gift of the evening. However, with Jiang Wanwan's exquisite blue and white porcelain piece presented, his offering would likely pale in comparison. That moment, Zhou Rue smiled gently and remarked, "We all know that Qin Xian is from the dance department of Linhai University and is quite the dancer." After much contemplation, Yao Yao and I were uncertain about what to gift you. Coincidentally, just before our departure to Jiangxing, we came across a pair of crystal ballet shoes at an exhibition. As he spoke, he pulled out a gift box and opened it in an instant. The lights illuminated the dazzling crystal shoes, sparkling magnificently. Zhou Qianqian's expression shifted slightly as she exclaimed, "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "It's not extravagant," Zhou Rue replied with a light chuckle. "It's merely around 800,000, nothing to fret over." Those nearby were on the verge of exclaiming in disbelief. His words were rather irksome. Bai Yao smiled and encouraged, "Qianqian, please accept it. This is our heartfelt gesture." Zhou Qianqian hesitated for a moment but then nodded, saying, "All right, thank you all." Bai Yao smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's countenance darkened significantly beside Yi Xian. His own gift, similar to Jiang Wanwan's, was only about 300,000, and in comparison to Zhou Rue's offering, it seemed utterly insignificant. He shrank his neck, feeling embarrassed to present it that moment. Beside him, Mao Yuxing cast a disdainful glance and slowly rose to his feet. He pulled out a set of car keys from his pocket and said, "After much consideration, I couldn't decide what to gift you. I noticed your car seems rather ordinary, so I bought you a Porsche. Please don't think poorly of it." Qin Fan's expression turned sour at the mention of the Porsche, knowing its price would likely surpass that of the crystal shoes. Simultaneously, Mao Yuxing retrieved a bouquet of flowers from beneath the table and approached Zhou Qianqian. Holding the flowers in one hand and the car keys in the other, he knelt on one knee before her and declared, "Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend?" Zhou Qianqian's expression changed slightly as she glanced around and shook her head. "No, I already have a boyfriend. We all know that your boyfriend is merely someone you've randomly chosen to impersonate," Mao Yuxing remarked, turning his gaze towards Yi Xian. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his eyes as he asked, "By the way, Yi Xian, since you are pretending to be Qin Qian's boyfriend and are here at her birthday banquet, I wonder what gift you have prepared?" As his voice fell, nearly everyone turned their attention to Yi Xian, while Zhou Rue wore a smirk that held a hint of mockery. Chapter 50. It is a gift we purchased together. Being called out in public naturally drew all eyes toward Yi Xian. Zhou Rue, seated nearby, scoffed. "Let us see how this kid manages to extricate himself from this situation. Even if he has prepared a gift, it is likely to be rather meager. Now, in the shadow of my crystal shoes and this Porsche, if he dares to present it, he will undoubtedly embarrass himself beyond measure." Bai Yao frowned slightly, while Jiang Wanwan revealed a hint of a smile. Zhou Qianqian also turned her gaze toward Xin, and for reasons unknown, she felt a flutter of anticipation in her heart. She was well aware of Xin's situation, and regardless of what he had prepared for her, even if it were merely a token worth a single yuan, she would feel a profound sense of joy. This sentiment was indeed peculiar. Xin touched his nose, and amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he rose to his feet, retrieving the carefully prepared box and presenting it to Zhou Qianqian, saying, "I just heard from Jiang Wanwan today that you have an affinity for antiques, so I selected this item from the market at Sihai Garden along with her." Without even opening it, he handed the box directly to Zhou Qianqian. A flicker of delight coursed through Zhou Qianqian's heart as she reached out to accept it. Meanwhile, on one knee, Mao Yuxing had been observing Zhou Qianqian intently, clearly witnessing the shift in her expression. A surge of anger erupted within him. "I must ensure that this fellow suffers the utmost humiliation." His heart seethed with fury. Just as Zhou Qianqian was about to grasp the box, he suddenly sprang to his feet, snatching the box away with a swift motion. He cast a sinister glance at Xin and declared, "Wow, I must see what this gift entails." As he spoke, he opened the box to reveal a jade bracelet nestled within. "Tisk tsk, I hear you were a migrant worker before pretending to be Qianqian's boyfriend," Mao Yuxing remarked, eyeing Xin. "This bracelet was likely purchased from a stall at Sihai Garden, wasn't it? The box is quite exquisite, but I wonder how much you spent on it. Let me inform you, the items at those stalls are all deceptive. This bracelet could probably be acquired for a mere few dozen yuan. You've been duped. Ha ha ha." Nearby, Zhou Rui joined in the mockery, saying, "Xin, this gift of yours is truly invaluable." It was evident to all that he was being sarcastic, and laughter erupted among the crowd. Xin merely touched his nose, unfazed by their derision, and calmly reclaimed the box from Mao Yuxing. Handing it back to Zhou Qianqian, she flashed a radiant smile at Xin and expressed, "Thank you. Regardless of whether the item you gifted is expensive or inexpensive, it brings me immense happiness." This statement carried a hint of ambiguity, especially for the men who harbored feelings for Zhou Qianqian. It was nothing short of a devastating blow. Even though her previous affections were feigned, the moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Bai Yao's gaze sharpened as she observed Xin and Zhou Qianqian, a flicker of emotion momentarily crossing her eyes before it dimmed, giving way to a semblance of calm. Qin Shaowei furrowed her brows, pursing her lips, lost in her own thoughts. Zhou Rui chuckled softly, turning to Xin and remarked, "Xin, given Qianqian's sentiments, it seems rather unreasonable to present such a trivial gift." "Exactly, why not cover the cost of this meal for Qianqian?" Mao Yuxing lifted his head, gazing at Xin with a sly grin. The meal at the Wanhao Hotel would undoubtedly be costly. With 40 guests, even the minimum expenditure would amount to several thousand yuan, and given the standard of the banquet ordered by Zhou Qianqian, it was far beyond Xin's means. "I concur." At that moment, Chun Fan chimed in with a sinister smile. Zhou Rui, with a half-smile, regarded Xin and stated, "Xin, I believe they raise a valid point. After all, your gift is decidedly too modest." Zhou Ruishue, at this moment, seemed unable to bear the situation any longer. She furrowed her brow and remarked, "This birthday gift should not be determined by monetary value. Have you not heard that a small token carries great sentiment? Moreover, the bracelet gifted by Xin is certainly not inexpensive. Indeed, for Xin, it is not cheap." Zhou Ruishue quickly interjected, "It's true that he lacks financial resources. Perhaps I did not consider this adequately. It is quite a feat for him to spend a few hundred yuan on a bracelet at the roadside stalls of Sihai Garden," she continued. Jiang Wanshan frowned and responded, "This bracelet was purchased by Xin for 1.2 million. Gasp. In an instant, the room erupted in astonishment. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Ruishue or the vehicle belonging to Mao Yuxing, neither had exceeded 1 million in value. The fact that Jiang Wanshan asserted that Xin's bracelet cost 1.2 million was utterly unexpected. The hall fell into silence, including Zhou Qianqian, whose hand trembled slightly as she held the box. She too had not anticipated the exorbitant price of the bracelet. While others may have been unaware of Xin's background, considering him merely a poor individual, Zhou Qianqian, as Xin's manager, was acutely aware that he was a holder of a diamond card. She gazed at Xin, who maintained an expression of nonchalance. Zhou Ruishue chuckled and said, "Wanshan, I understand Xin is your assistant, and you wish to preserve his dignity, but there is no need to fabricate such a tale. Can he truly afford to produce 1.2 million? You must be jesting." Why would I deceive you? Jiang Wanshan replied. We purchased it from Uncle Peng Hai at Sihai Garden. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with him. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. In truth, when Jiang Wanshan stood up to speak, many had already begun to believe her. After all, she was the daughter of Jiang Zhenan, the wealthiest man in Jiangxing, and her words carried considerable weight. Mao Yuxing and Zhou Ruixue were left in a state of disbelief. They had not anticipated that the bracelet Yi Xian presented would be so valuable. Originally, Yi Xian had not mentioned its worth, yet they had inadvertently compelled Jiang Wanshan to reveal it. Their intention to humiliate Yi Xian backfired, instead allowing him to shine brightly. What they had initially considered the finest gift now paled in comparison. Zhou Ruixue glanced at Yi Xian, then at the earnest Jiang Wanshan and whispered, where could he possibly have acquired such wealth? Yi Xian disregarded Zhou Ruixue's words, smiling at Zhou Qianqian as he said, do not concern yourself with such matters. You have been of great assistance to me, and this is only fitting, as far too extravagant, Zhou Qianqian protested, shaking her head. Yi Xian responded with a gentle smile. It's nothing. Happy birthday? Zhou Qianqian bit her lip, gazing at Yi Xian, then put away the box, a wave of sweetness washing over her. Mao Yuxing's expression fluctuated between emotions, and then, gritting his teeth, he knelt once more, presenting the car keys and flowers as he implored, Qianqian, please be my girlfriend. Zhou Qianqian hesitated before replying, I cannot accept your gift. It would not be proper if the president were to find out. Mao Yuxing was taken aback, while the others erupted into laughter. That moment, Zhou Qianqian bypassed Mao Yuxing and addressed everyone, saying, thank you all for your kind intentions. Today marks the happiest birthday I have ever experienced in my life. You may now commence your meal. Mao Yuxing, feeling somewhat awkward, stood up with a dark expression, moved to a nearby seat, and cast a resentful glance at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Chun Fan shrank back, too timid to present his gift, which he had kept hidden until the very end. The guests at the table began to steal glances at Yi Xian, engaging in hushed discussions. Yi Xian calmly seated himself, wearing a subtle smile as he began to indulge in the food before him. Observing Yi Xian's composed demeanor, Mao Yuxing grew increasingly convinced that Yi Xian was merely putting on an act for his benefit. Particularly recalling Zhou Qianqian's earlier words fueled his ire. After a moment, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he approached Chen Fan, patting him on the shoulder, signaling for Chen Fan to accompany him outside. Yi Xian noticed his little maneuver, but paid it no mind, merely allowing a hint of disdain to curve his lips. Chapter 51. The setup. Mao Yuxing and Chen Fan rose from their seats and exited the banquet hall. Once in a secluded area, Mao Yuxing turned to Chen Fan and inquired, what is the deal with that guy? Isn't it rumored that he is a migrant worker? How on earth could he possibly spend 2 million on goods? I have no idea, Chen Fan retorted. That fellow is quite the enigma. You previously asked why he provoked Lan Xing and how he is still thriving, Chen Fan continued. The truth is, Lan Xing has not been without his retribution. Huh? Did he manage to escape? Mao Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Or was he saved by Jiang Wanwan? That day, he was caught in Lan Xing's modified car workshop, right in front of over 20 of us, and he nearly killed Lan Xing. Chen Fan swallowed hard as he spoke. Are you saying Lan Xing was beaten by him? Mao Yuxing asked in astonishment. Indeed. That fellow is ruthless and quite capable. He smashed Lan Xing's head open with a bottle and then poured a drink over him. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Chun Fan gritted his teeth. Mao Yuxing shuddered at the revelation, his teeth clenched, daring to lay hands on Lan Xing. Does that brat have wealth and connections? Not exactly. He is indeed a migrant worker. That much can be confirmed by Han Shua's previous girlfriend. However, he is fierce. If he is truly provoked, I fear he might retaliate harshly against us. Trading blows with him would certainly leave me at a disadvantage, Chun Fan replied. Mao Yuxing's expression shifted, becoming increasingly unstable. He had pulled Chen Fan aside to inquire about Yi Xian's background, intending to plot against him. Yet now, hearing Chun Fan's words, he felt a growing sense of unease. Moreover, that scoundrel seemed to attract trouble like a plague. Chun Fan glanced back toward the banquet hall and whispered. The first to provoke him were Han Shua and I, and we ended up being beaten by Tao Dingyun. Following that, it was Tao Dingyun who incurred his wrath. I heard that yesterday he was severely beaten and is currently in the intensive care unit. We don't even know if he will survive. Then there was Lan Xing, who not only bore the brunt of a beating but also, this morning, while I was at his car modification workshop, he received a phone call from his father. His countenance darkened, and he inquired if any of us would be willing to take over his modification shop. I suspect that something unfortunate may have befallen Lan Xing's family, Chen Fan murmured. Mao Yuxing's expression fluctuated between various emotions, and after a moment, he scoffed, saying, I don't believe in such nonsense, as long as he lacks a powerful background. It's fine. Moreover, my father is the head of the Xinhai Bank in Jiangxing. Perhaps he isn't as wealthy as some of you, but his status is entirely different. As he spoke, a fleeting look of pride passed across his face. Although Chen Fan was reluctant to concede, he had to acknowledge that Mao Yuxing's father, as the head of the Xinhai Bank branch in Jiangxing, indeed held considerable standing in the city. Mao Yuxing pondered and asked, what do you think? Where did that 1.2 million come from? After he produced the 1.2 million, does he have any other funds? Chen Fan shook his head, replying, he couldn't possibly produce such a sum. Han Shuai's ex-girlfriend mentioned that when Yi Xian divorced him, he had not a penny to his name. However, this fellow seems to have been getting quite close to Jiang Wanshan recently. I suspect he borrowed the 1.2 million from her. Lacking funds is advantageous. I shall make him suffer later. Mao Yuxing licked his lips and said, I remember that Dihao KTV had 3 bottles of very expensive red wine sealed. In the banquet hall, Yi Xian sat calmly at his table, refraining from engaging with the others present. At that moment, numerous individuals were quietly discussing the bracelet he had purchased for Zhou Qianqian. 1.2 million. This was no trivial amount. Behind Yi Xian sat Jiang Wanshan and Zhou Rui's table, their conversation distinctly audible to him. They had not broached the subject of Yi Xian's gift, as Zhou Rui seemed a bit embarrassed and proactively diverted the topic, saying, by the way, you probably don't know yet, but Lan Xing's family is in trouble. Jiang Wanshan's eyes flickered with curiosity as she asked, what happened? The Lan family's enterprises were direct competitors of theirs in Jiangxing. Zhou Rui exhaled deeply and replied, I was with Lan Xing this morning. He even asked me for assistance. It seems his family's financial chain has suddenly collapsed, with several partners choosing to breach contracts and abruptly cease cooperation. Simultaneously, major banks have halted their loans, leading to a severe cash flow issue. Several projects are now at a standstill, and they are likely to declare bankruptcy within a few days. What? How sudden? One person at the table exclaimed in astonishment. In Jiangxing, the Lan family could be considered a true titan, rivaling Jiang Zhennan. This news was indeed quite unexpected. Jiang Wanshan was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards Yi Xian with a sense of unease. For some reason, she felt that this incident might be connected to him. Yi Xian bore a slight smile. For a night watchman, a mere Lan family was not much different from a minnow. He paid little heed to the matter, recognizing that the Lan family had always engaged in unscrupulous business practices, as demonstrated by their dealings with Master Su. Moreover, Blue Star has wielded considerable influence in Jiangxing, and their bankruptcy is merely a consequence of their own actions. As for Blue Star, during the days of their affluence, they bullied countless individuals. Come the day of their downfall, the number of those seeking retribution is bound to be substantial. Indeed, they can no longer harass Yi Xian. While he pondered these thoughts, Chen Fan and Mao Yuxing returned to their seats. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Chen Fan instinctively recoiled slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. In contrast, Mao Yuxing's gaze flickered with a cold glint. The entire dining experience unfolded with tranquility, and after the meal, the group proceeded to Dihao KTV for some entertainment. Naturally, a small contingent opted to depart, including Chen Fan, who slipped away without so much as a farewell to Zhou Qianqian. Approximately 24 or 25 individuals remained, each driving their own vehicles, forming a lively procession towards Dihao KTV. Inside the opulent private room of Dihao KTV, a large gathering settled in, as an abundance of snacks and beer was brought into the chamber. Qin Xiaowei, a regular patron of nightlife, emerged as the catalyst for excitement, and under her guidance, the atmosphere in the room quickly became animated. Zhang Wanan was pulled along by Yao and others to partake in games and indulge in some drinks. Zhou Qianqian busily attended to her friends. As for Yi Xian, unfamiliar with most present, he casually found a spot to sit, pouring himself a drink and sipping quietly. Not far away, Mao Yuxing observed Yi Xian, licking his lips with a sinister smile. As the ambience grew increasingly lively, Mao Yuxing stepped outside, closed the door, and made a phone call. A few minutes later, a waiter approached with a tray holding a bottle of red wine, carefully navigating his way to the door of the private room. Spotting Mao Yuxing, he addressed him, saying, Mr. Mao, you requested the silent ship. Mao Yuxing, licking his lips, replied, "Did Brother Hua not clarify it for you? Do you not see the person seated there?" He gestured towards Yi Xian and then leaned in to whisper something in the waiter's ear. After listening, the waiter nodded, indicating his understanding. He then pushed the door open and entered the room. Everyone was engrossed in merriment, some singing, others playing games, utterly oblivious to the waiter's entrance. The waiter approached Yi Xian, presenting the wine before him. "Sir, you requested the silent ship. As this wine is exceedingly expensive, payment is required up front. The total is 1.91 million, but since today is your birthday, our proprietor has graciously offered a discount, bringing it down to 1.9 million. Will you be paying by card?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the waiter with a look of confusion. "You must be mistaken." Just as the waiter was about to respond, a voice erupted from the microphone. Mao Yuxing had entered the room unnoticed, holding the microphone aloft. "Holy cow! This is the 1907-foot silent ship champagne, the crown jewel of Dihao KTV. Yi Xian, your generosity is astonishing. You've actually opened a bottle for Qianqian's birthday. This is a world-class vintage worth nearly 2 million. Chapter 52. This bottle of wine is my tribute to you." Hiss. As Mao Yuxing's voice fell, the room fell into an unexpected silence. Mao Yuxing discreetly paused the song, and the entire KTV became somewhat hushed at that moment. All eyes turned towards Yi Xian, filled with astonishment. In that instant, Yi Xian had a vague understanding of what was transpiring. It was evident that Mao Yuxing believed he would certainly be unable to produce the necessary funds, so he had colluded with the KTV staff from the outset, intending to set Yi Xian up. Now, with Mao Yuxing's words echoing in the gaze of the crowd, Yi Xian found himself unable to extricate himself from the situation, regardless of whether he accepted or declined. To refuse, under such scrutiny, would undoubtedly lead to humiliation. Conversely, to acquiesce would imply that they were right about his financial incapacity. Moreover, those capable of managing such an establishment surely had formidable backing. It was entirely plausible that someone of Wang Zhan's caliber was orchestrating the affair, potentially forcing Yi Xian into an unbearable debt. In that moment, Yi Xian quickly clarified his thoughts and slowly regarded Mao Yuxing. Mao Yuxing was also smiling at him, yet the insidious glint in his eyes was unmistakable. Beside them, Zhou Qianqian furrowed her brows slightly, sensing that something was amiss, although she did not dismiss the possibility that Yi Xian had indeed procured an exquisite bottle of champagne for her. Bai Yao's brow knitted in concern. In her and Zhou Rui's estimation, Yi Xian was unlikely to have the means to cover such an expense, and they believed the jade bracelet had been borrowed from Jiang Wanwan, likely as an advance on his salary. Thus, they speculated that this was all part of Mao Yuxing's scheming. Zhou Rui wore a faint smile, deciding to stoke the flames further. He clapped his hands and remarked, "Indeed, one must be wealthy to indulge in such luxury. Even I seldom partake in such high-caliber wines." Under the collective gaze, the server turned to Yi Xian, beaming as he said, "Sir, please settle the bill first." 1,900,000. Yi Xian shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I already stated that I did not order this. Whoever requested it should be the one to pay. Don't look to me." His words left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. Initially perceiving Yi Xian as extravagant, they now found themselves grappling with an unexpected shift in their sentiments. In truth, they were also somewhat eager to experience the taste of such a world-renowned wine. The server frowned, looking at Yi Xian with a mixture of disbelief and irritation. "Mr. Yi, are you toying with us? You ordered this wine, and now you deny it. Do you think our Dihao KTV is just any establishment?" Upon Yi Xian's denial, Qin Xiaowei suddenly grasped the situation. Recalling the owner behind Dihao KTV, a subtle smile graced her lips as she refrained from intervening. "Why, Yi Xian, just pay for it. You can easily afford a jade bracelet worth 1,200,000. This 190,000 should be trivial for you," Mao Yuxing said, grinning. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianqian's expression tightened. The situation had become rather tense. It was her birthday celebration, and she wished to conclude the evening joyfully, without any complications arising. Thus, she had initially refrained from inviting individuals like Mao Yuxing and Chen Fan, fearing potential disruptions at long last. The worries that had plagued her came to fruition. She contemplated settling the bill herself, yet the staggering sum of 2 million weighed heavily upon her. Yi Xian cast a glance at Mao Yuxing, then turned to the attendant before stating calmly, "As I have reiterated, you should seek payment from the individual who made the reservation. This is a birthday party for my friend. Kindly refrain from disrupting it." "Oh, you intend to evade payment?" the attendant inquired, his gaze darkening. With that, he placed the tray upon the table and retrieved a walkie-talkie. Addressing it, "Hello, Brother Hua. The individual named Kai Chen Zh is attempting to evade his bill, claiming he did not initiate it." "Understood. We'll be there shortly," came the response from the device. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianqian's expression shifted dramatically. She realized that this birthday celebration was on the verge of being ruined. Nearby, Jiang Wanshan attempted to interject, but was restrained by Qin Shaowei. Zhou Rui sighed, leaning towards Bai Yao, remarking, "I never imagined Yi Xian to be such a person, attempting to dodge the bill after indulging in fine wine. Isn't he embarrassed, considering this is Qianqian's birthday party?" Before long, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered the private room, accompanied by a dozen associates. He surveyed Zhou Qianqian and said, "Manager Zhou, I harbor no intention of interrupting your birthday celebration, but the silent ship is the pride of our establishment. We have 3 bottles, never before opened, and to have one opened today only for someone to refuse payment is simply unacceptable." He then glanced at Mao Yuxing, nodding slightly. Meanwhile, the attendant in front of Yi Xian stepped aside, addressing the newcomer. "Brother Hua, this is the fellow attempting to evade payment." Once he moved aside, Yi Xian's presence was revealed. In light of the unfolding situation, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed, sipping his drink with an air of tranquility. However, when Brother Hua's gaze fell upon Yi Xian, his entire body trembled violently, shock etched across his face as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Yi Xian did not hold any particular impression of him. In truth, he had encountered him before, during a visit to Qin Shaowei's internet CAF. The man was known as Hua, a right-hand man to Wang Zhan. Indeed, Dihao KTV was one of Wang Zhan's ventures. As a local power broker in Jiangxing, Wang Zhan's enterprises predominantly revolved around entertainment venues such as bars and KTVs. The sight of Yi Xian reminded Hua of the events that transpired in Qin Shaowei's establishment, where Yi Xian had, under the watchful eyes of over 30 armed men, brought Wang Zhan and Tao Dingyun to the brink of collapse, ultimately slaying Zhou Yulin. This was a formidable individual. The moment Hua laid eyes on Yi Xian, he felt a surge of dread, and concurrently, he noticed Yi Xian's gaze shifting towards him. He swallowed hard, hastily retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and approaching Yi Xian with trembling hands. He extended the cigarettes and said, Mr. Yi, we had no prior knowledge that it was you, which is why we acted in this manner. It is entirely our fault. Please accept this bottle of wine as a token of our respect. Kindly overlook our transgressions." Beside him, aside from Qin Shaowei, everyone else was taken aback. This was the Dihao KTV, a property owned by Wang Zhan, and yet the staff here were displaying such courtesy towards Yi Xian. Moreover, from the tone of their speech, it appeared they were rather fearful of Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at Hua, and inquired, "So, this matter was deliberately orchestrated by you?" A cold sweat broke out on Hua's forehead. He was painfully aware of the dire consequences that Tao Diyun and Wang Zhan had faced. He feared that Yi Xian might erupt in anger and strike him. Or even worse, end his life. "It's all Mao Yuxing's fault," he thought, his anger flaring as he approached Mao Yuxing and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Mao Yuxing's mind was in disarray. He could not comprehend the situation. It suddenly dawned on him that Chen Fan had warned him. Yi Xian truly seemed to be a harbinger of misfortune. After being slapped, Hua glared and exclaimed, "Are you trying to get me killed?" He then turned to say, "It's all this scoundrel's doing. He instructed me to open a bottle of red wine and claim it was on your behalf, to put you in a difficult position. If you refuse to acknowledge it, he wanted our people to surround you and coerce you into owing us money. Had we known it was you in advance, we wouldn't have dared to act in such a manner, even if we had 100 lives. And as you know, Mao Yuxing's father is Mao Yuhan, the president of Xinhai Bank, doing business in Jiangxing. Who would dare to disrespect him?" Hua said nervously, "Please accept this bottle of wine as a gift from us. We implore you to overlook our minor offenses." At this moment, Mao Yuxing's brain was completely overwhelmed. For a fleeting instant, he even thought he was dreaming. He could not fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. He found himself being held by the collar by Hua. And just then, Yi Xian stood up, touched his nose, and walked towards him. Chapter 53. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. From the opening of this prestigious bottle of wine to Yi Xian's denial, followed by a throng of people, The events unfolded with twists and turns more thrilling than a television drama. Yi Exine approached Mao Yuxing, raised his gaze, and locked eyes with him. This is not a place for your disgraceful antics. It is Zhao Qianqian's birthday banquet, Yi Exine said calmly. You are prancing about like a jester, creating chaos. I wish to avoid causing too much disturbance, considering this is Zhao Qianqian's celebration. Yi Exine spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Mao Yuxing gritted his teeth, yet he was still at a loss, unable to understand why Ahua exhibited such fear towards Yi Exine. He inwardly cursed Qin Fan. Yi Exine glanced at Zhao Qianqian and then said, Qianqian, this is your birthday banquet. How to handle Mao Yuxing is up to you. Zhou Qianqian furrowed her brow and walked up to Mao Yuxing, saying, Mao Yuxing, you may leave. I never invited you to my birthday banquet. Considering the president's face, I tolerated your presence, but your incessant antics have truly dampened everyone's spirits. Mao Yuxing gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Indeed, now everyone was aware that he had orchestrated this turmoil deliberately. He had intended to embarrass Yi Exine, yet it was he who found himself in disgrace. Upon hearing Zhou Qianqian's words, Ahua promptly turned to Yi Exine and said, Mr. Yi, shall I escort him out? This fellow is utterly insufferable. Yi Exine nodded calmly. Ahua quickly agreed and pointed to the bottle of red wine, saying, You've all tasted this wine, haven't you? Since it's already opened? As long as you don't hold it against me, it's yours. Mao Yuxing's expression darkened as he was dragged out by Ahua's associates. The private room fell silent once more, yet the looks exchanged among the guests directed towards Yi Exine were decidedly peculiar. Naturally, some couldn't help but steal glances at the bottle of red wine. Swallowing hard with anticipation, Ahua had mentioned that the wine was a gift for Yi Exine, implying that he held the authority to decide its fate. An exquisite bottle that could be worth several tens of thousands with just a single sip. Nearby, Zhou Rui scoffed. Look at his audacity. He then turned to Bai Yao and remarked, I told you, this brat has a history of mischief and can hardly reform. As you can see, the people from Dihao KTV were undoubtedly involved in shady dealings before. Their courtesy towards Yi Exine suggests that he is well acquainted with the underworld, likely having made some connections during his time in prison. Chunini nodded in agreement. I suspect the same. Their voices were hushed. Yet Yi Exine heard them clearly. He merely smiled and chose to ignore the chatter, returning to his previous seat. Everyone, please continue, Zhou Qianqian said with a smile. Qin Shaowei resumed her role as the atmosphere's life, gradually revitalizing the mood within the private room. However, many still found themselves glancing towards the bottle of champagne. Yi Exine's silence rendered them hesitant to speak. Once the atmosphere had fully revived, Zhou Qianqian approached Yi Exine. Her tone slightly apologetic as she said, Yi Exine, I am truly sorry for the trouble this has caused you. Yi Exine returned her smile and replied, It's fine, as long as it's resolved. But to be honest, your president's son lacks proper upbringing. Zhou Qianqian sighed, There's little we can do. Our president's situation is quite complicated. I hope he won't trouble you again. By the way, should I inform our president? You are a diamond card user. Yi Exine shook his head, saying, Let's not make a fuss about it. It's enough for you to know. Seeing Yi Exine's stance, Zhou Qianqian said nothing further, simply nodding in agreement. All right then, by the way, why don't you take that bottle of red wine and share it with everyone? Yi Exine suggested. Zhou Qianqian paused in surprise, looked at Yi Exine, and without refusal, she smiled radiantly, saying, Thank you very much. Yi Exine waved his hand dismissively. After Zhou Qianqian distributed champagne to others, the expressions of those people towards Yi Exine shifted once more, now tinged with a hint of admiration. Yi Exine, however, paid little heed to this. He continued to sit alone, sipping his drink. Most of the attendees were strangers to him, and the only familiar faces, Jiang Wanshan and Qin Shaowei, were seated together with Bai Yao and the others. After a while, Jiang Wanshan stealthily approached Yi Exine, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. This girl had an abysmal tolerance for alcohol, yet she had managed to consume a bit this moment. She was clearly not entirely inebriated, but her eyes held a slight glaze. She plopped down beside Yi Exine, her body gently leaning against him. What are you doing? Yi Exine exclaimed in surprise, looking at Jiang Wanshan and adding, This is a public place. Isn't this rather inappropriate? If you must do something to me, can we not just go home? If not, we could always retreat to your car. Ugh. Jiang Wanshan's dazed eyes sharpened slightly as she glared at Yi Exine, saying, You're truly perverse. Ye Xin chuckled softly. Jiang Wanshan, puffing out her cheeks, whispered, Ye Xin, be honest with me. Who exactly are you? You saved my father, and that S1 thing, but you also possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank. Moreover, why is that Ahua so frightened of you? Are you involved in the underworld? With a mischievous grin, Ye Xin replied, Why don't you take a wild guess? If you keep teasing me, She trailed off, seemingly at a loss for how to threaten him. After a thoughtful pause, she declared, I simply won't talk to you anymore. With that, she puffed up her cheeks in a feigned pout. Seeing her like this, Ye Xian felt his heart race slightly, wishing to steal a kiss from her lips, but the presence of others around him compelled him to suppress his desires. Actually, Ye Xian glanced at Jiang Wanshan. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled, as she assumed he was about to reveal something profound. Ye Xian scratched his nose and continued, Truth be told, I am a reclusive master, one of the strongest men in this world. Jiang Wanshan scoffed, playfully ruffling his hair. Ha, you're not bald, yet you pretend to be some sort of superhero. Ye Xian smiled, sighing internally, honestly, people seldom believe the truth. At that moment, Chunyin dashed over, helping Jiang Wanshan to her feet while glaring at Ye Xian. What are you doing, Ye Xian? Ye Xian chose to ignore her, but Chunyin persisted, Wanshan, I've told you to keep your distance from this guy. With that, she escorted Jiang Wanshan back. The atmosphere in the private room remained lively, with individuals occasionally approaching Ye Xian to exchange a few words, especially after they had savored that bottle of world-class red wine. As time passed, some began to take their leave. As for Jiang Wanshan, she had completely succumbed to intoxication. They continued to revel until around dawn, finally exiting the Empire KTV. Each called for a designated driver, and soon, only a few acquaintances of Ye Xian remained at the entrance. Bai Yao had not indulged in any alcohol. Instead, she assisted Jiang Wanshan into the car before turning to Zhou Qianqian and saying, Qianqian, we shall depart from Jiangqing tomorrow. Do you remember to come to Linhai? Zhou Qianqian nodded in agreement. I shall certainly attend the engagement banquet of my dearest friend. Very well, do take care on your way home, Bai Yao advised. With that, everyone went their separate ways. Due to the presence of Bai Yao and her companions, Ye Xian found himself unable to hitch a ride back with Jiang Wanshan. As Jiang Wanshan's vehicle started, he slipped into a taxi and instructed, follow that car ahead. He felt a strong sense of responsibility for Jiang Wanshan's safety. Just as they were departing, a woman in a red dress emerged from the entrance of Dihao KTV. She glanced at Ye Xian's taxi, her brow creasing slightly as she remarked, I feel like I have seen this person somewhere before. Beside her, another individual stepped out and said, Sister Rose, please keep an eye out today. Jiang Wanshan is completely intoxicated, and it has been confirmed that the night watchmen have seemingly departed. Today, we aim to seize Jiang Wanshan. Go ahead, the Red Rose responded with a nod. Meanwhile, two black sedans simultaneously pulled out, trailing behind Ye Xian's taxi and following Jiang Wanshan's vehicle. Chapter 54. Renowned prestige in the luxurious residential community of Langxianjuan, the most opulent enclave in Jiangqing. The taxi came to a halt at the entrance. Ye Xian settled the fare and alighted from the taxi. However, rather than immediately entering, he cast a glance over his shoulder and proceeded towards a nearby barbecue shop. Upon arriving at the shop, he casually ordered a few items and began to grill while discreetly observing the entrance. At the door, the two black cars had come to a stop. After a brief moment, an individual exited one of the vehicles, scanning the surroundings before touching his nose and making his way into the community. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ye Xian's lips. From the outset, he had sensed that two vehicles were tailing him. He was uncertain whether they were shadowing him or Jiang Wanshan. After all, during his time in Jiangqing, he had indeed attracted the attention of several individuals, including the recently departed Mao Yusheng. It was entirely plausible for someone to dispatch followers to track him and seek retribution. Now, with one person from the car having entered the community, Ye Xian deduced that their target was, in fact, Jiang Wanshan. He observed that, apart from the individual who had just left, there were 7 others in the car, indicating that approximately 8 individuals were involved in this pursuit. Ye Xian rubbed his nose thoughtfully, pondering, have Zhiqiuyu and the others, who left 2 days ago, already alerted Hong Lian to their absence and prepared to take action? He remained patient, not rushing to enter. The person who had just gone in was evidently there to assess the situation. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw Zhou Rui and Chen Yining emerge. Bai Yao and Qin Xiaowei seemed to have stayed behind with Jiang Wanshan. Once he observed the two hailing a taxi to depart. Yi Xian finally touched his nose again. After settling his bill with the barbecue shop owner, he remarked, "I shall return shortly to collect my order." As he spoke, he turned and stepped into the community through the entrance. He navigated his way to his residence with ease, and before long, he spotted the individual he had seen earlier emerging from within. The man was not particularly tall, yet he appeared remarkably robust, sporting a buzz cut. Under normal circumstances, he would have struck one as quite the honest fellow. Yi Xian touched his nose, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras in sight, before a subtle smile crept onto his lips. As the two men passed each other, Yi Xian deliberately bumped into the buzzcut man. The latter's face flickered with a momentary flash of anger as he glanced at Yi Xian and exclaimed, "Are you blind when you walk?" However, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Yi Xian smiling at him, and an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. Yet it was too late. The area was deserted, and they stood in close proximity. Suddenly, Yi Xian erupted with ferocity, a terrifying aura instantly locking onto the buzzcut man. Before he could react, the man felt a violent impact to his head, followed by a sudden darkness engulfing him as he fainted. Yi Xian chuckled softly, effortlessly catching the buzzcut man and hoisting him onto his shoulder as he made his way home. Passing by Jiang Wanshan's residence, he sensed a commotion within, accompanied by the sound of Qin Shaowei's furious shouts. "Jiang Wanshan, you better lie down on the bed this instant." Yi Xian felt speechless, surmising that Jiang Wanshan must have gotten drunk and was causing a ruckus at home. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity, eager to witness her drunken antics. However, glancing at the buzzcut man beside him, he suppressed his thoughts and dragged the man back to his own abode. After unceremoniously depositing the buzzcut man in the living room, he opened the door to Yang Cheng's bedroom. It was perhaps best that Yang Cheng remained unaware of what he was about to do. The latter had already succumbed to slumber, snoring resoundingly. Yi Xian approached him and lightly tapped his neck. The snoring ceased, and Yang Cheng slipped into unconsciousness. With everything in place, Yi Xian began to search the buzzcut man, confirming that he possessed no communication devices. He then casually settled onto the sofa and splashed water onto the man's face. Splash! The buzzcut man jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. "Don't move. One more move and you might find yourself dead," Yi Xian said with a cheerful smile. The buzzcut man let out a cold snicker, but in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Instinctively, he realized that Yi Xian was not merely speaking nonsense. This man before him was vastly superior in strength. "Do you know who I am, daring to lay a hand on me?" he thought, eager to assert his identity in hopes of intimidating Yi Xian. Yi Xian scoffed, a trace of coldness infusing his tone as his gaze swept over the tattoos adorning the buzzcut man's arms. "The red lotus red card is nothing but trash. I just dealt with one not long ago." A surge of anxiety coursed through the buzzcut man. He struggled to maintain his composure, sizing Yi Xian up before his expression shifted slightly. "You are the one who has been consistently appearing beside Jiang Wanshan recently. They intend to take action against Jiang Wanjun, and naturally, they will devise all manner of methods to monitor and surveil her. It is no surprise that Yi Xinyan is aware of this." He exhaled softly and inquired, "Who are you?" "A night watchman. I suppose you could call me a night watchman," Yi Xinyan replied with a smile. "You may also refer to me as the former Zero. By the way, you once had another moniker for me. I believe you called me the God of Death back then." "What? You are the one who vanished 3 years ago." At that moment, the buzzcut man felt as if his scalp was about to explode. Yi Xinyan, who had disappeared 3 years prior, the man who instilled terror throughout the underground world, the one for whom their leader of the Red Lotus had been hiding ever since, simply because his death had never been confirmed. He never imagined that Yi Xinyan was truly alive, and even more startling was the fact that he had now found himself in his clutches. Though he had never faced Yi Xinyan directly, he had heard countless tales of him during those years. To realize he had fallen into the hands of such a fearsome individual left him paralyzed, his body unresponsive, an icy dread enveloping him as his teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, gazing at Yi Xinyan in shock. Yi Xinyan maintained his cheerful demeanor and exhaled. "Now, tell me, how many of you are there in Jiangcheng, and where are you located? I have gathered some information, and if your account is incomplete, you will meet an immediate demise. Rest assured, my skills in killing are quite proficient. I guarantee you will not feel a trace of pain. Death, for anyone, It is a frightening prospect. The assassin of the Red Lotus is not akin to those who are willing to die recklessly. Upon hearing Yi Xinyan's words, the buzzcut man gritted his teeth and replied, "We have a total of 10 members, but 2 have already perished. Now, only 8 remain. Aside from myself, they are all in the vehicles outside." It appears you are indeed not being entirely honest," Yi Xinyan said with a smile as he rose and approached him. In that instant, he deftly disarmed the buzzcut man's concealed dagger, which fell into his grasp as it truly, just these few individuals. The buzzcut man was nearly paralyzed with terror, cold sweat erupting from his forehead. Without hesitation, Yi Xinyan's wrist flicked, and the dagger glided across the buzzcut man's throat. Anger flickered in the buzzcut man's eyes, but soon his body began to slump towards the ground, his ear. Yi Xinyan's voice resonated. The red rose is clearly in Jiangqing. The buzzcut man froze, and with that, his breaths gradually faded away. Yi Xinyan smiled faintly and remarked, "So the 7 are outside. It seems I can conclude this task ahead of schedule." Rising, he grabbed a handful of tissue to staunch the flow of blood from the buzzcut man's neck, ensuring it did not stain the floor. He did not attend to Yang Chong, who he had rendered unconscious. Estimating he would remain in slumber until the following morning. With that, he stood and exited the villa. Just as he stepped outside, his expression shifted slightly, and he turned to gaze into the distance. In the distance, beneath the glow of a street lamp, a striking figure clad in a red gown stood, gazing intently at Yi Xinyan from over 100 meters away. Yi Xinyan chuckled softly, touching his nose and remarked, "A red rose, perhaps?" Chapter 55. Collaboration bathed in the dim, golden light, the elegant red dress accentuated her alluring figure, exuding a unique charm. Yi Xinyan's heart fluttered slightly. He never anticipated that the red rose would appear in this location. Moreover, he had been oblivious to her presence, indicating that she had been trailing him for some time. Truly, she was among the top 10 assassins on the leaderboard. Yi Xinyan touched his nose again, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Those ranked among the top 10 assassins undoubtedly possessed exceptional skills. As assassins, they excelled in tracking, concealing themselves, and delivering lethal strikes at crucial moments. Yet, in the face of a world-class assassin ranked in the top 10, Yi Xinyan exhibited no trace of fear. He calmly approached her. The red rose remained steadfast, not retreating, but rather smiling warmly at Yi Xinyan. As he drew closer, a smile graced her face. Upon reaching her side, he halted under the yellowish light, observing the red rose with slightly narrowed eyes. "I must admit, I misjudged you," she said softly. "When I first saw you, there was something familiar about you. Now that I think of it, we crossed paths on the subway at the airport." Even in the darkness, the red rose wore sunglasses. As Yi Xinyan approached, she removed them, her crimson lips parting to speak. Yi Xinyan squinted, glancing at the illuminated villas surrounding them, before breaking into a grin. "Your intentions are quite astute, recognizing that the night watchmen operate in secrecy and do not reveal themselves. This is one of the fundamental rules of the night watchman. Never kill in an exposed environment, of course." Yi Xinyan acknowledged himself as a night watchman, but refrained from admitting that he was once the legendary Zero, a secret he must keep. The red rose remarked, "I never expected that after 3 years, you would still be alive." Yi Xinyan raised an eyebrow. The red rose continued, her gaze steady, "I just witnessed your sudden attack on the buzzcut man. Few in this world can exhibit such explosive force. Given your age, that narrows it down." Yi Xinyan chuckled. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakably apparent as he replied, "Your deductions are indeed meticulous. You've discerned my identity and chosen to reveal yourself in the light, assuming I would hesitate to act against you. But knowing it is me, do you truly believe I would play by the rules?" He licked his lips and inquired. The red rose's expression shifted imperceptibly, and she hastily responded, "Zero, I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. For instance, we could withdraw from Jiang City, and I can assist you in luring Helan Tian out. You've always wanted to eliminate Helan Tian, haven't you?" With a subtle movement of her eyebrows, Yi Xinyan found himself indifferent to whether they would withdraw from Jiangxing or not. After all, he did not harbor much fear. However, the proposition made by the Red Rose to assist him in drawing out the leader of the Honglian, Helan Tian, did pique his interest somewhat. "Give me a reason," Yi Xinyan stated calmly. "You are one of Honglian's members and Helan Tian's right hand. Provide me with a justification that would compel me to trust you." The Red Rose exhaled softly and said, Firstly, upon discovering you, I could have easily chosen to remain concealed. Secondly, and most importantly, I wish to extricate myself from Hongyan. Yexine regarded her with surprise, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Aren't you Hongyan's dogs? So, desiring to escape, there are few in this world who can aid me, and even fewer who are willing to do so." The Red Rose gazed at Yexine and continued, "Moreover, after you eliminate Helan Tion and assist me in leaving Honglian, I will reveal to you the secret of that iron box." Yexine's expression shifted slightly. That iron box had been one of his target missions 3 years ago, and it had been taken away by Zhiqiuyu upon her departure. He was unclear about its contents and held no interest in investigating it, but upon hearing the Red Rose's words, curiosity began to stir within him. "Deal," Yexine said with a smile. The moment he uttered those words, the sense of impending crisis that had enveloped the Red Rose suddenly dissipated. She broke into a smile, radiating an intoxicating allure from both her face and form as she stepped closer. Yexine caught a whiff of a captivating fragrance. The Red Rose placed her hand on his shoulder, slowly trailing down, and in a voice laced with seduction, she remarked, "Indeed, you are worthy of being the former Night Watchman Zero. Had I recognized you earlier on the subway, I assure you, I would not have allowed you to slip from my grasp. Of course, it's not too late now. I have a luxurious suite at the White Elephant Tower. Would you care to experience it?" Her words were irresistibly enticing, causing Yexine to swallow hard. He glanced to the side, and at that moment, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. On the second floor of Jiang Wanwan's residence, where the lights were on, 3 graceful silhouettes stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly gazing down at something below. He hastily pushed the Red Rose away and cleared his throat, saying, "You are too old. I have no interest in women over 30. The Red Rose's expression faltered, quickly replaced by a hint of indignation. Yexine coughed again and added, "Now that we have reached a cooperative understanding, it would be prudent for you to withdraw from Jiangxing tonight. Furthermore, regarding my continued existence, I would prefer you not to disclose this to anyone, not even your closest confidants. Should anyone recognize me, our collaboration will cease immediately." After a brief moment of irritation, the Red Rose regained her composure and looked at Yexine, stating, "Understood. Let us exchange contact information. Once I draw out Helan Tion, I will reach out to you." After exchanging WeChat details, Yexine furrowed his brow and said, "By the way, deal with your crew member with the buzz cut on your own." The Red Rose furrowed her brows, only to nod shortly thereafter. Yexine did not linger any longer, instead making his way towards the door. Observing Yexine's retreating figure, the Red Rose licked her lips and remarked, "Are you not fond of women over 30? Heh, one day I shall have you in my embrace, leaving you utterly enchanted." With that, she retrieved her phone and made a call. As Yexine walked towards the entrance of the community. He was indeed heading to fetch some barbecue, conveniently providing the Red Rose and her companions time to dispose of the body. That moment, on the second floor, Jiang Wanwan remained sprawled over Qin Xiaowei, her cheeks still flushed, mumbling, "What are you all looking at? What are you all looking at?" Beside her, Qin Xiaowei furrowed her brows, gazing at the distant glow of lights and said, "Sister Bai Yao, that man just now seemed to be Yexine. What is he doing here?" Bai Yao, looking down, knitted her brows deeply, lost in thought. It seemed she was surrounded by a number of beautiful women, and the one he had previously married was also quite stunning. Qin Xiaowei continued, her tone imbued with an inexplicable flavor. Bai Yao remained silent, and after a moment, she took Jiang Wanwan's hand and said, "Let us get Wanwan to sleep first. We must not let her drink again. She has too much to handle." "No, I want a drink. I want more," Jiang Wanwan said dreamily. Yexine returned from the barbecue shop with his takeout. Upon entering his room, he found that the body had vanished, and the Red Rose and her companions had also departed. He placed the barbecue on the table, washed his hands in the bathroom, and sat down. Now, he awaited news from Zhiqiuyu, as the task would be deemed complete once he confirmed that all personnel from Honglian and Jiangxing had retreated. Once matters in Jiangxing were settled, he could head to Linghai to finally resolve the events of the past. After eating the barbecue and tidying up a bit, he returned to his bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, he awoke at his usual time, leisurely making his way to the Dingxing group. By the time he arrived at Jiang Wanwan's office, it was already 9:50. Jiang Wanwan looked at Yexine and pointed at the clock, exclaiming, "Hey, you're late again." Yexine scratched his head and replied, I've gotten used to it. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, mentally cursing. What do you mean? You've gotten used to it? You're working for me, you know? She then added, exasperated. I really can't figure out what kind of person you are, acting all mysterious by the way. She continued, Sister Bai Yao and the others left early this morning. They've already returned to Linghai. But there's no rush. I'll be heading over this week, just in time for their engagement banquet, and I'll take the opportunity to explore Abytye nodded, his brow slightly furrowing at the thought of Bai Yao and Zhou Rui's engagement. Just as they were conversing, a furious shout echoed from outside. Jiang Zhenan, hand over the person, or we, Xinhai Bank, will terminate all cooperation with your Dingxin Group. Jiang Zhenan, if you do not surrender the individual to me today, Xinhai Bank will terminate all collaborations with the Dingxin Group and will never extend a single loan to you again. Upon hearing these words, both He Xian and Jiang Wanshan furrowed their brows slightly. Jiang Wanshan's brow creased momentarily before she abruptly stood up, flung open the door, and dashed towards the source of the voice. He Xian also touched his nose and hurriedly followed suit. This floor housed the offices of the company's management, and by the time they exited, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered in the corridor. Their brows were knitted tightly, and expressions of concern adorned their faces. As Jiang Wanshan approached the doorway, her complexion shifted subtly. Yi Xian glanced towards a nearby location where Jiang Zhenan stood with a furrowed brow. Flanked by two individuals. One was a balding, middle-aged man who was pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Zhenan, while beside him stood a young man whom Yi Xian recognized as Mao Yusheng. He appeared to be entirely unscathed. In truth, after being taken by Ahua yesterday, Ahua had not dared to lay a finger on him. The son of the president of Xinhai Bank was certainly not someone Ahua could easily intimidate. In this day and age, such individuals might bully the common folk, but they would think twice before challenging those of genuine wealth and status. It is not difficult to surmise that the middle-aged man must be Mao Yusheng's father, Mao Yuhan, the president of Xinhai Bank's Jiangqing branch. Mao Yuhan glared at Jiang Zhenan and demanded, hand over that person named Yi Xian. He has dared to bully my son. Now, immediately, Jiang Zhenan, his brow furrowed, replied, I am unaware of how Yi Xian has wronged your son. Mao Yuhan scoffed, yesterday, at our company's birthday banquet for Zhou Qianqian, my son was slapped because of him. I have already dealt with Zhou Qianqian and have come to settle the score. Yi Xian frowned slightly, glanced at Jiang Wanshan, and then stepped forward, stating, I'm Yi Xian and I am curious to know how you intend to settle this score with me. At that moment, nearly all eyes in the corridor turned towards Yi Xian. He advanced until he stood merely 2 steps away from Mao Yusheng and his father. Mao Yusheng looked at Yi Xian, smirking as he said, Dad, this is the brat. He is the reason I was slapped yesterday, leaving me humiliated in front of many. Upon seeing Yi Xian emerge, Jiang Zhenan realized that the matter no longer required his intervention. Yi Xian would surely handle it adeptly. Mao Yuhan appraised Yi Xian from head to toe, and Yi Xian calmly stated, I am not aware if you know how he received that slap. He attempted to frame me, causing the Dihao KTV to open a bottle of top-tier red wine worth 2 million. Later, upon realizing the mistake, he was slapped by the staff at Dihao KTV. In fact, your son was the one continuously provoking me yesterday. What of his provocation? Mao Yuhan retorted coldly, my son was slapped because of you. That fact is indisputable, Yi Xian chuckled. No wonder you raised your son in such a manner. How I raise my son is of no concern to you, Mao Yuhan snapped back. Mao Yuhan let out a cold laugh and addressed Jiang Zhenan, saying, very well, now you may proceed to dismiss this individual. We are all businessmen in Jiangqing. If you choose to expel him, we can continue to collaborate harmoniously. However, should you refuse to take such action, you are undoubtedly aware of the consequences. This is rather unreasonable on your part. Jiang Zhenan replied, Yi Xian has made it clear that it was your son who instigated the provocations, and besides, that slap was not delivered by Yi Xian. If you wish to find trouble, direct it towards the Dihao KTV instead. It is rather excessive to blame Yi Xian for this matter. Mao Yuhan raised an eyebrow and retorted, so, you intend to protect this scoundrel? Jiang Zhenan, you are an established entrepreneur. Are you truly willing to jeopardize your company's future for such a person? You must think this through carefully. Mao Yusheng chuckled coldly, sneering at Yi Xian. Kid, do you dare to challenge me? Do you think I am a coward like Qin Fan? Yi Xian disregarded him and turned to Mao Yuhan, saying, no, it is because your son, being a fool, got slapped, and now you want our company to dismiss me? On what grounds? What gives you the right? Mao Yuhan looked at Yi Xian and replied coolly, let me make this clear. It is solely because I wield more power and influence than you, because I can determine the fate of numerous companies, and because I am the president of the Jiangqing branch of Xinhai Bank. Is that sufficient? His words were undeniably arrogant, yet no one from the Dingxing Group could refute him. Indeed, the influence of Xinhai Bank in Jiangqing was formidable. As a private institution, it held significant sway in this territory. Most believed that it would not be wise to offend him over the matter of a mere assistant to Jiang Wanan. With a long exhale, Yi Xian released a breath of resignation. Observing this, Mao Yuxing assumed Yi Xian had succumbed to despair, and he could not help but lick his lips, a derisive smile spreading across his face. And what of you handling Zhou Qianqian? How did you manage that? Yi Xian inquired once more. Humph. She failed to manage her personal affairs, resulting in adverse repercussions in society, and was merely demoted a level. Mao Yuhan stated nonchalantly. He then turned to Jiang Zhenan, saying, I will grant you 3 seconds to deliberate. If the outcome does not meet my satisfaction, you shall find yourself without a chance to plead with me in the future. 3. Following this, he commenced the countdown. Yi Xian sighed again and began rummaging through his pockets. Mao Yuxing's eyes brightened at this sight, as he assumed Yi Xian was about to produce his work ID and voluntarily resign. Beside him, Jiang Wanan wore an expression of indignation, yet she understood that this was not the time for her to interject. Point 2. Mao Yuhan resumed the countdown. You are no longer the president of the Jiangqing branch of Xinhai Bank. At that moment, Yi Xian spoke calmly. Oh? Mao Yuhan turned to face Yi Xian, ready to respond. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Xian throwing a cerulean card at him, which struck his face with a crisp slap before falling to the ground. How dare you? Upon witnessing Yi Xian audaciously hurl an object at his face, Mao Yuhan instinctively felt a surge of anger. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the azure card beneath his feet, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. A diamond card. His body involuntarily trembled slightly. Mao Yuxing was equally taken aback, staring in disbelief at the diamond card before shifting his astonished gaze to Yi Xian. How do you possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank? Cold sweat broke out on Mao Yuhan's forehead as he exclaimed, the diamond card user that Zhou Qianqian previously attended to, could it possibly be you? The matter of Yi Xian's diamond card was known only to Zhou Qianqian, who, due to confidentiality, had refrained from publicizing it. The bank president had intended to meet Yi Xian, but he had left prematurely. Thus, Mao Yuhan remained oblivious to Yi Xian's identity, believing the diamond card user had since departed Jiangqing. Yet now, Yi Xian had produced the diamond card and flung it at his face. The entire upper echelons of the Dingxing Group erupted in chaos. They were aware that Jiang Wanwan had an assistant, many having encountered him, yet Yi Xian appeared rather unremarkable, often dressing casually for work. However, as he was the boss's choice, they had held their tongues. Now, this individual had revealed a diamond card, throwing it in the face of the president of Xinhai Bank. Observing the increasing perspiration on Mao Yuhan's forehead, Yi Xian calmly stated, I am not obliged to disclose how I acquired the diamond card. You lack the qualifications to know. However, the privileges of the diamond card remain intact. I can mobilize up to 100 billion in funds from any branch of Xinhai Bank, and I possess the authority to dismiss bank presidents below the provincial level. Therefore, at this moment, you are no longer the president of Xinhai Bank. Yi Xian remarked with a smile. The faces of Mao Yuxing and his son drained of color in an instant. Chapter 57. To the ends of the earth. I galloped forth. The floor where the Dingxing Group's management was located descended into a profound silence. The astonished expressions in everyone's eyes reflected their disbelief as they gazed at the seemingly ordinary young man before them. They could not fathom how such a youth could possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank. Meanwhile, the previously boastful Mao father and son now wore ashen faces, their lips quivering, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Those privy to Yi Xian's possession of the diamond card were few. In Jiangqing, it amounted to only Zhou Qianqian, the former security guard of Xinhai Bank, and Peng Hai. Even Jiang Zhenan was visibly shaken. As someone aware of the vigilante and the existence of the underground world, he comprehended the significance of the diamond card from Xinhai Bank. It was not something attainable merely through wealth or power. The issuance of such cards was determined by Xinhai Bank itself and distributed externally, and once granted, it could be enjoyed for generations. In other words, possessing a diamond card from Xinhai Bank ensured a lifetime of prosperity for oneself and one's descendants. So long as Xinhai Bank remained operational. Since its establishment at Xinhai Bank, the diamond card has only been issued 9 times. The recipients are primarily individuals who have made remarkable contributions to the bank. Now, it is astonishing that such a young person possesses one of these cards, leaving everyone, especially Mao Yuhan and his son, utterly shocked. After a moment, Mao Yuhan wiped the sweat from his brow, swallowed hard, and addressed Yi Xian, saying, "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yi. We had no prior knowledge that you were the esteemed holder of the diamond card." He then tugged at Mao Yuxing, urging him, "Apologize to him or Ye at once." Mao Yuxing trembled slightly. He understood that everything he had now stemmed from his father's position as the branch manager of Xinhai Bank in Jiangsheng. While he might not possess the wealth of those born into affluence, he lived a life of greater ease. However, if his father's title were to be stripped away, it would mean he had nothing left. Thud. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with dignity and knelt before Yi Xian, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry, Yi Xian. I had no idea you possessed the diamond card. Otherwise, I would never have dared to oppose you." He genuinely felt that Yi Xian was a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who crossed paths with him seemed to meet an unfortunate end, from Han Shuo to Tao Dingyun and Lan Xing, and now it was his turn. "Indeed, Mr. Yi, this is all merely a misunderstanding," Mao Yuhan interjected. "Please, do not hold it against us. It is all the fault of Zhou Qianqian for failing to inform us that you were the diamond card holder. Otherwise, this mix-up would never have occurred." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and regarded Mao Yuhan, retorting, "Ah, the manager of Xinhai Bank is entrusted to your stewardship, not to be wielded as a tool for arrogance. Had I been an ordinary individual without this diamond card today, I can only imagine you would have leveraged your connections to ensure my utter failure in Jiangsheng." Such a grand display of authority. With a disdainful laugh, he continued, "It was I who instructed Zhou Qianqian to keep it confidential. Furthermore, you may return to Xinhai Bank to gather your belongings. You are dismissed, and once reported, your superiors will send personnel to audit your assets. Consider this a fair warning." Mao Yuhan's expression turned ashen, and he wished to say more, but at that moment, Zhang Zhenan offered him a slight smile and then shouted in a certain direction, "Security!" The father and son, who had just been hurling insults at Zhang Zhenan, were escorted away by the security personnel. Once they had departed, Yi Xian picked up the fallen bank card, and Zhang Zhenan addressed the crowd. "All right, everyone, return to your duties. Disperse." As everyone scattered, Zhang Zhenan noticed Yi Xian gazing at him and paused momentarily before asking, "Is there something you need?" Yi Xian nodded. "Very well, follow me to my office," Zhang Zhenan replied, glancing at Zhang Wanwan. "You may return to your office and resume your work." Zhang Wanwan pouted and shot a glance at Yi Xian, saying, "Look at how imposing you are." Yi Xian chuckled as he and Zhang Zhenan made their way back to the office. Zhang Zhenan remarked, "Indeed, it's true that heroes emerge in youth. It's remarkable that you possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank at such a young age. It was merely a stroke of good fortune." Yi Xian absent-mindedly touched his nose. Regarding the origins of this bank card, he felt no necessity to divulge too much to Zhang Zhenan. Zhang Zhenan, in turn, did not press further. He settled down, poured a glass of water for Yi Xian, and placed it on the coffee table, inquiring, "Is there something on your mind?" Yi Xian refrained from touching the glass of water, glanced at Zhang Zhenan and said, "The crisis concerning Zhang Wanwan should be resolved." "Really?" Zhang Zhenan exclaimed, his happiness palpable. Yi Xian nodded, affirming, "It should be true, though we must observe for a few more days. Once everything is definitively confirmed, I shall inform you." Zhang Zhenan's delight was utterly uncontainable. In recent times, he had been living in a state of constant anxiety. However, it seemed that everything was on the brink of resolution, with good news arriving in succession. The Lan family was currently facing a bankruptcy crisis, and he was tirelessly devising plans to absorb their assets. In the near future, it was highly likely that no one in Jiangsheng would be able to rival him. Moreover, the significant burden of Jiang Wanwan appeared to be nearing its end. For Zhang Zhenan, there could be no better news. Yet, being a man who had weathered many storms, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of exhilaration. Fixing his gaze on Yi Xian, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What will happen once this matter concludes? Will you be leaving Jiangsheng?" "Once everything here is settled, that is likely the case," Yi Xian replied with a smile. Indeed, his memories had returned, and he remained a night watchman. Although the current requirement was for him to stay within the city to fulfill his duties, he could not confine himself to Jiangsheng alone. Furthermore, there were matters in Linhai that demanded his attention. The charge of rape, while perhaps not weighing heavily on him, was of considerable importance to his parents. He wished to prove his innocence, and those who had conspired against him must ultimately face consequences. Jiang Jinan sighed and regarded Yi Xian, saying, "How has your relationship with Wanwan been progressing? If you desire, you could become my son-in-law at any moment." "Here we go again," Yi Xian said, rubbing his forehead. He deflected a few vague remarks and hastily exited Jiang Jinan's office. The following 3 days passed with remarkable tranquility. On the 4th day, Yi Xian's phone finally rang. It was Zhe Qiuyu calling. Yi Xian answered the call, saying, "This call came slower than I anticipated. It seems the night watchman's intelligence network is deteriorating. I've received the news several days ago. I've just been busy," Zhe Qiuyu replied with a huff. "How did you manage to have the Honglian personnel withdraw in such a short time?" "It was merely a matter of reaching an agreement with the Hongmei," Yi Xian chuckled. Clearly, Zhe Qiuyu had confirmed that Honglian had indeed departed. "An agreement with Hongmei? Are you certain of that?" Zhe Qiuyu's tone turned serious. "I know what I'm doing. You needn't worry. But what about your side?" Yi Xian inquired. "We should return to the night watchman in a while." "But Liu Yang has been injured," Zhe Qiuyu responded, his tone slightly graved. Yi Xian's expression shifted subtly. As the new zero of the night watch, Liu Yang's prowess must be remarkably outstanding. The fact that he could sustain injuries signifies that Zhe Qiuyu and the others' mission is likely to be exceedingly challenging. "If you need assistance, do not hesitate to call me. I shall rush to your side, no matter the distance," Yi Xian earnestly conveyed over the phone. Clearly, Zhe Qiuyu disregarded Yi Xian's words and hung up the call. Glancing at his phone, Yi Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. The matter concerning Jiang Wanshan was finally settled. It was about time he informed Jiang Jinan of his resignation. Yi Xian chuckled softly, realizing that his time at work had barely been a few days. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from He Gang. "Hello." Yi Xian answered the phone. Yi Xian. "Please come to the company," He Gang said, his tone somewhat grave. Chapter 58. "Have you hit your head?" At the office of Jiang Wanshan in the prosperous group, she exclaimed in frustration that Yi Xian is becoming increasingly unruly. "It's already past 10, and he still hasn't arrived at the company. I truly believe he has no intention of continuing." While organizing her documents, she continued, "Humph, I had even planned to treat him to a trip to Linhai on the company's expense. But since he is late again, I shall not take him." With that, she slumped helplessly onto the sofa, muttering, "He possesses a diamond card from Xinhai Bank, seemingly wealthier than I am, and doesn't he care about this trivial job?" Lost in thought, an inexplicable sense of irritation stirred within her. At that moment, the door to her office swung open, and Jiang Jinan entered with a smile, observing her. "Are you upset because Yi Xian hasn't shown up? Do you harbor feelings for him?" Jiang Jinan teased. Jiang Wanshan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she retorted shyly, "Dad, what are you talking about? It's time for you to marry, and I find Yi Xian quite agreeable. If you are interested in him, take the initiative. After all, a girl pursuing a boy is merely a thin veil apart. Besides, with my daughter's beauty, he surely won't be able to resist." Jiang Jinan remarked, "I refuse to entertain your nonsense," Jiang Wanshan said, her face still flushed as she turned away. "All right, I'm done teasing you. How is the handover of work progressing?" Jiang Jinan inquired. "It's nearly complete." She nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Jinan pondered for a moment before approaching Jiang Wanshan, saying, "This time, when you attend Bai Yao's engagement banquet, refrain from getting involved in their matters. The feuds among the affluent families in Linhai are beyond our purview. Understand?" "I know. You've mentioned it several times in the past few days," Jiang Wanshan pouted. "Additionally, regarding Yi Xian, do not inquire further," Jiang Jinan instructed. "You can see for yourself that Yi Xian is quite low-key, preferring to keep his affairs private. For instance, all matters concerning him in Jiangqing should remain undisclosed while you are in Linhai, including to Bai Yao and others. I have no desire to discuss him anyway. Besides, his reputation in Linhai is not stellar. Should I mention he is my assistant, I would likely be met with disdain," Jiang Wanshan replied. "Well, then that settles it. Please ensure your safety during your travels." Jiang Jinan cautioned, "I understand. I understand that I will depart shortly. Xiaowei and Qianqian are already waiting for me in the lobby below." Jiang Wanwan remarked. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shengshi Company on the 6th floor, Yi Xian made his appearance. The security guard at the entrance promptly greeted him with courtesy, saying, "Good day, boss." Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the company, making his way directly to the general manager's office on the 6th floor. After knocking lightly on the door, He pushed it open to find He Gang pacing back and forth within. "What is it?" Yi Xian inquired. He Gang exhaled deeply and replied, "Two matters. First, your mother-in-law has been causing a stir at the company daily with a group of people. Previously, I had the security escort her away, but today she returned, this time accompanied by a lawyer." Yi Xian was at a loss for words. Bai Lianxiang was truly persistent. He was aware that Yang Cheng would discuss company affairs with him each day upon returning home. Yet since it had not directly disturbed him, he remained indifferent. He had not anticipated that Bai Lianxiang would shamelessly bring a lawyer to attempt to claim a share of Shengshi Company's assets. In truth, had Bai Lianxiang and her daughter not committed so many outrageous acts over the past 3 years, and had they not driven him to a dead end at the time of their divorce, he would have had no qualms about handing over the company to them. Yi Xian had never been a stingy person. However, the actions of this mother-daughter duo were utterly excessive, rendering any such gesture unworthy. "And what is the second matter?" Yi Xian inquired, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose, not rushing to confront Bai Lianxiang. "The second matter pertains to issues within the company. We are facing a significant predicament," He Gang sighed. Yi Xian furrowed his brow and asked, "Didn't the company recently take on business from Dingxing Group? Logically, we should be thriving. Indeed, the company's operations are flourishing. However, as we primarily handle logistics, our main routes are still between Jiangxing and Linhai. Yet yesterday, the rent for the location we lease in Linhai suddenly tripled," He Gang lamented. "After this increase, it renders the route unfeasible." Yi Xian, not particularly knowledgeable in this area, frowned deeply and remarked, "If they intend to raise the rent, we can simply relocate." "That is true, but I have contacted several large logistics companies in the area, and none are willing to collaborate with us. Finding alternative warehouses has become quite challenging," He Gang sighed again. "The reason is likely clear to me as well. The largest logistics company in Linhai, called Kuaijuan, previously collaborated mainly with Jiangxin. Now they probably view us as encroaching on their business, hence their united front against us." Yi Xian frowned once more, then pondered thoughtfully, "I happen to have plans to visit Linhai soon. Please send me the information for the company we are working with, and I will resolve this issue." He Gang was taken aback momentarily before nodding in agreement. "All right, once you arrive in Linhai, I will arrange for someone to connect with you." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then rose to his feet and remarked, "Very well, let us now pay a visit to Bai Lianxiang." He Gang sighed and said, "You truly are unfortunate to have encountered such a mother-in-law and woman." Yi Xian chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and made his way toward the adjacent conference room. Inside, he found not only Bai Lianxiang, but also Lin Qingxue and Lin Qian, along with a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase and wearing glasses. Presumably the lawyer invited by Lin Qingxue and Bai Lianxiang. Upon seeing Yi Xian approach, a flicker of resentment flashed in Bai Lianxiang's eyes. Yi Xian paid little mind to it, taking a seat opposite the four of them. After a few days apart, Lin Qingxue appeared considerably haggard, clearly having endured restless nights. It was astonishing how, in such a brief span, she had transformed from the spirited woman at the time of their divorce to someone so utterly worn down. An almost surreal contrast between heaven and hell. "Hello, Mr. Yi," the man said, casting a condescending glance at Yi Xian. "I am Xiao Yu, the attorney engaged by Lin Qingxue. I suspect that during your marriage, you secretly accumulated a significant amount of wealth, which, in fact, constitutes marital property. Here is a draft of the legal letter we have prepared. Please take a look with that." He tossed a document towards Yi Xian and continued, "According to your ex-wife, you were once employed at a construction site and may not be well versed in legal matters, perhaps even a legal novice. As a specialist in divorce cases, my clients typically receive settlements exceeding their expectations. Therefore, my recommendation is to settle this matter privately, granting Miss Lin Qingxue 50% of the shares in Shengshi Group. Otherwise, you must be out of your mind." Yi Xian interrupted him decisively. Xiao Yu frowned and replied, "Mr. Yi, I must insist that you watch your language." Yi Xian cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "First of all, Shengshi Group was acquired with my premarital assets. It has nothing to do with you two. Secondly, if you wish to pursue legal action, feel free. Communicate with our legal department. I have no interest in further discourse with you." With that, he stood up, intending to leave, as he could no longer bear the sight of the mother and daughter duo. Yi Xian, must we truly escalate matters to this extent? Lin Qingxue spoke up, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at him. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, turning to face her, his eyes devoid of sympathy, and said coolly, "Escalate matters to this extent? Have you ever considered why it has come to this? If you and your mother had not been so spiteful and heartless during the divorce, what would it have cost you to receive Shangshi Group as a gift? Yi Xian scoffed. A mere Shangshi Group? I hardly regard it with any significance. I acquired it simply out of boredom, a trivial purchase. Had you possessed even a modicum of dignity, you would not have made a habit of causing disturbances at the company. Yi Xian continued with a light chuckle. My decision not to retaliate against you and to leave you the apartment is more than generous. Chapter 59. My surname is Zhang. The arrogant Zhang, upon hearing those words, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but cover her face in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bai Lianxiang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. The prestigious Shangshi Company, valued at 200 million, was something he dismissed with contempt. It was merely a trivial acquisition born out of boredom. Every utterance struck Bai Lianxiang like a slap across the face. At that moment, they did not doubt Yi Xian's honesty. His demeanor reinforced this conviction. They had been causing a ruckus every day, yet Yi Xian seemed utterly indifferent. If he truly cared about the company, he would not neglect it entirely. The more they pondered, the more convoluted their emotions became. The fervent desire they once harbored to oust Yi Xian had now transformed into profound regret. Had they shown him even a modicum of kindness over the past 3 years, or approached the divorce with a touch less finality, Yi Xian might have genuinely gifted them the company, propelling them into instant wealth and transforming them into one of the affluent in Jiangcheng. But there were no ifs now. They found themselves bereft of everything, save for the solitary house. They had even lost the meager income from Yi Xian's construction job. For Lin Qingxue and her mother, who had long been out of work, the future seemed bleak. Beside them, Lin Qian sighed repeatedly, feeling as though she had squandered the greatest opportunity of her life, a chance to ascend to the upper echelons of society. Bai Lianxiang glared at Yi Xian, gritting her teeth as she declared, I will make him regret this. I will ensure he regrets it. Xiao Yu observed them and cleared his throat, inquiring, May I ask, will you continue with the lawsuit? Of course we will pursue it. Bai Lianxiang's eyes burned with a fierce resentment. She could not bear the thought of the man she had tormented for 3 years now thriving above them. With a cold chuckle, a realization struck her. By the way, Yi Xian still has a few items at home. I believe we left them at Qianqian's when we moved into the new house. Hence, we didn't discard them during the divorce. Lin Qian furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling, Are you referring to that tattered black garment and the 2 sticks wrapped in cloth, one long and one short? Yi Xian emerged from the conference room, deliberately ignoring the commotion. After all, he was set to leave Jiangcheng, and the likelihood of encountering Lin Qingxue and her daughter again was virtually non-existent. Even if he returned, they would have no chance of locating him. He made his way to the Human Resources Department, where he exchanged a few words with Yang Chong, primarily to inform him of his impending absence and to assure him to feel at ease residing in the villa. Additionally, he cautioned Yang Chong against falling for his ex-wife's schemes. From a certain perspective, Yang Chong's ex-wife posed a far greater threat than Lin Qingxue and her daughter. After all, Yang Chong was not the current Yi Xian. He was still somewhat naive. Yet, with the increase in his income and exposure to different circles, Yang Chong's horizons were gradually expanding. As for the prospect of involving Yang Chong with the night watchman, Yi Xian remained contemplative, for Yang Chong's age was a significant concern. Once he had given his advice, he stepped out of Shangshi Company. He then retrieved his phone, located Jiang Zhenan's number, and dialed it, saying, Hello, Uncle Jiang. It's Yi Xian. Jiang Zhenan responded with a smile. What is it? Yi Xian continued. The matters on this side have been successfully resolved. It has been confirmed that Jiang Wanwan is completely safe, allowing me to gracefully withdraw from the scene, hence I plan to resign. Jiang Zhenan sighed. Ah, what a pity it was unclear what he lamented. You have aided me on 2 occasions, once saving my life and once ensuring my daughter's safety, he stated earnestly. Perhaps my modest resources and influence are insignificant to you, but I must make a promise. Should you ever require my assistance, I, Jiang Zhenan, will not hesitate to give everything. You flatter me, Yi Xian replied with a smile, though he felt a surge of gratitude. Over the past 3 years, few had moved him, with Yang Chong being one, and now Jiang Zhenan as another. By the way, Wanwan has already gone to Lin Hai, Jiang Zhenan added. If possible, please convey your resignation to her in person. Yi Xian nodded. Certainly, no problem. After ending the call, he exhaled, booked a flight online, and then went to the mall to purchase a more refined outfit. Upon returning home, He tidied up a few belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and made his way to the airport. Although he was not particularly concerned about his attire, he felt it necessary to dress well for the sake of his parents, ensuring their peace of mind. By the time he arrived at the airport, it was already 1 in the afternoon. After retrieving his ticket and passing through security, he found a spot within the terminal to grab a light meal. Quietly awaiting boarding, the flight from Jiangxing to Linhai would take approximately 2 hours. Xian's ticket was for first class. At 3 in the afternoon, he boarded the plane smoothly, found his seat, and settled down. Gradually, more passengers joined him on the flight. "Careful there, beautiful lady. Allow me to assist you with your luggage," a voice called out near Xian. Upon hearing the term beautiful, he instinctively turned to look. He saw a young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed like a Korean oppa, enthusiastically helping 2 women with their bags. Xian's gaze naturally fell upon the 2 women, who, upon noticing him, momentarily froze, their expressions flickering with excitement as they exclaimed, "It's you." One was a charming young woman, and the other a short-haired girl, none other than Chen Meixian and Qian Shi, the 2 individuals Xian had rescued at Jubaoxian. "What a coincidence to encounter you on the plane," Xian remarked. The elegant woman, Chen Meixian, smiled and replied, "Indeed, what a delightful surprise. Speaking of which, I have been eagerly anticipating your WeChat message to inform me of your availability. Yet you have not reached out to us at all. Are you headed to Linhai?" Xian nodded and replied, "Indeed. How fortuitous. I am quite familiar with Linhai. You cannot escape today. Upon our arrival in Linhai, I shall treat you to dinner," Chen Meixian declared, her companion Chen Shi looking equally expectant. Xian rubbed his nose, pondered for a moment, and then acquiesced. "All right." Nearby, a young man dressed in a manner reminiscent of a Korean furrowed his brow and glanced at Xian, saying, "Excuse me, make way. I am sitting by the window." Xian regarded him and willingly vacated the seat. The young man settled in, while Chen Meixian and Chen Shi occupied the seats adjacent to Xian, separated by a narrow aisle. Once seated, they engaged in a casual conversation, while the young man attempted to interject but found himself unable to penetrate the topic, leaving him somewhat displeased. As their dialogue unfolded, the plane began to taxi slowly, preparing for takeoff. At that moment, the young man beside Xian nudged his arm, saying, "Hey, brother." Xian turned to him and inquired, "Is there something you need? Once we achieve stable flight, let us swap seats," the young man suggested with a grin. "Too troublesome. Forget it." Xian shook his head in refusal. The young man's brow furrowed deeply once more as he replied, "Well, brother, there is a principle of first come, first served. I noticed these 2 beauties first, and seeing you chat so merrily with them has left me somewhat displeased. Whether you are pleased or not is of no concern to me." Xian cursed inwardly, then looked at the young man and said, "What's this? Just because you noticed them first, they are yours. If you are going to Linhai, I think you should familiarize yourself with the local people." The young man retorted, "Information is readily available nowadays. My details can easily be found online." His words carried a hint of menace. Xian regarded him with interest and shrugged, "Apologies, but I have no recollection whatsoever." A flicker of indignation crossed the young man's eyes as he responded, "Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhang, as in arrogant Zhang." Chapter 60. The sword that has not been drawn for 3 years. My surname is Zhang, as in arrogant Zhang. He chuckled slightly, his face adorned with makeup, which made Xian feel a bit nauseated. Coupled with his self-satisfied grin, Xian found him more annoying than arrogant. He continued, "I believe you must have heard of my name. I am Zhang Yu. Xian scratched his head and glanced at him. "Never heard of you." "You?" Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. "After you disembark, you can search for me online." "Not interested." Xian waved his hand dismissively, choosing to ignore the man henceforth. Beside him, Qian Meixian and her daughter's expressions shifted slightly, as if they had heard the name before. Qian Shi's face revealed a look of sudden realization, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Xian was equally disinclined to engage with him. However, upon witnessing Xian's demeanor, Zhang Yu felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. He turned to Xian and stated, "All right, since you refuse to search on Baidu, allow me to introduce myself. I am somewhat of a notable figure online, and in Linhai, many affluent and influential individuals count me as their friend, such as Zhou Rui from the Zhou family, Bai Qi from the Bai family, and Lin Zikan from the Lin family. I presume you are quite familiar with these names." Xian felt a flicker of surprise. Indeed, he recognized all of them. Zhou Rui was beyond question, while Bai Qi was the elder brother of Bai Yao, a year older than Yi Xian and his companions. This fellow practiced Sanda and was overly protective of his sister. Any male who approached her would be met with his wrath. When Yi Xian grew closer to Bai Yao, Bai Qi took an immediate disliking to him, and after the incident involving his cousin, Yi Xian narrowly escaped a beating from Bai Qi. Nevertheless, Yi Xian held a generally favorable impression of Bai Qi. For Lin Zikin. He belonged to the direct line of the Yi family, whereas Yi Xian was from a collateral branch. Lin Zikin was the first heir to the vast commercial empire of the Yi family. They had crossed paths a few times, and Lin Zikin held Yi Xian in contempt due to his collateral lineage. Noticing the hint of astonishment on Yi Xian's face, Zhang Yu's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. He then whispered, "So, do you understand? Make way for me, and those two lovely ladies are also my prior picks. So don't try to steal them from me." Yi Xian replied, somewhat exasperated, "They are indeed impressive, but what does their prowess have to do with you? Even if you are quite remarkable yourself, it bears no relevance to me. Once the plane lands, we will all return to our own homes, and none of us will know each other." That moment, Chun-Shi seemed to overhear and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, causing Zhang Yu's face to shift through shades of green and white. He gritted his teeth and shot an indignant glare at Yi Xian, saying, "All right, kid. You have some nerve." Yi Xian, uninterested in engaging further, closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber as the plane flew steadily. Meanwhile, in Jiangsheng, at Lin Qian's residence, her father emerged with a large canvas bag, evidently filled with numerous items. "All the belongings you left at our home during your move are in here," he remarked. Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qinxue nodded in agreement, and together they emptied the bag's contents. It was filled with an assortment of miscellaneous objects. "These are all my father's things," Lin Qinxue said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she recalled her father. "The doctor mentioned that if my father had delayed bringing Yi Xian to the hospital, he might have perished. That man is an ingrate. Now that he has wealth, he forgets us." "Humph," Bai Lianxiang retorted. "He should consider whose life saved him." She had never contemplated her own issues and, in her heart, firmly believed that Yi Xian was indeed the ingrate. After rummaging for a while, Lin Qian suddenly remarked, "Could it be these items?" Within, they discovered a black, distinctive backpack, adorned with two buckles, upon which were secured two objects wrapped in cloth, one long and one short. Lin Qian carefully removed the items, gradually unwrapping the cloth strips, and as the contents were revealed, astonishment painted their faces. "This appears to be two blades?" Lin Qinxue swallowed hard. They had never paid much attention to Yi Xian's belongings. Had he not suddenly come into money after regaining his memories, they would never have thought to unearth these items again. Lin Qian picked up the shorter blade, which, though relatively short, still measured nearly 80 centimeters in length. Grasping the hilt, she drew the sword from its sheath. Clang! After 3 years of being sheathed, the blade gleamed menacingly once more in that instant. "It feels rather heavy." Lin Qian fully extracted the sword, sensing its weight, and placed it onto the coffee table. Crack, however, as the blade rested on the table, the next moment left everyone speechless. Without applying any force, the sword embedded itself directly into the coffee table, subsequently piercing through it entirely. How extraordinarily sharp! Everyone was taken aback. How could such an item belong to Yi Xian? Who exactly is he? Lin Qinxue swallowed again. "It's a treasure." Bai Lianxiang's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "It must be worth a fortune." Beside her, Lin Qian furrowed her brow, saying, "Why didn't Yi Xian think to take it with him? Did he forget?" In truth, Yi Xian had not forgotten. He simply remained unaware that his weapons still resided within the Lin household, believing them to be lost. The weapons of the night watchman are custom-made, and these two blades of Yi Xian's are among the sharpest in the world. If auctioned in the underground market, they would be worth a king's ransom. After he was rescued by Lin Qinxue's father following his injury, he was taken to the hospital, where his possessions were collected by Lin Qinxue's father, who never mentioned them to Yi Xian again. As for the iron box, Yi Xian had clutched it tightly in his hand, and even in unconsciousness, the doctors could not pry it from his grasp until he awoke. Thus, upon regaining his memories, he still recalled the iron box. As for the other items, he presumed they had been lost amidst the chaos. There was also a black garment, albeit tattered and stained with dried blood. Lin Qinxue spotted another black outfit, riddled with cuts. This was once Yi Xian's combat uniform, and the wounds it bore testified to the severity of his past injuries. Who exactly is Yi Xian? Lin Xian turned to Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue, saying, Sister Qingxue, Aunt, shall we consider reporting this to the authorities? Meanwhile, Yi Xian, entirely unaware that Lin Qingxue's family was examining the belongings he had left behind, was on the airplane, gradually drifting into slumber. Aside from a minor incident at the beginning of the journey, nothing else transpired. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhang Yu, seated beside him, became increasingly agitated by Yi Xian's earlier remarks. He prodded Yi Xian, rousing him from his slumber. With a furrowed brow, Yi Xian turned to him and inquired, Is there something you need? Younger fellow, few dare to be so impudent with me. Your words earlier have greatly displeased me. Zhang Yu retorted, his countenance darkening in his agitation. The thick layer of foundation on his face seemed on the verge of crumbling. Yi Xian, finding the effeminate demeanor of this man rather irksome, frowned and replied, So what? Humph, do you dare to share your contact information with me? Zhang Yu sneered. Imbecile. Yi Xian shot him a disdainful glance before closing his eyes once more. Zhang Yu's nostrils flared in indignation, yet, constrained by the confines of the airplane, he could not unleash his fury. Nearby, Chen Shi, having overheard their exchange, tucked a strand of her short hair behind her ear and regarded Yi Xian with a broad smile. In her hands, she cradled a book-like object adorned with a collage of illustrations. After a while, the plane descended gently into Linai. Yi Xian stretched his limbs, and Chen Meixian, seated beside him, inquired with a smile, Is anyone here to pick you up? No, Yi Xian replied. Perfect. Someone will be coming for me shortly. You can join us, it's almost mealtime. So let us just take a car to eat, Chen Meixian suggested. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. The trio disembarked from the aircraft, traversed the passageway, and made their way toward the airport's exit. Behind them, Zhang Yu trailed, his expression darkening as he observed Yi Xian's retreating figure. Upon exiting the airport and gazing at the now somewhat unfamiliar city before him, Yi Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he murmured, after 9 years, Linhai, I have returned, Chapter 61. Father, I am back Linhai City, his hometown, where he had spent 18 years of his life. Now at 27, he had been away for over 9 years. During this time, so much had transpired in Yi Xian's life. In fact, at times, he even found himself grateful to those who had conspired against him 9 years prior. Had it not been for them, he might never have joined the Night Watchers, nor acquired the skills he now possessed. Observing Yi Xian's contemplative demeanor, Chen Meixian smiled gently and asked, Are you from Linhai? Yi Xian returned her smile, saying, Yes, I was born here, though it's been a long time since I left. Oh? Chen Shi, who was carrying an easel, glanced at Yi Xian with curiosity and asked, So, is your return for family, or work? Family? Yi Xian felt a stir within. Was it truly a family visit? Aside from his parents, he had few close connections remaining in Linhai. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Perhaps it encompasses both. Chen Meixian smiled enigmatically and remarked, Speaking of which, I am still unaware of what Emirna Yi does for a living. Yi Xian scratched his nose and confessed, Well, at present, I am unemployed, a drifter, if you will. Both Chen Meixian and Chen Shi were momentarily taken aback at that moment. A middle-aged man approached them and respectfully greeted Chen Meixian, saying, Director Chen, as he spoke. He naturally took the box from the hands of Chen Meixian and Chen Shi, saying, The car is waiting outside. Shall we head back to the company? Chen Meixian shook her head and replied, I need to treat my friend to a meal first. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then hurriedly said, President Chen, you might not be aware, but ever since you left the company, things have been quite chaotic lately. Everyone knows you are returning to Linhai today, and they are eagerly awaiting your return to take charge. Chen Meixian furrowed her brow, while Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, It's all right, if you have matters to attend to. Please go ahead, I will be in Linhai for quite a while, and I might even settle down here. We can have a meal together another time. Besides, the events from that time need not weigh on your mind. It was merely an instance of witnessing injustice. Chen Meixian's face flushed with embarrassment as she said, I truly apologize. Let us plan for tomorrow instead. We can meet for dinner then. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. No problem. All right, we'll contact each other via WeChat then, Chen Meixian stated. After Yi Xian nodded and watched Chen Meixian and her daughter Chen Shi depart, he turned and walked towards the taxi stand. Behind him, Zhang Yu stood there in a mask, his expression dark as he gazed at Yi Xian's retreating figure. After a moment, a voice called out, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu turned to see Zhou Rui standing among the crowd, and he quickly approached, saying, "Brother Rui, TSK, how did the task I assigned you go?" Zhou Rui inquired. "All taken care of," Zhang Yu replied with pride. "Good," Zhou Rui said with a satisfied nod. "Come, I'll introduce you to the beauties of Jiangcheng. You must ensure to uphold my reputation. After all, you are still somewhat of a celebrity. Brother Rui, I must say, there are indeed many beauties in Jiangcheng. I encountered a pair of stunning ladies on the plane, but that scoundrel over there spoiled it for me, and it infuriated me." Zhang Yu pointed at the now distant figure of Yi Xian. Zhou Rui glanced over, his brow furrowing as he remarked, that silhouette resembles Yi Xian. Yet, he quickly shook his head. He could not fathom that Yi Xian would dare to return to Linhai. In his view, Yi Xian had finally secured a decent job in Jiangcheng. Furthermore, Yi Xian's reputation in Linhai was notoriously poor. Returning would only invite trouble. "Let us go," he said, draping an arm over Zhang Yu's shoulder. "Damn it, why would a grown man wear makeup? It's rather nauseating to behold. I can't help it. Nowadays, young girls seem to fancy it. With my Korean-style appearance, I can charm them effortlessly," Zhang Yu boasted. "It also makes it easier to attract female fans." Yi Xian successfully hailed a taxi and, once inside, he instructed, to Sijihuadu. Sijihuadu is the name of a residential community, which is precisely where his parents reside. Although he was in the role of a night watchman, Yi Xian had always kept a watchful eye on his parents' situation. Following the events that befell him, his parents, much like him, had been disowned by the Yi family and dismissed from the company. The properties under his father's name were all reclaimed by the Yi family. Given the immense influence of the Yi family in Linhai, it was exceedingly difficult for his father to find work. However, the circumstances changed dramatically once Yi Xian joined the night watch. The company proactively approached Yi Xian's father, offering a remarkably high salary, thereby restoring his parents' lives to a semblance of normalcy. The only source of discomfort was Yi Xian's inability to disclose his situation with the night watch to his parents, leading them to believe he remained incarcerated. An hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the community. After settling the fare, Yi Xian stood at the gate, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. After all, it had been 9 long years since he last saw his parents. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the community and inquired about the specific location from the security guard. Tightening his backpack, he proceeded further into the complex. Upon reaching Building 5, Room 504, Yi Xian exited the elevator and gazed at the door. As he approached, he noticed it was slightly ajar, and sounds emanated from within. "Yi Jing'an, this is rather inconsiderate of you." A voice resonated from inside. "Regardless, you are still a descendant of the Yi family. As a vice president at Hanyu Group, signing such a contract should fall within your purview. No? Moreover, the collaboration between the two companies would yield benefits for you as well." Yi Jing'an was the name of Yi Xian's father. "I truly cannot assist you," Yi Jing'an sighed, "especially considering that after the incident, you had the family remove us from the family tree." The voice sounded weary and pained. Yi Xian felt a twinge of sorrow in his heart. Wasn't the removal from the family tree a consequence of Yi Xian's actions with a certain young lady? The voice scoffed, "Yi Jing'an, I came to speak to you reasonably. You must sign this contract, whether you like it or not. If you refuse, I assure you, you will not find peace in Linhai. I will arrange for someone to disturb you daily." Yi Xian recognized the identity of the individual in his family, Yi Yunsheng, who had suggested their removal from the family tree after the incident. He was also a distant relative of the Yi family, who had once worked under Yi Jing'an. Following Yi Jing'an's exclusion from the family tree, he became the primary beneficiary, successfully taking over the company managed by Yi Jing'an. After this declaration, he sneered, "If it weren't for the annual performance evaluation in the family recently, would I come to you for assistance? You refuse to cooperate even when I approach you amicably. How ungrateful." With a sigh, Yi Jing'an replied, "Yi Yunsheng, do not overstep. For 9 years, I have kept a low profile, neither seeking nor competing, and I have been removed from the family tree. Why must you pursue this so relentlessly? Enough of your prattle. Will you sign or not?" Yi Yunsheng's impatience was palpable as he coldly retorted, "If you refuse to sign, I can assure you, neither you nor your wife will enjoy a peaceful life. I recall your wife suffers from asthma, does she not?" "You?" Yi Jing'an's voice quivered with indignation. "I will not sign." At that moment, Yi Xian reached the door, his tone imbued with an icy resolve. A voice resonated, causing everyone in the living room to turn their gaze towards the doorway. Yi Xian, inside the room, Yi Jing'an's body trembled violently. Yi Exine looked at his father, whose hair had turned gray, clearly indicating that over the past 9 years, he had borne immense psychological pressure. Yet, he continued to uphold the family. Observing the wrinkles etched on his father's face, Yi Exine disregarded the presence of another middle-aged man in the room. He set down his backpack, his body slightly quivering, and, facing Yi Jingyan, gradually knelt down, uttering, "Dad, I'm back." Yi Jingyan's gaze instantly grew moist. Forgetting about Yi Yunsheng, his eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. He approached Yi Exine, helping him to rise, wiping away his tears, and with few words, patted Yi Exine's shoulder, saying, "It's good that you're back. Really good. Hey, weren't you sentenced to life imprisonment? How did you get out? You didn't escape from prison, did you?" At that moment, Yi Yunsheng, seated on the sofa, interjected. A moment later, a thought crossed his mind, and looking at Yi Exine, he sneered, "Were you the one who just said you wouldn't sign the contract?" Yi Exine wiped his tear-streaked eyes and turned his attention to Yi Yunsheng, enunciating each word. "I believe I just heard you threaten my father, didn't I?" Chapter 62. The supportive brother, "I believe I just heard you threaten my father, didn't I?" Yi Exine's eyes swept over Yi Yunsheng, devoid of any emotion, his gaze icy and penetrating. This caused Yi Yunsheng, seated on the sofa, to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, making him tremble involuntarily. Yi Yunsheng stammered, his voice faltering under the weight of Yi Exine's terrifying stare. Observing the scene, Yi Jingyan's expression shifted slightly. He feared that after 9 years in prison, Yi Exine might react violently again, worrying that he would end up incarcerated once more. He hastily interjected, "Just leave. This contract cannot be signed." Yi Yunsheng longed to issue further threats, but under Yi Exine's penetrating gaze, he found himself too intimidated to speak. Grabbing his briefcase, he stood up. As he passed by Yi Exine, the latter's chilling voice echoed once more, "If you dare to bring trouble my way, the consequences are yours to bear." Indeed, he understood and could imagine the disdain his parents had endured over the past 9 years. In the past, he had been a sentinel, unable to return or do anything. But now, he was back, and he would not allow his parents to suffer even the slightest indignity. Yi Yunsheng swallowed hard as he walked past Yi Exine. With his departure, the cold, murderous aura surrounding Yi Exine dissipated. He set down his backpack, looked at Yi Jingyan, and said, "Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you for 9 years. Yi Jingyan, tears streaming down his face, sniffled and replied, "It's just good to have you back. You have no idea how many times your mother and I visited you in prison over these 9 years. Yet we were unable to see you even once. I was all right, but your mother was heartbroken. But now, you're home, and that's what truly matters." Yi Exine felt a slight ache in his nose as he glanced around and inquired, "By the way, where is my mother?" "Your mother has gone to your aunt's house. It's her birthday today. I was supposed to accompany her, but then Yi Yunsheng called me with matters to discuss, which delayed my plans," replied Yi Jingyan. "Perfect. You can join me in visiting. We can catch up with your aunt and the others," he continued, letting out a sigh. "Ever since the incident concerning you, the Yi family has severed ties with us. Fortunately, the relatives on your mother's side have not shunned us and continue to maintain contact." His spirits lifted considerably as he patted Yi Exine on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. I will take you there." Yi Exine nodded, tossing his backpack onto the sofa before stepping out with Yi Jingyan. Yi Jingyan's annual income was commendable. He had purchased a villa and owned a decent car. Once inside the vehicle, he began recounting the events of the past 9 years to Yi Exine, as if there were an endless stream of stories to share. Yi Exine listened quietly, well aware of most occurrences. Although he had been unable to see his parents during his time as a night watchman, he had kept himself informed about their lives. Soon, they arrived at a residential community, parking the car before walking towards a building. As they approached the entrance, Yi Exine's gaze suddenly shifted to a particular direction. There, a young man in his 20s was walking dejectedly towards the exit of the community, his head lowered. Yi Exine's eyes brightened slightly. He recognized this individual, his childhood friend and confidant, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was not from a wealthy family, but he shared a close bond with Yi Exine. They had known each other since kindergarten and remained classmates until they graduated high school. After graduation, Yi Exine was admitted to Linhai University, while Jiang Wei, with less favorable grades, enrolled in an ordinary university in another province. Following Yi Exine's imprisonment, they had lost contact. After 9 years apart, Jiang Wei had not changed much in appearance. Yet he seemed somewhat dejected, as if he had faced rejection. Dad, you go ahead to Annie's. I will join you shortly, Xian said. Yi Jing'an paused for a moment before nodding. Your aunt is in Building 7? Apartment 7-8. Just come over when you're ready. I'll inform them of your return. Xian nodded, bidding farewell to his father before rushing towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei had reached the entrance of the community, standing on the street with 2 boxes resembling gifts, seemingly waiting for a taxi. Jiang Wei, Xian called out softly, his lips barely moving. Jiang Wei responded, turning to look. The moment he saw Xian, the air of despondency vanished, replaced by a look of surprise and joy as his eyes widened. Wow, Xian. The delight radiating from Jiang Wei was instantaneous, and witnessing this, Xian couldn't help but smile. Despite the 9 years apart and the stigma of being labeled a criminal, Jiang Wei showed no signs of fear or disdain. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. This is Xian's closest friend, his dearest brother. Jiang Wei placed the gift he held on the ground and approached Xian, playfully thumping his chest as he exclaimed, "Damn it, you suddenly vanished. I inquired with some classmates who are somewhat close to you, and they all said you were imprisoned for drugging a woman. But tell me, what exactly happened?" Jiang Wei scrutinized Xian from head to toe. "You don't suspect me?" Xian asked in astonishment. "I can discern the slightest scent of your lies. You are the epitome of someone with a lustful heart but lacking the courage to accede. Do you dare to commit such an act of drugging?" Jiang Wei chuckled. Xian, taken aback, cleared his throat and replied, "Well, it's a long story. The specifics elude me, but one thing is certain. I was framed as, you spent 9 years in prison for nothing?" Jiang Wei inquired, furrowing his brow. "Upon my arrival in prison, I was whisked away and subsequently entered a mysterious unit. 3 years ago, I lost my memory due to a mission, and I have only recently begun to regain it," Xian stated earnestly. Jiang Wei was momentarily rendered speechless by Xian's words, and after processing them, he retorted, "You must be joking." Xian sighed inwardly. It was surprising that this fellow did not believe him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy. After 9 years apart, there was no hint of estrangement between them. Observing the gift in Jiang Wei's hands, Xian furrowed his brow and asked, "What about you? I noticed you appeared downcast earlier. Did work present some difficulties? Did someone refuse your gift?" "What gift?" Jiang Wei sighed and explained, "I went to meet my future father-in-law, but I got thrown out." "Thrown out?" Xian asked, puzzled. "What happened?" "It all boils down to money." Jiang Wei sighed again. "I started dating my girlfriend in our junior year, and now it has been 6 years. You know, my parents are both workers and don't have much money. Back in school, my grades weren't great, and after graduation, I found a rather ordinary sales job. I spent 5 years saving diligently, and with my parents' help, I finally scraped together enough for a down payment on a house in Linhai. I thought, with a house secured, I could discuss marriage with my girlfriend's family. However, their demands are simply outrageous." Jiang Wei shook his head. Xian frowned and asked, "What are their conditions?" "Firstly, the house must be in my girlfriend's name." Jiang Wei replied, "That's reasonable. I truly love her. However, now they are insisting on a bride price, and it's a staggering 1 million. Xian was momentarily taken aback. A bride price of 1 million is indeed exorbitant for an ordinary person. "How could it be so much?" Xian asked, astonished. "They have a younger brother," Jiang Wei explained. "It seems they want to use this money to buy him a house, and the current situation is clear. If I don't provide 1 million, marriage is off the table, and I'll be forced to break up with my girlfriend." "What does your girlfriend say about this?" Xian inquired. "She?" At this point, Jiang Wei let out a deep sigh and remarked, "She also speaks on behalf of her family, claiming she wants to be with me for life, yet I am unwilling to part with even 1 million. It simply indicates that I do not love her enough." "Is she unaware of your family's circumstances?" Xian inquired, her brow furrowing. "She is aware, yet she persists in her stance. Moreover, she mentioned that her family is already introducing her to other suitors. If I cannot muster 1 million, reality will force us to part ways," Jiang Wei lamented, his demeanor once again turning despondent. Xian was rendered speechless. This was truly a case of a foolish younger brother. Chapter 63. If we must part, let us part. The next one will be more compliant. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Xian found herself at a loss for words. Having once endured 3 years as a marginalized son-in-law, he felt that his past experiences were already quite tragic. However, in comparison to Jiang Wei, He believed Jiang Wei's situation to be far worse. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What about her brother? What are his thoughts?" "Her brother?" Jiang Wei scoffed. "Let's not even go there. He is idle and has a penchant for gambling. Unfortunately, being the only male in the family, he has been spoiled since childhood. And there is no changing that." With that, he turned to Yi Xian and inquired, "Yi Xian, could you offer me some advice? What should I do?" Yi Xian rubbed his nose and replied, "Has your girlfriend never considered what life after marriage would entail? If you were to borrow $1 million, wouldn't the mortgage combined with that debt need to be repaid together after marriage? Has she given any thought to these matters?" Jiang Wei, disheartened, responded, "Perhaps she no longer wishes to marry me? Maybe she simply wants me to back off. But we have been together for 6 years. I truly love her, and I can sense that she loves me in return. Yet, given the current situation..." Yi Xian exhaled and said, "Jiang Wei, to be frank, I believe you should consider breaking up. Take a moment to calmly analyze your situation. Even if you manage to provide them with $1 million, and you marry her, then what? It is evident that your girlfriend is accommodating her brother, who is a gambler and does not work, a bottomless pit. You will not only have to support your own family but also theirs. Your parents are one thing, but you will also be responsible for her brother. If he marries and has children, all of that will fall on you." Yi Xian calmly laid out the analysis for Jiang Wei, who displayed a conflicted expression. As an ordinary man pushed to such extremes, he had indeed contemplated the idea of breaking up long ago. Yet, it was clear that he genuinely cared for his girlfriend, having shared 6 years together, and their bond was undeniable. Yi Xian, however, encouraged him to part ways, believing that Jiang Wei could find a better partner in the future. From Jiang Wei's reaction upon seeing Yi Xian earlier, Yi Xian had resolved to assist him, at the very least ensuring that Jiang Wei would not have to worry about financial troubles for the rest of his life. "You make a valid point," Jiang Wei sighed, "but I still find it hard to let go." Jiang Wei, at that moment, a voice rang out near the entrance of the community. Yi Xian and Jiang Wei turned their heads to look over. At the entrance of the community, 2 figures approached. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young girl. Jiang Wei whispered, "This is my girlfriend, Fang Li, and that man is her father, Fang Zhou." Yi Xian squinted slightly. He had expected Fang Li to be an enchanting beauty, but upon seeing her, she appeared merely to be a woman of average attractiveness. Given the caliber of women he was accustomed to interacting with, such as Zhi Qiuyu and Jiang Wanshan, Fang Li hardly captured Yi Xian's interest. At that moment, the two approached. Fang Zhou glanced at Jiang Wei and remarked, "Jiang Wei, Fang Li is no longer young. We cannot afford delays. If you cannot provide the necessary funds, it would be better to part ways." Meanwhile, Fang Li maintained a calm demeanor, clearly indicating that they had come to seek a breakup, a conclusion she had already contemplated. Jiang Wei's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Fang Li and her father and sighed, "You are pushing me too hard. If we were to marry normally, I would honor you. Although my income is not high at present, it is considered above average in Linhai City. Alas, let us part ways." Upon uttering these words, Yi Xian sensed that Jiang Wei had been drained of all his strength. Seeing Jiang Wei's declaration, Fang Li's expression also altered slightly before quickly returning to calmness. "Do you not blame us or Xiao Li? You can only blame yourself for being ineffectual and unable to provide for her," Fang Zhou stated, turning to Jiang Wei. "Very well, let us part amicably and not seek each other out again." Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and remarked with a slight smirk, "The cost of marrying these days is exorbitant. One would think they were selling their daughter." Jiang Wei, feeling anger simmer within him, had repressed his emotions due to the harshness of reality. Hearing Yi Xian's words, he chose not to interrupt, as he secretly shared the same sentiment. Fang Zhou turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Yi Xian touched his nose and patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder, saying, "All right, Jiang Wei, there's no need to be so sorrowful. If it's meant to be, it will be. There are plenty of better options out there. Once you have money, you can find any kind of woman." Fang Li frowned at this. However, Fang Zhou scoffed, "You do realize the prerequisite is having money. If he had money, he and Xiao Li would have married long ago. He could barely scrape together a down payment for a small 2-bedroom apartment. Enough of this, Xiao Li, do not dwell on it. Such a man is unworthy of you. Let us return. Your aunt has arranged a blind date for you with someone from a better family. You should meet him tomorrow." Yi Xian interjected with a scoff. "Just because their family is well off doesn't mean they will look favorably upon your family." Fang Li furrowed her brow and turned to Jiang Wei, saying, "What does your friend mean?" Must he make everything so unpleasant? If you were more ambitious, would we be in this predicament? Indeed, if you are ineffectual, do not blame us, they added. Fang Zhou also chimed in. Jiang Wei appeared to be rather intimidated by this woman and refrained from engaging in conversation. Yexin patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder and, with a smile, remarked, "All right, don't overthink it. Isn't it just about making money? Come work at my company starting tomorrow, and I shall offer you an annual salary of 5 million." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wei was taken aback. He assumed that Yexin had only recently returned to Linhai and likely had little money. Thinking that such a statement was merely a gesture to save face for him, he cast a grateful glance at Yexin in silence. Fang Zhou and Fang Li, who were about to leave, halted their steps. Fang Zhou turned to look at Yexin and disdainfully said, "You have a company? And you are offering him a 5 million salary? Anyone can boast." Fang Li added mockingly, "I've never heard of him having such affluent friends." Yexin chuckled and said to Jiang Wei, "Your bank card." The strategy to deal with the Fang family was, of course, to make them regret their words on the spot. Jiang Wei, puzzled by Yexin's intentions, nonetheless obediently produced a bank card. Yexin pulled out his phone, swiftly entered the card number, and then said to Jiang Wei, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to the office, and I'll advance you a year's salary." Ding! At that moment, Jiang Wei's phone chimed with a text notification. He pulled out his phone in confusion, but the next instant, his pupils slightly contracted as he exclaimed, "Yexin, you really transferred 5 million to me? Are you out of your mind?" Yexin smiled and replied, "It's an advance. Just show up for work tomorrow, and your salary for this year is secured." "Who are you trying to fool?" Fang Li sneered, stepping forward to snatch Jiang Wei's phone from him. After glancing at the screen, her expression abruptly changed as she looked at Yexin and said, "You really did transfer 5 million to him." Yexin chuckled lightly. "Why would I deceive you? What do you possess that I would want to deceive you about? Starting tomorrow, Jiang Wei will be part of Linhai's affluent circle." Meanwhile, Fang Zhou also checked his phone, and soon his expression shifted through various shades of disbelief. This revelation was too overwhelming for Jiang Wei. He never imagined Yexin was not joking. At that moment, he was still somewhat in a daze. After a brief moment of shock, Fang Zhou's face broke into a smile as he said, "Jiang Wei, now that you have money, the dowry won't be a burden anymore. You and Shaoli have been together for so many years. Why don't we go back and discuss picking a date for the wedding?" Yexin was taken aback. He had merely intended for Fang Zhou and Fang Li to feel regret, but to his surprise, Fang Zhou had such audacity. Jiang Wei let out a long sigh, expressing gratitude with his eyes towards Yexin, then turned to Fang Li and her father, saying, "Let us forget it. We've already broken up. Give me back my phone." Chapter 64. Prejudice. Encountering such a situation, Jiang Wei felt a surge of anger within. He dedicated 6 years of his life, only to ultimately succumb to the harsh realities of existence. In one moment, the other party expressed that he was unworthy, and in the next, upon discovering he had amassed an additional 5 million, they sought to rekindle their relationship. Jiang Wei found this utterly absurd. In that instant, he truly discerned the true nature of this family. He gazed at Fang Li with a calm demeanor and spoke, "We have already parted ways. Please return my phone. Let us each follow our own paths from now on." Fang Li's expression shifted slightly. She had believed that she had Jiang Wei firmly under her control, convinced that with merely a beckoning finger, he would eagerly rush back to her side. Upon hearing his words, she looked at Jiang Wei and said, "You truly do not love me at all." Jiang Wei chuckled softly, shaking his head. He stepped forward, reclaimed his phone, and exhaled deeply, stating, "I do not love you. Over the past 6 years, I have bared my soul to you. You wanted the house to bear your name, and I acquiesced. You desired this 1 million solely to purchase a home for your brother, yet I genuinely cannot afford it. In such circumstances, you have not made the slightest concession, and I simply cannot produce that sum. Yet now you can," Fang Li retorted. "Jiang Wei, let us marry." Jiang Wei laughed, and as he did, tears began to stream down his face. He looked at Fang Li and said, "Just moments ago, my heart turned cold, completely cold. You are not marrying me. You merely wish to marry money." With that, he turned away. Fang Li attempted to protest, but Yexin interjected, raising his gaze, "Enough, you may leave now. It is you who is unworthy of my brother." The expressions of Fang Zhou and his daughter shifted slightly, but Yexin firmly placed his hand on Jiang Wei's shoulder, saying, "Do not let such people bind you. As long as you can see clearly, That is enough. Indeed, Jiang Wei replied, wiping away the moisture from his eyes, revealing the depth of his emotional investment in this relationship. He took out his phone and said, "Please give me your bank card. I will transfer the money to you." Ye Xine chuckled. "What are you thinking? Do you believe I jest? I am serious. I will take you to work tomorrow." "You truly have a company?" Jiang Wei asked in astonishment. Ye Xine nodded. "What reason would I have to deceive you? Furthermore, I have not been in prison these past few years." Jiang Wei's face was a mask of skepticism, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Ye Xine understood that it would be difficult for him to digest this sudden windfall of 5 million, a fortune that would be a monumental stroke of luck for an ordinary person. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Do not overthink it. Add me on WeChat and give me your number. I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further, but I will contact you tomorrow." All right, Jiang Wei replied as he pulled out his phone. After Ye Xine provided his phone number and WeChat information, he smiled at the bewildered Jiang Wei and then turned to walk back toward the community. He felt it best to give Jiang Wei some time to process everything. Upon returning to the community, he made a beeline for his aunt's residence. Upon reaching the doorstep, he found that his father had thoughtfully left the door ajar for him. It was apparent that the household was bustling with activity, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. "Jing'an, it's not that I harbor any ill will, but considering Ye Xine's past transgressions, it might be prudent for you to give him a call and advise him against coming over, given the size of our gathering," spoke Chao Jin, Ye Xine's maternal uncle. Ye Xine's mother, Chao Yun, was one of 3 sisters, with her being the second, and her younger sister, Chao Rong, being Ye Xine's aunt. "Indeed, second sister," Chao Rong chimed in. "You know, Ye Xine was always my favorite. We never anticipated he would stray down the path of crime. Today is my birthday, and with the family gathered, Ye Xine's release from prison should be a cause for celebration. However, how can we interact with him now?" At that moment, a weary voice interjected, "Ye Xine is undoubtedly innocent. We all know what sort of person he is. How could he possibly commit such an act?" Bang! At that juncture, the door was suddenly slammed shut, and Chao Jin's voice resonated once more, "Second sister, Jing'an, I must admit there is some bias here, but Ye Xine's past actions have entangled us all. The incident in Linhai created quite a stir, and our connection to Ye Xine cost me my job. As you are well aware, his return may seem like a positive development, but it isn't necessarily so for US. In any case, please call him and suggest he refrain from coming for now. Indeed, we have endured enough embarrassment in the past." Inside, a flurry of voices continued to emanate. Ye Xine stood outside, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He had anticipated that upon returning to Linhai, both relatives and friends would harbor some degree of prejudice against him. Yet, he had not expected that after 9 long years, such biases would remain so deeply entrenched. Ye Xine was indeed wronged, and even if he were guilty, 9 years had elapsed. Would they not be willing to grant him a chance to rebuild his life? "Jing'an, consider the sentiments of everyone present. It isn't merely our opinion." He did air gravely. Chao Jin's voice echoed again. Chao Rong frowned and said, "Second sister, please do call him. With so many relatives gathered today, it would be rather inappropriate. Tomorrow, I will personally visit him and help him secure a job. What do you think? Although my husband is a CEO, he does possess some influence over hiring." Outside, Ye Xine listened to their discourse, his expression a tapestry of emotions. After a while, persuaded by their words, his phone finally rang. He exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he answered, "Hello, Dad." Ye Xine, came Ye Jing'an's voice, tinged with melancholy. "Father, well, I may not be able to make it today. I just ran into my childhood friend Jiang Wei, whom I've known since kindergarten. He insisted on dragging me out for a meal, and I couldn't refuse him." Ye Xine said with a smile. He didn't want to add any pressure on Ye Jing'an. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing'an let out a slight sigh of relief and replied, "All right then, make sure to come home early after your meal. I will have dinner at your aunt's place and bring your mother back as well. You have no idea, your mother was overjoyed to hear that you were back." Ye Xine nodded, saying, I'll hang up now." With that, he ended the call. Glancing at the door of his room, he exhaled deeply and turned towards the elevator. Upon leaving the community, Ye Xine found himself on the street, staring at the vast expanse of the seaside. Momentarily at a loss as to where to go, "I must seize the time. Otherwise these prejudices will continue to linger around me," he mused. While he was indifferent to the disdain from his uncle and others, he did not wish for his parents to bear such pressures, He hailed a taxi and instructed, "To a bar." "Which bar?" the driver inquired. "Just pick any," Yi Xian replied. The driver, with an understanding nod, started the vehicle. Half an hour later, at the bar street in Linhai, the car came to a halt. The driver cheerfully pointed outside and said, "This should be one of the best bars in Linhai." Yi Xian glanced at the bar, which was named Flowing Fire. He paid the fare, alighted, and walked into the bar. It was only a little past 7 in the evening, and the bar was not particularly crowded. Yi Xian entered, ordered a private booth, sat down alone, and ordered several drinks, drinking quietly to himself. Chapter 65. Old classmates on the bar counter. A stunningly beautiful woman stood, cradling a guitar and singing some heartfelt songs. As time passed, the crowd began to swell, and the singer eventually stepped down, making way for a DJ, whose heavy beats resonated through the eye on the dance floor. People began to sway to the rhythm, as if the entire bar had awakened, with countless young men and women bursting forth with youthful exuberance, dancing and jumping. Yi Xian chose to observe from a distance, not participating, but calmly sipping his drinks. In truth, he could not get drunk. He merely sought solace in alcohol after hearing the prejudices expressed by his relatives about him. Suddenly, at his booth, a young woman clad in a black dress sat down, took a glass from the table, and poured herself some of Yi Xian's drink. Without uttering a word, she downed the glass in one go. "Miss, that seems to be my drink," Yi Xian remarked, lifting his eyes to glance at her. The moment he did, he was mildly taken aback by her extraordinary beauty. Unlike the heavily made-up and scantily clad individuals in the bar, she wore no makeup at all, her black dress completely concealing her figure, revealing nothing. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, she merely looked at him and said, "I'll pay you back later." "Are all you men like this? Isn't it just that you're coveting my body? Just wait until I get drunk. That will give you your chance." She spoke rather bluntly, seemingly in a sour mood. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, not paying much heed to her words, as he had merely engaged in casual conversation moments before. After pouring herself a glass, she appeared unsatisfied and directly grabbed the bottle to pour herself another drink. Taking a hefty gulp, she gazed at Yi Xian and scoffed. "Men are all nothing but scoundrels." Yi Xian chose to ignore her tirade, sitting alone in his corner, thus creating a rather peculiar atmosphere within their booth. He and the girl in the black dress sat opposite each other, neither leaning closer, each indulging in their own drinks without any exchange of words. With every few sips the girl took, she would curse men as being worthless. Yi Xian surmised that she had just experienced a heartbreak. However, he paid little attention to her plight, contemplating that once he finished his drink, he could return home. After a while, a few individuals hurriedly approached the booth, one of whom quickly approached the girl in the black dress, saying, "Fei Fei, I finally found you." The girl, referred to as Fei Fei, seemed slightly dazed from her drinking. Clutching the bottle, she lifted her head to glare at the young man before her, exclaiming, "Could you just leave me alone?" "Fei Fei, I'm sorry, truly sorry. I was wrong," the young man hastily began. "Even if you don't forgive me, you can't just come to a bar and casually drink with some random guy." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Xian, and his expression shifted slightly as he recognized him. "Why, Yi Xian?" Yi Xian raised his eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity with the individual before him. After a moment, he recalled the young man's name, Zhou Ji, a member of the Zhou family from Linhai, though he belonged to a collateral branch. In comparison to Zhou Rui, who held a prestigious position within the family, Zhou Ji was considered to be on a much lower tier. Nonetheless, within such a family, even collateral relatives enjoyed significantly better circumstances than the average person. He and Yi Xian were also high school classmates. During their school years, Zhou Ji had pursued Bai Yao, a girl with whom Yi Xian had a close relationship, which had led to ongoing tension between them. Just a few days prior, Rui Gu had mentioned that he couldn't believe Yi Xian had been released from prison and returned to Jiangcheng, as someone sentenced to life imprisonment was expected to remain incarcerated for life. Zhou Ji looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeply as he replied, "I'm not in the mood. Don't bother me." "Himph." Zhou Ji scoffed. "Fei Fei is my girlfriend. What did you put in her drink? Are you trying to land yourself back in jail? What concern is it of yours who I drink with?" At this moment, the girl referred to as Fei Fei seemed to regain some clarity, pushing Zhou Ji away as she declared, "We've already broken up. Leave me alone, you scumbag." Zhou Ji stumbled back a step, clenched his fists, twisted his neck, and glared at Exian, saying, Exian, so you've returned to Linghai and already started pursuing my woman. You think just because the Yi family has cast you out, I won't dare to deal with you like before? A group of individuals restrained him firmly. He addressed the entourage he had brought along to tea that moment. A waiter approached and said, Mr. Zhou, this is Lu Hua. If there are any grievances, please resolve them outside. Zhou Ji frowned, his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty, as if he were apprehensive about something. He then glared at Exian through clenched teeth and said, Kid, consider yourself fortunate. With that, he moved in front of the woman and said, Fei Fei, let us depart. You should not come to such places alone. Fei Fei, however, pushed him aside and hurried over to Exian, grasping his arm and whispering, Help me, I'll cover the cost of the drinks. Zhou Ji observed this scene with a furrowed brow and cast a penetrating glance at Exian, stating, Exian, release my hand. Exian, holding his drink, chose to ignore him. Witnessing Exian's demeanor, Zhou Ji's anger flared. He stepped forward and slapped Exian's face while shouting, Do you not understand when I tell you to let go? With a resounding smack, Exian, already in a foul mood, found no reason to endure Zhou Ji's aggression. He hurled his drink at Zhou Ji, splattering him with liquid, and then seized Zhou Ji's arm. At that moment, the waiter reappeared, seemingly accustomed to such altercations, and addressed Exian. Sir, this is Lu Hua. If you wish to fight, please do so outside. Exian shot a glance at the waiter, retorting, He struck first. Am I not allowed to defend myself? The waiter replied calmly, yet with an undertone of threat. Regardless of self-defense, any act of aggression here at Lu Hua will have consequences. Oh, Exian replied nonchalantly. The waiter's lips curled into a slight smile, for in Lu Hua, no one dared to engage in violence. However, before he could finish his thought, he noticed Exian had broken free from the woman in the black dress, stood up, released Zhou Ji's arm, and swiftly slapped him, exclaiming, Get lost. Zhou Ji felt a sharp pain on his face, stumbling backward as his companions hurried to catch him. Grasping his face, Zhou Ji glared at Exian, saying, Do you dare to strike me? You truly must want to end your life. Nearby, the waiter coldly regarded Exian, stating, Sir, I believe I just reminded you that there would be consequences for violence. Correct? Exian glanced at him, replying, He struck first. I merely returned the favor, nothing more. The waiter let out a derisive laugh, pulling out his walkie-talkie and declaring, There is a disturbance at booth number 7. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed, and almost immediately, a throng of individuals surged toward them, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Oh, isn't that our brother Ji? Causing a ruckus at Lu Hua? Did you think that with Zhou Rui backing you, you could act brazenly in my presence? Amidst the throng, a man with a buzz cut and clad in leather emerged, casting a half-smile, half-sneer at Zhou Ji. Upon seeing this individual, Zhou Ji's expression subtly shifted. The waiter hastily approached, stating, He is the one who initiated the violence. The man then turned his gaze towards Exian, momentarily taken aback, before a cold smirk crept across his lips as he remarked, TSK, Exian. Bai Qi was just telling me the other day that he intended to send someone to Jiangqing to find you. Who would have thought you would deliver yourself right to our doorstep? Bai Qi, the elder brother of Bai Yao, is the primary heir of the Bai family. Clearly, after Zhou Rui returned to Linhai, he informed Bai Qi of Exian's presence in Jiangqing. Following the defilement of his sister, Bai Qi had long harbored intentions of exacting vengeance upon Exian. Initially, when Exian was imprisoned, he was unable to act, but 9 years in prison could not quell Bai Qi's resentment. Now that they perceived Exian's release, they believed the time for retribution had come. Brothers, drag him out and give him a beating before we ascertain the details. The buzzcut man chuckled lightly, adding, by the way, call Qi Gu and tell him to come over. We caught Exian. Nearby, a girl named Fei Fei seemed to have fully regained her senses. Her face was pale with shock, utterly unprepared for the situation to escalate to this extent. Chapter 66. Is this a movie? In the bar, many eyes turned towards Exian and his companions. Surrounded by a dozen individuals, Exian maintained an air of tranquility, while the girl in the black dress beside him visibly paled, quickly exclaiming, This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. There is nothing to misunderstand. Take him away. The buzzcut man scoffed, glancing at Exian. Exian did not recognize this person, nor did he have even the faintest recollection of him. However, he could surmise why this man was familiar with him. Since Bai Qi intended to send someone to Jiangxing to deal with him, it was only natural that he had shown his subordinates a photograph of Yi Xian. Exhaling slowly, he addressed the buzzcut man. I told you, he struck first. Does it truly matter who struck first now? The buzzcut man replied with a mocking laugh, gazing at Yi Xian. You've entered my brother's territory after tarnishing his sister's reputation. You truly have no understanding of the danger you're in. Drag him away. In an instant, several individuals advanced toward Yi Xian. Across from him, Zhou Ji wore a look of schadenfreude, while Yi Xian surveyed the crowd around him. The onlookers were far too numerous, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The night watchers typically operated discreetly, avoiding actions in plain view. Previously, during his encounters with Lan Xing, Yi Xian had been confident they wouldn't divulge the matter. However, the current situation was wholly different. If any display of violence occurred under such scrutiny, it would violate the principles of the night watchers. He furrowed his brow momentarily, suppressing his emotions. Do not touch me. I can walk on my own. Yi Xian stated coolly, casting a glance at the two approaching him. Kid, quite the audacious spirit you have, one of them remarked. The individual approaching was a robust man. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, a grin spread across his lips as he retorted, I dare to confront you. What can you do about it? As he spoke, one of his hands lunged directly towards Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian seized his finger with a swift grip, exerting force on his wrist and abruptly twisting the finger downwards. A piercing scream erupted from the robust man in the next instant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he found himself unable to employ his extraordinary strength. But ordinary force was still within his grasp. No one anticipated that Yi Xian would audaciously strike out in such a situation. The crew-cut man licked his lips and remarked, daring to fight back? Quite interesting, indeed. Truly deserving of the reputation of someone who has spent time in custody. Release him. Others quickly encircled, urging him to let go. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, pushing back with a subtle force to send the man staggering. He spoke again, I will accompany you, but do not dare lay a hand on me. Whoever touches me shall face dire consequences. The large group, taken aback by Yi Xian's boldness, bristled with indignation. At that moment, the crew-cut man waved his hand and said, let him walk on his own. When we reach a secluded area, we can have our fun. A faint smile crept upon Yi Xian's lips, with someone leading the way. He prepared to step forward when the woman in the black dress, named Fei Fei, urgently interjected, you cannot go with them. They will surely beat you to a pulp. This woman exhibited a sense of loyalty. Yi Xian regarded her with a gentle smile but chose to disregard her words, following the group as they exited the bar through the back door. A look of anxiety crossed the black-dressed beauty's face, mingled with helplessness. She longed to follow but was held back by fear. At that moment, Zhou Ji, grinning, said, Fei Fei, be a good girl. All right? I truly regret it. Let us return now. This fellow Yi Xian is indeed deserving of his fate. I am unsure how you found him, but he is a rapist. 9 years ago, Bai Xian from the Bai family was violated by this scoundrel. Bai Qi, a stakeholder in this bar, will not treat him kindly, and it is well deserved. This is all you're doing, you scoundrel. The black-dressed beauty screamed, turning away and sprinting towards the bar's entrance. Upon reaching the door, she paused, pacing back and forth, while Zhou Ji emerged with his entourage, urgently attempting to persuade her. However, she paid him no heed. She understood that the situation had arisen because of him, waiting by the entrance in hopes that if Yi Xian were to suffer serious harm, she could rush him to the hospital immediately. Yi Xian was led by a dozen individuals through the bar's back door. Behind the bar lay a relatively open area, and as the door swung open, a voice from behind him exclaimed, there were too many people earlier. We didn't want to disrupt the bar's business and image, yet you dared to lay a hand on me, you son of a. Mid-sentence, he lunged forward, raising his foot to kick towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes. A cold glimmer abruptly flashed. He slightly leaned to the side, extending his right hand to seize the leg that had been kicked towards him, effortlessly pulling it towards him. The leg of the individual who had kicked Yi Xian was yanked straight, causing the person to split in midair, performing an unintentional straddle. How could he possess such flexibility? A tremendous scream erupted from him. Damn it! The others, witnessing Yi Xian's audacity to retaliate, erupted in a chorus of roars. Hold on! At that moment, a man with a buzz cut cheerfully interjected, prompting the group of enraged individuals to cease their clamoring. With a mocking chuckle, the buzzcut man stepped forward and addressed Xian. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peng Xingkuan, but you may call me Brother Kuan. Assessing Xian, he continued, impressive skills. It seems you have honed some abilities during your years in prison. Xian stood calmly, observing the buzzcut man without responding to his words, instead asking, Are you certain you wish to lay hands on me? What else is there? The buzzcut man replied with a grin. Xian surveyed the crowd, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, Very well. I happen to be in a rather unsatisfactory mood. Perhaps a brawl will lift my spirits. However, you have only 13 of you. That may not suffice. Peng Xingkuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded Xian, then lit a cigarette and stepped back a few paces. He waved his hand forward and declared, Let the fight commence, but don't kill him. As long as we can recognize him, it will suffice. Gu should be on his way. The group of over a dozen individuals let out sinister chuckles. Xian exhaled and reciprocated with a smile. Let us get started. In the next instant, one individual shouted, and immediately, someone charged forward, attempting to grapple Xian. Meanwhile, Peng Xingkuan, cigarette in mouth, casually placed his hands in his pockets. Appearing to relish the unfolding spectacle before him, 13 individuals encircled Xian. He could only perceive the throng's chaotic movement, unable to discern the specifics of the conflict. The sounds of agonizing cries intermittently echoed. Ah, ah, ah! In the midst of it all, against the onslaught of numerous adversaries, Xian moved with the slippery grace of an eel, making it nearly impossible for them to lay a hand on him. Bang, bang, bang. With a frigid gaze, Xian evaded and struck. These burly men, formidable among ordinary folk, now appeared as mere novices in the face of Xian's prowess. Xian's fists were relentless. Within mere minutes, the number of standing opponents dwindled significantly. Behind him, Peng Xingkuan's cigarette froze in his mouth, forgotten as he gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Bang! Suddenly, the last assailant was struck in the abdomen by Xian's punch, sent flying and crashing to the ground before Peng Xingkuan. Xian dusted off his hands and turned to Peng Xingkuan, stating, I told you, they are insufficient, am I right? Peng Xingkuan swallowed hard, his pupils constricting as he stared at Xian in shock, his voice trembling as he stammered. How is this possible? One person against a dozen. Is this a movie? At that moment, he suddenly noticed Xian approaching him with a broad smile. Chapter 67. This is a threat. Peng Xingkuan, overseeing the affairs at Liuhua Bar, was undoubtedly a person of considerable experience and insight. He had witnessed individuals capable of taking on 2 or 3 opponents. However, encountering someone who could contend with a dozen was a first for him. What was even more alarming was the rapidity of the events unfolding before him. He gazed upon the sprawled bodies of several men, along with the one who had just executed a split. A cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Xian, have you truly thought this through? This is Liuhua Bar, and Gu has already expressed his dissatisfaction with you. Do you dare to make a move here? This matter is far from over. Even if you were still with the Yi family, Gu is not someone you can provoke, let alone now that you are no longer part of it. Peng Xingkuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Xian approached him. A smile playing on his lips, he reached into his pocket, retrieved a cigarette, lit it and remarked, So, you only permit yourself to declare that you can incapacitate me, as long as you recognize the person, but I am not allowed to strike you, correct? Upon hearing these words, Peng Xingkuan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. This was the unwritten rule of Liuhua Bar. With a cold chuckle, Peng Xingkuan replied, I must admit, I underestimated you. I did not foresee your prowess in combat. But how dare you lay hands on someone from Liuhua Bar? Xian, you have just returned to Lin Hai. Do not think you can remain unscathed here. Are you threatening me? Xian exhaled a cloud of smoke, directing it towards Peng Xingkuan's face. The moment Peng Xingkuan heard Xian's words, he instinctively thought that Xian was somewhat intimidated. He nodded and said, You could interpret it that way. So, Bai Qi is still unwilling to let me go, Xian remarked as he blew a smoke ring. Then let us offer him a greeting gift. In the next instant, he exerted tremendous force, seizing Peng Xingkuan by the neck. Peng Xingkuan felt an overwhelming power surge through him, rendering him utterly defenseless in an instant. He was slammed against the adjacent wall, his face pressed against it, leaving him bruised and bloodied, with blood streaming from his nose. He collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yexin crouched down before him, looking at Pang Xinkuan, and said coolly, I did mention that I was in a rather poor mood. Yet you insisted on provoking me repeatedly. Why bother? With that, he extinguished his cigarette and continued, Oh, and tell Bai Qi that I was wronged in the past. I will only explain this once. Whether he believes it or not is his concern. If he chooses to continue targeting me, enlisting people like you to confront me, I will accept it all. However, he must also bear the consequences of his actions against me. With that, Yi Exine stood up, pushed open the back door of the bar, and paused at the threshold to say, Oh, and let him know that he may interpret my words as a threat. Having returned, and with the intention to uncover the truth, Yi Exine was prepared to reveal his fangs. The Liuhua bar should not betray him. If others were to learn that a single individual had taken down a group from Liuhua bar, the implications would be dire. The rules established by the Liuhua bar, which prohibit any form of violence within its premises, would soon be rendered meaningless. After witnessing Yi Exine exit the alley, it took a considerable amount of time before those sprawled on the ground began to rise. One by one, none of them emerged unscathed. Most bore bruises and injuries. Damn it! Pang Xinkuan finally regained his composure, wiping the blood from his face, his expression dark as he uttered a curse. Ever since he had aligned himself with Bai Qi, no one in Lehigh dared to lay a hand on him. Over the years, Yi Exine was the first person to inflict such a severe beating upon him. Although he had trained in Sanda, their acquaintance had blossomed through their shared passion for the martial art. Yet, before Yi Exine, he found himself utterly powerless. Let us head back, he gritted through clenched teeth. Yi Exine, however, paid little heed to his words. Upon returning to Lehigh, he anticipated encountering numerous troubles. Bai Qi was a given, and Zhou Rui would undoubtedly make things difficult. As for the Yi family, the situation would be no different. Coming back, this path might prove arduous, but for the former Yi Exine, it posed little concern. To the current him, what did the affluent clans of Lehigh truly signify? Upon entering the bar, he settled his tab before making his way to the exit. Just as he reached the door, a voice filled with surprise rang out, You're really unscathed? The speaker was none other than the lady in the black dress, with Zhou Ji and his companion still standing nearby. Upon seeing Yi Exine emerge unscathed, the expressions on Zhou Ji's group were filled with incredulity. Yi Exine touched his nose, glanced at the lady in the black dress, and then remarked, You seem to have anticipated my injury? That's not what I meant, the lady in the black dress quickly replied. Yi Exine waved his hand dismissively and retrieved his phone, locating the Alipay payment code, stating, Now, about that payment. You mentioned earlier that I would have to cover half the cost of the drinks. The total was 5,326. You only need to reimburse me 2,650. The lady in the black dress paused momentarily before silently pulling out her phone. Yi Exine, are you even a man? Fei drinking with you is a sign of respect, and now you're asking her for money? Don't you think that's rather low? Zhou Ji scoffed. Yi Exine chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the lady in the black dress. She scanned her phone and processed the payment. She introduced herself, saying, My name is Chen Fei. Hearing Chen Fei introduce herself to Yi Exine caused Zhou Ji's nose to flare in frustration. He glared at Yi Exine and said, Yi Exine, are you certain you wish to compete with me for women? I have no interest in your affairs whatsoever, Yi Exine replied coolly. With that, he opened the door of a taxi parked outside and climbed in without hesitation. What's the point of flaunting yourself here without even a car? Zhou Ji retorted dismissively. Yet, he refrained from taking any action. After all, Yi Exine had emerged from the Liuhua bar unscathed, a first since its inception. In truth, he had refrained from acting earlier due to the bar's notorious reputation. Those who resorted to violence within its walls were always taken to the back and returned with nary a scratch, let alone in perfect condition. Zhou Ji had no inkling of how Yi Exine had managed to escape unscathed. Thus he dared not act recklessly as he gazed at the receding figure of Yi Exine. He turned his attention to Chen Fei and said, Fei, allow me to escort you home. Could you please just leave? Chen Fei retorted coldly, casting him a disdainful glance. We have already parted ways, and there is no possibility for reconciliation. You have cheated, and not just with one person. You are a scoundrel. Compared to that individual from earlier, you are utterly pathetic. With that, she hailed a taxi and swiftly entered, leaving Zhou Ji standing there with a countenance that oscillated between anger and despair, gritting his teeth as he uttered, Yi Exine. Half an hour later, within the confines of the Liuhua bar, a burly man in his 30s, sporting a slick hairstyle and dressed in a sharp suit, strode into the establishment. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the office area, pushing open the door to one of the offices. A potent aroma of alcohol assaulted his senses. Inside, he beheld a dozen individuals, each dabbing alcohol on their faces, accompanied by occasional sobs. The most unfortunate among them sat on a sofa, legs splayed apart, trembling slightly, emitting a series of spine-chilling groans. Didn't you claim to have captured Xian? What on earth is happening now? Indeed, the newcomer was Bai Qi, the first heir of the Bai family. Where's Kuan? He scanned the room and soon spotted Peng Xinkuan sitting in a chair, his head wrapped in bandages, fury flashing across his face as he demanded, "Who did this? Xian?" Peng Xinkuan's tone was equally grim, tinged with embarrassment. It was indeed humiliating for such a large group to be bested by a single individual. Observing Bai Qi's increasingly dark expression, Peng Xinkuan clenched his teeth and continued. He claims that he was wronged in the previous incident, asserting that he will only explain once, believing it or not if you wish to confront him. He is prepared to face it all, but you must bear the consequences of your actions. He also mentioned that this is a threat. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. He slammed his palm onto the table, teeth clenched as he seethed. Well then, a rapist who has sullied my sister dares to threaten me. I swear, if I don't flay his skin off, I shan't bear the Bai surname. Chapter 68. The class monitor and the class beauty simultaneously. In the finest restaurant in Linhai, a group of individuals was seated. Among them were Zhou Ruei, Bai Yao, Jiang Wanwan, Qin Xiaowei, Zhou Qianqian, and Zhang Yu. The young man Xian had encountered on the plane. Additionally, several other young people were present to extend a warm welcome to Jiang Wanwan and her companions who had traveled from Jiangsheng. At this moment, however, Zhang Yu appeared somewhat disheveled. His face was drenched, and his eyes were swollen as if he had been struck point one should consider their own standing. A mere internet celebrity trying to put on airs in our presence, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. How dare you lay a hand on Sister Qianqian? Indeed, earlier, Zhou Ruei had intended to introduce him to some beauties, and he had fixated on the relatively mature and poised Zhou Qianqian, inadvertently brushing against her thigh while toasting. This was caught by Qin Xiaowei, and given her temperament, she could hardly contain herself. In a fit of anger, she directly confronted Zhang Yu. After Zhang Yu received a punch, Jiang Wanwan, upon learning of the incident, splashed a cup of tea onto his face. Watching this unfold, Zhou Ruei furrowed his brows and remarked, Wanwan, is this a bit excessive? While Zhang Yu indeed acted inappropriately, it stemmed merely from his infatuation with Qianqian. It was undoubtedly a bit frivolous, yet regardless, he remains my friend. Is it not somewhat disrespectful to treat him this way? Jiang Wanwan frowned and replied, What does Senior Zhou intend to do about it? Zhang Yu sneered, wiping the tea from his face. So you are Jiang Wanwan, the daughter of Jiangqing's wealthiest man. But remember, this is Linhai. What significance does a mere wealthy individual from Jiangqing hold here? Nearby, the previously silent Bai Yao lifted her gaze to Zhou Ruei and coldly stated, Let him leave. Zhou Ruei's brow furrowed. Zhang Yu was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Bai Yao had suddenly spoken. Yao Yao. Zhou Ruei looked towards Bai Yao. Unfazed, she replied, These are my friends and confidants. You should show some respect to your companions. Although my Bai family may appear to be in decline, protecting my friends is not an insurmountable issue. If Zhang Yu does not leave today, our engagement will be annulled. Zhou Ruei's brow knitted together, yet he soon forced a smile, saying, Oh dear, please don't be upset. This matter is indeed my brother's fault. Very well, you all continue your conversation, and I shall take my friends out for a bit of fun. With that, he exchanged glances with the others. At the table, several men stood up and exited the private room. Once they departed, Jiang Wanwan muttered, What nonsense? Bai Yao remained silent for a moment before looking up to ask, By the way, how has Xian been at your company recently? Jiang Wanwan pouted and replied, What else? He is still tardy every day. I had intended to bring him along this time, but when I waited until after 10 this morning, he hadn't even arrived at the company, which infuriated me. Bai Yao frowned and remarked, Does he not cherish his job opportunity? He doesn't even need to work. He is actually from Xinhai Bank. Just as she was about to elaborate, Zhou Qianqian tugged at Jiang Wanwan, prompting her to respond, Regardless, I'm not concerned about that Guy. My father is quite fond of him, so he probably won't be dismissed. Do you think he will come to Linhai? Bai Yao suddenly inquired. Jiang Wanwan and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Nearby, Chen Yining scoffed. What would he come for? A person like that is just an eyesore. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaowei furrowed her brows and said, Actually, XINISNT that bad. Just then, Bai Yao's phone rang. She picked it up, glanced at the screen, and answered, Hello, big brother. The call was from Bai Qi. Hello, Yao Yao. I have something to tell you. YEXIN has arrived in Linhai. You should keep your distance from this fellow. If he dares to approach you, contact me immediately. He surely still has feelings for you, and I suspect he may disrupt your engagement banquet with Zhou Rue. Bai Qi stated, There must be no slightest flaw in your engagement banquet. Do you understand? What? Bai Yao's tone revealed a hint of shock. Yes, he just arrived at my bar and had some conflict with my staff. Bai Qi said with a cold smile, I understand. Bai Yao exhaled deeply. After hanging up the phone, no one noticed the flicker of joy in Bai Yao's eyes as she turned to everyone and announced, EXIN has come to Linhai. Huh? The remaining people in the restaurant looked at her in astonishment. When EXIN returned home, his parents had also come back. Upon seeing EXIN, Chao Yun was so overjoyed that tears flowed uncontrollably. She engaged him in conversation that lasted until 1 a.m., before reluctantly going to rest. A night devoid of words passed. The next morning, when EXIN awoke, it was already past 10 o'clock. After a brief wash-up, he called Jiang Wei, who answered the phone almost instantly. Jiang Wei exclaimed on the other end, What the hell? Why are you only calling me now? I thought I was dreaming and slapped myself several times. EXIN couldn't help but chuckle. Where am I working? Jiang Wei inquired. At Hanyu Group. EXIN replied calmly, Hanyu? Group? Jiang Wei stuttered upon hearing the name. Indeed, Hanyu Group is in Yinjing and is on par with those top family enterprises. Most crucially, EXIN owns 70% of the company's shares, while the remaining 30% belongs to Zhiqiuyud. EXIN's father also works there, but to ease his father's burden, EXIN had instructed the staff not to assign any tasks to Yijing and since his father's employment began. The current head of the company is a former member of the Night Watchers, who sustained severe injuries during a mission, losing an arm, and could no longer bear the workload of the Night Watchers. After leaving the Night Watchers, he took over the management of the company at the request of EXIN and Zhiqiuyu. And EXIN is the most enigmatic chairman of this company. Of course, in addition to bringing Jiang Wei on board at Hanyu Group, EXIN also aims to leverage the company's capabilities to investigate what is truly happening with the logistics firm. After a brief tidying up, he stepped out. Half an hour later, he arrived punctually at the entrance of Hanyu Group, where Jiang Wei was already waiting. In a way, bro. Are you kidding me? You spent 9 years in prison, and now you tell me you're the boss of Hanyu Group? Are you pulling my leg? Jiang Wei rushed over to EXIN, reprimanding him. EXIN replied, Speechless, I've told you. I wasn't in prison. Why don't you believe me? EXIN, do refrain from jesting with me. Hanyu Group stands as one of the largest companies in Linhai, with its ventures spanning various industries and a market valuation exceeding 100 billion. Jiang Wei still found this hard to believe. Oh, fret not. From this day forth, you shall commence your employment here. Do you see that office building? Starting today, you will possess a vast and opulent office within. EXIN gently patted Jiang Wei's shoulder as he spoke. Oh, do not fool around. Let us be on our way. Jiang Wei remained convinced that EXIN was merely playing a prank on him. Such an occurrence was entirely beyond his expectations. At that moment, a vehicle abruptly halted before them, and the window slid down. A head emerged from the passenger seat, questioning with a hint of skepticism. Jiang Wei? EXIN also turned his head at that moment, slightly shifting. Inside the car were two individuals, the woman in the passenger seat and a bespectacled gentleman behind the wheel. EXIN recognized both of them. They were his high school classmates. The gentleman, their class monitor, was named Sun Su, while the lady, the class beauty, was known as Su Wan. Upon EXIN's sighting, they too recognized him, with Su Wan exclaiming in astonishment, EXIN, you actually got out? Wasn't it said that you were sentenced to life imprisonment? EXIN furrowed his brow. Sun Su exited the vehicle, glanced at EXIN and Jiang Wei, and smiled. Are you two planning to interview at our company? We only accept graduates from the 985 universities, you know. Chapter 69. Flaunting. Jiang Wei, under the impression that they were coming for work, was dressed formally in a suit and tie, leading Sun Su to believe they were there for an interview. Both EXIN and Jiang Wei frowned slightly. Before they could respond, Sun Su continued, How did you manage to receive an interview notice? Typically, Our company does not interview candidates from institutions below the 985 tier. However, since you are old classmates, I shall extend some courtesy. I am currently in a minor management position at Hanyu Group, earning a respectable annual salary of over $1 million. Allow me to make an introduction on your behalf." He then turned to Yi Xian and remarked, "But Jiang Wei might be fine, yet for you, Yi Xian, having spent time in prison, gaining entry into our company seems quite improbable." Yi Xian and Jiang Wei internally lamented. "Did we even inquire about your affairs? You divulged all these details unprompted." Just a display of arrogance, Yi Xian mused, then stated, "No, I am not here for an interview. I am merely accompanying Jiang Wei." "Oh," Sun Tzu nodded, "now I understand." Jiang Wei, eager to divert from Sun Tzu's boasting, quickly inquired, "Is Su-wen also employed here? It seems like you are in quite a remarkable situation." A hint of pride crossed Sun Tzu's face as he replied, "Indeed, Su-wen previously worked here, and I managed to win her over. We have been married for a year now. Well done, my friend." Jiang Wei delivered a punch to Sun Tzu's chest and remarked, "In our class, there are 2 flowers, and you have managed to pluck one." During their high school days, their class was graced by 2 blossoms, both of whom were not only the class beauties but also the school flowers. One of them was Su-wen, while the other, of course, was Bai Yao. Sun Tzu furrowed his brow, patted the area where Jiang Wei had struck him, and then turned to Yi Xian and Jiang Wei, saying, "Good luck with the interview later. I will drop by to greet the interviewer and ensure they take good care of you. If you manage to join our company, the salary will undoubtedly exceed what you earned previously. But of course, to ascend to my position, it will depend on your capabilities." Inside the vehicle, Su-wen appeared to recall something and looked at Yi Xian, saying, "Bai Yao is getting engaged. Did you know?" Jiang Wei paused for a moment, surprised, and also glanced at Yi Xian. In high school, due to Yi Xian's close relationship with Bai Yao, many speculated that the two would eventually end up together. Before Yi Xian could respond, Su-wen continued, "Well, you just got out of prison, so you probably wouldn't be aware. She is engaged to that young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Rue. They truly make a handsome couple, well matched in every regard." Sun Tzu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it's surprising that 1 flower from our class has been taken. By the way, their engagement banquet is set for Saturday, and Bai Yao's family has invited quite a few high school classmates. Over 20 will be attending. Bai Yao will also be present. We plan to gather on Saturday. I am organizing it at the Zhongyue Grand Hotel, and you too should come as well." Both Jiang Wei and Yi Xian furrowed their brows simultaneously. Sun Tzu chuckled, saying, "Don't worry. No one will mind that you're not doing well currently. We are all old classmates. Besides, if Jiang Wei doesn't pass the interview today, who knows, he might end up having a drink with old friends. And those who are doing well might even introduce you to a job or 2. All right, we shall go then. It has been quite a few years since I last saw them," Yi Xian said, touching his nose. "Well then, I still have some documents to submit, so I'll head in first." Sun Tzu nodded, running back to the car. After a moment, he recalled something and added, "Oh, by the way, we will split the bill. I estimate the average expenditure will be around 3,000. We've all been working for a few years now, so this amount should be manageable. Remember to bring some money." As they started the car and headed towards the company, Jiang Wei cursed, "That brat. What is he showing off for?" Meanwhile, in Yi Xian's ears, the conversation between Sun Tzu and Su-wen could be heard. Su-wen remarked, "I can't believe Yi Xian is out of prison. But he has been kicked out of the Yi family. Judging by his attire, he seems to be doing quite poorly. Yi Xian had decent grades and came from a good background, but what does that matter now? He is a rapist, destined to remain at the bottom of society for life. His level is far removed from ours, and we won't have any dealings with him," Sun Tzu scoffed. "Can you imagine Jiang Wei actually coming to interview at our company?" Su-wen inquired. "He can't be serious about getting in, can he?" "Rest assured, I will have a word with the interviewer shortly," Sun Tzu replied. "The Hanyu Group is certainly not a place where just anyone can gain entry," Sun Tzu remarked disdainfully once more. Yi Xian touched his nose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to the side and spoke to Jiang Wei cheerfully. "He was just boasting and mocking earlier. Doesn't that annoy you? To be honest, it is quite irksome. I fail to comprehend why he feels the need to put on such airs," Jiang Wei retorted. "However, there is little we can do. After all, he is currently thriving. Even a minor management position at the Hanyu Group comes with a substantial salary. We simply cannot compete." Yi Xian grinned and suggested, "If you were to take on his role, or even a couple of ranks above him, do you think he would be even more infuriated upon seeing you?" Jiang Wei trembled slightly, exclaiming, "Brother, let us not jest. Are you truly not deceiving me? Where on earth am I supposed to work? I resigned yesterday. Yi Xian chuckled softly, then pulled out his phone, searching for Zhiqiuyu, and dialed. Since he had brought Jiang Wei along, he felt a bit embarrassed at the thought of being stopped by security again. So he decided to call upon the highest authority at Hanyu Group to come meet them. The seasoned veteran managing Hanyu Group, named Lei Bin, had slipped from Yi Xian's contact list after an incident 3 years prior. Soon, the call connected, and Zhiqiuyu asked, "What's the matter?" "I was just thinking of you." Yi Xian coughed lightly. "If you don't have anything to say, I will hang up," Zhiqiuyu replied coldly. "Well, could you pass me Lei Bin's number?" Yi Xian quickly requested. Zhiqiuyu huffed again. "Have you gone to Linhai?" "Yes," Yi Xian nodded. "Remember to look into the matter of number 2. We will send 2 people over to assist you," Zhiqiuyu instructed. Yi Xian nodded in understanding and ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Lei Bin's phone number was sent to him, and he dialed once more. Beside him, Jiang Wei's pupils slightly constricted, his expression a mix of bewilderment and shock. He was aware of who Lei Bin was. In all of Linhai, who did not recognize this one-armed entrepreneur, the president of Hanyu Group. Simultaneously, a weight settled in his heart. If Yi Xian truly knew Lei Bin, he likely wouldn't need to request his phone number. Paying no mind to Jiang Wei, Yi Xian quickly dialed Lei Bin again, and the call was promptly answered by a robust voice. "Hello, hello," Yi Xian replied, "Guess who I am?" After a brief moment of surprise, an excited voice erupted from the other end. "You're truly alive. Where are you?" "I'm downstairs at Hanyu Group," Yi Xian replied with a smile. The line abruptly disconnected. Jiang Wei was left speechless, staring at Yi Xian as he asked, "What shall we do next?" "We simply wait for Lei Bin to come down and greet us," Yi Xian said with a grin. Observing Yi Xian's unwavering demeanor and gaze, Jiang Wei began to doubt the very fabric of his existence. He remained somewhat incredulous. Yet the thought of Yi Xian having transferred 5 million to him the day before ignited a flicker of hope within his heart. If he were to secure a position at Hanyu Group, his parents would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride. After approximately 3 minutes had elapsed, Jiang Wei's pupils subtly contracted. He caught sight of a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, charging towards the entrance, or rather, directly towards them, like a wild stallion set free. Who else could it be but Lei Bin? Nearby, several security guards watched with curiosity, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the company's president. Lei Bin reached Yi Xian in an instant, and before Jiang Wei's astonished gaze, Lei Bin stood at attention, a meter away from them. His eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down his face. Amidst the astonished stares of onlookers, Lei Bin raised his right hand in a precise military salute, murmuring softly, "For all that breathes." Chapter 70. Memories. At the grand entrance of Hanyu Group, Yi Xian and Jiang Wei stood together. Opposite them, 7 or 8 security guards curiously observed the scene, witnessing the president of Hanyu Group, now the highest executive of the company, tremble before the 2 young men, tears cascading down his cheeks. Those familiar with Hanyu Group were aware that Lei Bin was not the owner. He was merely an executor. The true owner had never made an appearance, and they did not even know what the owner looked like. Which meant for the employees of Hanyu Group, Lei Bin represented the pinnacle of authority. Now, this highest figure was standing before a young man, executing a formal military salute while murmuring, "For all that breathes." Yi Xian's lips curled into a faint smile, and then he grinned broadly, echoing Lei Bin. Where the blade points, the heart follows. They paused momentarily before simultaneously declaring, "There is no retreat in battle." This was the motto of the Night Watchman, a phrase they would chant before embarking on missions or during training. They concealed themselves in the shadows, guardians of the world's tranquility. Upon finishing, Yi Xian's smile radiated even more brightly, and Lei Bin rushed forward, enveloping Yi Xian in a fervent embrace, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't just fall apart. You are the most reckless person I have ever encountered, a calamity that spans millennia. I knew you wouldn't meet your end so easily." Yi Xian chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei stood in utter shock, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. What on earth was happening? Yi Xian truly knew Lei Bin, and their relationship appeared exceedingly close. "Let us head to your office first. I have something to discuss with you," Yi Xian suggested. "All right," Lei Bin replied. He then glanced at Jiang Wei, inquiring, "And who might this be?" "My childhood friend. I'm bringing him on board here," Yi Xian explained. An annual salary of 5 million. We'll discuss the specifics later. Let us head upstairs. Well, Since this company belongs to you, you can manage it as you see fit, Laban chuckled. Beside them, Jiang Wei felt as though he might faint. What in the world was going on? Hanyu Group, one of the largest conglomerates by the sea, truly rivals those esteemed family enterprises. It is indeed a remarkable entity under Yi Xian's leadership. Wasn't he imprisoned? Moreover, he was merely a collateral branch of the Yi family, enjoying slightly better circumstances than the average person. Stop dawdling, let us proceed to the company, Yi Xian remarked. Jiang Wei, pulled along by Yi Xian, stumbled into Lei Bin's office in a daze. Once seated, Yi Xian inquired, "You have someone named Sun Su in your company?" "Correct." Lei Bin nodded and replied, "Yes, there is indeed such a person. He seems to be a marketing supervisor in the marketing department." "What of it?" "It's nothing, just arrange Jiang Wei's position 2 levels above his," Yi Xian stated. Lei Bin nodded and turned to Jiang Wei, asking, "Is that acceptable?" At that moment, Jiang Wei's mind finally began to function again, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, Yi Xian, what on earth is going on? How are you the owner of Hanyu Group?" "My head is spinning," Lei Bin chuckled, understanding that this situation was indeed bewildering for an ordinary person. Yi Xian exhaled deeply, looking at Jiang Wei and said, "I previously mentioned that the past 9 years have not been spent in prison, but rather within a clandestine organization that safeguards the world's tranquility. Yi Xian." At this juncture, Lei Bin cleared his throat. "The Night Watchers are shrouded in secrecy, unknown to the average person, and must remain so." Yi Xian smiled and said, "No worries, I intend to bring him into the Night Watchers." Lei Bin initially appeared taken aback, then a hint of envy flickered in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Wei. Indeed, Yi Xian planned to induct Jiang Wei into the Night Watchers, despite his slightly advanced age. The same intention applied to Yang Chong, but he had a child, an An, still in school, which burdened him with many concerns. Jiang Wei, however, was different. He had no children and thus fewer worries. For the next half hour, Yi Xian and Lei Bin elaborated on the Night Watchers to Jiang Wei. After listening, Jiang Wei still felt as though Yi Xian was speaking an incomprehensible language. As the revelations were overwhelmingly shocking to him, he could not fathom the existence of such individuals in this world. Ultimately, it was only after Yi Xian effortlessly broke a metallic object in Lei Bin's office that Jiang Wei became utterly convinced. Yet, he remained in a state of bewilderment. Yi Xian recognized that he needed time to process this information, gently patting Jiang Wei's shoulder and advising, "These matters must not be disclosed to anyone, including your parents and closest companions. I understand, but it is still incredibly hard to believe." Jiang Wei sighed. Yi Xian nodded. "No worries, take some time to digest this. Return for your onboarding next Monday. I have some matters to discuss with Lei Bin." Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall return for now. Goodness, this all feels like a dream." Yi Xian rubbed his nose, and once Jiang Wei departed, he turned to Lei Bin and asked, "Have there been any discoveries in the past 3 years?" Indeed, Yi Xian has long sought to vindicate his innocence. Since Lei Bin took over Hanyu Group in Linhai, he has persistently urged Lei Bin to conduct inquiries. However, over the past 3 years, due to Yi Xian's amnesia and disappearance, Lei Bin has been unable to establish contact with him. Although concrete evidence remains elusive, my investigation suggests a possible connection to your father. With a sigh, Lei Bin remarked, "Your father was indeed capable during his time with the Yi family, but his collateral lineage made him a target for those within the family who wished to see him fail. At that time, the company your father managed had recently acquired a lucrative asset from the Zhou family, shortly before the incident of your alleged assault occurred." Yi Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "So, it is possible that someone aimed to ruin my father, with me as the pawn. This is merely my conjecture based on my investigation, and several families appear to be involved, rendering the situation quite intricate." With no evidence at hand, Lei Bin shrugged and added, "By the way, if you intend to probe into this matter, be cautious. The Zhou family's rapid growth over the past few years raises my suspicion of their ties to Hong Lian." Yi Xian exhaled deeply. "Understood. One more thing. Does Hanyu Group currently have dealings with the Zhou family?" Yi Xian inquired. There were indeed previous engagements, Lei Bin reflected. However, upon suspecting their possible connection with Hong Lian, I severed our collaboration. Now, several areas have turned competitive. Yi Xian licked his lips and said, "Very well, within a day or two, we shall fiercely compete with them, including their ongoing projects. We need not profit ourselves, but merely ensure they incur losses." Lei Bin shrugged. "Fine, the company is yours after all." Yi Xian chuckled. "By the way, don't let my father know that the company is mine." Understood, Lei Bin replied with a smile. Yi Xian nodded. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you. Exiting Hanyu Group, Yi Xian glanced around before exhaling and beginning to recall the circumstances surrounding the incident. It transpired during the winter break of his freshman year. He distinctly remembered that afternoon, coinciding with a family gathering at the Yi residence, where the entire clan was present. During that gathering, he consumed alcohol and soon became somewhat disoriented. Logically speaking, given Yi Xian's tolerance, it was improbable that he could be intoxicated from such a modest amount. In retrospect, it seemed likely that someone had spiked his drink. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hotel room. Lying beside by Xian and it was unequivocally clear that they had engaged in relations. In fact, even to this day, Yi Xian feels a sense of loss, as he recalls that moment with a pang of regret. His mother was his blood, yet he felt nothing. Such a loss at that moment. By Xian had already awakened, dressed, and fled the room in tears. After Yi Xian dressed, by Xian, having procured a kitchen knife from somewhere, stormed back into the room, pursuing him with fervor. The situation escalated dramatically, prompting someone to call the authorities, who eventually subdued by Xian. Subsequently, the Bai family was incensed, leading to Yi Xian's prosecution and imprisonment. Chapter 71. Please, leave me alone, will you? Perhaps that we could begin our inquiries with Yi Yunsheng, suggested Yi Xian, reflecting thoughtfully. If this matter relates to Yi Jing'an, it was indeed Yi Yunsheng who initially proposed expelling him from the family. Moreover, he appears to be the most direct beneficiary. After Yi Jing'an's departure from the Yi clan, he seamlessly took over the company that Yi Jing'an once managed. However, Yi Xian was acutely aware that Yi Yunsheng lacked the capability for such a maneuver. He was merely a pawn in this game, and following the trail of this pawn might lead to numerous discoveries. With this thought, Yi Xian absent-mindedly touched his nose, just as his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Jiang Wanshan. Hello? Yi Xian answered the call. Hey, Yi Xian, you're being quite inconsiderate, came Jiang Wanshan's voice from the other end. You sneak into Linhai and don't even bother to inform me? I am your superior, you know. Are you planning to keep your job? Evidently, Jiang Wanshan was unaware of Yi Xian's resignation. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Wanshan chuckled and said, I'm with Qian and Xiao Wei. Aren't you coming to see us and treat us to a meal? All right, Yi Xian replied. You all choose a restaurant, and I will come to meet you. Perfect. I'll send you the location on WeChat. Jiang Wanshan giggled. After hanging up, Jiang Wanshan promptly sent the restaurant's address. Yi Xian hailed a taxi and made his way to the establishment. Upon arrival, he entered the restaurant and found Jiang Wanshan, Zhou Qian, and Qin Xiaowei. As soon as Jiang Wanshan spotted him, she shot him a glare and exclaimed, What brings you to Linhai? A little matter, Yi Xian smiled. You all chose the restaurant, but this place seems quite extravagant. If it weren't for the likes of you, with a diamond card from Xinhai Bank, how could I afford to dine here? Jiang Wanshan retorted, shooting a playful glare at Yi Xian before picking up the menu. Nearby, Qin Xiaowei and Zhou Qian chuckled and greeted Yi Xian. With a hint of resignation, he sat down and remarked to Jiang Wanshan, By the way, Jiang Wanshan, I actually resigned. Jiang Wanshan paused, slightly taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Yi Xian's, her brows furrowing as she inquired, When did you resign? Why didn't my father mention it to me? Pouring a cup of tea, Yi Xian replied, I resigned yesterday. But Uncle Jiang wanted me to tell you personally, so he probably refrained from informing you. Oh? Jiang Wanshan murmured, lowering her head as she continued to order. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. The moment she noticed Yi Xian's diamond bank card, she realized he could not possibly remain in her employ. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that Yi Xian had quietly been protecting her, not understanding why he chose to work as her assistant. Nevertheless, her vivacious nature quickly overcame her momentary disappointment, and she swiftly finalized her order. Once done, she looked up at Yi Xian and asked, By the way, you must have come to Linhai to attend Senior Bai Yao's engagement banquet, right? Yi Xian shook his head. Speaking of which, it's quite something that Senior Bai Yao is marrying Zhou Ruwei. Jiang Wanan remarked, the lament of the affluent. I shall never allow myself to become a pawn in my father's business dealings. I am determined to marry for love. Once this topic was broached, Zhou Qian promptly nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, during our university days, Zhou Ruwei persistently pursued Bai Yao, yet she never deigned to acknowledge him, often finding him quite bothersome. Moreover, throughout his time at university, while chasing Bai Yao. He dabbled with numerous other women, a veritable playboy. However, when Bai Yao's family encountered difficulties, they sought to sacrifice her. There was little she could do. As you witnessed yesterday, Zhou Rui's friends. What kind of people are they? They had the audacity to make advances towards Sister Qianqian right in front of us, and Zhou Rui merely stood by with that insufferable demeanor. Zhang Wanan recalled the incident from yesterday when Zhang Yu had brazenly touched Zhou Qianqian's leg. A flicker of indignation crossing her face. Xian raised an eyebrow, inquiring, someone dared to lay hands on Manager Zhou? Qin Shaowei nodded, yes, a live-streaming internet celebrity named Zhang Yu. Upon hearing the name, Xian paused, asking, is he the flamboyantly dressed fellow? Indeed, that's him. He sells cosmetics and other items during his live streams, and it seems he has quite a following of young female fans. Some of these girls are truly Navi. Zhang Wanan scoffed, if this were in Jiangcheng, I would have slapped him across the face. Do you know him? Zhou Qianqian asked. He sat beside me when I was in Linhai, Xian replied. Regardless, it's revolting. Sister Bai Yao marrying Zhou Rui.its simply unacceptable, Zhang Wanan sighed. Xian rubbed her nose, remaining silent. At that moment, as they conversed, two individuals entered the restaurant, one of whom was Zhang Yu accompanied by a stylishly dressed young man. Welcome! A server approached, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu? She exclaimed. A smirk of pride crossed Zhang Yu's face as he replied, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. My friend and I are here for a meal. This is the young master of the Yi family, Yi Huan. May I ask if you prefer a private room or would you like to dine in the hall? The server inquired eagerly. Just as Zhang Yu was about to respond, his gaze fell upon Zhang Wanan and her companions, and he said, Yi Huan, look over there. Those three women are the ones who came from Jiangxing to attend Bai Yao's engagement banquet. Yi Huan's expression subtly shifted as he looked over, his eyes sparkling with interest. Since Xian was seated with her back to the entrance, they had not yet seen her face, so I wasn't exaggerating. Was I? These three are all stunning beauties, Zhang Yu remarked, licking his lips. They are indeed quite beautiful. Yi Huan swallowed hard before addressing the server. Please arrange for us to sit at the table adjacent to theirs. The server nodded, very well. This way, please. As they were led over, Zhang Yu feigned surprise and called out, oh, is that not the trio of beauties from Jiangxing? What a coincidence to run into you here. Hearing his voice, Xian and her companions instinctively turned to look, and the expressions of Zhang Wanan and the others immediately soured. Zhang Yu and Yi Huan laid eyes on Xian for the first time. They simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. It's you, Xian? Indeed. Both Xian and Yi Huan belonged to the younger generation of the Yi family, rendering them relatives who were familiar with one another. However, Xian was from a collateral branch, holding a lower status within the family hierarchy, let alone being an heir. In contrast, Yi Huan was Xian's younger brother, a direct descendant, and the younger sibling of the current first heir. Yi Zikan, he was also one of the heirs of the Yi family. When the mantle of inheritance fell upon their generation, he was bound to secure a substantial share. You are Xian? The rapist, Zhang Yu remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Xian, and a wonder, you were hesitant to introduce yourself on the plane. It seems you were too ashamed, considering how infamous the name Xian is in Linhai. With that, he turned to Zhang Wanwan and the others, stating, ladies, you should refrain from associating with such individuals. If you must engage, it ought to be with those of stature. Allow me to introduce this gentleman beside me, Yi Huan, the esteemed young master of the Yi family, one of the heirs, no less. Yi Huan flashed a slight smile and said, greetings, ladies. May I extend an invitation for a lunch together? He accompanied his words with a gentlemanly gesture. Not interested, Zhang Wanwan retorted, curling her lip. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed in dismay. You are turning down an invitation from Yi Huan himself? How ungracious. This is Linhai, not your trivial Jiang city. Zhang Wanwan's expression shifted slightly, betraying a hint of apprehension. Xian exhaled audibly and addressed the two. Would you kindly remove yourselves? Your presence is quite unappetizing. Chapter 72. The girl on Xian's back. Xian's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the two. Everyone fell into a stupor, including Zhang Wanwan and her companions. By now, they had discerned Xian's background and gained some understanding of the Yi family's influence in Jiang City, along with their vast commercial empire. This was precisely why, after Zhang Yu's remark about being in Linhai, Zhang Wanwan refrained from being overly confrontational. Had they been in Jiang City, she would have retorted coldly. However, in this context, She felt an undeniable trepidation, for it was indeed straightforward for the Yi family to target the Dingxing group. They never anticipated that Yi Exine would retort so forcefully, catching Zhang Yu off guard and leaving him momentarily speechless as he gazed at Yi Exine in astonishment. It was Yi Huan who quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes slightly before a smirk crept onto his face as he looked at Yi Exine and remarked, "Are you addressing me? 9 years ago, whenever you encountered me, you acted like a mere child. Now that you've been imprisoned for 9 years, you dare to speak so boldly? Is it because you've seen your father now serving as a vice president at Hanyu Group that you feel emboldened? I believe it would be rather trivial for my Yi family to have Hanyu Group dismiss a vice president. Wouldn't you agree?" Yi Exine pushed back his chair, rose to his feet, and met Yi Huan's gaze with a steady stare. He then spoke nonchalantly, "Why don't you give it a try and see if Hanyu will dismiss my father?" He added dismissively, "And please, stop buzzing around like a mosquito." After digging into his ear, he expressed his disdain. Sensing the rising tension, the manager of the hall quickly approached and said, "Young Master Yi Huan, this is a public place. We have prepared a private room for you. Would you kindly move there for your meal?" Yi Huan ignored him, fixing his intense gaze on Yi Exine, stating, "Yi Exine, fine. I'll give the restaurant owner some face and refrain from arguing with you here. But remember this, Yi Exine, since you have returned to Linhai, we have plenty of time ahead of us." Yi Exine smirked lightly, replying, "Indeed, we have ample time ahead." "Humph." Yi Huan scoffed coldly and followed the manager toward the private room. Nearby, Zhang Yu gleefully remarked, "Grandson, I couldn't stand you on the plane. And now you dare provoke Yi Huan. You're finished. Do you remember my name now? I am Zhang." Arrogant Zhang. With that, he too followed Yi Huan to the private room. Yi Exine chuckled derisively and plopped down into his seat. Just as he settled in, he noticed 3 girls staring at him in astonishment. Zhang Wanshan gave Yi Exine a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive. You actually dared to speak to someone from the Yi family like that." Qin Xiaowei remained silent. Having witnessed Yi Exine's prowess, she felt no concern for him, despite never having mentioned it to anyone. However, Zhou Qianqian furrowed her brow and exhaled, "Yi Exine, the Yi family is not to be trifled with. If they truly decide to target you, just take your bank card and head to Xinhai Bank. No one would dare touch you, not even if they are from the Yi family." Yi Exine nodded and smiled, not overly concerned. Then, a thought struck him, and he looked at Zhou Qianqian, asking, "By the way, Manager Zhou, would you be interested in transferring to work here in Linhai?" Zhou Qianqian's expression brightened as she replied, "Of course. You might not know, but my hometown is actually in Linhai. I was merely assigned to Jiangxing after joining Xinhai Bank. Personnel transfers at Xinhai Bank can be quite challenging. It usually takes several years. Would you be willing to use your authority to bring me back?" Yi Exine nodded, saying, "Well, I prefer to keep a low profile. I only need one contact person at Xinhai Bank, and I've enjoyed working with you. So you can take my card and negotiate with them. If you need me to accompany you, that's also fine." Zhang Wanshan, hearing Yi Exine's words, scoffed, "I never would have guessed you were so low-key." Yi Exine rubbed his nose, while Zhou Qianqian excitedly chimed in, "No need, just having the card will suffice." After all, this was a card that had only 9 issued worldwide, and such a card held significant power at Xinhai Bank. Yi Exine smiled. Since the card was linked to his WeChat, it didn't matter much whether he had it on him or not. He pulled the card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Qianqian. Zhou Qianqian gingerly accepted the card and placed it into her bag. Zhang Wanwan gazed at the card with a look of envy, and then proceeded to order several rather expensive dishes. Without the distraction of others, the dining experience was quite harmonious. Just after they finished their meal, Zhang Wanwan's phone began to ring. It was Bai Yao inviting them to join her for an outing. After bidding each other farewell, Yi Exine slipped away alone, while Zhou Qianqian hurried off to Xinhai Bank to attend to her personnel transfer. This left only Zhang Wanwan and Qin Xiaowei, who took a taxi to Bai Yao's location. Once the 3 women had departed, Yi Exine rubbed his nose, and just as he was about to call a cab to head home for a nap before visiting Yi Yunxing that evening to inquire about the previous situation, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Exine answered, saying, "Hello? Hello, boss. This is Wu Yao, the person in charge here at Linhai. He gang instructed me to coordinate with you," came a polite voice from the other end. Prior to arriving in Linhai, Yi Exine had mentioned his willingness to assist them in resolving warehouse issues. He nodded and replied, "I understand. Here's what we'll do. Add me on WeChat. Send me all the relevant information, and then just wait for me to handle it." "All right," Wu Yao promptly agreed. The call soon ended, and he quickly sent a document to Yi Exine. Xian had no intention of tackling the matter personally. Such a trivial issue could be entrusted to Lei Bin for resolution. He then forwarded the information to Lei Bin as well. After explaining the situation, he put his phone away. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly remembered that Chen Meixian had invited him to dinner that evening. Rubbing his nose, he glanced to the side and spotted an internet CAF, deciding to indulge in a few games instead. In a certain residential complex in Jiangcheng, Wu Yao sat on his sofa, having just ended the call. He was quite handsome, sporting a buzz cut. After hanging up, he looked straight ahead and said, "Master, our boss said I don't need to worry about it anymore." "What is our task for today?" "Kill Hong Lian," came a cold voice from across the room, devoid of any emotion. Sitting opposite him was a girl, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old. She was petite, standing at approximately 155 centimeters, with a cherubic face. However, there was a stark contrast as her chest was remarkably ample. Her short hair framed her expressionless face, her eyes equally void of emotion. On the coffee table before her lay 2 knives of different lengths, and she held a photograph in her hand depicting 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The woman, of course, was herself, smiling brightly in the picture, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. At that moment, she was perched on the back of a man who was chewing on a blade of grass. The sun blazed down on them, illuminating the boy whose lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding a hint of arrogance and disdain. "It was Xian, master. Ever since I rescued you and brought you to Linghai, 3 years have already elapsed. I have become quite formidable now, ranking 5th among underground assassins. Is it not a bit excessive to employ me against the likes of Hong Lian? The red card assassin of Hong Lian seems as fragile as paper. I yearn to confront the kind of adversaries you mentioned. When shall we return to the Night Watchers?" Wu Yao lamented, his expression despondent. "Above all, I no longer wish to work." The girl raised her gaze to him, her tone remaining frigid as she replied, "Until we locate him, I have survived. He certainly cannot be dead." Chapter 73. News of number 2. Observing the girl's expression, Wu Yao smirked slightly and said, "Master, I witnessed that battle firsthand. You were besieged by so many skilled fighters, and he was your primary assailant at the time, bearing far greater pressure than you did. Had I not been a proficient fighter myself, I might not have been able to rescue you. Though you consistently claim he is remarkable, the hope of his escape was exceedingly slim." As his words fell, the girl suddenly lifted her eyes to regard him. I was merely jesting, Wu Yao quickly added. "Master, do you harbor feelings for him?" The girl scoffed coldly. "What business is it of yours? I truly do not wish to work anymore." Wu Yao lamented, his face clouded with despair. "You said that upon your return to the Night Watchers, you would become a super-rich individual. I wish to live off your wealth. I do not wish to toil any longer." "We shall return once we find him," the girl reiterated, her tone once more frigid. Wu Yao muttered to himself, "When will the ghostly elder know when we can find him? What if he is dead? Would I not be condemned to toil for you for a lifetime? How tragic." The girl exhaled slowly, cautiously concealing the photograph against her person, glancing at Wu Yao as she said, "Go to sleep. We shall continue our operations tonight. Remember, keep a low profile." "I understand," Wu Yao replied. "If not for your insistence on discretion, I would have long since reduced that warehouse owner to a mere child. How dare he presume to issue commands to someone ranked 5th among underground assassins, flaunting his arrogance. It infuriates me to my core," Wu Yao cursed vehemently. The girl paid him no heed, picking up the 2 blades from the coffee table. Wu Yao hastily interjected, "Master, when will you equip me with blades such as these? Strapped to my back, I would charge into a crowd, looking utterly magnificent. What I carry now are merely the daggers you procured from Hong Lian. Let me reiterate, the Night Watchers operate with discretion. We do not carry such weapons merely for ostentation." The girl furrowed her brow and added, "Once we return, you may join the Night Watchers." With that, she retreated to her room and closed the door firmly on the other side. Xian had been immersed in games at an internet CAF for the entire afternoon. Around 4 o'clock, Chen Meixian called him. Xian answered the phone, saying, "Hello." On the other end, Chen Meixian's voice sounded somewhat awkward as she said, "Xian, I apologize. I had originally planned to dine with you this evening, but I must leave Linghai for a while. The company has an overwhelming number of matters requiring my attention, and I simply cannot spare the time." Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had arranged to meet with Chen Meixian and her daughter on 3 occasions. Yet each attempt had proven unsuccessful. However, he remained unperturbed, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "No matter, I shall be staying in Linhai for quite a while. So let us reschedule once you have completed your tasks." Apologizing profusely, Chun Meixian responded, "If you require any assistance while in Linhai, do not hesitate to call, and I shall certainly help you. At that moment, Yi Xian heard someone calling out Chen Meishuan's name on the other end of the line. With a chuckle, he replied, "If there is anything you need help with, I shall not hesitate to intrude. You go ahead and attend to your matters. Do not mind me." Chun Meixian once again expressed her apologies before hanging up the phone. Yi Xian, undisturbed, continued to play games until the clock struck midnight. Emerging from the internet CAF at midnight, he gazed up at the inky black sky and murmured, "It has been a long time since I ventured out this late. It brings back a sense of nostalgia." With that, he began to make his way toward a nearby residential complex. Finding Yi Yunqing's residence was not a daunting task. Prior to his arrival, Yi Xian had already researched the location. Despite managing a company belonging to the Yi family, Yi Yunqing's income was evidently insufficient to afford a lavish home. He resided in a high-end community, inhabiting a townhouse. Yi Xian skillfully evaded all surveillance cameras and arrived at Yi Yunqing's doorstep without incident. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Is anyone home?" Indeed, he detected not even the faintest sound of breathing within the confines of the house, prompting him to frown slightly. It seemed he would have to return tomorrow. Exhaling softly, Yi Xian turned to leave the residential complex. Yi Yunqing's abode was situated along the riverbank in Linhai, a picturesque riverside property. As Yi Xian strolled along the riverbank, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he noticed something at a shallow stretch of the river. His expression shifted, and he leapt down. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a large pool of blood on the ground, and at the end of the blood trail lay a lifeless body. Yi Xian's expression changed as he contemplated whether to call the authorities. However, upon closer proximity, he noticed a lotus flower tattoo on the back of the victim's hand. He pulled out his phone to capture an image. The lotus was red. The notorious assassin was dead? Yi Xian lowered his gaze, and an expression of joy flickered across his face as he jubilantly thought, "Indeed, it is the handiwork of Number 2. Yes, Number 2 was Yi Xian's closest companion in the night watch, his most trusted friend, one to whom he could entrust his back. Since learning that she might still be alive, Yi Xian had been elated, and now that he had personally confirmed it, his joy surged to unprecedented heights. After this brief moment of realization, he exhaled deeply and retrieved his phone to find Zhe Qiuyu's number. Dialing it promptly, the call connected swiftly, and Zhe Qiuyu's somewhat languid voice inquired, "Hello, what is it this time?" "I have found Number 2, Yi Xian replied hastily. "What?" Zhe Qiuyu's voice was tinged with excitement as she asked, "Really? Where is she now?" "I have not seen her, but I did come across a corpse adorned with a red lotus. It is indeed the work of Number 2. Yi Xian exhaled deeply and remarked, "I have indeed seen the two corpses we discovered last time. Although the method bears a striking resemblance to that of the second case, the execution lacks precision. Are you certain that the body you have found now is her doing?" Zhe Qiuyu inquired once more. "Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt," Yi Xian responded earnestly. "I will send you the location. Please have the personnel from Linhai come over to handle the body." "Understood," Zhe Qiuyu nodded. "We must find her. Do you comprehend?" Yi Xian licked his lips and replied, "Indeed. I even hope to fight alongside her." After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian took a long breath, gazing at the riverbank. A slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "As long as you are alive, it is well. You have chosen not to return, presumably to exact revenge upon us. After all, once you rejoin the Watchers, an endless stream of tasks awaits." With that, he exhaled, turning away from the riverbank. Unbeknownst to him, at a distance of 300 to 400 meters, a woman clad in a flowing red gown stood watching him. A hint of seductive danger curling at the corners of her lips, she licked her crimson lips and said, "Ah, I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Sooner or later, you shall lie in bed at my mercy." The following day, Yi Xian was roused from his slumber by a call from Jiang Wei. Sitting up, he answered the phone. "Hello, I was still sleeping." "What the hell are you talking about? It's already 10 o'clock. Jiang Wei retorted irritably. "Did you forget? Today is Saturday." "Saturday? And why should that concern me?" Yi Xian replied, exasperated. "If there is nothing pressing, I'm going back to sleep." "Damn it," Jiang Wei cursed. "Didn't you promise Sun Tzu that you would attend the class reunion?" It was then that Yi Xian recalled, devoid of any sense of the days of the week. Previously, when Sun Tzu mentioned the reunion on Saturday, he had thought it was still days away. It turned out it was merely the next day. Oh, I get it now. Let us meet at the entrance of the restaurant in half an hour, Yi Xian stated. After ending the call, he got out of bed and quickly washed up, only to confront a vexing predicament. The decent outfit he had purchased at the mall was now in the wash, taken by his mother after he had worn it for just 2 days. Resigned, he rummaged through his wardrobe and donned 2 comparatively decent pieces before heading out. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhongyue Hotel, he spotted Jiang Wei, impeccably dressed in a suit. What the hell? You actually showed up like this? Jiang Wei exclaimed, wide-eyed. Did you not see the look on that son of a bitch Jiang Wei's face the other day? You're just inviting ridicule. Yi Xian sighed in resignation, cleared his throat, and replied earnestly, I have stated before that a watcher must remain low-key. It is a fundamental principle. You must remember this. All I know is that being low-key will earn you the title of fool. Jiang Wei retorted, rolling his eyes. Forget it, let us head inside. Soon, the two made their way toward the restaurant, and as they arrived, they noticed 3 individuals standing at the entrance, engaged in amiable conversation. Among them, 2 individuals were naturally Sun Tzu and Su Wan, the organizers of this gathering who also took on the responsibilities of hosting. The other person was Zhou Zhitha. Indeed, the class monitor remains the class monitor. He is now one of the supervisors in the marketing department of Hanyu Group, commanding an impressive annual salary of 1 million. Zhou Zhi chuckled as he spoke. Sun Tzu, with a courteous demeanor, replied, I cannot compare myself to someone of your esteemed background. Hailing from the Zhou family, I merely had the fortune of being born into a favorable situation. Zhou Zhi responded, by the way, do you remember Yi Xian? That student from the Yi family? He performed quite well in our class, later enrolled at Linhai University, and then was imprisoned for the assault of a woman. I encountered him a couple of days ago. He has been released from prison. Sun Tzu remarked disdainfully, yes, I ran into him yesterday. He and Jiang Wei were applying for positions at our company. Can you believe that someone like Jiang Wei, a mere vocational student, dares to seek employment at Hanyu Group? It nearly had me in stitches. During their conversation, Su Wan nudged Sun Tzu with her elbow, gesturing towards the distance. Sun Tzu turned to see Xian and Jiang Wei approaching from afar.